Chapter 201. After jumping into the water, Aegis directly activated the remaining power and returned to the small deserted island. He skillfully entered the hole he had dug before and turned on the sleep mode. It is better to build 2 more Aegis when we go back. This is too troublesome. We can ask Selena for another one. After so long, AI technology should have made some progress. When Ikue came out of the radar station, he saw Andrew in front of him with a smug look on his face. Captain Andrew? Hey, Director He, we have caught several spies here. How are your fortifications going? 80% of it has been completed. We can do the final test tomorrow. Then Director He is going back too, right? There are many people waiting for you up there. Okay. Hikue did not refuse. It was rather that Andrew came at the right time. He could go back as soon as he finished his work here. On this side, Hikue was interrupted by a communication from DaCosta before he could say more to Andrew. DaCosta, what's wrong? Andrew asked after pressing the hands-free button on the communicator on the wall. Team Sarah failed in the operation and is currently evacuating to Victoria Harbor. Long Legs is still in orb. Andrew looked at Hikue after saying that. Director He, I can't help your friend get revenge this time. No, the chain of hatred must be cut off after all. His Aegis is still well in the cave Emo. Where does the hatred come from? However, it is still important to give people the feeling that he is gradually letting go. Hikue is serious about acting. Is that so? Because of what Hikue said, Andrew also looked at Hikue twice more. I always feel that Director He seems to be more relaxed than the past 2 days. Really? Maybe it's because he might get a promotion when he goes back. Indeed, he has completed a job at this time, and there is a promise from Aaron, who just waits for him to go back and fix the shield, and then make the magic crab and nanorobots. The direction of this war will definitely change. And he was one step closer to his retirement. Thinking of this, Hikue couldn't help laughing. Then congratulations to Director He on his upcoming promotion. Andrew cupped his hands. Is this how you congratulate people? Yes. Looking at the familiar and long-lost action in front of him, Hikue smiled. Let's go, call the ladies to have dinner together. By the way, maybe we can meet those kids on the way back. Yeah. Hikue's mouth twitched slightly. In fact, according to age, Hikue was only about 1 year older than them. Of course, he guessed that Andrew said this just to show that their actions this time were not mature. It's not that they are really children. According to the age of the adjusters, everyone can already be independent. The 2 of them talked here, and after finishing the remaining work here, they took the transport plane and set off for Victoria Harbor again. However, this time they were much more cautious than the previous journey. The area around Victoria Harbor is still not completely safe. After all, it is within the territory of the South African Unified Organization. And the South African Unified Organization is an ally of the Earth Union. Our battle line is too long, and the supply will not be able to keep up, right? Hikue asked Andrew in the channel. With such a powerful commander here, Hikue has too many things to ask. In the past few days, he has gradually gained a clearer understanding of the current war situation from Andrew. This is a good question. From ancient times to the present, supply has always been a big problem. It's not just about basic things like food, shelter and transportation, but also about the maintenance and upkeep of the MS. The failure rate of MS on Earth is 30% higher than that in space. There's nothing we can do about it. When King developed it, he didn't think about large-scale combat on Earth, but only defended himself in space. As for the later gates, it was improved, but it's still very easy to be damaged in the complex environment of Earth. And transporting parts is another big problem. Of course, they can airdrop, but the Earth Alliance still has a base on the moon. They can't airdrop at any time, and they have to calculate the position of the moon to avoid being attacked by the joint logistics of the Earth. As the battle line on the Earth is stretched further, their situation becomes more and more dangerous. So they will not attack other places anymore, and can only focus on attacking the mass accelerator. Even if necessary, they will blow up all the mass accelerators on the Earth. But without the mass accelerator, our food source. That's right, so they don't dare to blow it up now. This can only be done as a last resort. Without the mass accelerator, they don't have to worry about the war situation on Earth for at least 6 months, and 6 months is enough for them to suppress the moon. I understand. According to Andrew, even if this is not the last resort, it will be one of the last few barriers. As for the food problem, as long as the Allies are still there will always be a way to solve it, which is better than directly bombarding the Earth with Genesis. That is really a home-changing operation. For Hikue and most people, this is unacceptable behavior. The 2 of them just finished chatting when they heard the alarm in the cabin start to sound. We encountered an enemy plane. Judging from the identification signal, it should be a fighter jet of the Earth Federation. Be careful. As the transport plane pilot said, Hikue had already looked at the map. They had just entered the airspace above the South African Unified Organization. Victoria Harbor is also inside the South African Unified Organization. But it was a bit strange that they were attacked. After all, this is a supply route that should be guaranteed normally. Maybe something went wrong at Victoria Harbor. Hikue frowned. Shurha turned around and grabbed Hikue's hand. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. After Shurha's comfort, the voice of the pilot in front of them was heard again. The enemy is equipped with beam weapons, which are difficult to defend with a transport plane. As soon as the communication was finished, the transport plane began to vibrate violently. It should not last long. Be prepared for battle. The enemy should have 6 new fighters. Looking at the image sent back by Yuengunggun, the 6 fighters similar to the Sky Tyrant are now surrounding the transport plane. The beam on the back seems to be aiming at something. They are looking for the heat source. Captain Andrew. Hikue hurriedly said while operating the machine. I know, be careful. As soon as Andrew finished speaking, the steel plate in front of Hikue was pierced. However, after seeing Yuengunggun, Hikue had already placed his arm equipped with a light shield on his chest. After sensing that the other party wanted to penetrate his cockpit directly through the steel plate, Hikue directly turned on the light shield. 3 beams of light that easily pierced through the steel plate hit Hikue's light shield without causing any damage. Behind them, Tiger had already taken the initiative and used the beam sword in his mouth to tear open the steel plate under his body. With the support of the advanced backpack flight system, he pounced on the new fighter plane of the Earth Alliance like a legendary flying tiger. Chapter 202. The transport plane disintegrated in the air with a loud bang. It was a familiar scene, but the aircraft he was driving had been replaced by the more maneuverable gates from the previous Shigu. After being released from the transport plane, Hikue used a powerful jet device to stay in the air for a short time. But at this time, the 3 Sky Tyrant aircraft were still rotating around Hikue. They have 3 aircraft, and we have 2 hands, and we can't stop them with tacit cooperation, Shurha. As Hikue said this, Shurha also controlled the beam claw installed on his waist, and fired it quickly. Although Shurha has no spatial perception ability, she does not need to control the machine at this time. She only needs to concentrate on controlling the beam claw, which is not difficult. However, this is on Earth. Under the pull of gravity, the beam claw can only aim directly and shoot, and cannot perform fancy maneuvers. This can also effectively harass one of the machines, so that Hikue will not be attacked from behind. The 2 of them are struggling to maintain their position, while Tiger is not at an advantage in the air. The small plane behind cannot be separated from the machine, otherwise the main body will inevitably fall from the air to the ground. Although it would not cause much damage to the pilot. But if they went down, the remaining 3 planes would definitely get rid of Gates first with air superiority. It's not that he couldn't get rid of the opponent in the air. But Hikue was just a researcher after all. Just when I was worried about Tiger, I saw Hikue's unusual performance on the side. In the melee, Hikue had already blown up the cockpit of one of the Sky Tyrants with 1 shot. Because the precise design added by Luna finally showed his original ability at this time. As long as they are within range, and their piloting skills are inferior to his, he can accurately hit them. As he was talking, another Sky Tyrant was shot and exploded. However, Hikue failed to succeed when facing the last machine. From the perspective of operating skills and strength, it is likely to be a reinforced person. Hikue watched the opponent's Sky Tyrant dodge around swiftly, and his eyes were also filled with helplessness. Hikue, get off. Seeing Hikue fighting with a Sky Tyrant, Tiger's calm voice reached Hikue's cockpit. At the same time, Aisha controlled the beam on her back to pierce through an air tyrant. Thanks, otherwise I would have been crushed by that guy. Tiger said to Aisha behind him with a smile. You're welcome. Aisha blinked obediently. Soon, the 2 of them reduced the power of the aircraft at the same time. The thrust of the 2 aircraft themselves could not stay in the air for a long time. At this time, with the reduction of thrust, the descent speed also increased. Not long after, while being harassed by the air tyrant, the 2 successfully landed on the desert of South Africa. On the ground, the small plane behind Tiger instantly broke away from the harassment in the air, and the last 2 remaining obviously elite air tyrants were also suppressed by them for a while. However, this situation did not last long. Suddenly, several huge parachutes appeared in the sky, and beams of light continued to fall from the sky. Fortunately, perhaps because they were not familiar with the terrain and heat of the desert, the beams fired by these huge humanoid MS were not accurate at all. United MS? Shurho was surprised when he saw the scene in the air. Hikue was still shooting at the targets, not surprised at all. Although according to memory, these daggers will not be put into the battlefield for at least another month. But that was in the past. Hikue had already pushed the technology tree forward. The United MS only appeared a month earlier, which was slower than he imagined. The new United MS. It's far worse than our new machine, Director He. Now that they were out of danger temporarily, although they were still in the battle, Tiger relaxed again. Captain Andrew, you can just call me Hikue. But it is foreseeable that the performance of the joint MS will not be too high. After all, even if they have an OS, they certainly cannot control it like the adjuster, and the time is too short. Even for the Atlantic Federation, the industrial capacity to achieve this level is shocking. That's right. As he spoke, Tiger's small plane became more and more swift, and began to harvest the lives of those daggers, who had no power to fight back in the air. Even an elite pilot cannot make effective maneuvers while flying a dagger in the atmosphere. Facing a ground attack means waiting for death. This is also the reason why Zaft's attack was not smooth at the beginning. Unexpectedly, the Alliance itself did not learn the lesson. Soon, the 2 sky tyrants and the 6 daggers in the air became fireworks in the sky. The battle was over, and the desert was approaching dusk. The 2 planes found a golden sand dune in the desert to hide. Hikue asked, only 50% of the battery is left. Where is Captain Andrew? 67%, we should still be able to reach the nearest city. As an elite pilot, who could almost be traded with the old version of Kira, Tiger is also a master in controlling power. They can't directly contact Victoria Base even with the neutron jammer. And the positioning is also unusable, but their flight path has always been recorded by the computer, so they can barely tell where they are now. There should be more terrorists along the way, Shurha said worriedly. As the war between the 2 sides continued, a middle belt naturally formed between the African community and the South African organization, although they had captured Victoria Harbor. But the various underground organizations entrenched in the middle belt could not be managed at all. This is the disadvantage of having few people. They can attack the city, but it takes more energy to maintain it. Especially because of the neutron jammer, their reputation on Earth is not very good now. Not many natural people in the enemy-occupied areas are willing to take the initiative to assist them. We are still more than 100 kilometers away from the nearest city, but there is no radar equipment there, and our people only have a small station there. Aisha also said at this time. For a moment, everyone was silent. It would be too ostentatious to drive 2 machines to the city. But if we don't go to resupply, we may not be able to reach Victoria. My owl detected a settlement nearby. Hikue looked at the super large tent on the bracelet, and said it with little confidence. Settlement? I remember there is no settlement here. It's like this. Hearing Tiger's doubts, Hikue directly sent the image on the bracelet to Tiger. Tiger suddenly seemed to change from serious to relaxed. It's an auction in the desert. Auction in the desert? Some parts dropped when we fight are sometimes not recycled in time, and are picked up by them, and auctioned here. There are not junk dealers all over the earth. Is that so? Hearing Tiger's explanation, Hikue nodded in understanding. Hikue, let's go there. Scrap dealers sometimes go there to have a look, so there should be equipment for repairs and supplies. Besides, many people usually drive their aircraft to this kind of auction, and fighting is not allowed. Okay. Tiger had been in Africa for so long after all, and Hikue had no objection to what he said. Chapter 203. The night was falling, and the stars were shining on the vast desert. In this originally quiet place, a huge tent that looked like a circus was standing on a silver beach. There were many guarding machines around. In the tent, people were drinking and chatting, and the atmosphere was mysterious and warm. At this time, the 4 people who had covered their faces with cloth strips also walked out of the 2 eye-catching machines. Can I just leave it here? Shurha looked at the 2 Zaft's latest technological crystals behind him, still a little worried. No problem, with Hikue in our electronic lock, it's extremely strong. And there are guards here, plus this. Tiger just took out 2 pieces of desert-colored cloth for camouflage, and suddenly saw a hedgehog head pop up not far away, and instantly stuck to Hikue's gate. The greedy look on his face made people think of a person who had been hungry for 3 days. The 3 of them looked at Tiger. At this time, Tiger was helpless, and the other party also found them. Hedgehog head quickly jumped in front of everyone. He looked very familiar. Are these machines yours? Yes, Luo, it's just right that you are here. Tiger stepped forward, took off his scarf and said, Captain Andrew, why are you here? Ahem, anyway, it's full of twists and turns. Do you know what's going on over at Victoria Harbor? Tiger changed the subject and asked. I heard that they just repelled a wave of attacks from the Earth Union, but now they are all in an uproar, saying that the Earth Union has MS or something. Luo said casually. Hikue, who was listening to the conversation between the two, also stepped forward and came between the two. Who is this? Hikue actually knew the other party, but he still asked for the time being, and it was something Hikue did not expect that Tiger actually knew Luo. Luo Chioer, a backbone of the Waste Merchants Union. I met him after returning to plant. Calling him a backbone is too flattering. Although Luo said so, he looked very proud and obviously enjoyed it. This is my companion. Tiger did not mention Hikue's identity when introducing him to Luo. Hello. Luo did not mind and just smiled brightly. It's just right that you are here. Our two machines need repairs and supplies. Do you have a ship? Of course I do. When Luo heard that the two new machines could be repaired, his eyes lit up. But we have also scheduled to attend this auction. How about we take a look together? Luo looked at the tent not far away reluctantly. I heard that there will be parts for new machines at this auction. Parts for new machines? Hikue asked curiously. Yes, the parts for the 4 new machines in the ore project. I heard there is also a Baku head with a lightsaber in its mouth, just like yours. And there is also a special covert action armor, a 3-dimensional situation detector instead of a single-lens camera, and a reinforced composite terrain detector on the side. It is rare to see a Baku head holding a lightsaber. Plus these detection enhancement equipment. According to Ikue's understanding, this kind of weapon is only used for special forces operations. And the Baku head that appears here now is probably the remnant of that force. In other words, there may be intelligence that needs to be recovered. Although strictly speaking it is none of their business, since they have encountered it. Facing the tiger's gaze, Hikue can only nod. You can't just go back without caring about it. Then let's go together. Wait, put the machine on your mothership first. Tiger said helplessly. Okay, follow me. Seeing that the two were also interested, Luo took them directly to the mothership. Sorry. The man and woman following behind were looking at the two with some apology. In a sense, Luo skipped the maintenance work to be lazy. It's okay. Tiger smiled and waved his hand, and put the mask on his face again. Hikue shrugged and followed Tiger to their mothership. It was a ZFD desert warship that had undergone a few modifications. The weapons were removed and replaced with mechanical arms, which was very consistent with the identity of a junk dealer. The machine had a place to dock, and everyone walked towards the auction. Although it was called an auction, the scene was very simple. There was not even a seat, and everyone stood. The auction had just started when they entered. Some people hid their identities with scarves or masks, while others stood here carelessly. That seems to be one of the research group leaders of Acteon. Hikue pointed in another direction, the one closest to the auction. Yes, and there are quite a few soldiers in the crowd. It looks like there should be something in that Baku head that shouldn't be there. Tiger also analyzed. Hikue had already released all 5 Harrows, and formed a circle around the feet of the crowd. Is this Harrow? Watching Hikue's actions, Luo opened his eyes wide in surprise. Yes, it's just a small toy. I know who you are. Looking at the tightly surrounded Hikue, Luo said excitedly. You are? Before Luo could say anything, Hikue directly covered the other's loud voice. Well, it's better not to say more now. After saying that, looking at Luo's calm expression, Hikue let go of Luo. Sorry, but I have read a lot of your research, and many of them are very creative, including mining and jet devices. And you actually completed the miniaturization of beam weapons much faster than Orb. Thank you. Hikue laughed softly. It is also a pleasant thing to be praised by someone who may be the strongest technician in the world. After saying that, Hikue looked at the briefcase in Luo's hand. Is this artificial intelligence? Yes, but to be precise, it is a quantum computer. How did you complete it? Xiao Ba? Xiao Ba was not developed by me. I found it on an abandoned drifting ship. Right, Hachi? Yes. The answer was quickly displayed on the screen. It can communicate with people without any obstacles, and can also control MS. But this world is the future for Hikue's original world. There are people like Dr. Xiang who create perfect adjusters, so there will naturally be people who specialize in AI. Although few people know about it, it is not impossible. Hachi, there is no doubt that it is currently more powerful than all their AIs. And it can be used in fierce battles, and it feels a bit similar to Otero. Can you lend it to me? He was so busy before that he forgot about Xiao Ba's existence. Now that he had a rare chance, Hikue asked directly. Sorry, Xiao Ba is my friend. I want to ask his opinion. Luo shook his head firmly. Xiao Ba, can you come with me? Although Hikue was mostly covered by the scarf, his curved eyebrows still showed that Hikue was smiling very kindly at this time. No! Xiao Ba, who saw at a glance that this human wanted to study him, directly refused. Okay. Although he said so, Hikue, who withdrew his gaze, did not give up. There will still be opportunities in the future. Chapter 204. While the two were talking, the auction on the stage officially began with the heavy sound of the host's hammer. The first item is the engine of the latest joint fighter, intact, with slight traces of combat, 500,000 yad. It's really cheap. Hearing the bid, Hikue nodded. This price is completely lower than the cost price to buy a fighter engine. Of course, considering that they picked it up, the cost is only the transportation fee and labor, so it is normal to be cheap. And this kind of thing has no warranty, and you still have to return it if the United Nations pursues responsibility. You may also have to pay compensation. Of course, the probability of this is not high. As long as you don't take the initiative to provoke, no one will check the engine at all. If you really meet on the battlefield, it will be a life and death battle. So the auction price at this time also rose, and soon reached 700,000. It was sold after barely reaching the cost price of the assembly line. The remaining auction items were some small parts that were not very useful. Hikue ensured he were getting further and further away from the group of people from the Earth Alliance. Arms were prohibited here, and there were 6 Jin-In and 2 formations of 12 Vanguard fighters outside, which was also the support of Hikue and others. But God knows if those people will suddenly attack. Who is the boss behind the auction? Looking at the broken shield of the Holy Shield in front, Hikue asked softly. To be able to create such a large escort team in such a desolate place, the boss behind it must not be an ordinary person. I heard they are from the East Asian Republic, but I don't know the details. Tiger answered softly. East Asian Republic? Although he had subconsciously ignored his homeland along the way, and the East Asian Republic seemed to have been gathering strength and not participating in the battle. But if peace is needed, perhaps the power and ideas over there are the key. Of course, Hikue currently has no ability to manage it. Anyway, don't reveal your identity, otherwise there may be many people here who want to keep you. Now Hikue represents the most advanced technology in ZFT. If he goes to any faction, he will either be subverted or threatened. Before, I felt safe because there were all kinds of people here, but after seeing the soldiers of the coalition, this situation has changed a little. Okay. Just after the second item was auctioned, a communication came from the bracelet on Hikue's hand. Someone used laser communication to shoot the communication directly into Hikue's owl, which was on guard in midair. It is forbidden to use reconnaissance robots here. Sorry. Without arguing, Hikue landed Yuan gun on the mothership of Luo and others. Soon, the Baku head came out. The starting price was 800,000. Luo rushed up impatiently. On the other side, the people of Acteon were not much behind. They directly competed with Luo. Although this currency is not the currency of the Union, its value is almost the same as that of the currency of plant. Seeing Luo was throwing 1 or 2 million like this, even Hikue, who was not too short of money, was stunned. If this continues, the Baku head will soon catch up with Hikue's own 5 million aegis. Do you have money? Tiger suddenly asked. Yes, but it's all in plant currency. It's okay, we accept conversion here. Don't worry, you will be reimbursed later. We still have to recycle the things there. Andrew looked at Hikue and guessed what he wanted to say. It's not someone else. Acteon is a company. Hikue complained. Hikue, you are also a company. I am just a small and medium-sized contractor. How can he compare financial strength with Acteon? And the other party has not only Acteon, but also the Atlantic Federation. He is not as rich as the other party, even if he has 1 million. It's okay, just bid first. I don't think Acteon can give them so much cash, and there is no network connection here. Okay. Anyway, Andrew has Lux behind him. And taking this Baku head back is also a great achievement. Thinking of this, Hikue contacted Luo, who was not far away. Soon, Luo, who had a new one, raised his hand excitedly again. 5 million Yadu. Hearing the number from Luo's mouth, Andrew almost couldn't catch his breath. No, why did you double it all at once? Isn't this a quick battle? This is the money he left for making Aegis, and it will be reimbursed anyway. It's rare to enjoy the feeling of shopping without feeling any pain. No wonder so many people like to buy for free. It's really nice not to have to pay for it yourself. Andrew's mouth twitched slightly. It was hard to imagine that after he went back, he told Lux that he had spent 5 million. Well, the young lady probably wouldn't care. She would just nod and agree with a smile. On the other side, the whole audience was shocked by Luo's 5 million. In the end, as Andrew thought, Actaeon thought that he could take down Baku's head with 10 million, but in the end, it was snatched away by Hikue's 13 million. 10 million belonged to Hikue, and the other 3 million belonged to Luo. The cost of this Baku head was only 7 million, almost doubled. Luo, who got the dog head, also successfully attracted the attention of Actaeon. Ignoring the gazes of those people, everyone quickly returned to Luo's mothership. And the red heretic that he had met once also entered Hikue's sight again. I have to say, it's still pretty handsome. Especially the one that Luo maintained, shining, with the kikuchimanji on his waist, he looked like a swordsman. This is the red heretic. Luo did not say where it came from. Hikue, Andrew and the other 4 did not ask any more questions about this Gundam. Anyway, according to the rules of the junk dealers, if they find it, it belongs to them. By the way, Director I have something else to ask you. I have watched the video of your battle many times, but I still don't understand the parameters of the generator's magnetic field. Luo ignored the dog-headed man, but turned around impatiently, looking at Hikue with shining eyes, and spoke so fast that Hikue was a little confused for a while. Then Hikue looked at Luo and wanted to exchange a few more words. After all, Luo's connections and well-informedness as a waste dealer must be top-notch. With his top transformation ability, it's not a loss to get to know him. However, he was interrupted by Andrew just as he started talking. Okay, let's talk about it later. We need to check this Baku head first. Okay. Although Luo said so, his eyes were still excited. Soon Hikue and Shura returned to Gate's cockpit. What data is inside? Looking at the unlocking success displayed on the screen inside the machine, Shura was also a little nervous. Let me see. The scene of the battle between Baku and an orange-yellow machine was stored inside. The 2 beam ship-slashing swords were used with great force in his hands. In less than 10 minutes, they wiped out their ZFT Special Operations team. Is this a new elite machine of the joint? Shura asked in disbelief. Just from the machine's numerical value, it is even more powerful than their elite gates. I'm afraid only the nuclear energy test machine can compete with it. It's a new machine. It looks like the disaster, but it holds 2 swords and its color is also orange-yellow. No wonder Actaeon and the Earth Union want to get this Baku head back so much. And this battlefield also looks like it's in the desert. Shura said seriously, and at this moment the alarm in the ship sounded loudly. What's wrong? Hikue asked, opening the communication in the cockpit connected to the ship. Enemy attack. Looks like elite. The auction guards can't hold. We have to leave. You'd better wait in the cockpit. The voice of an intellectual woman came from the communication. Okay. With Luo's mothership and Luo's luck bonus, Hikue was still very calm at this time, and returned to Victoria with the head. The most important thing is reputation. Singing all the way back to Victoria under siege and blockade, it has a strong boost to Hikue's reputation. Just like the previous time when he fell from the sky. Although he didn't volunteer both times. Chapter 205. Be careful, they are catching up. In the high-speed mothership, Hikue clearly received the signal in the radio communication. Let's attack. We should not be able to stop them with that red machine. Hikue, defend and support from behind. Tiger said seriously, in this situation, only attack is the best defense. Staying here is not necessarily safe. Although it is not good to say this, at least it can avoid being killed by their mothership. Okay. Soon Hikue and the others ejected from the mothership. The sand shone with a silvery white luster under the faint moonlight, and the silence of the night was soon broken. From the blurred horizon, Hikue saw the black daggers and air tyrants. 6 black daggers flew across the desert, and the roar was like a galloping army chasing after everyone. At the same time, there were 12 black air tyrants in the air, forming an air-like formation and biting them closely. They were all in black, as if they had merged into the darkness. The matte black color could not even reflect the moonlight. If it were not for the glowing flames of the thrusters behind them, Hikue would not have been able to see them at all. It looks like an elite special operations team. They should have left some people to faint, and attack the guards of the auction. Tiger looked at the fighting power of the opposite side, and his face was very ugly. 6 aircraft were obviously special-purpose aircraft, and 12 sky tyrants. If it weren't for the guards, who left some people behind, there might be twice as many people here. Warn the ships ahead to surrender unconditionally. Otherwise, we will not be able to guarantee the lives of your crew. We are the ships of the Waste Merchants Union, and we are carrying out normal trade and transportation tasks. We are not involved in any military operations, and have no intention of getting involved in any conflicts. Luo said loudly in the channel. Surrender immediately. The Atlantic Federation is really not pretending anymore. Tiger said helplessly. Although this is a disputed area, it is mainly controlled by ZFT. They actually intercepted the waste merchant ships with an absolutely neutral status directly. Of course, with the blue Persian as a fig leaf, the other party is also confident that they will not bring trouble to themselves. There are probably elites inside. This time it won't be as simple as last time. Tiger reminded. Yes, I know. Hikue also looked solemn at this time. They only have 3 machines including the Red Heretic, although each one is a hero unit. But the other party is at least at the level of super soldiers and sports cars. If the number of people hides and one is not careful, they may still be killed by the other party. This time is destined to be a difficult and bitter battle. And it was different from when they knew that the reinforcements were not far away in Gibraltar. At this time, they were really isolated and helpless here. Seeing that the enemy was approaching, Hikue raised the beam gun in his hand. At the same time, the other hand was in front of him, ready to open the light shield defense at any time. I am the luckiest man. Hikue was still on guard, and suddenly he heard Luo's voice from the communication. What a trace! Hikue looked at the Red Heretic standing on the other side of the mothership, and also holding a beam gun and aiming, and asked curiously, Haven't you heard of it? No. As soon as Luo finished speaking, the opponent's attack arrived. The short sword equipped with air combat gear quickly approached the crowd, and the 12 fighters fired beam guns at the crowd. I don't know if it was out of confidence or to keep someone alive, but none of the beams shot at Hikue were aimed at the cockpit. The radar was blaring, and Hikue quickly jumped up from the mothership with the thrusters, and at the same time, the beam gun in his hand shot down one of the fighters. The mothership of the waste dealer was equipped with laminated armor, and it was not damaged much by several beams at this time. Tiger was now directly fighting with 3 black daggers and 2 sky tyrants, and it seemed that he had no time to care about them. Luo on the other side was in a similar situation at this time. He was entangled by a dagger and 3 sky tyrants, and could only barely dodge the opponent's intensive attacks with the help of Xiao Ba. If only freedom was here. After Hikue blocked the opponent's attack again with the light shield, Shurha also tacitly used the beam claws on his waist to force back the dagger. He was facing 2 daggers and 3 sky tyrants, and was completely suppressed. Although one of them was just shot down by him, he was still under great pressure. Behind. After Shurha said that, Hikue landed on the mothership from the air in tacit understanding, and barely avoided the beam that was shot at his arm. This won't work, Hikue said with a headache. Although there are not many people in the alliance. But they are all elites. He might be able to win if he deals with 2 of them. But there are still 2 sky tyrants hovering outside his range in the sky, like vultures, ready to seize the opportunity to attack at any time. Just after Hikue dodged another beam of light from the opponent, he saw a meteor gradually streaking across the sky. Is that our landing capsule? Shurha said in surprise, as he looked at the meteor on the full circle display that was split into 4 pieces. Yes. And the identification signal is the Gates' elastic wing experimental model? As the 2 talked, one of the aircraft in the sky did not even open a parachute, but started fighting with the fighters in the air. With the high maneuverability brought by the elastic wing, the Freedom Gates was like flowing water, and it soon shot down several of the opponent's fighters. As for the other 3 machines, they were also high in gates, and they were not at all inferior to the fighter planes in the air. The original disadvantage was reversed instantly. I told you I was lucky, Luo said excitedly. Yeah. This is probably what is called the protagonist's halo. Pick up Xiao Ba, pick up Kira, and even turn danger into safety. Director He? Just after Hikue pierced a dagger with a beam gun, Courtney's voice came over. Courtney, how did you get here? Although it was clear from the operation that it was Courtney who was driving, according to the original plan, the other party should have returned shortly after they went to Taxiu, but they didn't expect that they would suddenly drop from the sky now. After I returned, I suddenly received a mission to recover a Baku head. According to the intelligence, it was at a desert auction. Then I saw traces of your battle. Why is Director He here? Courtney was not idle while talking, and the movements of operating the winged body were elegant and deadly. The plane was shot down. The 2 of them briefly exchanged the situation, and the other party had already fled. The 6 daggers that were slightly weaker than them were no match at all. After seeing that the crisis was temporarily resolved, these bodies also landed in the mothership one after another. Chapter 206. The hangar was unusually lively at this time. In addition to Courtney, the other people who came down this time were Lika in red, and 2 other people in red whom Hikue didn't know. Hikue, I didn't expect to see you here. Lika, who was wearing a red driving suit, said happily. Looking at Lika's appearance, Shurha stepped forward cautiously. Lika. Hey, Shurha is here too. As the rare female red dress people, the relationship between the two is more like a competitive relationship than a friendship. You would have been beaten up without me. Humph, that's because of the imbalance in numbers. I'm not weak in a one-on-one fight. Shurha made a face at Rika. Huh, really? Gesture? Well, I don't want to bother you. Luo raised his hand. Two glares instantly stabbed at Luo's position. Please. Luo took a step back and said helplessly. Well, you two, let's go back and talk about what we have to do. We still have a mission, right? Isa smiled and inserted herself between the two of them. The two girls facing Aisha quickly stopped talking. So this is the information of the latest joint machine? That's right. Do you have a way to contact plant? Tiger asked calmly. No, we are on a one-way ticket this time, but we have an evacuation location. Courtney took out a small 3D display device. If we get the Baku head, we will meet here. Courtney pointed to Upington in the center of the Kalahari in the desert. How far are we from Abington now? Tiger, currently the most prestigious military officer in the entire team, automatically took over the responsibility of command and said, About 30 kilometers. Luo replied. Abington, an abandoned town in the center of the desert. During the Reconstruction War, that is, the Third World War, it was originally an oasis. However, it was directly wiped out by the Atlantic Federation's nuclear weapons. It became a dead city. Then let's go to Abington. We will take turns to be on guard. Director He, you can go and rest first. In a crowded place, the name of Tiger is still changed back to the suffix for face. Okay. Hikue didn't try to be brave. His current physical condition is only at the level of red clothes. He will still be tired after fighting continuously. Every time he is wandering between life and death, it is even more tiring. I heard that there is a legendary lost city here. I want to come and see it. Luo sighed as he and Ikue walked together on the way to the restaurant. Lost City? Yes, the Lost City in the Kalahari Desert. Director He, you probably haven't heard of it in Plant. It is said that it is the last refuge of ancient civilization. Some people say it is the residence of a mysterious race. Some people even claim that there are endless treasures hidden there. In fact, it is just a tourist attraction. Director He doesn't need to listen to Luo's nonsense. Okay. Hikue smiled and didn't care. By the way, Luo, do you want our lightsaber technology? But you have lightsaber technology, right? Yes, but I want to see the technology of Hylan Design Bureau and Shuguang. Before Luo finished speaking, Shuli covered his mouth. You two have a good relationship. No. Shuli blushed and let go of Luo. I can give you lightsaber technology. In fact, this technology has been stolen by the United Alliance a long time ago. It doesn't matter whether it is given to the waste dealer or not, and it can also gain Luo's good reputation. However, with a lesson from the last time, Hikue did not directly say that he wanted Xiao Ba to cooperate in the research. Really? Luo's eyes lit up. Yes, but don't tell anyone. Okay. Hearing Luo's agreement, Hikue nodded with satisfaction. After all, he was the protagonist, and Hikue was still confident in Luo's credit. You can also visit our plant when you have time, and let me treat you to a tour of the Hylan Design Bureau. Hikue smiled like an uncle who coaxed an ignorant child with candy. No problem. I also have many ideas that I want to discuss with Director He. If the ECAP energy storage and conversion device on the hilt adjusts the output power and stores variable phantom particles, can it create an arbitrary entity, and can it also change with the power of energy output? Facing Luo's continuous questioning, Hikue put away the smile on his face, and said after a little thought, high-energy particles stabilize the sword shape under the constraints of the magnetic field formed by phantom particles. If there is a way to increase the particle output and phantom particle output in an instant, theoretically, the attack distance of the beam sword should be increased instantly. As expected of the strongest technician, any sentence can be a powerful weapon. But what? The energy of a moment is likely to instantly destroy the precision device of the hilt, so it is disposable, and there is also the risk of exploding the barrel and breaking the hand. Of course, this is just my inference based on the current information, and the details still need to be verified by experiments. Yes, it still needs to be verified by experiments, and practice makes perfect. Hearing Hikue's words, Luo sure nodded repeatedly with deep sympathy. Let's go, let's eat and talk while we eat. Luo, Director He still needs to rest. Shuli said helplessly. It's okay, I also want to talk to Luo. Can I call you Luo? The ability of the lightsaber that Luo just mentioned really gave him a lot of inspiration. If it can be restored, as a one-time deceptive weapon, it may have a good effect. Of course, no problem. Just call me Luo Hikue. The relationship between the two has become closer due to this common hobby and profession. After solving the pursuers, perhaps the Atlantic Federation has exhausted its power here, and there is no danger along the way, only to arrive at the vicinity of Abington with caution. Under the moonlight, the ruins of Upington quietly appeared before everyone's eyes. The once prosperous town was now in ruins. Some tenacious plants could be seen poking out from the rubble, but such a slight green could not cover up the desolation of the town. War has never changed, Tiger said in a low voice in the cockpit. But we can't give up hope because of this. For the future, we should stick to the belief in peace and make this world a better place. Luo also entered the heresy and spoke seriously at this time, listening to the two people's sighs and looking at the ruins in front of them. Hikue, who was sitting in the gate, did not speak. What could he say? War is like a cruel monster. It has been entrenched in the center of civilization since ancient times, destroying countless homes and taking countless lives, but it has never repented. Hikue took a deep breath. No matter what they think, life will go on, and rebuilding civilization on the ruins is the same as always. And he is just a member living in this world, a member who desires to survive. After the gates, which was set up by Courtney, sent out the signal for connection, there was a shaking in the desert near the location soon. A brand new Les Abs emerged from the fine sand of the desert. Soon, 4 black-painted gates came out in an orderly manner, surrounding their 7 aircrafts. Hikue also followed the others, and slid down from the retractable rope of the cockpit with Shurha under the moonlight. Captain Andrew, and Director He? The middle-aged man who caught up from behind, and saw the two, was a little speechless for a moment. I didn't expect that the leader of the action team was you, Captain Jason. Captain Andrew, you're too polite. Let's get back to the present. The man came back to his senses, and his face returned to his usual seriousness. I'm sorry, a lot of things happened along the way. Anyway, it was basically that we got the Baku head, then were chased by the special forces, and then your special operations team saved us. After Andrew explained the whole story, Jason was a little speechless. What a coincidence. It might not be a coincidence that they are moving there. Andrew shook his head. It is indeed possible, but let's go back first, as long as you are okay. Jason looked at the waste dealer. They are friends. I haven't read the information. Let them go. Hikue took the initiative to step forward after seeing the question Jason wanted to ask. Okay. Jason nodded, and everyone started to move to the less abuse in tacit agreement. On the other side, Hikue nodded to Shurha and walked to Luo's side. Then remember to come to Plant to find me next time. Definitely. We just happen to be thinking of going to Plant to visit April City, so we can just go to May City to find you. Visit that fossil? How did Director He know? Shuli was surprised. That's the only one you can visit in April City. Although Plant is not very good. But there is no cultural heritage at all. It is difficult to find a tourist attraction in the whole Plant. Even the buildings are efficiency-oriented. Except for April City, every city is similar. This also makes the population mobility in Plant much smaller than that on Earth. Whatever job or inclination everyone has, they stay in their own circle. There is no need to leave. Then I look forward to your visit. As for the money for this time, you can just ask Klein for it. Don't worry, Captain Andrew told me. Klein couldn't possibly default on his debt, so facing the two penniless people, Luo happily accepted their credit. Okay, then see you later. Hikue bowed to Luo. Goodbye. The two sides said goodbye temporarily, and Hikue also came to the captain's room of the lesser bus with Shurha. Hikue, I told Jason about this battle merit. If nothing unexpected happened, we both won third-class merit, but you also have scientific research results, so you should have second-class merit and a second-class future medal in the end. Andrew patted Hikue on the back with a bright smile. This is also my contribution. Don't take it on yourself, Tiger. Without outsiders, Jason no longer had the temperament of a tough soldier on his face, and looked at Andrew with a little more helplessness. Anyway, this time it's also thanks to Director He. Jason shook Hikue's hand with a smile. This is the future director of the Integrated Design Bureau. As a researcher, he has almost reached the top of Plant, representing a huge network of resources. It's hard not to be enthusiastic. Jason is like this. He wants to save face outside. Don't you know that he pretended not to know me when he was still in green clothes before? Who told someone to make coffee in the military camp, and was punished. Listening to the two people exposing their shortcomings, Hikue swept his nose. I always feel that he is a light bulb. Chapter 207. Is it really the data of the new machine? Jason sighed after listening to what Hikue said behind the heavy table. Yes, and because the reconnaissance equipment on the Baku itself is relatively advanced, it has basically recorded most of the power data of the machine. What mission is the Baku team expected to perform? Hikue asked. It's okay to tell you now. Our special operations team went to the desert on the edge of South Africa because we received intelligence from spies that a new machine appeared nearby. It was almost an uninhabited area, and we ran into them, but the result was not as smooth as the operation on Heliopolis. But it seems not to be going well at the moment, Jason said helplessly. According to their expectations, it should be like the time on Heliopolis. They captured the opponent's machine directly. After all, the Earth Federation has achieved mass production of MS. What? Is what director he said true? Really, although the performance is not strong, it is a serious mobile suit. Andrew confirmed. Has it finally come to this? I'm afraid the enhanced operations will also be affected. Jason smiled bitterly. Yes, it would be fine if there were strategic weapons, otherwise. Andrew and Jason were both veterans, and they knew very well that even if the MS was weaker than them. But with the advantage of numbers, their defeat would only be a matter of time. In the silence between the two, Hikue whispered, if the enemy is limited to the Atlantic Federation, we still have a chance. Of course, it was a bit presumptuous to think so. At least the Eurasian Federation is still chasing them. Anyway, I will submit a report, and the rest will be decided by Sarah. Hikue and Andrew nodded when they heard it. There was no point in worrying here. But why did Courtney come down with me? Hikue suddenly asked. After all, according to the organization, Courtney should be his subordinate. He should have returned to plant by now. You know we are short of manpower, especially after all the Baku team members died in the battle. We have no personnel to replace them for the time being. At this time, we just happen to have a machine and an elite pilot. Jason said a little embarrassed. Obviously, he did not ask his superiors to temporarily call up Courtney and the machine. Originally, we just wanted to temporarily requisition the machine, but the test pilot said that others might not be able to get used to the operation of the test machine. That's right. Kira can kill everyone as soon as he gets started, but not everyone is Kira. Courtney also drove the simulator for a long time before he actually operated the machine. We will give an explanation to the design bureau after we go back. No, it can be regarded as saving us. Hikue bowed. He said this because he was worried that the special forces would directly requisition their machines like this every time. This time it was indeed an emergency, but with this precedent, there may be more in the future. It was requisitioned halfway through the test, which may also cause the machine data to be leaked. After all, it was a machine that had not completed the final test. If there was a problem on the battlefield, it would be unclear who was responsible. After the three of them finished talking, the lesser bus followed and headed towards Victoria Harbor. After settling in the officer's room with the thermostat turned on, Hikue didn't have the energy to do anything. The two of them just washed off the sand and cuddled each other in bed. It's still a little dangerous this time. Shura hugged Hikue tightly. She hadn't felt this kind of fear since Hikue's first expedition in a reconnaissance plane. Hikue had always acted under the premise of absolute safety, so much so that she had forgotten it. They are all human beings. If they take a wrong step, they will be greeted with death. Aren't you fine now? Hikue gently stroked Shura's back and comforted her. He was indeed relaxed this time. He had just solved a difficult problem with Aegis, which made him a little proud. And perhaps he used Aegis too much, so he didn't regard his own life as his own. This is something he needs to reflect deeply. At least it would be safer to wait for the large army to act together in the future. No matter how elite the other side is, they can't do anything against their sea of people. Of course, except for Kira, who is riding the Freedom. Who can withstand being able to blow up more than a dozen MS in a few minutes? Let's not take such risks in the future. Yeah. After hearing Hikue's agreement, Shura smiled peacefully with the corners of her mouth turned up, and then touched her flat belly with her hand. When do you think we can have children? The fertility rate of the second-generation adjusters is ridiculously low. Although Hikue is considered the first generation, it is still difficult for the two of them to have children. Not to mention him, and Su Lei, the lack of match is ridiculous. But it is not impossible to change. His cosmic adaptability is a possibility, and genetic technology and nanorobots are also a possibility. Don't think too much, it will happen. And Shura is still young now. Hikue's hand covered Shura's hand on his belly. A deep voice whispered in Shura's ear. Although the adjuster matures precociously, Hikue and Shura are only 16 at this time. We still have time. Yeah. Shura smiled sweetly. Under the full speed of the lesser bus, They arrived at Victoria Harbor in the early morning. This was not the first time Hikue came here, but looking at the surrounding scenery that was different from Gibraltar and the desert, he took a breath of relief, and then walked out with Jason and Andrew. The air in the port was filled with gunpowder smoke and the smell of burning. Many large trucks were transporting fighters and MS parts to the scrap area. There were not only Skylord and Vanguard fighters inside, but also some limbs of the dagger. If nothing unexpected happened, they had already fought with the dagger. Not far away, there was a faint red fire still shining on the horizon. However, because this place was in the innermost part of the base, near the mass accelerator, it did not suffer much damage. As soon as he stood firm, Victoria's staff officer's eyes, which were originally full of fatigue, lit up when he saw the three people, and walked towards the three people a little faster. The fat on the belly was shaking. The physique of the adjuster is neither too fat nor too thin. Of course, there are exceptions to everything, just like Lika's blindness. Their genetic technology is not yet fully mature, and there are many flaws. If the genetic technology evolves, maybe the adjuster will also evolve. But this is impossible, at least for now. Director He, Captain Andrew, you don't know how anxious we were after we couldn't find your trace. I sent 3 teams. I went to search along the way. Fortunately, you are back. Victoria's staff officer said with relief. Thank you. Have you found the 2 pilots? They should have jumped out of the plane at that time. Hikue followed Andrew and shook hands with him before asking. Not yet. The staff officer shook his head. But we will try our best to search. Sorry for the trouble. Is the damage to Victoria Harbor serious? Hikue asked after circling the base. The integrity of the outer buildings is only 43%. The staff officer sighed. The attack by the natural man was too fierce this time, and the Alliance also had a new mobile suit. If our gates had not been installed, I am afraid the entire base would be in danger. What about the mass accelerator? Andrew took over and asked the staff officer. It was not damaged. We have sent people to guard it 24 hours a day. The first batch of supplies is about to arrive, but now the moon happens to be near us, and the supply troops are also delayed. The moon base is also attacking us? Yes. The staff officer nodded helplessly. I thought I would be safe when I came to Victoria, but it seems that it is not certain now. Speaking of this, Director He is here to help us strengthen our defense. I can command the maintenance work. It won't be a big problem if I just command from the rear. Although it's a bit tiring to work around the clock. But Hikue's physical condition has improved a lot, and he can still hold on now. At least this work still needs to be completed. Then I trouble Director He. Chapter 208. I am Hikue, who will take over the repair command work. When they arrived at Victoria's maintenance headquarters, Hikue said directly. Director He? After seeing the newcomer, the voices arguing about the repair plan suddenly stopped. Everyone stood up at the same time as they watched the newcomer with fanatical eyes, and saluted in the direction of Hikue. Although Hikue's reputation in the action force seems average, but in related work fields, including maintenance and design, Hikue's reputation is much better than most people. Everyone knows the famous Director He. Countless weapons and shields are made by him. With this achievement, if he is interested, it is not impossible for him to be elected as the district chief or even a member of parliament in the future. Many girls can't help but flirt with Hikue. Even if they don't have a name, if he likes them, they can save 20 or 30 years of hard work and have a bright future. Moreover, some girls have no feelings for their fiancés, so they will have no scruples. Hikue looked at the grand scene in front of him and nodded slightly to everyone. Then let's start working quickly. How much alloy and laminated armor do we have in reserve? The subsequent repair work was accelerated after Hikue joined. Before the arrival of the assistants, perhaps knowing that they could not stop the adjusters in space, the Atlantic Federation's MS and fighter mix formation attacked again. However, this time, with the special forces led by Jason and Andrew's command, the Alliance returned empty-handed again under so many advanced combat forces and new machines. This time, thanks to Director He, we finally managed to hold on. The staff officer no longer had the sad face he had when they first met. His attitude towards Hikue was also a little more enthusiastic. In terms of position, the staff officer was a head higher than Hikue. So Hikue did not get cocky at this time, and just laughed along. Without the efforts of all my colleagues, how could we hold on? This is the contribution of all of us. Director He is too modest. Both of them looked at each other with smiles on their faces. When the staff officer smiled, his face was full of fat, like an old fox, while Hikue's smile looked much purer. But he was almost like a little fox. After the work was finished, they only stayed here for 3 days. After the repairs and new reinforcements were completed, Hikue, Shurha, Andrew and others took the mass accelerator back to the universe. And the second day after returning to plant, Aaron came to Hikue's house. Thank you for your hard work this time. Not hard, but we go to the district chief's house for dinner tonight, Aaron said quickly and took out a report. This is the material you requested. We have collected enough to complete the 5 sets. Your defense shield? Yes. Hikue took the tablet from Aaron after hearing that. It showed that the materials were currently stored in the basement of the Hylian Design Bureau. Of course, they were all raw materials that had not been processed. Since you're back, let's get back to work. As Aaron said this, Shurha grabbed Hikue's hand tightly. You can't take a vacation now, Aaron explained, watching the two's movements. It's also because Hikue's status is different now. If it were in the past, she would never have explained this. The district chief is also optimistic about him now. In the future, Hikue's status will no longer be her subordinate, but will be equal to her status, a serious director. A 17-year-old director. Aaron swallowed her saliva with envy. When she was 17, she was still studying engineering in May City. Of course, the difference in times also played a role. But the speed of the other party's progress was a monster even in the eyes of the adjuster. If there is a being that surpasses the adjuster, maybe the other party will be. Of course, Aaron didn't say these words. I understand. The battle has come to the most severe moment. No matter who takes a vacation, Hikue can't take a vacation. He looked at Shurha with a comforting look and then sent Aaron away. Are you going tonight? I remember the district chief's home is in the plant area above. The above is opposite, they live on both sides of the funnel, so the layout is the same above. Well, there is something I want to talk to him about. Durandal and Cruz. After the journey on Earth, Hikue's plan has also changed slightly. Since he already has a nano-treatment robot, and he also has a general technical direction, he can completely reveal a little information to Durandal. It should be able to slow down Cruz's actions. As the two talked, it was afternoon soon. The two people in the special car soon arrived at the home of the district chief, who had not seen each other for a long time with Aaron. The building is located in the villa area of the plant area, covering a very large area. The environment with birds singing and flowers blooming makes people feel a little more relaxed. It would be nice if I could live here in the future. Aaron sighed. There will be a chance. You have a better chance. Aaron shook her head. As a skeleton researcher, she didn't have big ambitions. This was especially true now that her investment in Hikue had paid off. Speaking of your family, Director Aaron? They always came with their families, only Aaron was always alone. Hikue didn't ask much before, but now that he had a higher status, he could satisfy his curiosity. We're divorced. Aaron shrugged. The adjuster is also precocious, and the child is also doing research in February City. My situation is not uncommon here. Even when we are old, we are still able to move. We don't have to worry about the problem of retirement. Aaron smiled, but her smile was a little cold. Well, but companionship is still very important. Especially for adjusters. Adjusters who are so prone to extreme things need a good mentality. Maybe? Aaron shrugged, obviously not interested in continuing. Seeing this, Hikue also shut up. The three of them soon arrived at the door of the district chief's big villa. Not long after they rang the doorbell, the iron gate opened automatically. Come in. The district chief's voice came from the doorbell. Thank you. Although it was a villa area, it was not the largest villa. It was only about 100 meters from the iron gate to the main gate. Not long after walking, the three of them saw Kurates coming to greet them. Come in. Looking at the three of them, Kurates gently made way. Perhaps because he was used to being the district chief, Kurates' temperament became more gentle than before. As if he was really a gentle scholar. Thank you. After the three entered Kurates' room, according to their identities, Hikue took out a box of gifts. A model of Freedom Gates. A small token of my appreciation. Hikue smiled respectfully. The other party was still his superior and direct subordinate. He was also the biggest help to him, and it was best to maintain the relationship. It was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. And, thank you. Seeing Hikue's gift, Kurates smiled, but soon became a little surprised. This gift was made by Hikue in the past few days. It was definitely S-level technology. As the saying goes, experts know the tricks. Kurates soon discovered the unusualness of Hikue's gift. Hikue, did you make this? Looking at the delicate internal structure of the machine, Kurates' gentleness faded, and he became more serious. Yes. After getting Hikue's affirmative answer, Kurate's seriousness became more excited. Amazing, it has exceeded the A-level technique. As he spoke, Kurates took out a miniature magnifying glass from his pocket and murmured. The precision of nanomaterial processing is comparable to that of masters. Thank you for the compliment. No, I'm not complimenting you. They are masters with decades of experience. Due to their low foundation, there are only a few of them in the entire plant. Hikue just smiled. This journey seemed very short, only more than a year. But the various trials and choices he experienced seemed to have taken him more than 10 years. His mentality is much calmer than before. If he had this ability after just meeting Shurha, he might not be so cautious, and he might have died long ago. And now he showed this to Kurates, so that the people behind Kurates could see his value. Only when there is value can both parties have a basis for continued cooperation. Chapter 209. He gave the exquisite model to his son. Kurates' attitude was obviously more enthusiastic than the previous times. If he was still serious as an elder before, Kurates' attitude towards Hikue was a little relaxed at this time. Soon everyone came to the dinner table together. Speaking of which, Hikue, there are still some data that are not ready for your mobile defense shield. Yes, it's still a little short, Hikue replied. Then we have to speed up. The situation is getting more and more tense. The coalition even has MS. If we can't do one on many, then our advantage will decrease. That means the casualties should be suppressed at least for now. You should have seen the situation outside when you came here. Kurates sighed and said, Yes. When I came here, there were fewer pedestrians outside, and even the market itself was empty. Everyone's face was heavy. Because of the long war, even if it did not affect the homeland. But everyone must have a thorn in their heart, worried at any time whether the alliance would attack. Over time, the wound caused by this thorn will gradually expand. Worry will turn into a voice of anti-war and hope for peace. This is not weakness, but the human heart. In particular, they do not have a long enough cultural heritage to improve their racial cohesion. Under the patchwork of beliefs and races, they have not yet merged together. If there is no common threat that can unite them, perhaps the plant itself will be in chaos. Adjusters are originally more rational than ordinary people. This rationality can be said to be selfish at times. Especially without the death of 240,000 people. Without hatred as a bond, it is difficult for the adjusters to unite for a long time. Just like the time of the Zodiac Alliance. Even if they knew that the Zodiac Alliance was helping them fight for their rights, they still protested against the Zodiac Alliance when they saw their interests being damaged, thinking that they were meddling in other people's business. If Blue Cosmos hadn't been determined to fight to the death with them and threatened to exterminate them, this battle would not have to be fought at all. It is enough to just disintegrate and divide them from within. We can't delay any longer with Speaker Sarah. Kurates sighed. Although your weapons are not able to directly affect the war situation due to the limitation of materials, you have to put all your strength into it now. Strengthen the operation or take action. Yes, the strengthening operation will proceed according to the original plan, but it seems that there should be some secret weapons. After saying that, Kurates did not say anything more specific, but shifted the topic to another place. Learned about the recent merger of the 5 major design bureaus. From beginning to end, Kurates did not ask why Hikue came here. Of course, this was also caused by the model Hikue gave to the other party. Kurates thought that his purpose was just to deepen the cooperation with the Sarah faction. While Aaron and Kurates were chatting, Hikue and Shurha came to the kitchen together. At this time, Talia was still virtuously cleaning up the mess just now. It was impossible to tell that she was the person who would drive a new type of ship in the future. Miss Talia, we are here to help. Thank you. Talia smiled faintly. It's my duty. By the way, Hikue, how is your friend? Shurha asked as Hikue instructed. The situation is still not good. This is a disease brought by genes. Hikue shook his head. Gene? As if she heard some key words, Talia put down the rag in her hand and raised her head. Yes, I have a friend who has suddenly developed a certain genetic disease recently. The doctor in February City also said there is no hope. Is that so? Talia was a little confused. Yeah, I don't know if Mr. Kurates knows anyone with genetic talent. I came here just to ask. Hearing Hikue's words, Talia's heart lifted a little. She liked the young man in front of her, who knew how to advance and retreat. Even though he was a genius scholar, he still maintained a humble attitude and was very gentle. He was a bit like that person. He doesn't know any geneticists. You can contact this person and ask him to help you. Talia raised her bracelet and sent a string of numbers to Hikue's bracelet. The reason why she gave it to him was not only because she didn't want Pilates to think too much, but also because she wanted to help him. I understand, thank you. Hikue looked at the number he successfully got. Although he was excited, he only smiled faintly. He now has connections to check a person, but it will leave traces. It's not impossible, but it's too obvious to specifically find Dilindar for treatment. With Talia as a springboard, other people's suspicions can be effectively diluted. As for friends, Lika is one of them. He didn't say what disease it was. Lika's disease is indeed caused by genetic defects. And he also talked to Lika and got her medical records. Although there is a suspicion of taking advantage of the girl, as long as the nanorobots are ready, he should be able to cure Lika. You want to see the big boss? Back home, looking at the phone number in the bracelet, Hikue's face was very serious. Is this the person you are looking for? Shurha, who was cooperating, roughly knew that Hikue was looking for someone. But she didn't know why, so she didn't ask. Yes, he is a very powerful person. Is he a bad guy? I don't know. Oh, be careful. I will. Putting down the bracelet, Hikue took out a harrow from behind and handed it to Shurha. After seeing that his progress in the virtual frame had made some progress, Hikue continued to ask. How is the foundation going recently? It has already started operating. With your company's funds, there are no major problems. There are also media reports that you are a role model of the new era. Haha, I'm not that good. Yeah, I think so too. Originally, he was just being modest, but after Shurha said that, Hikue glared at Shurha speechlessly. Of course, they both couldn't help laughing. Hikue is just too thoughtful, he should smile more. Shurha gently pinched Hikue's face with both hands, and pulled out a slightly funny smile. I will. After a night of tenderness, Hikue contacted the phone number the next day. Is this Mr. Durandal? It's me, who are you? The voice of the person on the other end of the phone was gentle and elegant, sounding like a spring breeze. I was introduced by Miss Talia. My name is Hikue. Is Hikue the one from the Hylian Design Bureau? The person on the other end of the phone was slightly surprised, not knowing whether he was surprised to hear Talia's name or surprised that Hikue actually called him. Yes, it's me. I have a friend. Hikue quickly told Lika some information. I understand, but you still need to come to my place for a checkup. No problem, Mr. Durandal. Do you think it's okay the day after tomorrow? He then sorted out the information of the nanorobots and revealed a little to Durandal, and he should be able to lure them out. And with this life-saving talisman, they will definitely not kill him. Of course, Director, he is welcome to come. Just call me Hikue. Durandal had just hung up the phone, and Cruz, who was sitting in front of him, carefully wrote a word on the chessboard in front of him. Who is looking for you? Hikue. Hearing Durandal's name in the air, Cruz paused slightly when he raised his hand. He asked me to help his friend with a serious hereditary vitreoretinopathy. Friend. Cruz repeated the word in his mind, even though he knew that the other party had no reason to know their relationship and his plan. Instinctively, Cruz still had some suspicion. What's wrong? I just think this time is a bit coincidental. The decisive battle is imminent, but he comes to you for treatment. And it's a disease that he was born with. Cruz said slowly, one sentence at a time. Even if he didn't give off any aura, just sitting and talking was very oppressive. It's a bit strange. But wouldn't it be nice to meet him? Durandal wanted to take the opportunity to establish contact with the other party. After all, he was an important scientist and plant. Even though he doesn't have much power now, if Cruz fails, he still has a long way to go. Being able to win over Hikue to his side is a good move. As for whether Hikue's purpose is really that simple, as long as they meet, it will always be clear. If there is a risk of exposure, the worst that can happen is to quietly deal with the other party. There are many people who want his life in Lawn Boss. Just put the blame on them. If there is really something wrong this time, Durandal, who does not have the authority of the speaker, can only use a little power. I will deal with it. Cruzit nodded coldly after hearing this. Chapter 210. Myling, are you used to it? The secretary sitting outside his door was fiddling with the computer in front of him with a nervous look on her face. Because he had been delayed on Earth for a long time before, Myling had just started working. No problem. Myling patted her chest and said cutely. Looking at Hikue, her eyes were full of admiration and respect. Hikue has made great contributions on Earth this time. A little bit. Not just a little bit, there will be a commendation meeting in 5 days. Myling's eyes sparkled. Although this commendation meeting was held for soldiers who made outstanding contributions in Victoria Harbor, Andrew was the most outstanding soldier. But if the soldiers and engineers were counted separately, Hikue was definitely the engineer with the greatest contribution in logistics. He strengthened the defense of 3 bases in a row. Now the media are saying that if it weren't for you, Hikue, who strengthened the defense in Victoria Harbor, we might have been captured. I saw this. Hikue chuckled. No one can say for sure whether his contribution is so great, but it is certain that the Sarah faction is praising him. This praise is not because of Hikue's faction, but because of trust. As a member of the Adjuster, he will at least not betray the trust of Plant. And there is also a big background here. The big battle is about to begin, and the morale can be raised as much as possible. The most direct way is to create heroes. The heroes in the army are Cruz and Andrew. Hikue was praised as a model of the advanced deeds of the Design Bureau. He may be called a hero, but he is not as passionate as a soldier. But he also carries the vision of some Plant people. Then I leave this to Myling. If you don't understand anything, you can ask Haas. If you really don't understand, you can also ask me. Haas also returned from Boyas recently. He also participated in the previous defense of Victoria Harbor in the lunar orbit. Although he was not a great military hero, he drove the gates to take away 3 of the opponent's short swords. Okay. Hikue smiled slightly at Myling's obedient appearance. Myling could help him with some simple paper documents. As for more complicated ones, there was no way. However, he only went to the underground factory to supervise the production of the game shield and to find Aaron. Don't fall behind in practice. Since Myling likes computer warfare, then continue to study in depth. After saying that, Hikue left the office. Soon he arrived at the secret factory underground. The guards were still the same as always, but as the test machine gradually took shape, their guards became more and more strict. Although everyone here knew Hikue's face, he still had to show his past to go deeper. Not long after passing through one checkpoint after another, behind the heavy door, Hikue saw Aaron standing in front of the main console with a smile on her face. Aaron. Hikue, you're here. Aaron turned around and made room for Hikue to stand next to her. The mobile shield has been basically assembled according to your design and data, and the test can be arranged tomorrow. There is also good news, which is about what Karates mentioned during dinner yesterday. Design Bureau merger? Is it about to start? Yes, according to today's news, the proposal will be submitted to the Supreme Council in about half a month. If there is no accident, Speaker Sarah will take the lead in passing it, so according to what I said before, you have a great chance of becoming the director. Aaron exclaimed. But not 100%? Yes, after all, Clark Design Bureau does have experience in developing various underwater MS. The smile on Aaron's face faded a little. The adjuster values performance. Although Hikue's ability exceeds A level, it is still only manual ability, not design ability. It is impossible to let the parts maker surpass the designer. But you will also get a bonus in the worst case scenario. That's not enough. Hikue shook his head and brought the tablet with the skeleton data in front of Aaron. What is this? Looking at the blueprint in front of him in surprise, Aaron, as a researcher specializing in skeletons, quickly saw the unusualness in it. It is lighter than their journey, and many places have been obviously reduced. But the overall defense has been improved due to the clever arrangement of the body structure. It's about the design of a new underwater MS. Although he didn't have all the information yet, the information on the skeleton happened to be out. It is worthy of being a demon crab. The strength of the skeleton alone is much stronger than their journey. The only flaw is that the magic crab originally needed to be powered by nuclear energy. So this magic crab is more like a castrated version. Of course, with the amazing battery technology in this world. This castrated version is not much behind the original magic crab. In addition, the new material called titanium alloy brought out during the development of this machine is absolutely worth the money. Although the strength of titanium alloy is not much different from their current alloy armor. But if the titanium alloy can be strengthened to the level of Luna titanium alloy, then making the legendary original Gundam seems to be no longer a dream. Putting aside those sentiments, if they can have Luna titanium alloy, then they will have more choices besides PS armor. Why didn't you say it earlier? Aaron shook Hikue's body excitedly. A brand new underwater machine. How amazing. Near there are several important bases, from Carpentaria to Gibraltar to Victoria, where is there no water, and they need to rely on the power of the ocean to attack Alaska. If Hikue can really do it, it will definitely be another great achievement. It is a great achievement that can get the highest level of the future medal. Forgotten. After returning, Hikue kept thinking about Durandal, and for a while, he forgot about the crab. But that's the big boss, so it's never too careful. Can you forget this? After all, I went through too much on Earth before. I also thought of it when I saw how hard it was for them to fight with Jern. That makes sense. Eren didn't care whether what Hikue said was true or not. Even if it was false, their media would say it was true. The Clark Design Bureau should cooperate. Hikue had been thinking about getting them to cooperate with him in research and development. If they don't cooperate with him now, he might miss this promotion. They will cooperate. Eren's smile returned to her eyebrows. The director of Clark doesn't value his position too much. It's better to say that he wants this position to exchange some benefits with us. Since you think you can't keep it, you might as well give it away and exchange benefits. This is a very normal behavior. Hikue was relieved after hearing this. It's good to be able to do it. I may be absent from the game shield test tomorrow. It's okay for one day. Thank you. Hikue nodded. I will meet Durandal tomorrow. Thinking of the excitement in Hikue's heart because of the upcoming promotion and salary increase, it faded again. It takes a technical job to catch the big boss, putting aside the idea that Cruz can join him. First of all, Hikue thought that the real situation might be that Cruz had a longer lifespan and wanted to work on the destiny plan with Durandal, and he might even be dragged into it. If a life-saving grace could change Cruz's mind, it would definitely be an underestimation of the big boss. As for joining the destiny plan, it's better not to look for him if it's dangerous. That would overthrow the whole world, and it would definitely be the center of the vortex. But if they revealed the destiny plan to him, and he didn't join, they would probably kill him directly. What life-saving grace was nothing in front of their righteousness. First stabilize Cruz, gain his trust, and then keep some tricks on the robot. Hikue believed that they would not suddenly reveal any destiny plan to him who was not familiar with him, and as long as he played dumb, he should be able to deal with it. Chapter 211. On the second day, after taking all the small robots with him, Hikue quietly concealed his identity and came to District 3 of February City, which is also the exclusive area for genetic engineering. After picking up Lika, who met at the port, Hikue and Lika drove a special car through the slightly dirty and messy urban area and got off at a research institute near the plant area. The location here is similar to the research institute. Muttering, Hikue opened the car door for Lika. I'm wearing glasses, I'm not blind yet. Lika teased Hikue as he looked at his actions. When did you become so good at making girls happy? It's just what I should do. Hikue's mouth curled slightly. He was used to it, so he helped Lika open the door. Well, but you have to treat me to a meal later. Although she didn't know why Hikue used her as an excuse to come here. But Lika still cooperated quite well. Of course, this kind of cooperation was also due to the fact that Hikue could provide value. If he has no power, he can't pay it back even if he can borrow Lika's influence. I owe you, let's go. Hikue smiled and closed the car door. As they talked, they arrived at Durandal's office hand in hand. As a genius scholar in genetics, his status here is not inferior to Hikue, which is also the foundation for him to serve as the speaker in the future. Every generation of speakers has some unique skills. Of course, each city representative is the top researcher in that city. So it's not too strange. Opening the heavy double doors, Hikue saw Durandal sitting behind the solid wood and large table. You are Director He. I have heard of you for a long time. Durandal stood up gracefully and bowed to Hikue. His gentle attitude was very deceptive. If he didn't know the fate plan, Hikue might just think that the other party was really harmless. In a way, this person even deceived Lux. However, just hearing this voice similar to Char's, Hikue's hair stood up subconsciously. Mr. Durandal, nice to meet you. Hikue took a step forward, shook Durandal's hand tightly, and then quickly let go. This is Miss Lika, right? If you don't mind, Miss Lika will have a detailed examination in our research institute first. No problem. Lika glanced at Hikue and walked out. Then let's chat while waiting. Durandal's palms were facing the sofa and coffee table on the other side, on which there was a chess set. Okay, but I don't know how to play chess. He actually knew how to play chess. After all, as an adjuster, learning the rules of chess was a piece of cake. It's just that watching chess is like watching people. Although it sounds a bit weird, he is not sure whether Durandal will really understand him through playing chess. This kind of thing is terrible, especially when facing an old fox like Durandal. He doesn't want to be used by others. So it was enough for him to understand Durandal. It's okay. Durandal raised his eyebrows slightly, and then smiled faintly. I didn't expect Director He to be so talkative. No, Hikue said, and sat down on the sofa. And Durandal soon appeared again with 2 teacups. Only coffee, sorry. It's okay. Then Director He, let's get back to business. Durandal smiled, and after coming in, he repeatedly tried to test the other party, but to no avail. From playing chess to asking Ikue to stay here and chat with him, and those compliments, every sentence was a test. But he could only see that Ikue was a cautious person, and Ikue seemed to want to talk to him, but he didn't know his purpose. And Durandal looked down at the 3 Heros surrounding Ikue. According to the intelligence, these 3 might be defensive Heros made by Ikue himself. It would be difficult to kill him if he couldn't be completely exposed. There are also 2 owls, and 2 eagles he placed outside the window. I don't know if they are simply afraid of being assassinated or afraid of him. Regarding Lika's condition, I may have found an effective treatment method recently. Oh! Durandal leaned forward with interest. But he was still a little thoughtful in his heart. In his opinion, Ikue might be good at robot research, but what achievements can he make in genetics? Even as an adjuster, his energy is limited. Not to mention that he was only the first generation of adjusters, and being able to do this was enough to surprise him. It was just an excuse. Thinking of this, Durandal looked at the tablet that Ikue handed to him. Then, even though he was as thoughtful as he was, his whole body froze for a moment. A creepy and excited feeling spread from his heart to his whole body. If the cell-level nanotherapy robot can be successful, humans may be able to transcend all diseases. Even if this technology breaks through again, it can also continuously maintain and repair cell damage with the repair ability, delaying or even completely preventing aging. In other words, this technology has really touched the realm that countless superiors have pursued throughout the ages, immortality. This is a technology that is destined to completely subvert the world. Durandal's hand holding the tablet trembled slightly, but he turned the pages a little faster. These nanorobots. Is it Director He's invention? Durandal's voice quickly calmed down, and for a moment, he couldn't help but have a hint of murderous intent on his face. Having eternal life is not a wonderful thing. Especially when the superior has it. However, although this technology has touched the threshold of eternal life, it still needs a lot of evolution and breakthroughs to reach that point. And technology is just technology. The key is who has this technology in their hands. Yes, it's me. But if it is such a sophisticated robot, even in a zero-gravity environment, it cannot be made by machines and most of the manpower. I can. Ikue smiled confidently. Just like building airplanes and spacecrafts in the past, machines cannot make nano-precision parts. But Ikue can. His S-level ability is the basis for completing nanorobots at the cellular level. Of course, if the S-level ability is stronger, the nano-machines he makes will be more sophisticated. At the same time, upon hearing Ikue's words, Durandal tightened his grip and continued. Is Director He's technology only in the theoretical stage? Why not publish it directly? It involves too much, and it's just a general direction. I still want to consult experts on the specific feasibility. Ikue said frankly that the reason he showed it to Durandal first was because if he published a feasible theory directly, then this result would not be in front of Durandal for a long time. Even Cruz. It's not that Cruz doesn't have enough authority. After all, even if Patrick is much more rational now, Cruz is still his confidant. But this technology is not a means of war, but a medical one. In addition, the news is confidential, so it is likely that it will be heard only after it is completed. No matter how powerful Cruz is, Patrick can't take the initiative to chat with Cruz about our recent plan to make nanorobots. It can't help, and it's not a strategic weapon, so why tell him? But as a top genetic scientist in the company, Durandal will know about nanorobots sooner or later. He just got it a little earlier. The enhanced operation is about to begin, and they can't wait. Ikue is afraid that Cruz will perish with the world. This is just a possibility that suddenly occurred to me when I was thinking about Lika's condition. Is that so? I don't know if Durandal believes it. He just stood up. So Mr. Durandal thinks my theory is feasible? Yes, although I don't know the details, but from a big perspective, this technology may indeed be able to treat Miss Lika's condition. By the way, Director can I join your research team? Durandal looked at Ikue seriously, but his voice was a little earnest. I believe my genetic skills should be able to help you. No problem. Thank you. After Lika finished the examination and looked at some data, Durandal sent the 2 away. He did not contact Cruz immediately. He watched Ikue leave the car through the glass in his office and fell into deep thought. If he is not an ordinary adjuster, would he be a super adjuster? But that senior died after completing his last work. So is he the mediator created by Aura? But it doesn't look like it. Is the purpose of coming here really a coincidence? Is he found through Talia by chance? It is a bit of a coincidence, but it is not impossible. As Ikue said, his technology is just a general direction, and there are still various data that have not been verified. Thinking about it, Durandal looked at the coffee cup that Hikue had drunk. Although the sample is a little small, a simple check is enough. In any case, this person may cause new chaos in the world. But before that, he can still save the life of his best friend. Chapter 212. For the time being, it should be the second day after Durandal and Cruz were stabilized, and the awarding of medals began. As usual, it was held outside the Supreme Council of April City, the capital of Plant. However, Ash Gray, who threatened him last time, disappeared. It was said that he went on a long-term secret mission. It is estimated that Sarah can't stand such a person who doesn't obey orders. Of course, Hikue doesn't know the specific reason. Standing next to Hikue at this time is Shura. Because of her performance on Earth with him before, Shura can also be awarded. Although they are not married yet, they are already the model couple of ZFT promoted by the media. They love each other and encourage each other. They contribute a lot of time and energy to ZFT, and even risk their lives to protect ZFT and Plant. These are what the media says about them. But what about the reality? It is certain that they are in love, but Hikue has reservations about the rest. Don't be nervous, just go up and walk around. Hikue comforted Shura's ear, and his words lingered in Shura's ears with the breeze. Yeah, Hikue is right, it's just an ordinary ceremony. Andrew, who had already gone to December City, also reappeared at this time. How is Captain Andrew's class? The kids are getting better and better, and they have to admit that they are old. Andrew shook his head with a smile and chatted with Hikue for a few more words, and the awarding ceremony officially began. In the countless camera shots at the scene, Hikue quickly approached the news speaker, and the narration in the background was still telling about his achievements along the way. As the voice became more and more passionate, the emotions of the audience were gradually mobilized. Even many adjusters looked at Hikue as if they were looking at their patron saint. If this continues, my popularity will be surpassed. Lakis, standing in the family seat, was still beautiful, exuding a special charm in every frown and smile. It can make people feel inexplicably relaxed. Ms. Lakis, how is it possible? You have an overwhelming popularity in Plant. Thank you for your kindness. Lakis said thank you to the bodyguard behind her. The bodyguard couldn't help blushing. Hikue on the stage didn't notice anything wrong. This was not the first time he saw Patrick. The last time they met was during the visit of Highland Design Bureau. But this time, Patrick's smile was obviously more friendly when facing him. He was no longer as serious as before in the Design Bureau. I don't know if it was because he was in front of the camera, or if he really thought highly of him. Hikue's smile was the same as always, with a humble and confident smile, calmly waiting for the upcoming honor. Speaker Sarah? Hikue saluted the other party with full energy. Director He, thank you for your hard work. Chairwoman Sarah also returned the salute to Hikue in front of the camera. Then she pinned the second-class merit badge and the highest-level future medal on Hikue's military uniform. The medal reflected a dazzling light under the spotlight. At this time, Hikue, under the flags of Plant and ZFT, seemed to be a rising star in Plant. Facing the camera, Sarah began to speak slowly. Everyone, today, we are not gathered here just for a simple commendation. We are here to witness every heroic moment, to pay tribute to those ZFT warriors who stand up and march forward bravely. And the one standing next to me, I believe you all know that he is the outstanding leader of our design bureau, Hikue, Director He. He has been to the front line many times, with the spirit of leading by example. His contribution is not only the development of new Gundam and weapon systems, but more importantly, he has set an example for us, telling us what true courage and responsibility are, and what a true adjuster is. As Sarah finished her words, the audience gradually became fanatical. In the center of everyone's fiery gaze, Hikue's Adam's apple slid up and down. In front of the iconic Supreme Council, the flags of Plant and ZAFT, and the iron-blooded words, all aroused the audience's patriotic enthusiasm and fighting spirit. While speaking, Sarah also emphasized the superiority of their species, and the importance of unity and common goals. Even a man like Hikue couldn't help but feel a little excited when he heard this. He had no choice but to cooperate when he got here. Moreover, ZFT and Plant really needed such a shot of confidence at the moment to face the upcoming battle. So Hikue took a step forward with a firm face. My fellow countrymen, I accept this honor, but I want to say that this honor belongs to each of us who fight for Plant. Every victory on the battlefield is based on their glorious sacrifice. The road ahead is still long, compatriots, we will face more challenges. But I firmly believe that as long as we hold hands and stand shoulder to shoulder, nothing can stop us from moving forward. For Plant, for ZFT, For the future of our adjusters charge. For plant. For ZFT. The words spoken by Hikue simultaneously aroused the emotions of countless listeners. It pushed the flame that had been ignited by Sarah to a climax. For plant. For ZFT. For plant. For ZFT. For plant. For ZFT. In front of the square of the Supreme Council, the shouts continued for a long time, gathering into a huge wave of sound, echoing over the square. At this time, everyone's face was full of excitement and pride. They were shouting for their country and their army, and their voices were full of strength and faith. Hikue, you were awesome. As soon as she stepped off the stage, Shura hugged Hikue tightly with the same excitement. Such an excellent boy is her fiancé. When she received the message, she had never thought that there would be such a day. But Hikue did it. How could she not be moved, even emotional? Thank you, Shura. Hikue's voice was also faintly tainted with some external power at this time. After this round, his reputation in plant, at least in the pro-war faction, has basically reached its peak. Of course, what he said did not offend the Klein faction. After all, although he was talking about moving forward in every sentence, he didn't mention war at all. Although it sounds a bit cunning. But his middle line has not changed. Since this is over, he has to go back to do his own scientific research. At least he still has to protect himself, them and others. Hikue, congratulations. Su Lei, who also came to watch the ceremony, also came forward at this time. She was wearing a slim white dress, which made people never get tired of looking at her. Thank you. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, he stepped forward. Director Su. Director Hannes. It seemed that they could smell the gunpowder between the two. Hikue quickly inserted himself between the two. Well, we need to take a group photo. Oh! He grabbed Hikue's hand, and Su Lei raised her eyes when she saw this, but she didn't say anything, just followed the two of them to the group photo area in front. At night, after taking off their beautiful decorations, Hikue and he also returned to the hotel. Chapter 213. Because there was a banquet today, ZFT also thoughtfully prepared a 5-star room for the two tired people. Go take a shower. Shura, who was hugged on the bed, said unhappily. Shura smells good now. No. Although they said so, the adjusters didn't sweat much after a hard day. But it's rare to be in a hotel. It's almost the same. Although the hotel here is luxurious, it is really about the same as their home, and it's not even that big. As Shura said this, she saw Hikue's pitiful eyes. Even though she knew it was fake, she couldn't help but soften her heart. Then hurry up and take a shower. Okay, but this kind of thing can't be done quickly. With Shura's consent, Hikue smiled and kissed the girl's soft lips. What happened next was self-evident. On the other side, after watching the live broadcast of the entire ceremony, Cruz also listened to what Durandal said to him. In other words, as long as this research is completed, I can survive? Cruz, wearing a mask, still had no expression. Yes. What are you going to do? I just freeze you, and when the technology matures, I help you thaw. No need, if there is, let Lei use it. Cruz's voice was so cold that it didn't seem like he was discussing his own life. I have decided to impose sanctions on this world. Even if there is a longer life, humans will still only hurt each other, and there will be no improvement. I understand. Durandal smiled. After his initial excitement, he could actually think of Cruz's answer. Humanity is hopeless, and destruction is what he wants to do. No matter how long life is. What about Lei? That kid's fate is above mine. If I don't succeed, I won't need him. Okay. But for this technology, we may have to protect him recently. Durandal said helplessly. For the time being, he is still needed for the development of the new machine. If there are any doubts, we can deal with them later. Cruz shrugged and then focused on the chess game in front of him again. Hikue was just trying to survive, and it seemed that it would not have much impact on his plan. A few days later, Hikue went to Clark Design Bureau in the 5th district of May City. Looking at the area in front of him, that was 1/3 smaller than the Hylon Design Bureau. Hikue did not have much emotion. Then Director Hannes, and Director Su, do you want to take a rest after coming here? The director of Clark Design Bureau smiled in a flattering manner. Although he was a little older than Hikue, there was no arrogance on his face. Just put the things in the residential area and start. Hikue was the one who took the lead, and the two pretty girls behind him nodded. Then please follow me. Director Clark opened the car door. Although their design bureau was relatively small, there was still a distance from the door to the residential area near the plant area. Trouble. Hikue did not put the owl away. Now the most confidential development of the entire Clark Design Bureau, is in his hands. It is meaningless to ban his owl from flying, so after Hikue applied, he got this privilege. The car soon stopped in front of their living area. Although the area is relatively small, the large area of the living area has not shrunk at all, and it is more than enough for 3 people to live. We have arranged the furniture inside, and our laboratory is in the underground confidential area, just like the Hylian Design Bureau, but Director He's information has not been updated yet, so Director He will contact me later, and I will take the 3 of you to enter the information. I understand, thank you. It's okay, I go back first. Director Clark waved his hand, and only 3 people were left in the room. Why was Su Lei here instead of in the A-level area? Because the A-level area here was full, and she agreed to stay with Hikue temporarily. In theory, the villa here has 3 floors, so it's not a big problem for 3 people to live there. But Hikue, who was looking at He and Su Lei in silence, was a little troubled. Aaron must have done it on purpose. She brought the 2 of them here at once. Director Su, where are you going to live? Shura glanced at Hikue, and then asked in a tender voice. It should be Director He who chooses first. Su Lei blinked cutely. They both looked at Hikue. I sleep in the studio? Then don't come up, Shura said unhappily. Su Lei didn't say anything, but just looked at him with a half smile. Director Su, we're going up to look at the house. Well, Shura can call me Lei. Is that okay? As the voices of the 2 girls going upstairs drifted away, Hikue couldn't help but twitch his lips. However, in the conversation with the 2 girls, Hikue's mood changed, and his originally silent heart relaxed a little. His goal has always been simple. On the premise of protecting himself, he should move up. Although he is trying to get the skin of a tiger, as long as he is not deeply involved, I believe that Durandal will not touch him for the time being. He may even take the initiative to protect him. However, Cruz cannot assume that he will not do other things. After all, he is the big boss, and it is not strange that he will think about anything. You cannot use common sense to think, or in other words, you cannot use his ideas to think. He has already made the first plan, and he still needs to keep some backup plans. In the future, what he needs to do is to continue to improve his status, so that others can be more cautious. And he can also give more say in plant. Thinking of this, Hikue took out the information about the magic crab. In 10 days, the proposal will be passed. Although he has a great chance, the progress of the magic crab cannot be ignored. Hurry up and finish it, and then go to April City to find Lux. With a decision in mind, Hikue also has a direction. After contacting Director Clark, he completed the authority and started the research and development of the magic crab without a break. At the same time, Hikue's nanomachine technology is also quietly improving. A week later, in the land and water simulation field dedicated to Clark Design Bureau. In a corner of the test site, the developed magic crab was standing quietly. The streamlined fuselage shone with a cold black luster under the high-power light above. Many testers were conducting the final inspection around the fuselage. Because the operation was not difficult, the pilot this time was not Courtney, but a pilot who had tested Jern before. Hikue was standing on the main console, with Shura and Su Lei beside him. One of the cameras in front of him also showed the environment in the cockpit. It uses a standard full-circle display and integrates the most advanced night vision and infrared sensing equipment. It ensures that the driver can clearly identify the target and environment even in the dark underwater. There are also sonar and radar systems, which can still detect the surrounding environment in a completely dark environment. Of course, the driver himself also needs to perform some low-light target identification, navigation and maneuvering training. Deep-sea warfare is also a science. Start the magic crab. Seeing the information confirmed by the maintenance personnel in front, Hikue said in front of the microphone. The voice instantly spread throughout the test site. Understood. After the driver replied, he slowly started the magic crab. The iconic single eye in the center of the fan-shaped head lit up a faint red light. System self-check begins. After the driver finished speaking, the magic crab's mechanical claws turned slightly. On the monitoring station in front of Hikue, the power system, weapon system, radar system, and neural drive system also lit up green lights one by one. A low electronic humming sound came from the test site to Hikue's ears. Self-check completed, all systems normal. Let's start underwater performance test. Okay. Compared to Hikue's calmness, both the driver of the magic crab and other researchers including Shura and Su Lei seemed extremely nervous. If they failed, it would mean that these researchers would be further away from bonuses and promotions and salary increases. If they succeeded, it would mean that Hikue officially became the backbone of their design bureau, and their boss would be replaced. Shurha and Su Lei on the other side were also nervous for the same reason. But they were nervous for Hikui. As the magic crab slowly walked underwater, the solemn atmosphere on the scene was gradually pushed to a climax. Chapter 214. The magic crab slowly sailed into the simulated waters, and ripples appeared on the water surface. The reflection of the body sparkled in the water, looking very cute and not very dangerous. Soon, the rocket engine behind the magic crab started. The propulsion device and the vibration of the scale motor immediately caused the water surface to splash. The magic crab also shuttled quickly in the water like an arrow from a string, leaving only traces of water. Sharp turns, diving and floating, etc. Every action was operated smoothly by the hands of the senior driver. Okay, the next step is the land test. From the sea to the land, and then to the weapon test. All were completed successfully. However, in terms of weapons, since the beam cannot be used underwater, it can only be equipped with Jern's phonon cannon. The attack power is not strong, but it is enough. Why don't you give me mega particles? Although he said so, Hikui himself knew it. Mega particles simply cannot appear like this. After all, it is the universal particle of UC. If it really appears, it will be more complicated in the future. Neutron jammers and mega particle jammers, it's probably hard to find anyone. The fighting claws can be replaced with materials similar to Gundam's armor-piercing knives, or thermal knives. Thinking of this, Hikui was hugged by the excited Shurha. It worked! Yes! The tested magic crab in front of him was covered in dust, but it looked more intimidating than when it was new. It seemed to indicate that this was not a decoration, but a complete weapon. In short, everything went very smoothly. Thank you for your hard work. As soon as Hikui finished speaking, everyone in the Clark Design Bureau saluted Hikui at the same time. For ZFT, the scene was a little more solemn in the excitement. After that speech, Hikui's reputation for the Seraph faction made it unnecessary for him to gather people's hearts. People's hearts naturally fell on him. For ZFT, Hikui replied softly. For ZFT, for plant, he had said this slogan countless times. However, every time he said it, he had a different state of mind. At first, he thought it was a bit of a middle school student, but now, he has gradually developed an inexplicable sense of responsibility. He is no longer alone as before, but also carries the vision of many people. This makes his heart heavier than before. In the past, he was fighting for the 2 buckets of rice, and now he is working hard for the little living space of PLNAT. But fortunately, what needs to be done is the same. He is still a thorn in the eyes of Lon Boss, and he can only continue to move forward for himself and for them. Until the end. Congratulations, Director He. In the solemn atmosphere, the Clark director's face was almost smiling like a chrysanthemum. Thank you. Director He is worthy of being the pillar of our future plant, not now, ha. Thank you. Shurha and Su Lei on the side looked at Hikui's slightly helpless face with a smile. Anyway, I trouble you with the subsequent extreme tests. Is Director He leaving now? Yes, there are still some things to deal with. At least let's hold a farewell party. No need, it's not appropriate to be extravagant now. Hikui's mouth curled slightly when he heard about the farewell party. Okay then. The director looked at Hikui with regret, and then personally sent the 3 back to the port before he gave up. After getting on the shuttle, Hikui looked at Su Lei and Shurha who had been chatting together, and he didn't understand when they became so good. There were even several nights when Shurha and Su Lei didn't show up. They went to sleep in the same room. Of course, part of the reason was that Hikui really couldn't spare the time to accompany them. After all, in addition to Moxie, he was also making gifts these days. He didn't have much time to play with them in bed. And if Shurha and Su Lei were together at the same time, Hikui couldn't help but slide his Adam's apple up and down when he thought of this. What bad things are you thinking about? Sensing Hikui's deep gaze, Shurha glared at Hikui. No. Hikui shook his head blankly. Humph, it's definitely not a good thing. Su Lei also glared at Hikui. Speaking of which, Lei, you are really amazing. The radar is so good. Shurha is also very good, the micro-manipulation looks pleasing to the eye. Hee. Watching the 2 people's communication, Hikui couldn't tell for a moment whether the 2 were really good or not. If he said now that he hoped everyone would sleep together, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Probably not, but let's not talk about it for now. Putting aside the surging thoughts in his heart, looking at the 2 people chatting happily, Hikui's face showed a faint smile again. This kind of life is very good. If everything is done in the future, no one in the world can threaten him. Perhaps taking them around the world and the universe is also a good choice. As the knowledge of nanomachines expanded in his mind, Hikuei gradually understood what this nano-machine could do in the future. Perhaps, they can achieve a different kind of immortality. An immortality that belongs to technology. Throughout the ages, who doesn't want immortality? And Hikuei now holds the key to this road. However, this still requires the gene technology of the Martian princess, and more powerful micromanipulation. This matter is serious, and he doesn't want to rely on Durandal or others to help him achieve this goal. He can only study this technology by himself, and only he can know the ability of genes. And he also needs to confirm the side effects of this immortality. The road ahead is long and arduous. With emotion, Hikuei made up his mind again. But first, not long after returning to Area 1, Hikuei went to his company on the asteroid. The asteroid at this time has changed a lot from the past. In addition to the more spacious port, various modern facilities are gradually equipped on it. Hikuei. As soon as he got off the spaceship, a little lion with golden hair suddenly jumped into his eyes. Looking at this posture, it seems like she is going to hunt. She is staring at him fiercely. And behind her are several haras and owls jumping happily. Miss, why don't you go back? Hikuei looked at the person helplessly. That's right, he has already told the news to the clan. Orb also came secretly. As a result, this young lady actually stayed here, and she was quite willing to rely on him. As for Orb and Yuzumi, no one knew what they were thinking, but they actually let Kigali stay here. No, you haven't taken me to see the design bureau yet, Kajiali said, with her hands on her hips. You're going back after you see it? I think about it after you see it. Hikuei, why do you keep chasing Kajiali away? Hikuei's mother's voice sounded not far away, as if the two elders knew their son was back and came to find him. What? Hikuei felt like he was hallucinating. It's good to let Kajiali stay here. You don't come back often, and there's someone to chat with us. Hikuei's father also said. That's right, and Kigali also likes to grow vegetables with us. Hee. The honest Kigali smiled embarrassedly at this time. And Hikuei was quite speechless at this time. The two elders didn't know that Kigali was the princess of Orb. Otherwise they would be shocked if they knew that the one they wanted to keep was the princess of Orb. And what about growing vegetables? You still have this hobby? Hikuei asked with a slight twitch of his mouth. Princess Orb likes to grow vegetables? I just think it's interesting, isn't it? Kigali said unhappily. Speaking of which, when she first knew that Hikuei's parents were also here, she just wanted to get close to them and get some information. Unexpectedly, she unexpectedly discovered that there were more than one natural person here. Naturally, she became closer to the two elders, and gradually became interested in growing vegetables under the influence of them. And it was during the communication with the two elders that she learned about the dilemma and difficulty of plant. In the final analysis, Orb and plant were not enemies, so Kigali persuaded her old father to stay here. Chapter 215. On the asteroid, under the bright lights above his head, Hikuei could clearly see the current situation in the port. In addition to the two elders and Kigali, there were two standard Jin and several small MS parked in the port. Director He, you are finally here. Look, we finally got these two Jin. Hawk noticed the strange silence on the field halfway through his words. His voice became weaker and weaker. Hawk's puzzled eyes wandered around the few people. I was thinking about what kind of family ethics drama this was. But then again, this director He is good in every way, has a bright future, and is kind. It's just that he seems to be a little confused in terms of emotions. For a moment, I thought of my daughter, who was still working as a secretary for him. Hawk's face flushed again. With a bit of scrutiny, he fell on Hikuei. And Hikuei, seeing so many people looking at him, twitched his lips slightly. Okay, Kigali, stay here. Have you equipped Jean in with weapons? Not yet, we are too close to the colony. I find a way. Hikuei nodded and continued. And has Mr. Hawk completed the procedures for the security company? Yes, we have obtained the qualification as per your request. However, unlike mining, we do not have any relationship in this regard. Security contractors are similar to mercenaries. It's just that the name sounds better than mercenaries. However, you have to guarantee results when you take on a job, so that you can be self-sufficient. It's okay, let's do this for now. And this. Kigali threw a tablet into his hand unhappily. What is this? Hikuei looked at the form in front of him in surprise. I entered the crop planting data. The planting efficiency has increased by 15% compared to before. I heard that it's because of the system you developed. I guess so. But the cost is still very high. Unless you are a rich person like you, ordinary people can't even afford the cost. You do understand. The cost is high, of course. Electricity, and all sorts of other expenses are huge expenses. Not to mention that electricity bills have been rising recently. After learning about the company's situation and several projects, and having a homemade meal with his parents in Kigali, Hikue returned to District 1 of Mei City, but was not in a hurry to leave the port. Congratulations on the successful development of the magic crab. The pretty girl with a smile on her face came towards him under the starry sky outside the window, looking like a goddess in the sky. Thank you. This is what I should do, Hikue replied with a smile. The two walked into a VIP reception room from the port. Lux sniffed the other person's scent. It was not the scent of Shurha or Su Lei, but it was a faint fragrance of a young girl. I don't know why Director He has so many peach blossoms. Director He is able to achieve what he has today because of his own efforts. As we said before, Minter Markio will be here soon. I arrange a meeting between you and my father, is that okay? Lux smiled. When she invited him, she didn't expect Hikue to progress so fast. In the blink of an eye, he has become a star in plant. Okay, thank you for your trouble, but don't worry, the meeting is completely confidential. But Hikue, are you really not going to join our Klein faction? Thank you for your kindness. Okay. Lux shrugged cutely, and didn't intend to continue. And about the 10 million expenditure. The National Defense Committee has already given it to Hikue, right? Lakis immediately exposed Hikue's crying poor behavior. She was only responsible for giving the waste dealer the money to escort Tiger and Hikue. Speaking of which, Hikue actually knew the identity of Captain Andrew. After all, only Miss Lakis cares so much about my safety. Really? What about Shurha? And what about Lei? Do they care? Lakis was not shy at all, but teased. They care a lot. Hikue wiped his nose and continued. So, regarding this meeting, I have one more thing I want to ask Lux. What is it? Hearing the request, Lux's eyes widened a little. About Su Lei's engagement. Well, there has been no news, but what do you think, Hikue? Stop calculating Su Lei's genetic match. Well, actually Lei told me a long time ago. Lux stared at Hikue, with a bit of female curiosity about men. Thank you, Hikue said, as he handed over the 2 haras in his hand. Thank you. Looking at the haras in her hand, Lakis smiled beautifully. Unconsciously, Hikue's ability to make haras has surpassed that of Aslan, the original author. It is unknown how much he will grow in the future. Therefore, maintaining a good relationship with Hikue is also a consensus between her and her father. On the other side, Hikue also looked at his virtual frame at this time. Lakis Klein Favorability 62. Experience Bonus 2. MS Operation Technology A Level 10382/100,000. Spatial Cognition Ability B Level 3617/10,000. His operation technology has definitely reached the level of the Red Elite. With his sniping ability, he should be able to suppress Diego. This is also one of his ways to protect himself. After saying goodbye to Lux, Hikue quickly came directly from the port to the Waste Merchants Association. Director He, welcome. The boss's eyes were still sharp, and they lit up when he saw Hikue. It was no different from usual. I want these materials. Hikue handed the list to the boss. Okay, please come into our inner room and sit down. The boss winked at the beautiful girl, who was watching the shop next door, and took Hikue to the inner room. And Matthias and the Martian princess were still sitting here calmly like last time. Director He, I heard you wanted to see me. Matthias asked softly. Yes, Kigali won't go back. That's her own choice, and she said Director He will protect her. Hearing Matthias's teasing words, Hikue twitched his lips and simply changed the subject. Someone has come to see me. Oh! As expected, after hearing Hikue's words, the indifference in Matthias's eyes faded a little. What answer did you give? I didn't agree. That's right. Who are they? Director He, it's not good for you to know too much. You hate that organization, maybe I can help you. Why should you help me? When Matthias heard Hikue's question, the indifference on his face had completely disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. It's also helping me. It's also the key to getting more genetic technology. Although Hikue controlled his gaze not to look at Setona for no reason, her highly similar appearance to Lux still made people doubt her relationship with Lux, and she didn't look like a clone. Otherwise, the two princesses just look the same. It's too coincidental. I consider it, but fighting against that organization will be more difficult than the current battlefield. Director He needs more powerful strength. I understand. After all, they are a clan that secretly controlled the wars of mankind for hundreds and thousands of years, so it is understandable that Matthias treats them so cautiously. And at present, he really does not have the ability to shake the clan. Thinking of this, Hikue took out 3 Heros again, gave 2 to Setona, and 1 to Matthias. A small gift. Looking at the hero in front of her, Setona already showed an innocent smile, and took it without thinking too much. Thank you, Hikue. No need. This is not a small gift, Director He. Helplessly watching Setona's actions, Matthias had no choice but to collect the hero as well. It's okay to give it as a gift, but it's also double standard. The 2 Heros given to Setona are much more valuable than the one in his hand. Then I take my leave first. After getting the genetic technology, Hikue didn't care about Matthias's resentful eyes. He bowed slightly and left. Chapter 216. So, you went there just to tell Lux to stop my genetic matchmaking test? In the living room, Sulei's expression was very complicated. After all, she was the one who asked why Hikue went to Lux. But after hearing the answer, she couldn't help but feel a little moved. The 2 of them had been together for a long time, and the passion that had faded recently due to being increasingly busy was gradually burning again. Recently, several districts have started anti-war marches. Sulei said. It's normal, especially since Master Markio is coming up soon. But now the enhanced operation is already being prepared, and we can only wait for the result this time. Yes, but do you really plan to meet the Master? Well, what's the matter? Master Markio is a big shot, and it is said that he can see through fate. See through fate? The blind man he saw on Titi and Ikue's mind. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like he can see through fate. Of course, maybe he can't see through the other party. He has many followers, even Plant, so you should be careful. It's not that Mr. Markio is not good. It's that every time Mr. Markio spreads his values to others, they are easily accepted. This potential seems to have been transferred to Lux. It's more like easier to persuade others than to say it's temptation. Maybe it's the ability of genes, and some people have made conjectures, but no one dares to experiment. A princess, a religious leader, who dares to experiment with them. Lele is worried about me. Hikue lay on the sofa, and played with Su Lei's toes on his legs. The white and tender toes were soft and fragrant, making people love them. No, don't be sentimental. Su Lei kicked the strange hand that was harassing her feet, and glared at Hikue. Although it was just a normal look, Su Lei, who had been moisturized countless times, glared at him, which was full of charm and made people linger. Is it not? Hikue said, and kissed the jade feet held in his palm. Can the adjuster also adjust the genes of body odor? How should I know? But abnormal genes should not be eliminated. Su Lei's disgusted but non-resistant look is also very endearing. Thinking of this, Hikue slightly exerted force, and left a light red kiss mark on the girl's snow-white instep. It's so hard to erase. It's okay, no one will see it. It's just a secret between the 2 of us. Hikue said, as he supported Su Lei's waist and moved up, pressing down on the girl's graceful body. No! Su Lei still covered Hikue's mouth in disgust. I don't dislike your own feet, but you do. Hikue took Su Lei's hand away with a smile, and kissed her without waiting for her response. I told you, your feet are sweet, right? You are sweet. Su Lei, who got a chance to breathe, blushed, like the clouds in the sky. I am sweeter. The 2 of them started a long battle in the living room. It was not until late at night, when the stars on the shielding layer filled the sky, that Hikue sat back on the sofa from the floor with satisfaction. I didn't expect Lei's blanket could be used like this. What the hell? It's all dirty. Looking at the water stains on the blanket, she recalled the scene just now. Su Lei's heart was about to jump out of her throat. And Hikue just smiled at Su Lei, and his eyes fell on the virtual frame at the same time. You and Su Lei performed a novel floor action. Su Lei's favorability 165. Experience bonus 8. Information Engineering A-Level 66012/100,000. Academic Quantum Firewall 13260/20,000. Unlock Academic Force Field Modulation 0/20,000. Force Field Modulation. However, force field modulation is indeed related to quantum mechanics, and it is also related to the light shield system that he studied. After all, the light shield system is also a kind of force field. Force field modulation involves fine-tuning the force field parameters, including the potential energy function, charge distribution, atomic spacing, etc. in the force field. By optimizing these parameters, energy can be converted more efficiently, thereby increasing energy output. Even the energy stored in the battery can be increased, which is a more dense form of energy storage than the current battery, and can increase the reserve several times compared to the current battery. Moreover, Under certain specific force field configurations, a resonance effect can be generated, thereby enhancing the energy conversion efficiency. This method can achieve matching with the resonance conditions by precisely adjusting the frequency and amplitude of the force field. This technology can be used in every place where energy can be generated. For example, in solar cells, by adjusting the interaction between the light field and the electric field, the photoelectric conversion efficiency can be optimized. In general, if force field modulation can be popularized, the energy output of their entire plant should increase by 10%. 10% of the entire plant is already an astronomical figure. This does not include the endurance performance of the body. The weapon experimental gates, which originally had a 3-minute action time, may be able to push this number to 10 minutes, or even higher, if this technology is used. Of course, this kind of force field modulation itself requires precise equipment, and the manufacturing also requires costs, and perhaps in the end it will not be much more cost-effective than a nuclear power machine. In general, it is very strong, although it does not have as many possibilities as nanorobots. But the outstanding advantages in energy alone are already very strong. I just hope that this force field modulation can be as powerful as he imagined. Hey, what's wrong with you? Su Lei waved her hand in front of the stunned Hikue. Nothing. Coming back to his senses, Hikue smiled. Then I go back first, remember to wash the carpet. Of course I know. Su Lei drove someone away indignantly, returned to the bedroom, and looked down at the conspicuous red mark on her white and tender instep. Su Lei raised a sweet smile. Not long after returning home, Hikue began to sort out the technical information of his current nanorobots. A small part of the knowledge has already taken shape in his mind. But there is still a long way to go before completion. At least it can't be completed in the near future. Thinking that it will be the next day soon, Su Lei came to his office as usual. Your sister outside the door is pretty. The door is soundproofed, so Su Lei is not worried that Mei Ling outside will hear it. Hikue shrugged. Mei Ling's electronic technology is pretty good, you can take her with you when you have time. Let's talk about it later. Su Lei waved her hand. When will you go to Clark to be the director? To be precise, the headquarters of the Integrated Design Bureau will still be here, and if I become the director, I should be the director of both the Clark and Warner Design Bureaus. Won't you leave? You want me to leave? Hikue raised his eyebrows. Yes. Su Lei couldn't help but let out a cute smile. Looking at Su Lei's pretty face, Hikue looked down naturally, and saw Su Lei's instep covered by white lace stockings. I don't know if his kiss mark is still there. It's gone! Su Lei lowered her head following Hikue's gaze, and couldn't help but said coquettishly. I think I should check it out. Your secretary is still outside. Well, Lei Lei is shy. I'd better go back and check again. Go to hell. The two exchanged only a few words. Su Lei reported some recent radar developments and left. At this time, Hikue's computer received an email. The content was very simple. According to the resolution of the Plant Supreme Council, and in accordance with Plant's relevant laws and policies, the new director of the Plant Integrated Design Bureau is now appointed. Under this appointment, Mr. Hikue will be fully responsible for all work of the Clark branch and Vern branch of the Plant Integrated Design Bureau, including but not limited to mobile suit research and development, weapon equipment design, material science research and technology integration. We hope that Mr. Hikue can give full play to his professional skills and leadership ability to promote new breakthroughs in the scientific and technological research and development of Plant Supreme Council. Hikue blinked at the email in front of him. He had imagined many times how this appointment would come to him. But he didn't expect that such a plain internal email would be used first. Hikue thought and looked up. It seemed that he could still see the direction of April City through the distant sky. According to the time, the Supreme Council should have just finished its meeting. Director, he has achieved this goal, but he doesn't know when he can be promoted. There is no need to think about the district chief of District 1. Maybe other districts can. However, let's be happy for now. At the same time, his mailbox also had several more emails. There were some from Aaron, the district chief, and the 10 councilors of May City. Director, the representative is already the top of the researchers in Plant. Of course, there are district chiefs and 10 council chairmen, as well as city representatives and council chairmen. But those are all political identities. As a simple researcher, Hikue has reached the pinnacle of the position of countless researchers. Chapter 217. The official appointment letter arrived in front of Hikue within a day. It was filled with all kinds of gorgeous words. It looked very sincere. Director He, congratulations. The district chief, who had been sitting on the Diaoyu Island, also came to Hikue's living room. And of course, Talia was also with him. The district chief had a clear smile on his face at this time. The combined functions and powers of the two design bureau directors were of course not comparable to those of the district chief. But the most important thing is the role Hikue played in Plant and ZFT. Seeing Hikue's reputation rising, and following closely, their Highland Design Bureau also rose. No matter how much other design bureaus deny, it is useless. Their Highland Design Bureau is the leader of the Integrated Design Bureau. And as long as the district chief and the two directors take care of each other, he can also climb to a higher place. Just like Hikue is now aiming at the district chief, why doesn't he want to go one step further and become a city councilor? Each city has a total of 10 councilors, who are selected from the 12 district heads, who have done an excellent job. The chance is still great. Of course, it doesn't mean that there will be no dropouts. If you become one of the two who dropouts, it will be very embarrassing. There are still 2 years before the district head election, which is not long or short. If the war ends and Sarah steps down, then his advantage will be exhausted. Now it seems that Hikue, who has always been neutral, is safer. Thinking of the smile on the district head's face, he became more enthusiastic. Thank you, it's also because of the care of the district head. Haha, director, he is still so modest. But I came here this time to tell you some things that you should pay attention to when becoming a director. Please advise. Hikue pushed the tea in front of the district chief. The two chatted for a long time, and finally the district chief went to find Aaron. And Talia stayed. The district chief did not ask Talia much, just nodded to Talia and left. How is your friend? After watching the district chief close the door, Talia asked curiously. Same old, but there is hope. That's good. Talia smiled gently after hearing this. By the way, what does Miss Talia do? Not yet, I think I studied command before. Talia shook her head, the light in her eyes seemed to recall the past. In fact, your children are grown up now, can they go to the military academy again? I think the military academy will still welcome you as an instructor. Is it okay? Talia lowered her eyes to hide the expression in her eyes, and asked. It's okay to give it a try. But my husband works for the Sarah faction. Talia said something, but it seemed like she didn't say anything. There are relatively few women in the military academy, so naturally there will be all kinds of rumors about nepotism. If you don't say it, no one will know. Thank you for your advice, I will consider it. Talia raised her eyes again, and showed a gentle smile. It's just a piece of cake. Watching Talia leave, Hikue looked at the desk behind him that had been almost cleaned up. Because the headquarters of the Integrated Design Bureau is to be designed here, the entire Highland Design Bureau needs to be expanded. His office will also be in the new building. In the unchanging weather of Plant, time is gradually passing. And Hikue's nanorobots are also slowly strengthening. In the Klein Mansion in April City, an important guest has also arrived. Teacher, you are finally here. Lakis, who was waiting outside the door, took the initiative to step forward and support the well-mannered blind man in front of him after seeing him. A submissive look. Lakis, I can go in by myself. Markio shook his head with his cane and laughed. Lakis has a lot to say to you. Well, is it about the battle outside Orb, or the concession case this time, or the person you mentioned? All of them, and I want to hear your opinion. The smile on Lakis's face faded, and his serious look made people dare not underestimate him. The Battle of Orb is just outside my residence. It's similar to what Sarah reported. The instructor sent the photo to Lux's device through the bracelet. This is the photo at that time. The photo shows the smoking GU, and the duel standing on it. However, after being magnified dozens of times, the photo at this time began to become clearer, and a right-sized figure wearing a cloak could be seen clinging to the duel. So hi, Lux said. Maybe he was carrying a jetpack. But this look. What's wrong? Nothing. Lakis shook her head, and didn't say what she was thinking. If you just jump into the sea, you're almost certain to die. Maybe there are MS in the ocean to pick you up. There are also submarines of ZFT and Orb over there. Except for small targets like MS, submarines, and the like shouldn't be able to get in. The instructor analyzed calmly. But why did he or they appear there? According to what you said, Orb couldn't be involved in this matter. I don't know, unless the super regulator was discovered and the Atlantic Federation sent out their secret forces. But how did this information leak out? Okay, then about the super regulator. The super regulator has been sent back to Orb. Well, and you said there might be more than one super regulator? Lakis said, as she led Mentor Malchio to a beautiful courtyard filled with the sound of birds and flowers. You suspect he is also a super regulator. Otherwise, many things cannot be explained. Maybe it's the super adjuster in the research direction? But if he is a super adjuster, can it be explained? Lux thought for a while, and shook her head. Lux, there are many things in this world that are difficult to explain, just like your inexplicable affinity. Markio said to the bird chirping on Lux's finger. There is no scientific explanation for this phenomenon. If it is only for certain species of birds, it can be understood that there is something about Lux that attracts them. But Lux's affinity works on all animals, regardless of gender or age. It sounds like a princess in a fairy tale, but reality is not a fairy tale. Everything in reality has a traceable path. There are sufficient theoretical bases behind every matter. Well, if you say so, are Hikue and I the same kind of people? Are you talking about the speech? Yeah. I don't know, and there is no point in dwelling on this now. I will talk to him tomorrow, and I hope he can be a helper of peace. Thank you, Master. But Hikue's weapons are still not enough to affect the war situation. The most important thing at the moment is the need for a ceasefire, and changing the impression of most people on Earth on the adjuster. Hearing Master Malkio's words, Lux frowned slightly. Although she agreed with Master Malkio's words, she felt something was wrong. Hikue is important, but not too much. Although he has mastered too many technologies, most of them are weapons and shields, which cannot be underestimated. But she can also slowly get these technologies through the Klein faction. Chapter 218. The next day, as the two agreed, Hikue secretly followed the Klein faction to a secret basement in the central city of April City after receiving the news. Although it was a dark basement, the surrounding lights were just bright enough, and under the lights, the paintings that looked expensive, as well as the plants and various decorations, showed the taste of the owner here. We are here. The girl who led Hikue into the basement showed a sweet smile and bowed to Hikue. Her graceful figure and full chest were fully exposed in front of Hikue, and even the buttons of the white shirt could be seen faintly. Then you are welcome to contact me anytime. The girl's eyes were as charming as silk, and she almost stuck to Hikue. Thank you. Hikue was not surprised by this situation. After saying goodbye to the enthusiastic girl, Hikue entered the room himself. Director I have been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as the door was opened, the three people inside stood up. Mr. Klein, Ms. Lakis. After Hikue finished speaking to the two familiar people, he looked at the instructor sitting next to Klein. This was the first time he had seen this mentor. His peaceful temperament made people feel peaceful as well. He was indeed a famous religious leader in the world. His temperament gave people a sense of holiness. This is Mentor Malkio. As the middleman, Lux took the initiative to lead Hikue to the seat next to her. The four of them sat around a round table that could accommodate more than a dozen people, with a very spacious interval. Teacher Markio, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Hikue bowed and greeted him. Since the first time he went to the moon, the name Markio has appeared in his ears from time to time. And this great man who can shake the world appeared in front of him. Of course, each of the three people in front of him is a person who can shake the world or will shake the world. Hello, Director Teacher Markio extended his hand, and Hikue also took the initiative to shake it. However, although Hikue met the three people, they just talked about some ordinary topics. Until the meal was over. Is there a chance that Mr. Markio's concession will be passed? This still depends on the decision of the Supreme Council. As soon as Mr. Markio finished speaking, Lakis's father took over and said, at present, we do not have an advantage in the seats in the Supreme Council. And this concession is indeed not very sincere. Klein said, and sent a document to Hikue. In the current tense situation, in order to seek peace and stability for both parties, we hope to establish a new relationship of mutual respect, equality, and mutual benefit for both parties through the following terms. The previous words were very beautiful, but when Hikue's eyes moved to the specific terms, they were full of arrogance. The Earth United Army officially recognizes the autonomy of plant and respects its right to self-manage its internal affairs. It looks good, but there is more to it. However, while maintaining its autonomy, plant should accept the moderate jurisdiction of the Earth United Army Council and abide by the international laws and regulations agreed upon by both parties, as follows. Looking at the various scattered rules and regulations below, you can see that this autonomy is almost equivalent to nothing. In order to ensure regional peace and stability, both sides should work together to maintain a balance of military power. Plant needs to gradually reduce the scale of MS production and R&D to meet the military restrictions agreed upon by both parties. The problem is that the standard they gave to Plant is that the standing force should not exceed 1/10 of the population, and the number of MS should not exceed 1/10,000th of the total force. Although the Earth Federation has the same restrictions, The population itself is unbalanced, and their population will only decrease in the future. It is impossible for this to pass. It is both disarmament and acceptance of moderate jurisdiction. I'm afraid this is not a concession, but a declaration of war. No wonder this mentor was asked to come. If it were another joint officer, he suspected that Patrick would be so angry that he could kill the envoy directly. They have been fighting for so long, and this concession is still exactly the same as before the fight. This is not just a joke. The enhanced operation is about to begin, Hikue said directly. Do you think it can succeed, Director He? I don't know. But this kind of battle that costs the country's destiny is too risky. Yes, we are going all out. Patrick should know that we are running out of time. The adjuster is running out of time. After the combined MS came out, the adjuster's time has entered the countdown. Of course, Genesis is also one of Patrick's last countermeasures. According to the working hours, it is probably almost completed at this time. What does Director He think about the future situation? This time it was Mentor Markio who spoke. His voice was faint, but it was like a pastor guiding the lambs. I believe you also know that the fertility rate of the adjusters is declining from generation to generation. I am afraid that by the third generation, they will basically be unable to reproduce with each other. So, the adjusters are not the future that Patrick said, but just a stage, or even a failure. The slightly offensive words came out of Malkio's mouth, but it seemed so normal. The future of the adjusters will only be more difficult. Whether for him, or for other adjusters, the most feasible way at present is to negotiate peace with the Earth Union as soon as possible and then integrate. Maybe so? Hikue responded, but did not take the bait. But I am too insignificant to have the same say as the three of you. We had a very pleasant cooperation on the previous small MS plan. Of course, we can deepen our cooperation. Klein nodded and said. The two sides did not continue any in-depth topics, and Hikue left the seat. He had already expressed his position to the other party, and the three of them should also understand what he meant. He is just a layman, and does not want to get involved in the dispute over the future of Plant. As long as there is enough benefit, he can help no one. The Seraph faction is using him to stabilize the army, and the Klein faction is also trying to win him over to make his position clear and lead public opinion. The best solution for the Seraph faction is to kill him. But Patrick will not, at least not Patrick, who has not lost his mind. The Klein faction has even less reason. In the middle, he can maximize his interests while ensuring freedom. Aslan and his team were also preparing to return, so their test aircraft would also start to operate. There was also Alaska, which was strengthened for combat, not too far from Orb where Aegis was. The radar of the asteroid was also strengthened by him using the quantum firewall, and then he used the radar of Boyaz and Tashu, which he left a backdoor with the same quantum technology, for transfer, so he should be able to remotely control Aegis safely on the asteroid. Thinking of how Cruz was in Alaska as if he was in an uninhabited place in the plot, Hikue had a small plan. Regardless of whether the information will be leaked, he can always see Cruz if he stays nearby. As long as he takes a picture and follows Cruz in, he can directly transmit the evidence of the Cyclops to the nearest command ship, and the mission will be completed. As for Cruz not showing up, it means that the information has not been leaked. But he still needs the structural diagram of Alaska and a highly secretive aircraft. Hikue thought of the pile of experimental parts that he had hoarded under various excuses in the asteroid warehouse. Chapter 219. Hikue, you're back. Myling, who was sitting at the small desk, saw Hikue and jumped up happily. Well, Myling, what's wrong with me? I've cracked the Harrow system you gave me. So fast? Hikue's words were a little surprised. During this period, he had been watching Myling's progress. Perhaps Myling's ability was not fully demonstrated in her previous studies at school. Now that she had a goal, she made rapid progress. Judging from the current progress, Myling's electronic warfare is much stronger than her sister. Can be cultivated. Then this is for you, keep working hard. Hikue's tone was a bit patient to coax his sister. Yeah. Myling happily took the Harrow in Hikue's hand. You gave Myling Hawk a gift, electronic warfare plus 60. Myling's favorability 70. Experience bonus 3. Electronic warfare B level, 7653/10,000. With a quantum firewall, Aegis does not have to worry about being invaded for the time being, but the active attack is a bit lacking. He is likely to use Aegis to crack Joshua's firewall. Although it should be easy to crack offline, it is safer to upgrade the electronic warfare to a level in the next few days. Then I go in, tell me if someone comes. Okay. Only 2 days passed, and it was the meeting where Hikue was officially appointed as the director. It was held in the auditorium of District 1 of May City. The first award ceremony and regular meeting of Hikue were held in the same venue. However, at this time, Hikue had gone from a small shrimp in the hall to one of the few people who could sit in the front. After shaking hands with the district heads and councilors of Mei City, who gradually arrived, Hikue welcomed the most important guest of the day, Amify, the representative of Mei City. Perhaps because her son had returned safely recently, Amify's face was a little softer than before. Her words were also gentle and refreshing. "Congratulations, Director He." "Thank you. Then let me introduce you." Amify stepped aside, revealing the members of Team Sarah behind him, standing in front of him, reminding him of the plot that had been completely changed by him. "Hello, Director He." Hikue's identity had gradually changed, and it was a formal occasion. Even Diego, who was compared with him, did not dare to speak nonsense at this time, but just saluted. "Hello. These kids came here to see our machine. Has the driver been confirmed?" Hikue raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Not yet, but the adaptability test of elite pilots will gradually begin in the next few days." As Amalfi finished speaking, the children behind him straightened their backs. "I understand. That means the selection of pilots for the new machine has begun. The top pilots in plant will also gather in Mei City. Speaking of which, Director He, have you heard about the hijacking of the duel?" "No." After a moment of panic, Hikue returned to normal. This news was highly confidential, and even Aaron didn't know about it. The main reason for this confidentiality level is that the National Defense Committee feels a bit embarrassed. An elite pilot driving the most advanced machine was kidnapped by a cloaked man who came from nowhere. It's a headache to think about it. Although Isaac was not punished, he gritted his teeth in hatred when he heard the words duel and hostage. I'm afraid Aegis is probably more hated than Kira in his heart. I see, in simple terms, it's like this. Amalfi handed him the tablet with detailed information. Not long after, Hikue, who could read 10 lines at a glance, finished reading it. Generally speaking, it was very faithful. The actions of the members of the Suicide Squad, who were suspected to be taken away by the MS or united with the Blue Cosmos, were also consistent with the direction of their speculation guided by the maze he deliberately laid. I remember that we basically adopted the design of the joint MS for the external force switch of the cockpit. Now we need a safer defense method. I will upgrade the defense of the cockpit. Hikue agreed. Although he was the one who entered the cockpit, he could still enter easily even if he had upgraded. Well, that person may be dead. Diego, who heard everything the two said, whispered to comfort Isaac. Impossible. Isaac was like a hedgehog, with his pure white sword eyebrows raised high. It can be seen from the teasing tone of the girl before he fainted. She didn't intend to die at all. Moreover, the person who could climb up on such a strong turbulence must have a strong physical fitness even if he had special equipment. At least it is a bit stronger than the ordinary adjuster. How could he fall into the water and die? I will find that guy sooner or later, and then... Confess? Blow her up. Isaac said angrily. What's wrong with Director He? It's okay, Senator Amalfi. Please continue. It would be better to give Diego a Gundam. Let Diego confess slowly. Why drive a Gundam? But to be honest, Nickel is also miserable. He was shot in the leg. Nigel laughed awkwardly and looked away awkwardly. Although the shot was a surprise attack, and he was not prepared. But he was indeed shot dead by the stranger. Senator Amalfi, what do you think if the cockpit lock is changed to biometric recognition? Hikue asked with a smile. That's good. He was not afraid of being targeted by Isaac. Anyway, if he didn't open the communication, Isaac wouldn't be able to recognize who he was. The battlefield was so big. And even if he recognized it, he wouldn't be too weak with his current skills. It's better than someone being beaten into the sea. Aslan couldn't help complaining. It's okay, after all, I fought with the assault for 300 rounds. Can you have some shame? The three of them looked at Diego speechlessly. On the other side, Hikue and Amalfi gradually became serious as the topic deepened, ignoring the discordant sounds behind them. The chairman means that in addition to increasing the production of gates and upgrading some of the existing Jin production lines, we must continue to develop new test machines, at least 3 more. The plan is to have a general backpack based on the Assault. Another one is a mobile turret similar to the Aegis, and a high-cruise transformable MS for one-shot detachment, and finally a fully installed Dragoon. We plan to contract you to develop the Assault Improved Gundam. Can it be completed within 2 months? Amalfi said repeatedly. If it's just a general model, there's no problem. That's good. This machine sounds simple, but it's also the stepping stone we need to explore more powerful mobile suits in the future. Do a good job. Thank you. I won't let the speaker down. It seems that this machine is the simplest among the three, but simplicity means easy mass production. It's almost like the National Defense Committee has put the work of developing the next generation of mobile suits on his head. At least it's the work of early development. Chapter 220. The inauguration ceremony was similar to that of Aaron. It was just that this time two people were appointed as the new directors of the Design Bureau. As a unified Design Bureau, they now have 3 directors. This maintains the balance within the Design Bureau. According to the opinion of the National Defense Committee, the 3 of them are led by Aaron. However, it is not a one-man show, but a voting system. Of course, this situation is simply the home court for the Hylon Design Bureau, and 2 of the 3 directors stand together. Even the district chief is the same. This is also the common idea and goal of the 3 of them after they came together. Now it has been initially realized. After taking control of the Design Bureau, their position in ZFT will become more and more stable. Congratulations, Director He. This time you are officially Director He. Lakis smiled softly. Thank you. I didn't do anything, Director He is just too polite. Lakis said playfully, looking around, and put her cherry lips close to Ikue's ear, and the breeze blew into Ikue's cochlea with warmth. Would it be convenient for us to talk alone? There are too many people here. Indeed, they were still in the main venue, not to mention that the 2 of them were conspicuous, and it was not a good place to talk. Let's go, I take you to a quiet place. I don't know if it was Ikue's illusion, but he always felt that the girl's voice carried a different kind of temptation. It should be an illusion. After all, the favorability still didn't seem to improve. Hikue followed Lux from the main venue to one of the ordinary rooms in the backstage. Hikue, what are your future plans? Bringing the man to the room, Lux said softly. You should have a plan, right? About the future of the adjuster. Lux, you flatter me. Aren't we friends? Lux blinked and asked. Yes, but I really don't have any plans. Just surviving is already a lot of work, isn't it? Hearing Hikue's words, Lux was stunned for a moment, and then quickly raised a beautiful smile. You're right, survival? Just surviving is so difficult. Does Director He like Lux? Ah? Hikue was startled by the sudden question and his mouth twitched slightly. Urgent? How should I answer this? If it was an ordinary girl, Hikue could guess roughly now, but this is Lux. He couldn't guess her thoughts even if he used up all his hair. Do you like Lux? Didn't Hikue say before that he was a fan of Lux? Lux's round eyes seemed a little aggrieved, which made people feel distressed. I'm a fan. Subconsciously, Hikue said the words of comfort. So you like Lux, right? Yeah. No matter, the favorability must be improved anyway. If Hikue can bring peace to the adjusters, Lux can consider it. Lux chuckled. Although it was strange for a reserved girl to say this, it was this strange charm that made Hikue's heart beat wildly. Was he seduced by Lux? Subconsciously, Hikue looked at the favorability of the virtual frame, which was already 80. So Lux was serious. What do you think, Hikue? While talking, Lux moved closer to Hikue, and their bodies were almost touching. The pure and charming smell of the girl continuously rushed into Hikue's mind from his nose. She did not ask about Shurha and Su Lei's situation. There was no doubt that Lux was confident that she would win the battle for Hikue. Well, I try my best. You're really cautious, but I'm waiting for good news from Director He. Lakis. So now that his position is gradually becoming stable, he should be able to find Lakis to make further progress. But first, he still has to make a new Gundam. He does have the data of the assault, but it's definitely not good enough. Although it's a test machine before mass production, its basic capabilities must be better than Gates. To achieve this in a single machine state, the body structure is very important. Just like the magic crab, different structures can be combined in a specific way to get the optimal solution for defense. But he currently has no system support, and the AI ability is not enough to handle such a large data simulation. 2 months. In his new office, Hikue sighed as he looked out the window at the clear blue sky and the beautiful blue clouds covering the central elevator. The clouds that seemed unattainable before, he now seems to be getting closer and closer. Clouds are, and so are people. However, the clouds in the colony have a limit, and he is approaching that limit. Next, he may go into politics. If he uses the reputation he has cultivated here and becomes the speaker, many of his ideas can be realized. Whether it is Cruz or Durandal, many problems will be solved under the peak power. Retracting his gaze, Hikue came to the underground secret factory without any obstacles. Aaron. Why come here if you don't want to enjoy the power? Aaron looked at the man and smiled. Only when 2 people know each other well can they make such a joke. We have to start working after all. Hikue shrugged. How is the driver's adaptability? Sarah's son has a good adaptability to the Justice Gundam. Aaron put the tablet with the virtual machine test data in front of Hikue. Sure enough, except for Aslan, no one else can exert the full strength of the machine. Although several people can drive the machine, only Aslan can exert 80% of the machine. Others, even Isaac, can only use about 65% of their ability. But Aslan will explode, and after the explosion, he can definitely reach 100%. He is worthy of being the strongest warrior among the adjusters. Let's find other pilots. Regarding this, I see that the National Defense Committee seems to have called some pilots from the Special Forces. Understood. Still need to let the National Defense Committee carefully consider Marley and Ash Gray. Although the current machine doesn't have space for many people, what if he didn't want to put someone who wanted to kill him on the latest test machine? The weapon he developed killed him, which was too ironic. The mobile shield can be installed. I plan to test it on Gates first before using it on the test machine, Hikue said softly. Maybe he could make this mobile shield into a backpack and use it on the new machine, just like the Akatsuki Gundam. No problem, this is also your skill. As soon as Aaron finished speaking, Diego's voice came from the free communication system in the test field. Director He, when are you going to spar with me? Then wait for a chance. Just now, he sparred with them a few moves near the Orc coast, and Hikue was not interested in it for the time being. Okay. After all, he is now the director, and Diego did not make a fuss about having a game. Let's go to dinner together when you are free. No problem. Hikue agreed and left the design bureau soon. As a director, Hikue is now responsible to the National Defense Committee, and is already the boss in his own territory. He doesn't have to worry about absenteeism at all. Or as long as he can show the results to the National Defense Committee. Sarah and the other two don't care what Hikue does at all. He said that it's okay to collect materials for the new body. In this way, Hikue quickly arrived at his own asteroid company. It was still the same port, but Kigali didn't run over today. It should be in the plantation. Hikue didn't go to Kigali first, but came to a very secret warehouse. Some of the parts here were not up to standard, or did not meet the experimental parameters, and were to be disposed of according to the original regulations. He hacked it. The process was very simple. The employees who run this company, including Haas, that is, the people in the Bean group at the beginning, have become his core. First, he handed the processing work to the people in the Bean group, and then after a series of turnover and whitewashing, he got the parts here. It might not work in other places, but in the design bureau, where he has been operating from the beginning to now, he can do it. However, it will take some time to assemble these parts into a complete body. These parts are placed in different categories. There are 2 Gates heads. The radar components inside are not up to standard, but they can be used after a slight replacement. The body frame is also Gates' frame. Gates can be fine if he loses a little, but he dare not lose anything for justice and freedom. Moreover, the skeleton structure of the nuclear power machine is slightly different from that of the battery machine. I can barely put together a Gates. But the difference is that this is a Gates that can use phantom particles. The phantom particles that cover the entire body are what he has been slowly pulling from after he discovered the phantom particles. There are a few left from the lightsaber here, and a few left from the quantum virus experiment there. The remaining ones are just enough to cover one body. I originally planned to save them for making my own Gundam in the future. But there is no way now. Now that he is the director, it is easier to steal some scraps. I don't know if the mobile shield can be hacked. You still have to eat step by step. Pulling away from the beautiful fantasy, Hikue quietly began his work. For him who is S-Class, everything is easy. With the help of the small MS, this Gates began to reassemble from the state of parts at a speed visible to the naked eye. It only took half a day to complete the assembly of the main body. The next step is to cover the phantom particles, which requires reforging each nanocrystal of the phantom particles. It will take another 3 days, just in time to test the effect of the force field. Although it is not yet possible to perfectly modulate, it is still possible to use existing theories to slightly improve the diffusion efficiency of battery energy, increase energy storage capacity, and charge and discharge efficiency. Then when you are done, go find your parents in Kigali and go back. Chapter 221. He walked out of the secret warehouse with satisfaction. As soon as he reached the planting area, he saw Kigali, who was wearing a gardener's apron, walking out of the isolation door of the planting area. Why did you come here just now? Kigali grabbed the man and dragged him inside. Is there something going on? What is it? Forget it, just look. The girl took Hikue to a field of mud covered by a transparent cover. The lush vegetables inside were now listless and looked like they were about to die. What's going on? I don't know if fertilizing or transplanting will work. Kajiali frowned. What about the soil composition? Of course it's normal. Is it a problem with the gravity environment? I've checked it too. Yeah. Listening to Kajiali's skillful response to his questions one after another, Hikue was a little surprised. Give me the detailed data, I take a look. Uncle and aunt are all very anxious. Hurry up. I will, and clean up. Clean up? Your face is covered in mud. Haida chuckled and ran his fingers over Kigali's delicate skin. Living in the open air on Earth didn't seem to have made Kigali's skin any worse. The wheat-colored skin was delicate and smooth. It felt like an addiction. I know. Kigali said unhappily, while wiping her face with her sleeves a few times, and the mud on her sleeves was successfully transferred to her face. She looked like a dirty kitten. Wipe it with this. Hikue handed Kigali a handkerchief. Yes, thank you. At this time, the planting area was very quiet. Apart from the plants in the greenhouse, there were only 2 people sitting in front of the main control desk of the plant area. Hida was checking the data of the monitoring system, while Kigali was lost in thought behind him. Come with me to May City, I take you to see it. Ah? Why, don't you want to go? Not really, you know my identity. Yes. Then why did you ask me to go to May City? Because I like you? What are you talking about? Kigali jumped up, her carefree reaction full of cuteness and innocence. If you like it here, you can stay, but there are still many things waiting for you to deal with in Orb. Your father doesn't know about Plan G, go back. Hikue gently put his hand on Kigali's golden hair and rubbed it lovingly. How did you know? I guessed. Oh! Kigali lowered her eyes again, the blush on her face faded temporarily, and under those bright eyes, she had a bit of princess's momentum. Will ZFT attack Orb? Orb will not be the enemy of Plant. If we really capture all the mass accelerators of the Alliance, the Atlantic Federation is the one you need to worry about. Kigali did not refute. This is a very simple truth. I will also try my best to reduce Zaft's hostility towards Orb. You go back. When Hikue brought the people back, he had already thought about it. Only the Atlantic Federation could throw the country out to fight. Then the other 2 countries were the ones he wanted to fight for. He was no longer the unknown boy before. His reputation and ability would become his bargaining chips. If I don't go to May City, can I come back? Here she could forget her identity and the turmoil outside. Of course. Liar, we don't even have flights now. Kigali glared at Hikue with resentment. Then I drive this asteroid to find you? Do you want to hit the Earth? That's not the case. Hikue laughed and took out the 2 round owls at the same time. Let them accompany you when I'm not around. Well, you said you like mine, right? Looking at the 2 cute owls in front of her. Recalling the days when she talked to Xiaoyuan every day, Kigali's heroic expression softened a little. I like it. Then I wait for you in Orb. Kigali gently placed her cherry lips on Hikue's cheek. This is a blessing. I need to think about it again, but if you can't stay in Plant, you can come to Orb. In Plant, the only person Kigali can rely on is Hikue. And this reliance has turned into a feeling similar to love under Hikue's gentleness and gradual understanding. Including Hikue's parents, and Xiaoyuan also played a lot of roles in it. I will. If it's Orb, it's not bad. At least there will be a way out if the political struggle or other struggles fail in the future. Kigali's kindness is very rare. If I can't see the favorability bar. Hikue didn't know that without knowing it, Kigali had actually completed a self-conquest in a sense. Thinking of this, Hikue pressed forward again. His lips blocked Kigali's cherry lips, and the sweet breath suddenly filled his body. Kigali Yura Asha favorability, 80. Bonus, 4. Physique A level, 15432/100, 000, this is a blessing. Rogue. After spitting at Hikue in shame and anger, Kigali turned around and quickly left the farmland she had cultivated for a long time. There was no need to rush to make further progress. After all, she was a princess. Just wait for a chance to go to Orb to find her again. After Hikue coaxed Kigali away, he concentrated on refining phantom particles in his company. As for the work of the director, Hikue completely turned on the remote mode. Until 3 days passed. After finally covering the armor with phantom particles, Hikue returned to his office in May City with satisfaction. Without delay, Hikue quickly submitted his plan for the treatment of nanorobots to the district chief's desk. Hikue, how confident are you in developing the nanotherapy robot? The district chief looked at the document in front of him seriously. The seriousness on his face was something Hikue had never seen before. The foundation should be completed, But you know, I dare not say 100% for research and development. Well, you should understand the potential of this robot. I know. I will report directly to Senator Amalfi. Please wait for the news. And your Gundam? How is the progress? Still studying the skeleton. Indeed, your research on the skeleton is relatively weak. If you have any questions, you can ask Erin. She will help you. Yes. The enhanced operation is about to begin. Pay attention to safety recently, and don't run around unless necessary. If the Alliance knows that we are preparing for the final decisive battle, I am afraid that all spies will be used. Since they started to tighten immigration control, it has become much easier to catch spies. And it is difficult for spies outside to come in. But no one dares to say that there are no spies. Maybe they are waiting to create chaos behind them during the final battle. Spy, a term that has always been heard in my ears, and actions against him have been launched many times. However, as the capture of spies has been gradually tightened, I haven't had this worry for a long time. I want to temporarily work remotely on the asteroid, while strengthening the combat. That's no problem. Your place is indeed very safe. Speaking of the asteroid, the district chief also showed some envy. That's an asteroid. Even if ordinary MS are deployed, they can't capture it. As long as the asteroid is sealed, no spy can enter. But envy is not enough. As the news of the approaching decisive battle spreads, the price of asteroids has begun to soar. Who doesn't want a secret base in this world? And because of the special nature of asteroids, it is difficult for ordinary people to get permission. In this regard, Hikue's vision seems to be ahead of the times. Chapter 222. As the reinforcement operation approaches, most people on the planet begin to work enthusiastically. Hikue's mining business is becoming more and more prosperous, but they did not continue to stockpile small MS, but used all the money after paying off the loan to buy Gene-Un. Currently, there are 4 Gene-Ins, plus a few fighters, and they only need to buy another mothership. The fleet belonging to Hikue can be officially established. Move the vegetables, and meet here temporarily. Commanding the transport robot, Hikue put all the rations and water, enough for 50 people to eat for 3 months, on the asteroid. Although he has enough money now to buy all the meat and vegetables. But the stock of plant is not much. Basically all of them are given priority to the Army and the Design Bureau. So most of the food can only be purchased in canned synthetic meat. Although it is difficult for them, who are used to eating fresh fruits and vegetables, they can still find a way to survive for a month or 2. And there is a vegetable field here. Although it is shriveled, it is still edible. So why did you call me here too? Su Lei narrowed her eyes, and asked Hikue beside her. I'm afraid the war will get more intense next time, and only here is safe. Hikue's face was serious. Fortunately, he completed this base before everything started. And there are also 4 Gene-In on it, with his privately modified beam mining gun. Is it that serious? Su Lei put away the joke on her face. It's better to be safe than sorry. Okay, but your network here is also good, it's not impossible to do research. Su Lei stretched lazily. Although her figure was not outstanding, she had a unique charm. What are you looking at? You are wearing the clothes given by Aisha, right? Hikue smiled wickedly, and looked at the traces of lace under Su Lei's serious white clothes. The seriousness and temptation intertwined, making people unconsciously excited. It seemed that Su Lei directly removed the hem of the miniskirt, and put it under the white clothes. So what? Su Lei gave Hikue a coquettish look. Although her face was immature, it looked charming under Hikue's long-term care. Nothing. Hikue walked up and hugged Su Lei tightly, complimenting each other. Finally it's bigger. As for where it is, it's self-evident. Is it there? Su Lei looked down at her own place. It seems to be a little different from Shura's. But it seems to be a little bigger than Lux's? This cognition emerged in her mind, and Su Lei's face showed a cute smile. Then should I reward you? No, I can do it myself. The two of them quickly returned to Su Lei's room. Hikue opened the white dress that was wrapped like a gift box, and the seductive outfit underneath was exposed. Purity and charm mixed together, and rushed in front of Hikue. Will I take you to buy clothes later? Hikue lowered his head, and took a sip on Su Lei's shoulder, and chuckled. As for what kind of clothes, it was obviously not very serious. You said? Su Lei's slender jade hand reached out to that evil place. After a moment of passion, Hikue put down the satisfied and sleeping girl, and came to the port by himself. After waiting for a while, he saw a khaki transport ship with the sign of the Waste Merchants Association slowly coming in from outside the explosion-proof glass. On the surface, he commissioned the Waste Merchants Association to come and strengthen the defense of his base. But in fact, Luo, you are finally here. Hikue looked at the people getting off the ship and took the initiative to greet them. Hikue, long time no see. Luo excitedly observed Hikue's asteroid base. The decoration is very good. No, it's far from it. Then according to the contract, we will help you strengthen the internal structure, but where is the cargo you mentioned? Luo looked around Hikue's port like a curious baby. Here. Hikue pointed to a heavily sealed warehouse. Inside was the gates he secretly developed. Can we really just put it there? There's nothing but the sea there. No problem, thank you for your help. After knowing that the junk merchants behind Luo were Orb and Matthias, Hikue certainly wouldn't be so stupid as to say that he wanted to put the machine on Orb's deserted island. And strictly speaking, it was illegal to do so, and junk merchants wouldn't do it. So he wanted Luo to put the machine probably just in the high seas outside Orb, and at the same time send out the battery of Aegis with the machine. This way, it would be foolproof. After all, who is Luo, the man with the best luck? Who else can rob Luo? Okay then. As long as it's not illegal, Luo is happy to take on this lucrative business. After buying several sets of multifunctional MS repair tools developed by Luo himself, Luo and others started to work. As for Hikue, he looked at Xiao Ba in front of him. The greed in his eyes became even greater. If Xiao Ba could help analyze the skeleton plan, the progress of his new machine would definitely be much faster. What are you looking at? Can you help me calculate something? Remuneration? Of course. Hikue smiled. Although he was not as wealthy as a certain Lux, he still had the money to entrust the junk dealer. So, after a while, Luo, who had received Xiao Ba's message, appeared again. What's wrong? Hikue, what do you want to calculate? The design of the skeleton. 3 days is probably not enough for this. Even if Xiao Ba is a quantum computer, it is impossible to calculate a complete and feasible skeleton data in 3 days, otherwise Xiao Ba would be really amazing. It's okay, as long as we can narrow the scope, and my AI will also participate. Although he has not yet been able to strengthen AI to the quantum level, learning some of Xiao Ba's algorithms will be beneficial to his future quantum computer. And Hikue doesn't want to use Xiao Ba to complete the design himself. No problem, 3 million. This time, before Luo could speak, the beautiful professor next to him had already spoken first. Okay. Hikue glanced at the professor and then nodded. What? Here Luo wanted to say something, but was pulled aside by the professor. After a lot of gibberish, he agreed. Hikue looked a little bit painful, but his face was still happy. 3 million, if he could have 1/10 of Xiao Ba's computing power, it would be worth it. After this enhanced operation is temporarily over, he should go to Selena. The recent plot has been changed too much by him. I'm afraid that the truce will not be achieved by a simple 3-ship alliance. Then again, the 3 ships alliance probably won't be able to come out in this situation. However, the general trend of the battlefield is what Yuzumi, Sarah, and Klein need to think about. He only needs to do his job well, protect them, and then eliminate the unstable factors as soon as possible. After bringing peace to plant. Thinking of what Leica said before, Hikue's heart moved slightly. The girl does have the power to attract people. Every time his calm mentality is broken by the girl. Chapter 223. The facilities on the asteroid are complete, and Hikue, who is immersed in work every day, does not feel uncomfortable. The 2 elders are very happy about the arrival of Hikue and Shurhi. Shurhi's position was also promoted at this time. After Hikue became the director, he naturally brought Shurhi to the position of deputy director, and Su Lei did the same. However, Shurhi is under Aaron's command, while Su Lei is under Hikue's command. Although there is a suspicion of being a relative, Shurhi's micromanipulation is actually very close to S level under Hikue's system. Shura was not conspicuous at ordinary times because she hid her brilliance, just to avoid stealing the limelight from Hikue. And now, of course, it doesn't matter. With both performance and technology, it is unquestionable that Shura will become the deputy director. Luo and the others should be preparing to leave. Shura returned to the room and naturally took off the white military uniform on her body, revealing the white vest underneath. It's about time. Are they going to April City? Yes, they received an old man who is a fan of George, so they want to go to April City to take a look. Hikue didn't remember anything about this incident. It is estimated that even if there is a plot, it will not be a serious matter. I will send them to the lobby of the Supreme Council. Then what? Go to find Lux? Shura said softly, and hugged Hikue who was working from behind. Let's talk. The situation has gradually escalated recently. Where has Shura been recently? Hikue changed the subject softly, saying that he didn't see Shura often except at night and at work. Chat with Lele. Why are you so nervous? Shurha breathed in Hikue's ear with a smile. When did you two get so close? Hikue's mouth twitched slightly. Although he saw that the favorability didn't drop at all, he probably knew that the two didn't mind. But seeing that the two seemed to be having a good time, he felt uncomfortable. Is it not possible? Shurha hugged Hikue a little tighter, and felt the softness on his back, and Hikue also became a little interested. It is still very important to have in-depth communication with Shurha. And he likes it very much. Not impossible. Standing up, Hikue hugged the girl's delicate skin tightly. But just when he kissed Shurha, the doorbell suddenly rang in the room. Don't open the door? Looking at Shurha in his arms, who was not surprised but smiled, Hikue's heart moved. It shouldn't be, right? Guessing, Hikue put Shurha on the bed and opened the door. Hikue. Who else could it be other than Su Lei? At this moment, Su Lei looked so shy as if it was the first time for them. Lei, come in quickly. Shurha, who was only wearing pink underwear, pulled Su Lei into the room while the two were stunned. That. Hikue looked at the two women in front of him, and even he was speechless for a moment as he was so thoughtful. Hikue has been getting more and more energetic recently, and I can't handle it alone. Lei also said it's okay. Looking at Su Lei's response with a slight nod. Hikue's heart was filled with emotion. He firmly grasped the two soft hands. He first kissed Shurha. You worked all night with Shurha Hanif and Silei. Unlocked machine, Z Gundam, 0/50,000. Why not a unicorn, a flying wing or something like that? Hikue was distressed when he saw the prompt in the virtual box. If it was a unicorn, he didn't know if he could drive it. But it seemed that the progress bar of this Z Gundam was shared by the two of them. This can be faster. Z Gundam, Z Gundam. The name went around in my mind for a few times, and some vague memories gradually emerged. According to the development map, the technology of Z Gundam seems to be able to be mass-produced, right? If so, it is earlier than Orb's Murasame. But it would be crazy to open this, right? And whether his adaptability to the universe is really a new human is still unknown. But if you think about it carefully, Z Gundam doesn't seem to be very important. What is important is the various technologies of Z Gundam. Gundam Gamma Alloy, magnetic coating technology, deformable skeleton, and T-specific biosensor. And it can also be completed with nanorobots and force field modulation. 50,000 is quite reasonable. I just hope he won't go crazy. Thinking of Shurha beside Hikue, her narrow eyelashes trembled slightly, and after a while, her hazy and moist eyes opened. Facing Hikue's gaze, Shurha quickly remembered the absurdity of the three of them yesterday, and her pretty face blushed. Thank you, Hikue said, and kissed the girl's white jade cheek. Humph, you are too hardworking. What Shurha said was actually true. Ever since Hikue and Kigali got along well, his physical condition has been improving. At this point, he is much stronger than Shurha. And the most direct manifestation is in bed. It can be said that Hikue is now extremely powerful. Of course, Shurha certainly did not accept Su Lei just for this reason. While the two were still chatting intimately, Su Lei climbed up from Hikue's back like an octopus. What are you talking about? Su Lei asked lazily. They said they wanted to get a bigger bed. Su Lei turned into a steam girl without any surprise. I get up and cook. You guys can sleep a little longer, Hikue said with a smile, and went to the kitchen to start working. Hikue quickly made a simple egg and meat sandwich. The stock of vegetables and meat is running low recently. If we don't buy more, we may only have synthetic meat, Shurha said at the table. The three of them returned to their usual seriousness after the warmth. Hawk has already sent someone here, but we will temporarily close this place after the replenishment. Recently, he brought Myling here as well. Hawk was happy, but a little wary about this. Is the situation so serious? It is very likely to worsen, at least temporarily. Hikue smiled, and comforted the two people who were frowning. Don't worry, we are safe here. But what if Plant loses? Shurha asked with his eyes downcast. In the past, she would say that she would lead Plant to victory, but now that there are more and more ties, she is more and more afraid. They can't afford the consequences of losing. We won't lose. I bring the assault type Shigu up as well, so that he can protect himself at critical moments. Yes. After breakfast, Su Lei and he both started their respective work. And Hikue followed and found Luo, who was finishing the work at the port. Luo, is it okay? I have strengthened 80% of the internal structure. I don't have the authority to the remaining secret areas. You should be able to complete it by yourselves. Thank you. It's okay, but with Hikue's skills, you should be able to do it yourself, right? There's not enough time. Part of the reason he asked them to come here was to transport the MS to Earth. Part of the reason was that he was alone, and he had to work and do manual work, which was already very busy. This kind of structural reinforcement work was completely competent for Luo. Since it's done, let's go! I take you there. In general, Luo achieved several of his goals during this visit. Next, he will go to Lakis to discuss the strengthening of operations, and then temporarily block the asteroid. Chapter 224. He stuffed his body a little fatter, put on a beard, put on sunglasses, and installed a voice changer near his throat. Hikue completed his disguise. Although it looks ordinary, it uses the most advanced technology of plant, and even spies in the special forces are using it. It can deceive various identification devices including infrared. It is a must-have for home and travel. If it weren't for his identity as a director, he wouldn't be able to apply for it. Who are you? Luo also saw Hikue at this time, and jumped back a step in an exaggerated way. Stop talking nonsense. Hikue said this, and then walked onto Luo's ship first. Unlike the previous land battleship, their spaceship is a new type of transport ship made by the Joint. It was originally intended to be used as a supply ship for the Archangel. Later, it was found to be very practical, so the production was also increased a lot. Luo's relationship was also very good to get one. Not long after, the ship stopped at the port of April City, and a soldier in green came up and began to check everyone's visas. Hikue didn't have a visa, he just took out a pure white special pass. The soldier who was doing his job put away his casual expression when he saw the pass, and immediately saluted Hikue seriously. Although there was no information written on it except for the complex encryption technology. But that's how the value of this pass will be higher. With this pass, most of the non-top secret military restricted areas in December City can be passed unimpeded. Even the ZFT military base on Earth can work, as long as you have the pass, you can be provided with protection regardless of your identity. But every certificate will be tracked. At least the speaker, and a few others know for sure where he has used this certificate. You can lend it to relatives, but if you use it indiscriminately, the certificate will be confiscated at the least, and you will be directly brought to the military court at the most serious. Sir, I'm sorry to bother you. Although they were puzzled as to why their senior executives would be with the waste dealers or natural person waste dealers, they could not ask anything and just apologized. It's okay, you can continue. Hikue smiled gently. Yes. That's amazing. After coming out of the elevator and arriving in April City, Luo and Shuli were still obsessed with the scene of Hikue showing off. If they had such a certificate, wouldn't they be able to go wherever they wanted? If Luo wants to join ZFT, I think the higher-ups will consider it. Hikue said with a smile. Then forget it. Luo quickly gave up such an immature idea after hearing this. The group did not stop along the way, and brought such a mysterious old man to the building of the Supreme Council of April City. However, as soon as they arrived at the building, Hikue's bracelet began to vibrate wildly. What's wrong? Luo and the others looked at Hikue, who suddenly stopped. There is danger. Danger? 5 gunmen. From Yuan's perspective, the 5 people were walking straight towards the Supreme Council. Because this area is a public area, there are still many tourists. They definitely couldn't bypass the security check in front of the door if they came so directly. But even in front of the door, 5 automatic rifles could still take away a lot of lives. Wait a moment, be careful, Hikue said, leaving a harrow beside everyone and quickly walked to the guard room in the hall. Hello? Here. Hikue handed his ID to everyone, and then synchronized the round surveillance image to the computer in front of him in real time. These 5 people are carrying guns. Stop them as soon as possible. In a flash, the 5 unprofessional terrorists were killed. However, Hikue, who had retired successfully, still frowned. Such a weak terrorist can come in. I'm afraid this place is really in chaos. Even the capital may not be safe. Whether those are the adjusters who have been bribed or the spies of the Atlantic Federation, this is a very dangerous thing. From the analysis of the quality of the terrorists this time, it seems that they are not targeting him. There is a high probability that they will carry out a terrorist attack to intimidate the Supreme Council. Fortunately, he still has an asteroid, but he can't be careless. He must be careful when accepting supplies, and can't let the killer take advantage of it. Reminding himself to be more cautious, Hikue said goodbye to Luo and others, and secretly arrived at Lux's mansion through the Klein faction. Although it was his first time here, it was exactly the same as the scenes in his memory. A large villa with lush greenery located in the botanical area. It was once his goal. But it seems that he has skipped this step. I'd buy it when I have the chance. Thinking of this, Hikue quickly passed through the hall of the villa and arrived at the botanical garden under the guidance of the butler. Looking out from here, you can see the seemingly endless ocean. The exquisite appearance is different from most places in plant. Hikue, you are here. You have worked hard on the road. Lakis, who was still playing with the bird, looked up and smiled when she saw the person coming. That smile was cute and enthusiastic. It reminded Hikue of the conversation when he met Lakis for the last time, and his heart couldn't help but be moved again. Lakis. Hikue restrained himself and took a half step back. Sit down. Lakis just smiled when she saw Hikue retreating. I heard you were attacked when you came here. Fortunately, your robot was there, otherwise the loss would be immeasurable. Not only the lives of the attacked, but also the impact on the entire plant people's hearts are very negative. It's just a coincidence. It's a coincidence. So why did Hikue come here today? The reinforcement operation is about to begin. Freedom and Justice will also attack. Hikue said. Yes, after all, Aslan is also my fiancé. Lakis smiled. Even though she was talking about serious matters, it was easy for people to think wrongly. Isaac may not be able to exert the full strength of freedom. Then what? Nothing. Hikue was a little PTSD because of the plot, and was afraid that Lakis would give the machine away again for some reason. He would not be liquidated, but he had cooperated with the Klein faction on many projects. He might as well test Lakis, by the way. What are the Klein faction going to do? If we can get all the mass accelerators and force the Atlantic Federation to negotiate peace, that would be great. Lakis glanced at Hikue thoughtfully and continued. You are afraid that we will betray Plant. Why? Hikue had said a few words to her about the anti-neutron jammer before. At this time, the two were connected, and Lakis quickly came up with the answer. If they really didn't have this plan, Lakis would naturally not care too much. The problem is that they really thought about taking away the anti-neutron jammer before, and now she does have someone planted in the secret factory where it is parked freely. Although she didn't think about taking action. Hikue didn't explain, but just curled his lips in an ambiguous way, looking a bit unfathomable. Forget it, we don't plan to do anything, don't worry. But Director, he should be careful. Lux will reveal your secret sooner or later. If it's to reveal other things, it's okay. Facing Lux's words, Hikue subconsciously responded with a dirty joke. I think the people should be very curious about the gossip that the famous director he was a hooligan to the idol of Plant. Lux didn't even blush, but smiled. Sorry, I'm leaving first. You are indeed a coward. Looking at Hikue's fleeing back, the smile on Lux's face became more malicious. Chapter 225. The reinforcement operation will begin in the last day. And Hikue temporarily returned to May City. After all, Freedom and Justice are about to attack, and as the person in charge of development, he still has to come and take a look. At the same time, another gentleman appeared in Hikue's office. Captain Andrew, I didn't expect you to come. Forget the polite words. Andrew shrugged. What's the matter with Captain Andrew coming here this time? Hikue changed from a tense state to a relaxed one and asked. First of all, Aisha wanted to go shopping with your girlfriend, and then about this enhanced operation. I heard from her that you are very curious about this operation. Yes. Then I will share some information with you, but only within my scope of authority and non-top secret. Thank you. The top secret category is probably the real target of this attack. It seems that the Klein faction knew the real operation in advance because of Andrew. Captain Andrew is going to Earth too? Yes, as the commander of the 2nd Division and the Sarah Division. Congratulations. I'm just doing my job, and I don't want to do it anymore. I want to retire. Andrew shrugged. The two of them became familiar with each other after returning from the desert. Although they can't say that they talk about everything, they really treat each other as friends. Maybe soon. I hope so. So Captain Andrew is going to see the new machine? Athron should still be training now. Okay. The two smiled at each other. They came to the secret factory together. The secret factory had completely become a test site for them. Although all the weapon systems had been tested, the experience of the pilots was irreplaceable. Captain Andrew, Hikue. Diego, who was watching the battle between Freedom and Justice, turned around with a depressed look on his face. Director when will your Gundam be developed? If the queue continues like this, it will be his turn to drive a new machine in a long time. I'm afraid he will have to drive the Storm again in the future. Try your best, but I can make the decision so that you can drive the Crab first. Forget about the Crab. Do you look down on the Crab? Diego didn't say anything, but stared at Hikue with resentment. But it seems that Justice is making good progress, and Freedom is catching up. Andrew didn't care about the two of them, but looked at the battle between the two Gundams outside the glass window. After all, time is tight, and it's not an exaggeration to say that victory or defeat depends on this one move. Hikue withdrew his gaze from Diego. If the Cyclops really exploded, it doesn't mean they will be defeated immediately, but defeat is only a matter of time. Not to mention that Aslan and Isaac and other descendants of congressmen are all inside. In this case, whether for self-protection or revenge, Patrick is likely to choose Genesis to fire. If that person still insists on bombing them with a nuclear bomb, then they can only choose to bomb the Atlantic Federation capital on Earth for self-protection. Everything will happen as usual. That's why Hikue chose to use everything he could in his small warehouse. And he hasn't been doing well recently. He doesn't know why the Z Gundam hasn't made any progress. Although the two of them are shared in the system interface, he tried to send gifts to both of them at the same time, but it didn't work. Could it be that Hikue hasn't spent time with the two of them since that day? Maybe he should give it a try? Retracting their minds, the two people in the experimental field finally stopped. Back in the monitoring room, sweaty Aslan and Isaac also saw Hikue and Andrew. Standing at attention, the military salute was very smooth. Are you used to the machine? Hikue, as the developer, asked first. With this machine, I will definitely be able to kill them all. This is what Isaac said, full of fighting spirit. It's better to take it easy. Isaac was promoted to the captain like Aslan at this time. With freedom as a new machine, he was very proud and confident that he would definitely win. To put it bluntly, it's just arrogance. However, Isaac's current state is actually the state of most of the adjuster soldiers. The propaganda within the army is in full swing. Hikue himself is just a part of the army's propaganda. I hope we can win, Hikue just said softly. I can definitely win. Yeah. Aslan followed up with a sentence. He smiled and didn't answer. He just checked the two machines and confirmed that they were ready to join the battle at any time. That night, Hikue returned to the asteroid with Shurha and Su Lei. Officially blocked the asteroid. Is there anything else that has not been completed? We will not open the gate for at least the next 3 days. Hikue's blockade is a complete blockade, canceling the access rights of everyone except him. Unless someone creates a virus that is stronger than his quantum firewall, it is impossible to open it. It may be possible to use quantum viruses, but spies should not have an organism that can use quantum viruses. So he is like a small base of his own here. Very safe. Still can't be careless. Wait until it's settled before upgrading the firewall. No more. Okay. With the two people's answers, Hikue directly locked all the entrances to the asteroid on the bracelet. At the same time, all connections with the outside were disconnected. Speaking of which, what did you buy outside? Watching the transport robot carrying large and small bags down, Hikue couldn't help asking. Some clothes, right? Shurha pulled Su Lei's hand. Yeah. Looking at Su Lei's red face, Hikue knew what the two had bought that night. It was clothes, and not very formal clothes. Shurha was wearing a set of black underwear, with luxurious lace patterns intertwined like a spider web. The lace fit her body perfectly, and Shurha's graceful figure could be vaguely seen. Under the light of the bed, the lace pattern on her white skin trembled slightly with Shurha's breathing. Her long brown hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, making her even more charming. Su Lei, who was standing next to Shurha, was no less beautiful, wearing a set of pure white lace, like an angel descending to the earth. Her petite but exquisite figure could be seen through the translucent lace. The shoulder straps on her snow-white shoulders added a bit of innocent temptation. You bought this? Hikue swallowed subconsciously. There are others. Do they look good? Shurha turned around in place, her snow-white skin looming between the black lace. Very good. Hikue nodded vigorously. What happened next was as natural as a dragon entering the sea. On this whitened bed, he went crazy overnight. Su Lei favorability, 168. Shurha Hanif's favorability, 182. You have had 5 in-depth exchanges with the 2, Z Gundam plus 300. Common favorability bonus 2. Z Gundam, 650,000, an average of 61 times. It takes more than 800 times to reach 50,000. Even with the bonus of 2, it takes more than 400 times. Even if he is an adjuster, he can't stand it. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let Kigali go or go to Orb by the way. But there is also a bonus of common favorability. So what is common favorability? Chapter 226. Waking up the next day. Hikue put the two girls together, and he got up to make breakfast. The big favorability bar progressed slowly, and he now had a common favor. But the problem was that he didn't know where to add it. According to the meaning of this column, it wouldn't be to make the two of them inseparable. Hikue didn't mean that he and the two girls were inseparable, but the feelings between them. If that's the case, it should be reasonable. But how can he bring the two together? I can only let it go for now. Find Kigali or try to improve the favorability between the two of them, do both. Having made a decision, Hikue also prepared breakfast. 3 bowls of simple white porridge with fried dough sticks. Don't be fooled by his plain appearance. Ordinary people in plant can't afford it. At least Hikue couldn't afford it before. Let's eat. Yeah. Yesterday's clothes have disappeared. The two of them are facing each other. Su Lei first turned around a little shyly, and started to put on her clothes. By the way, you can also go shopping here when you have time. What is there to see here? Su Lei put on a small home vest, and said with disdain. There are some, such as the simulation area and the viewing area. I can't drive a MS, so what scenery can I see? All I can see here are colony satellites. Their satellite is still around November City at this time. The mining work of other small MSs has been temporarily changed to gathering at a temporary company outside these days. Ensure safety to the greatest extent. You can let Shurha teach you. It's boring anyway. You're welcome anytime. With a tacit understanding between the two, Shurha understood Hikue's thoughts, and took Su Lei's hand and smiled. Okay then? Su Lei looked at the two and nodded in agreement. Then, I go to the radar room. After Hikue handed over the next task to Shurha, he stood up and prepared to leave. Is the skeleton of the new Gundam ready? Some clues. Combining the computing power of Magic Crab and Xiao Ba, the progress of the skeleton has been greatly advanced. Although Xiao Ba is no longer there, Hikue's AI can barely maintain 1/10 of Xiao Ba's speed by using most of the computing power of the entire base. This is very outrageous. You know, Xiao Ba is just a suitcase, and even the power supply is integrated. And he is the central computer that maintains the entire base. It is directly connected to the nuclear power generator of the base for power supply. If he hadn't sold a whole piece of rare metal to Lux before, it would be impossible for his small company to complete such a large project now. The radar was turned on, and the signal passed through Boyaz to Tashu and finally successfully reached the sea area around Orb. The delay is a bit serious. Hikue seemed to be playing an online game with serious delay, and he could clearly feel the lag when operating the character. AI-assisted access. Calculate the lead time. Through AI technology, corresponding preparations and adjustments can be made in advance according to the prediction, and the simplest prediction can be made. Although it sounds like predicting the future. However, the accuracy of this prediction is linked to the computing power and computing volume of AI. On a complex battlefield, using AI to calculate the lead time will actually drag down the overall operation. Just like Hikue couldn't hit the elite pilot with Harrow's assisted aiming before. Of course, if it was Xiao Ba or even the Zero system, it would be another story. However, in this single scene, you only need to control walking, and using AI to eliminate the delay can improve the user experience. At most, you can only play the strength of an ordinary red-clothed person. Fortunately, I used phantom particles. Calculate the time, Luo will be here soon, Hikue said, as he put away the solar panel exposed from behind Aegis. After putting on the cloak again, he entered the water from the deserted island and used the thrusters directly. Although the conversion efficiency of solar energy is low, it has at least charged 20% of the power in such a long time. With the remaining 36% before, it does not need to consume too much energy in the water. If there is no problem, it will definitely reach the agreed location. Like a jet boat, Aegis arrived at the destination soon. In the distance, a destroyer with the orb style, but the logo of a waste dealer slowly approached. As a waste dealer, all the weapons on it were removed, and only a few mechanical arms were on both sides of the ship. The goods that Hikue needed were lying quietly on the deck of the ship. Hikue watched Luo put the container on the sea. The airbag on it was automatically activated. Not long after, they left as agreed in the commission. On the other side, Yuri on the ship was curiously looking at the container that was gradually drifting away behind him. Luo, is it really okay for us to do this, if it is a military operation by ZFT? This is outside Orb. Although it has not reached Orb's marine economic zone, it is not far away. And this container is just the size of MS. If it is a terrorist attack on Orb, it is still possible. It doesn't matter. Hikue is not that kind of person. Luo laughed. And why did he attack Orb for no reason? That's right. Besides Orb, he has another target, right? The professor raised his mouth in a charming angle. I heard that Zaft's reinforcement operation has begun. Even if it is, it's just one machine, and if it's really important, they won't let us deliver it. As Luo said this, everyone on the boat gradually drifted away, and Hikue climbed onto the container from the bottom of the water. Luo could actually open this container, with Hikuei's quantum firewall. After all, Xiao Ba was there. But Hikuei was relieved. Soon, a small door on the edge of the container slowly opened, and the dark black gates was lying quietly inside, and there was also a flying machine GU. However, Hikuei's aircraft was not so extravagant as to cover the phantom particles at the same time. Anyway, we can just throw away the Ju when we reach Alaska. Orb is not far from Alaska, otherwise the Archangel would not have entered Orb when it was chased around by the Sarah team. At this time, with the Ju, it can barely fly there. After entering the cargo hold, Hikuei quickly replaced the position-enhanced battery with Aegis and then entered the machine. If the target is to be changed, such a large military operation will take at least 72 hours, and now 24 hours have passed. There are still 2 days left. Let's hide first. Controlling the small propulsion phase inside the cargo hold, Hikuei drifted back to the deserted island of Orb. The uninhabited island is the most suitable place for hiding. Departure in 24 hours. Slowly drifting over with the cargo hold's own power system, it will arrive about 72 hours after the operation begins. After planning everything and hiding the cargo hold in the bay under the cliff, Hikuei withdrew from control. There are only 24 hours left. Hikuei looked at the screen in front of him and clenched his fists. Chapter 227. After turning off the radar, Hikuei came out of the room and saw Shurha and Su Lei standing outside his radar room. She looked at him with a smile. "Are you having fun? We are not children. This is not an amusement park," Su Lei retorted. But Lei Lei is quite like a child. Hearing Shurha's hint, Su Lei gave Shurha a coquettish look. "I am not. Shurha and I are the same age." "Ahem, so is it really okay to be lazy in front of me, the director?" "Two deputy directors, ladies." Hikuei interrupted them helplessly. "We have finished our work, unlike someone who is lazy inside." "That's right. I am researching a new type of skeleton." "Just tell me," Su Lei said angrily, and Shurha continued. "Let's eat after we are done. It just so happens that there is a harvest in the plant area of my parents' place, so I made papaya milk." "Papaya milk?" Hearing this word suddenly, Hikuei naturally looked at Su Lei's place. "Yes. Go to hell." Before Hikuei finished speaking, Su Lei angrily pulled Shurha away. Looking at the two women in front of him, Hikuei only felt a sense of tranquility brewing in his heart. Tomorrow, we will know the situation of Cyclops and Cruz. Thinking of this, Hikuei also walked into the long metal corridor and followed the pace of the two people leaving. The next morning, after fighting Shurha and Su Lei for 300 rounds as usual, Hikuei slowly woke up. The data did not change from yesterday. There was some information about Z Gundam in his mind, which could only be said to be better than nothing. Hikuei turned his head and kissed the two of them, then sat up from the bed. "Why so early?" Shurha asked after waking up hazily. "I have some inspiration, so I won't come out today." Shurha was not surprised that Hikuei would retreat when he had inspiration. Anyway, he would often spend most of the day developing. "Then take some canned food in." "Yes," Hikuei said, and then got up to make a simple breakfast in the kitchen. When he came out, the two women were already hugging each other, and there was no place for him on the bed. Hikuei smiled at this, and went to his radar room. Aegis was still inside the container, and the door was locked for safety. The position did not change. "Then let's go." Looking at the endless sea outside the screen, Hikuei took a deep breath. It was not the smell of the sea breeze that he smelled, which was natural, as he was standing in front of the screen. And Aegis did not have the smell function. It did have an air analysis component. There is no air in the sealed cargo hold. Operating the small thruster under the cargo hold, Hikuei slowly moved towards Alaska. In his spare time, he did not rest, but continued to make his own gadgets. Although he could not add the Z Gundam, it was still useful for nanorobots and stance modulation. After half a day, Hikuei successfully floated outside Alaska. It was the hottest day of the sun, and the entire door of the cargo hold was completely opened, exposing the black gates and a GU inside. Everything is normal after the system check. But the delay is still very heavy. After canceling the AI's automatic delay correction, Hikuei manipulated the machine to stand up from the cargo hold. Because of the change in the direction of gravity, the cargo hold shook violently from side to side, causing waves around it. However, the black gates stood still, and the red single eye under the blue sky suddenly lit up. The smooth arc and the night-like color complemented each other, and a majestic pressure was naturally released, like a dark god's residence. However, the reality is a bit opposite. Because he is not armed, Gate still uses mining lasers. Although it can be used, its power is not impressive. It is difficult to penetrate thicker armor with one shot. The battlefield cannot be dug casually like mining. Self-protection is possible, but direct confrontation on the battlefield is out of the question. So he must be careful to avoid being discovered. Although there is no worry about his life, the machine is very expensive. However, his technology is far behind Cruz, but observing secretly and waiting for an opportunity is also his unique advantage. According to the Alaska structural diagram obtained from the internal archives, the headquarters should be underground in the southeast direction. Although it was just a spy's speculation, it was also based on the speculation confirmed by various intelligence personnel, so it was still credible. And he remembered that the intelligence crews bought should be a secret passage behind the waterfall. From the structural diagram, there are 3 waterfalls nearby. One is near the gate, which should be impossible. And the other 2 are on the back, but at both ends of the base. They all look like ordinary mountains. But the waterfall closest to the headquarters is the most likely one. But just in case, let's release an owl to another entrance. In the cockpit, Hikue took out one of the owls he brought down with him and released it. On a complex battlefield, no one would pay attention to such an owl. Everything was ready. Hikue stepped on the Gawoo and started climbing, and the container under him had completed its mission. The airbags all exploded, and the container sank to the bottom of the sea. Soon, there was no trace of human beings in this sea area. Just when Hikue was ready to take off, he saw a series of dazzling meteors streaking across the sky. They were called meteors, but from the radar of the aircraft, they were long-range missiles. Not only that, along with the missiles came a huge positron siege cannon, which bombarded the huge steel gate of Joshua Base without caring about the pollution. However, things did not go as planned. The light of the gate rang, and their first wave of attack was blocked by the light shield covering the gate. Without paying much attention to the battle in front of him, which was a level higher in technology than before, Hikue activated the phantom particles and threw down the Jew after going around the waterfall and hit on the spot. There were quite a few defensive weapons outside the waterfall, for beam turrets and 5 6-barrel missile launchers. However, compared to the loud battle in front, not even a single aircraft could be seen here. Not long after, Hikue could see an aircraft quickly approaching on the radar. A captain-style white Gates was approaching this place quickly. Although he had thought that his previous operations would not succeed, when he saw Cruz's body appear, Hikue frowned slightly. The beam gun in his hand could not break the opponent's defense. And the opponent's Gates had a phantom particle detection system he developed. Although its effect on the Earth was weakened, it would definitely alarm before he approached, which was not enough for him to kill Cruz with one blow. Moreover, he did not think that Cruz would be killed so easily by him. He decisively gave up the unrealistic fantasy of killing Cruz directly. Hikue quietly followed Cruz into the waterfall. Chapter 228. Inside the waterfall is a spacious passage, large enough to accommodate ordinary warships and transport ships. At this time, Hikue activated the phantom particles and followed the fast-flying Gates silently. As the creator of the phantom particle detection system, no one knows the parameters of this system better than him. Coupled with the interference of the anti-neutron jammer on the ground, no matter how powerful Cruz is at this time, he can't detect Hikue's following. However, this distance is also awkward. He couldn't sneak attack, and by the time he arrived behind Cruz, he would have already run away. Maybe he could shoot him when he came back the same way. Just when Hikue was still planning, Cruz suddenly turned around and shot at him with the beam gun in his hand. But because he didn't aim, the shot just grazed Hikue's body and hit the reinforced wall of the passage. "Are you following me?" Cruiser didn't open the communication, but used the body's built-in loudspeaker. Hikue completely stopped the thrusters, and even in front of the screen, he still broke out in a cold sweat. "Not showing up? Are you tricking him? Or have you really discovered him?" But he asked himself that he had not done anything that would be detected by the other machine's radar. But if it was Cruz, wouldn't he be able to sense some kind of magical killing intent? While he was still hesitating, he saw that Cruz had already shot out another beam of light. Because of the delay, Hikue could only raise the anti-beam shield in his hand. Although he successfully blocked the attack, he was also exposed. Hikue simply cancelled his own phantom particle system when he saw this. "How did you find me?" "Intuition then, who are you?" Cruz raised his gun directly. The opponent's operation skills were much worse than his. If they fought, he could kill him in an instant. The reason why he didn't move was because the timing of the opponent's appearance and the machine he was driving were too weird. Here, he encountered a Gates without a friendly identification number, and with phantom particles. "I'm afraid it's not as simple as just one. Did that guy's intelligence say an ambush?" I'm just passing by, and I'm no threat to you, Captain Cruz. He really wanted to pull Cruz's white collar and say that there were hundreds of millions of machines in front of his gun. But he couldn't do it. There's murderous intent even though there's no threat? Cruz had laughed coldly. What kind of superpower is this? He can really feel the murderous intent. He's a robot now. What a perverted intuition. Hikue couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't think anything strange when he met Cruz before. Otherwise, he might not be alive until now. Sure enough, he was still arrogant. These hundreds of millions are the punishment for his arrogance. Captain Cruz, do you have something else to do? He said, and threw away the mining gun in his hand. Anyway, he couldn't beat him. What is your purpose? Cruz didn't stop raising his gun. He was stunned when he heard this. Did Cruz think he was an organization? But it's true, this kind of machine is not something that a person can support. The person who can support this kind of machine will not risk driving it in. So according to what Cruz thought, he at least has a small team. It's better than being shot. Use war to maintain the existence of this world. Hikue thought for a moment, and said in a profound way. In fact, it's the same as the clan, but the clan is to maintain the existence of mankind, and Hikue deliberately exaggerated it. Anyway, just don't let Cruz associate it with his original body. Why do you want to kill me? Captain Cruz, you should understand, right? If the other party is an organization, then even if he kills the other party here, it will be useless. It's better to capture the person and take him back. Thinking of this, Cruz put down the beam gun in his hand. Lock the weapon system. Get off the plane. Cruz said coldly. It's impossible to get off the plane. If he finds out that I'm just a robot, there will be too much evidence left. Sorry, Captain Cruz, we palace cannot be captured. Hikue said, and directly detonated the mining gun that he had left under his feet. These are things that may expose themselves, and they cannot be left. He has already built a self-destruct device in them. In the smoke of the explosion, Hikue activated the phantom particle system and quickly climbed up, blocking the cockpit with a shield. After he controlled Aegis to open the hatch, he fled out with the greatest power of his legs. At the same time, the machine faithfully carried out his last order, running towards with an indomitable momentum. Outside the smoke, the beam gun in Cruz's hand fired frequently. It has to be said that the big boss's intuition is very scary. Even if the phantom particles are turned on, it won't take long for the machine's arms and shield to be knocked off. After detecting that the machine's integrity is less than 30%, the machine's self-destruction program is automatically activated. Under the cover of a larger explosion, Hikue controlled Aegis to land in a small emergency exit in the passage for personnel maintenance. Cruz, who was outside, took away the shield in front of him and frowned tightly. The explosion just now did not cause him much damage. After all, the distance is still far. But he was surprised by the other party's fearlessness of death. Paulus? A nickname for Athena? Or perhaps some other abbreviation? Why did they know what he had done? Was it ZFT? Or Azrael, the leader of the Blue Universe? But at present, he has not been exposed. Do they have any other plans? There is too little data to analyze, so Cruz can only give up thinking for the time being. Left the tunnel. At this time, watching the flames of Cruz leaving, Hikue breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the broken gates in front of him with pain. He had saved materials for a whole year. They were all gone before they were even warmed up. And without the body, how could he pass the message to Andrew? The two of them just fought like that, and no one was seen. There is definitely a Cyclops below. Thinking of the possibility of a group annihilation, Hikue's hair stood up instantly. This time, it is very likely that freedom and justice will be wiped out together. No matter what, go there first, then Mu, and Archangel. I don't know if the current plot will still follow the original path without Kira, but Hikue has few choices. Only a moment passed, and Hikue controlled Aegis to keep up with Gates. Fortunately, they were almost at the exit. At this time, Hikue, who had just flown out, saw Cruz coming out of the cockpit not far away. There is also Joshua, a large military base that looks like a small city. Hikue watched his movements and looked at the white gates. No, this should not kill Cruz, and there is no evidence. Even if he reveals his identity and Andrew believes him, he will not be able to convince other commanders to believe him. Instead, it will expose his actions all along. With a decision in mind, he did not dare to show any killing intentions this time. Even the focus of the camera was not on Cruz, but just hanging behind him from a distance. Chapter 229. The headquarters had long been deserted. In the dim corridor, only the occasional flashing emergency lights were lit alone in the dim space. Hikue followed Cruz from a distance and arrived at the main control room of the headquarters, as if he was in an empty space. Now Hikue did not dare to get too close to Cruz. God knows how Cruz's magical human radar works. Mu and Cruz are almost new humans in this world. Hikue still has a lot of things he does not understand about the abilities of the two. The hundreds of millions of dollars that just exploded is an obvious lesson. It seems that we should be more cautious at present. Hikue, who did not approach the main control room, turned into an alley from the passage with caution in his heart. The Archangel arrived in Alaska unchanged, which means that the Archangel is still a discarded child, so Mu should be here too. He was not sure to take the intelligence out alone in such a high delay, and without knowing the terrain. After all, even if he grabbed the fighter, it would be useless, because it was a chaotic battlefield. He was driving a small fighter jet, even if he still had the strength of an ordinary red-clothed man. But on the other hand, if he arrived at the Archangel, it would be very troublesome to spread the intelligence. Although he had the computing power of the entire small base, the distance from plant to the Earth plus the neutron jammer, the transmission speed was simply not there. From the delay he felt when he was operating it, it was clear that he could only use Aegis's own computing power to break through the firewall of the Archangel. This is simply impossible, and even if he reaches the Archangel safely, how can he leave? He is afraid that Orb will expose his machine and his secrets. Although he is familiar with the princess, Orb is not only the princess's. It would be great if Gates was still there. Just as Hikue was struggling, Yuan Gun, who was released by him before, miraculously established a communication with him. Looking at the pictures directly transmitted to the computer, Hikue almost couldn't hold it. Behind the waterfall where Yuan Gun was, there was actually a secret passage connected to this place. In the AI automatic operation, Yuan Gun started the automatic exploration mode when he couldn't contact Hikue. Until the signal location was received again, Yuan Gun had already explored the map here. The picture even included a brand new Gundam. It was real, brand new, and a strike-style machine. It was lying quietly about 500 meters below his feet, directly connected to another entrance and exit outside the waterfall. It had a deep blue appearance and a small plane that looked like Justice on its back. It was not difficult to see that this was a Gundam used in the atmosphere. It just met his requirements for a breakout machine. Why did you leave this Gundam here? No one explained this question to him for the time being. It's just that he now has another way, but the place where the Gundam is parked is two relatively independent areas. It's not that his ability cannot break the connecting door, but it's too time-consuming. If it's a ventilation duct, it should be possible. The ventilation duct is a few centimeters narrower than the waist of an average woman. Normal people can't pass through, but Aegis is not a human, he is a robot. As long as he stood his limbs straight and used the rear thrusters to assist, he could definitely reach the destination. Just as he made the decision, a crisp gunshot suddenly came from the direction of the main control room, and echoes came from the closed passage. Sure enough, Mu was here. After waiting for a while, and confirming that there was no gunshot, Hikue used Aegis to activate the maximum thrust under his feet, and rushed towards the main control room. Very smoothly, Hikue got all the information about the Cyclops stored in the computer. I don't know if Blue Universe is stupid or not, this information is much easier to obtain than expected. Of course, it is also possible that Cruz already had a way to crack it in advance, and he succeeded in picking it up. This is not a simple document, but includes the entire plan, the killing range of the Cyclops, and the expected casualties and other data. As long as there is this evidence, it should be enough to convince ZFT to temporarily give up the attack. After storing the data in the space built into Aegis, Hikue circled the maze-like base 2 or 3 times and arrived at the round place. At this time, Aegis' body turned into a cone, and plunged straight into the ventilation duct in a posture that humans could not do. The jet of his footsteps gradually accelerated, and Hikue passed through the duct and descended 1 level. The azure blue body in the round data lay quietly here, as if forgotten in the huge warehouse. Since the body lock looks like a strong attack. Hikue fumbled on the side of the cockpit twice, and soon there was a crisp click, and the cabin door opened. This design, that is easy to steal, is still in the same vein. Complaining, Hikue quickly entered the cockpit. It didn't look complicated, and it was similar to the stolen Gundams. It didn't take long for Hikue to crack the weak computer inside the machine. The information about the machine was displayed in front of him without reservation. The machine model is GT333, a standard model of the Raid Air Assault, similar to the Raid Gundam in memory. It also has a deformable structure. It's just that this deformation structure is divided into 2 parts. Not only can it transform into a plane, but it also has a small plane. In flight mode, the small plane connected to the body becomes an old-fashioned compound plane. It should be used for long-distance air raids. Unfortunately, the small plane is not controlled by quantum communication, so it can't be recovered like the plane behind Justice. In other words, if the small plane of this body flies out, it can't fly back. As for the color of the body, it is not because it is not equipped with PS armor, but equipped with the more power-saving TP armor of the same type as the robbery. Hikue quickly read the machine description, and found out why this machine was left here. The machine's OS is still not written. Because of the deformable structure and the need to combine the compound blades, the operation complexity is several levels higher than that of ordinary machines. Ordinary people cannot use the OS to assist in driving for the time being. Is it placed here for debugging? According to the information, this machine seems to be barely positioned as an elite mass-produced machine. It is estimated that in addition to this one, the United has built a lot more. He is really rich. He was afraid that the battle plan might be exposed, so he just threw hundreds of millions here and ignored it. Thinking of this, Hikue pressed the start button of the machine. The azure blue machine slowly stood up on the container. The thrusters behind it exerted force, and the machine turned into a compound leaf machine in midair, rushing out of the passage at a rapid speed. The water curtain of the waterfall was suddenly broken, and the assault control by Hikue flew out from it. The roar of the machine even overwhelmed the noise of the waterfall for a while, and in just a moment, it left a blue light on the spot. Chapter 230. After flying high in the sky, Hikue soon saw the fierce battle on the battlefield not far away. Justice and Freedom attacked on the left and right sides respectively, while Andrew, as the senior commander of the Sarah team, sat on the left, and Isaac in the Freedom direction was under the charge of Cruz. It is enough to see that old Sarah valued Andrew. And Hikue, who was flying high in the sky, naturally flew to the left. It is indeed reasonable for the ancestors to use a compound blade machine. At least even without the propeller, Hikue can still achieve a speed that is not inferior to Freedom in straight-line acceleration. However, it is just a straight line, and it cannot compare with the elastic wing in terms of flexibility. But it would be strange if it is stronger than the Freedom. This is just a mass-produced machine that is a level higher than the Gates. Although it is equipped with TP armor, it still has a natural gap to compete with Zaft's latest MS. The size of the Atlantic Federation is still too large. Since the MS was unlocked, they have played all kinds of MS. Zaft's advantage will only become less and less. Now is not the time to think about this. Hikue suppressed the random thoughts in his mind, and focused on the battlefield in front of him again. Because of the neutron jammer, he was flying at high altitude, and was not noticed by both sides for the time being. The Earth Army's radar did pick him up. But after all, this aircraft still had the friendly identification code of the Earth Alliance. As for contact and questioning, there was interference again. So it was very strange at this time. Although no one knew what aircraft Hikue was driving, Hikue was temporarily regarded as one of their own by the Eurasian Army. It would not be good to send the file to ZFT alone. Most of the people here are Eurasians, and they are more useful alive than dead. It would be great if there was free radar technology, and he could directly shout to the whole audience. The radar uses a technology similar to quantum communication, which is similar in principle to the way Hikue is operating Aegis now, and both can break through the limitations of the neutron jammer. But he doesn't have it now. If he hijacks Isaac again, he might be furious. And he can't hijack him now. He is not on Earth now, there is interference, and his strength is mostly limited. Start with the simplest. Muttering, Hikue controlled the air assault, and began to descend. He arrived above a Spengler-class aircraft carrier, which was obviously a command ship. Warning, the Cyclops inside Alaska is about to explode. All units please stop all combat actions immediately. As he spoke, the data in Aegis' body was projected directly into the aircraft carrier through laser communication. Cyclops, who are you? A questioning voice with an accent came from the other end of the communication, and did not believe Hikue's words. We are Pallas. The reinforcements will not arrive. The Eurasian Federation is just a discarded pawn. Why should we trust you? The other party asked calmly. Data, you can see for yourself. The communication line was silent, and the man spoke again soon. What is your purpose? Just to maintain the existence of the world. Even if we break away now, we will be chased by ZFT. After a moment of silence, the man said in a serious tone, I will convince ZFT. Okay. Fortunately, the other party is also a decisive person. Hikue breathed a sigh of relief and rose above the clouds again. General, is it really okay? If it is false information, we will completely break with the Atlantic Federation. In the aircraft carrier, the deputy said worriedly beside the general. Sukabuli, break up, you have also seen this information. Unless this organization called Palace has all the information about our base, it is impossible to forge it. Besides, it is also true that the reinforcements have not arrived. Contact those 3 guys immediately. As long as they nod, we will immediately advance westward and temporarily retreat to the Chikaka Peninsula. The general blew his beard and glared at the adjutant. What about the remaining Atlantic Federation troops? Tell me too. If you don't believe it, forget it. Yes. The adjutant saluted. In any case, in this era full of communication interference, you can't rely on someone to command from behind when fighting. Therefore, the order to retreat was naturally handed over to the highest-ranking officers of the Eurasian Federation to decide together. The general was discussing with the guys from the other 3 legions, and the crumbling archangel was also shocked by the bad news brought by Mu. Are you serious? Malu looked at Mu and was speechless for a moment. I have gone to their headquarters, inside announcement to all soldiers. Based on the solid evidence we have at present, it has been confirmed that there is a Cyclops system buried under the Joshua base. For this reason, our Eurasian Federation Temporary Supreme Command has made a strategic decision to gather all forces to the south and launch a concentrated offensive, striving to open a passage to the Chikaka Peninsula of the Eurasian Federation. This operation is related to the life and death of each of us. The road ahead is full of thorns, but we have no way to retreat. May God bless our army, and may victory be with us. Ola. On the Eurasian Federation loudspeaker ship at the back, which was specially used to transmit information, the sound emitted at the highest power was transmitted indiscriminately to ZFT and all the remaining Atlantic Federation ships. The huge sound wave even temporarily overwhelmed the explosion on the battlefield. Of course, not all ships could receive it, especially the ZFT submarines on the seabed, but the bodies that received the message would definitely transfer the message to the command ships of various armies layer by layer. Malu looked at Mu at this time, and before the shock in his eyes subsided, he was shocked by another piece of news. At the same time, there was a commotion inside the ZFT command ship after receiving the message from the loudspeaker from other ships. Captain, could it be a delaying tactic? At this time, DaCosta also came here from Tashu, and was standing beside Tiger again as his adjutant. If this is the case, it means they have abandoned the Joshua base. Tiger also fell into deep thought at this time. It must be said that the other party's operation also confused Tiger for a while. At this time, Hikue in the sky heard the voices below, and his eyes showed some admiration. The other commander was really powerful to be able to think of such a direct way to break through in such a short time. Although it was a bit awkward to talk about retreat so excitedly, their meaning was very simple, telling ZFT that they were going to retreat with all their strength. If you want to die, die together. If you don't want to die together, let them go. We can talk about anything in the future. As for not believing, they are also going to retreat. Joshua has given way, and ZFT has no reason to stop them. Then I should play a role as well. Hikue swallowed his saliva in front of the screen and controlled the strike to dive towards Justice. Sarah! Before Aslan, who was in a daze, could attack the blue machine that looked like a fusion of Strike and Justice, the familiar voice of a girl interrupted Aslan. Are you the one at that time? Aslan raised the beam gun in his hand, but did not fire immediately. Fortunately, the bet was right. Aslan would not kill indiscriminately. If it was Isaac, Hikue would not dare to do so. He would probably be shot before he could get off the machine that looked like Strike. This is the intelligence from the Cyclops, asking ZFT to retreat, or at least to withdraw from the killing radius. Who are you? Why should I believe you? We are Palace. The Eurasian Federation is ready to retreat now. Do you really want to waste time here? You know, at the speed of travel, reinforcements from the Panama base should have arrived, right? At this time, whether ZFT retreats or advances, it is a gamble. If they stop here, they can only move into Carpinteria. I understand. I will pass the information to the headquarters. It seems that the Eurasian Federation really wants to break out directly to the Chikaka Peninsula. Aslan hesitated for a moment and nodded. There was not much time left for them to make a decision. At least from the last contact, the other party did not have any malicious intent. She had a chance to kill Nigel and Yitzhak. Although they didn't say it, the image of this cloaked woman had been firmly engraved in their minds. Chapter 231. Seeing ZFT gradually parting ways with the Eurasian Federation army, Hikue breathed a sigh of relief in the sky. At this time, ZFT retreated a little to Carpinteria in the east, giving up the passage in the west to let the group of giant bears ready to fight for their lives leave. Of course, ZFT did not retreat completely, but watched from a distance. waiting to verify the authenticity of this information. What do you mean, you actually believe what that person said? As soon as Yitzhak came down from the free, he directly used the capture on Aslan. Okay, Aslan must have a reason. Yes. Diego and Nickel acted as peacemakers next door. Humph. Yitzhak snorted coldly, and looked at Aslan, who was silent, and let go of his collar. The intelligence doesn't seem to be fake. It takes a while to prepare it, but the intelligence we use to attack here is top secret. Aslan explained. Then, there are two possibilities. She is from the Earth Union, and prepared such intelligence in advance in order to drive us away with a false attack. But this situation is impossible, because if the Earth Federation knew in advance that we were going to attack Joshua, why did they only prepare intelligence instead of installing the Cyclops system as the intelligence said? And why did the Eurasian Federation retreat directly? The Eurasian Federation should be arriving in Chikaka soon. Aslan calmly recounted the current situation on the battlefield. Captain Andrew means that we should wait and see for the time being. If the Cyclops does not detonate by the time, send someone to check it out. This is too dangerous. Isaac himself is not a stupid person. After calming down, he also understood what Aslan meant. But there are still defenders inside Joshua. There is no way. If we take a wrong step, we will be wiped out. There are nearly 1/3 of Zaft's troops here. And the people left there will probably flee when they hear the Cyclops about to explode under their feet. At that time, we can also roughly understand the situation from their reactions. Because of the neutron jammer, the Atlantic Federation could not see in real time whether they attacked or not. The plan also stated that they estimated the time it would take for ZFT to enter the base, and detonated the Cyclops at the time that would cause the most casualties. While the two elite teams were still talking, Andrew and Cruz also established communication on the other side. Captain Andrew, where did this information come from? Cruz looked at the information in front of him that was exactly the same as what he had seen before, and his face did not reveal a single bit. Aslan brought it, saying it was given by an organization called Palace. They didn't die, or did this organization really ambush other people in the headquarters? But he didn't see it. According to what the woman said, Palace's goal was to maintain the existence of the world, and he also knew what he had done. Then why didn't he report him directly? Is there no evidence, or maybe they didn't infiltrate plant? I understand. In any case, it is a dangerous organization, go back and investigate. Before they knew it, the countdown had come to an end. As everyone held their breath, the vaguely visible Joshua base outside the sea level exploded in a dazzling light. The light dispersed the clouds, parted the waves, and brought layers of waves towards the ZFT army. Fortunately, they were far away from the killing radius at this time, and there were no casualties. Then my mission is also completed. Hikue stretched out his body in front of the screen. However, he still had to take this machine back to the deserted island of Orb. His gates is gone. Now, except for the lack of phantom particles, this machine is much more practical in the atmosphere than Gates. As for ZFT, it should go to Carpinteria base next, but the cost of returning home is too high, so it should still attack Panama. But that will be a matter of 10 days later. Ignoring the shock and suspicion of the people on Earth, Hikue has returned to the deserted island. After landing in MS form, Hikue looked at the 38% remaining power in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. TP armor is indeed power saving, and it does not consume power when it is turned off. It is only 38%, so it will be a bit troublesome to use it next time. Let's find a chance to ask Luo to send some batteries down. Hikue officially turned off the radar host and deleted all operation traces. In the silent radar room, Hikue was doing a post-match review. First of all, he was indeed careless about Cruz. He felt that he could perfectly control Cruz with the advantage of the plot and various theoretical knowledge. And he paid a corresponding price. Fortunately, he got the air combat strike, which was a return on investment. As for the next battle, it was beyond the scope of the original plot. However, there are clues to follow, and a reasonable guess can be made based on the existing information. It is estimated that the next thing will be the official wrangling and the negotiations between ZFT, the Atlantic Federation and the Eurasian Federation, etc. There will be no more fighting for the time being. Find a chance to find Luo back, but first. Hikue opened the door of the radar room. He has been in there for almost 30 hours. At this time, breathing the cold air in the corridor again, Hikue sighed with relief in his heart. Fortunately, the war was prevented, otherwise his good days would be over, and he also made up an organization to confuse Cruz, so that he could distance himself from it to the greatest extent. But what is the full name of Palace? Here, Whether it is the name of the body system or the name of the organization, it seems that they like to use abbreviations. So if Palace wants to be real, it is better to choose a full name. PLS should be called the Peace and Freedom Association. It was just a name after all. Hikue didn't care too much, just thought of a string of English words. When they got the news that Hikue had come out of confinement, Shurha and Su-Lei also came over. "You're out now. Why are you still standing here? Did you sleep well yesterday?" Shurha walked up and pinched Hikue's temple distressfully. "Yeah, I slept." He slept for a while floating on the sea. "That's good. Is there any progress?" "Great progress. I think I have an idea for the skeleton." The smile on Hikue's face didn't seem fake. Although the skeleton of the assault was a deformed structure similar to the Aegis, as a new joint machine, there were still many things that could be learned, plus the mixture of the crab and Hachi. It won't take long for the new skeleton to take shape. For this harvest, Hikue smiled happily again. He hugged the two girls in front of him at once. "Let's eat first." Shurha, who thought Hikue had suddenly gone wild, said with a red face. "Today, Lei made pickled fish." "Really?" Hikue looked serious, as if he was thinking whether to eat it or not. "I don't care, you have to finish it, and don't even think about getting out of bed if you don't finish it," Su-Lei said, looking at Shurha. "Yeah, Lei is right." "Just kidding." Hikue touched Su-Lei's hair, and then held their hands. "Then let's go." "Yeah." Chapter 232. At night, Hikue did not study the skeleton anymore, but concentrated on eating with the two women and came to the big bed. "Sauerkraut fish, very delicious," Hikue praised. "Of course." Faced with Hikue's praise, Su-Lei raised her head proudly. "Then as a reward, let's try something new." Hearing Hikue's words, Su-Lei and Shurha blushed and gave Hikue a white look. "Your immaturity and charm are intertwined, with a unique flavor. You want to play it yourself," Su-Lei said unhappily. It took her a long time to prepare herself for the three of them, and she didn't know what the new trick Hikue was talking about was. Su-Lei was shy, but a strange expectation rose in her heart. "Don't be impatient, listen to me first." Hikue put his mouth close to the ears of the two girls. "Don't be so shy, right, Shurha?" Su-Lei looked at Shurha, but she only saw the girl's red cheeks, which looked very beautiful. "It's not impossible to give it a try." Facing Shurha's words, Su-Lei swallowed her saliva. She always felt that she had fallen into the trap of these two people. Poor Su-Lei was pinned down and bullied by Shurha. Shurha, who was in charge of the top lane, and Hikue, who was in charge of the bottom lane, instantly defeated the girl. The next morning, Hikue woke up slowly and opened the virtual box in front of him. Su-Lei's favorability, 169. Shurha Hanif's favorability, 183. You have conducted 5 in-depth exchanges with the 2, Z Gundam plus 300. Joint favorability bonus, 3. Z Gundam, 2100/50,000. Academics, Cell Level Repair Nano-Robots, 5423/50,000. Academics, Quantum Firewall, 16310/20,000. Academics, Force Field Modulation, 3502/20,000. The bonus of joint favorability has strangely increased. I don't know if it was because Su-Lei was too happy yesterday, or because they have been together every day these days. But the progress of the other two things is too slow. I should spend more time with them during the rare free time next time. Thinking of this, Hikue stood up. The construction of the Gundam skeleton is about to begin. Although it seems that they have directly destroyed the opponent's Joshua Fortress, the Atlantic Federation will not give up because of a fortress. Panama, and the Orb clan, there are still too many uncertainties on the Earth. It was just a victory that was not a victory. Next, Hikue lifted the blockade of the asteroid and temporarily returned to peace. However, Hikue did not plan to return to May City. He had already regarded this place as his home. Shurha and Su-Lei were also stationed here. 2 days later, Hikue received some reports from the front lines sent by Andrew. The general situation in the front was similar to that when he was there, and the latter mentioned the news that they retreated from Alaska to Carpinteria. However, due to the large number of soldiers, some of them were directly transferred from Carpinteria to Gibraltar. As for the future plans, ZFT and the Eurasian Federation used the received data to put pressure on the Atlantic Federation. At the emergency meeting of the Earth Federation, facing the questioning of the Eurasian Federation, the Atlantic Federation also had a thick-skinned look, and would not admit it even if beaten to death. As for East Asia, it still stayed out of the matter. It is said that the internal situation is peaceful and stable, but it seems to be helping Eurasia to check and balance the Atlantic Federation. Of course, with the threat of Plant in front, the two sides did not really fight. After all, Plant and the Eurasian Federation are old rivals. Before there is enough benefit, the Eurasian Federation will not be used as a gun by Plant. The next is Panama. The United States of South America was a pro-Plant country before, but was annexed by the Atlantic Federation. However, the direction of this war is not something he can grasp. After reading and deleting the information, Hikue looked at Lux in front of him. At this time, he was in Lakis' courtyard. Lakis, thank you for the information you provided. You're welcome, but Hikue, do you know why Lakis is looking for you? Lakis smiled, still as cute as usual, but under this cuteness, there was more temptation. I probably know. Then I make it short. The girl who drives an unknown transforming Gundam and claims to be from the palace organization mentioned in the intelligence is your friend, right? As early as when she saw the photo of Mr. Markio, Lux knew it, but she didn't say it. First, there was insufficient evidence, and second, if Mr. Markio knew that Hikue might be a member of this mysterious organization, I'm afraid his situation would not be very good. Lux helped you hide it from your teacher, so Lux wants to hear the truth. Lux stood up and moved closer to Hikue. Her beautiful pupils were staring at the boy, and the fragrance inevitably rushed to Hikue's nose, making people blush. That's just a friend I met by chance. You know, with my identity, many people are willing to make friends with me. Hikue suppressed his restless heart and said calmly. So the organization behind her recruited you? You can say that. Facing Lux's lie detector test that seemed to act directly on the mind, Hikue also pretended to be calm and looked back at the girl. He began to imagine some scenes that were not suitable for children in his heart to resist the oppression of Lux in front of him. Did you agree? No, I'm not one of them. Of course not, he is her manipulator, and strictly speaking, this organization does not exist. It's just his smokescreen. Ever since he was exposed in front of Lux, he has thought about this day, so the answer has been conceived in his mind. Lux stared at him for a long time before sitting down again. How much do you know about this organization? I don't know. The last time I encountered something on Earth might also be the work of that huge organization. Have they contacted you? No. Then why didn't the girl die? Based on the descriptions of so many witnesses, photos, and what she saw with her own eyes, it is basically certain that they saw the same girl. I want to know too. What about Julia 7? They told me. Why did they find you? Why didn't they tell me before? Lakis insisted. Maybe they knew my talent? I'm afraid of their revenge. And isn't it for the existence of the world that they are talking about? Perhaps they have determined that the Earth Union's attack will threaten the existence of this world. Hikue whispered, imagining Lux sitting opposite in cool clothes and swallowing. Lux didn't completely believe Hikue. She was never someone who would believe only one side of the story. Although these things can be linked together, they are all linked together under Hikue's one-sided story. Moreover, Hikue's eyes were not right from the beginning. Although he was lustful sometimes, he seemed to be a lustful ghost now. She couldn't help but want to drive him away. Do you want to stay at Lux's house for dinner? She needed to observe Hikue more. Although she didn't want to face that naked gaze, Lux decided to put up with it for the truth. Okay. Once the arrow is shot, it can't be turned back. He would feel guilty if he didn't agree to Lux at this time. Chapter 233. That night, Hikue came out of Klein's mansion and breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that this girl seemed to have incredible magic power, and all secrets could be exposed in front of her. Even he didn't know if he had concealed it. But it seemed that there was no problem at the moment. The dangerous girl was full of challenges. Hikue looked back at the luxurious mansion and returned to his car. Hikue, where have you been? As soon as he returned to the car, Miling's communication came over, with a bit of coquetry and a bit of helplessness. Listening to this voice, he understood why the secretary asked a girl. After all, in such an unpleasant thing as urging work, only such a sweet voice can bring him a little comfort. He also knew the reason why Miling urged him. In fact, before he came here, Miling had sent him many emails. Considering that he had not submitted the research and development report on the new mobile suit in recent days, he was naturally urged by the National Defense Committee, especially Counselor Jewel. Go back now. I finished the report tomorrow. Hikue smiled. Really? Remember. I've already made the template, Hikue. Hurry up. Got it. The girl became quite lively after getting familiar with her, completely different from the quiet and shy girl at the beginning. After sighing, Hikue worked diligently to make the frame of the Gundam in the next few days. although I don't know how much it differs from the original version. But the strength of the frame has been tested by computer, and there is no problem at all. Moreover, the changing system is also derived from that new type of assault. There is no problem at all from the design direction. Strictly speaking, this frame is the first Gundam he designed himself. Hikue quickly summarized his design, and sent it to Jior's computer. The reply arrived soon. Construction has started. You will start the frame strength test immediately, when you return to Mei City. Looking at the reply full of Jior's indifference and efficiency, Hikue couldn't say anything, and could only reply bitterly with the received. It seems that the National Defense Committee is still very eager for the new aircraft, and it is unknown whether this war can be stopped at the scheduled time. Although he also has his own purpose, his intervention has indeed turned the originally simple plot into a more complicated war. And the few people who can influence the direction of the war don't even know where they have gone. Kira, where did the Archangel go? Thinking of this, Hikue looked up at the space outside the window where countless colony satellites were piled up. The clan, crews, the missing Archangel, and Kira. There are still many unresolved issues, but at least he now has the power to protect himself. After using the AQ spirit to cheer himself up, Hikue found Shurha and Su Lei, who were still on the asteroid. Since letting the two of them get closer in bed before, their relationship seems to have improved a lot. At this time, they were holding hands and studying the recipes in front of them. Hikue was a little envious of them. When he was the deputy director, he was not so free. Or rather, he never had any free time. Hikue walked silently behind the two of them. Paw. Paw. With two crisp sounds, Hikue's palm quickly and accurately hit the two people's elastic buttocks. Ah! The scream was made by Su Lei, and sure, he obviously noticed Hikue's arrival a long time ago, but just rolled her eyelids at him charmingly. Don't you have to go back to Mei City? Sure, he asked. I go back after dinner. So soon? I still have to work on the new machine, and the strength test of the skeleton is not efficient with remote communication. Then I go back too. I can help you with the radar. Me too. Okay. Hikue hadn't planned to leave the two here. After all, he still needed the two of them to take care of Z Gundam. God knows when the war will end. The more means we have, the better. The next day, looking at the skeleton that had already taken shape from the design in front of him, Hikue once again sighed in his heart at the efficiency of ZFT. A complete skeleton can be built in one night. Director hello. The former director of Clark Design Bureau, now one of the deputy directors, was looking at him eagerly. That look made Hikue take a half step back unnaturally. Director Yuki, how is the progress? Originally, the factory of Clark Design Bureau was not moved to Area 1, and the director has always been in charge of his original design bureau. He appeared here because of the new machine. After the data verification yesterday, the skeleton was roughly manufactured, and the completion rate is close to 90%. There are still some nano parts that require precise handwork that have not been completed. I do it, Hikue said simply, and walked out of the control room. But our people are already doing it. I'm faster. But the director was a little embarrassed. He didn't want to discourage the young director, who was successful at a young age. But the people under him were senior talents, who had been immersed in the A-level for many years. Although this person had some research strength, he was too confident. There was no way, so let those people give way to the director. Thinking of this, the two walked one after the other into the high-precision parts manufacturing plant attached to the factory. It was a small room, but it was the place where the screws of freedom and justice were once made. Director Yuki? Director Seeing the two, the three employees inside were obviously stunned. Then the older man stood up. He bowed slightly to Hikue. Director with our current progress, we can complete everything in 4 hours. The man said it very proudly, and he did have the capital to be proud. Hikue nodded upon hearing this. I do the rest. Ah? Before the others could react, Hikue sat directly in front of one of the high-precision parts printers. He was not interested in waiting slowly, or else Jior would urge him again. And although Clark Design Bureau had a lot of reputation in the past for developing the magic crab, not everyone would be convinced by him for developing the magic crab. What he had to do was to convince the two design bureaus, and make them obey his orders in the shortest possible time. At this time, Yomu behind Hikue exchanged several glances with the team leader, and then the team leader bowed to Hikue. Thank you for your leadership. I guess he was just pretending, but Hikue's status was there, and everyone dared not show a cold face to Hikue even if they were not flattering. All of them had smiles on their faces. You're welcome, then get to work. Okay. Not long after, the scene fell into silence for a while, And then the team leader quickly found something wrong. Their director made parts faster than all of them combined, and the slight errors were even less than theirs. After only 2 hours, their work was completed by Director He. Okay, start installing. In contrast to Ikue's indifferent tone, there were the admiring eyes of the crowd. Yes. Judging from the speed, this director must have broken through the A level. Such masters are rare in plant, and not all of them are in the field of mobile suit development. Some are in battleship manufacturing, and some are in electronic engineering and multi-purpose production engineering. Even in the whole country, there are no more than 10 people who have exceeded the A level. This is much rarer than a giant panda. If they can take this opportunity to climb up, their future will only be brighter. Thinking of this, the team leader and other team members looked at Ikue with green eyes. Chapter 234. After saying goodbye to these passionate team members, Ikue returned to the main control room. Let's start the strength test. As soon as he finished speaking, Ikue's bracelet began to vibrate wildly. Haas, what's wrong? Our company was attacked. Haas's calm voice came from the other end of the communication. Which company? It's the branch in November City. Hearing that it was not an asteroid, Ikue breathed a sigh of relief. What are the casualties? Currently, 2 miners have died, 10 people have been injured, and 3 small MS have been lost. Okay, you can follow me. File the insurance, and make sure to pay for the dead and injured. And what about the murderer? Have you caught him? It's a human bomb. Judging from the method, it looks like Blue Universe. Increase the defense level. Don't let anyone get close to the asteroid for the time being. I know. Hawk is already doing it. Okay. Director He, what's wrong? Yuki asked in a low voice while looking at Ikue who had returned. It's okay. I have something to go out for. Director Yuki will stay here first. Contact me if there is any situation. Okay. Hikue's behavior was a little irresponsible, but thinking of Hikue's amazing skills just now, Yomu still agreed. Hikue smiled, but he became alert in his heart. Blue Universe attacked his company at this time, which seemed like a threat or warning. Without stopping, Hikue returned to the office and contacted Counselor Jewel. Now he has gone a step further and has the contact information of the National Defense Committee, several counselors, and the district chief. Of course, they are all superiors, so Hikue would not take the initiative to disturb them if there is nothing to do. Hello, Counselor Jewel. I know about your company. We have retrieved the nearby surveillance and can basically confirm that it was done by Blue Universe. The National Defense Committee will support your reconstruction funds. We will also provide necessary protection for your company, don't worry. But my company on the asteroid may also be threatened. The radar outside the colony satellite will help with reconnaissance. We also hope that Director He will not have any worries and develop the machine as soon as possible. There will be a secret test of the Odin Spear in a few days. You can go and watch it. Guaranteed to complete the task. Hikue hung up the call after he finished speaking. Just as he was about to go back to the factory, he received an email on his computer. Reconsider? Just a few words and a picture of an asteroid attached, but it gave Hikue a rough idea of the people who attacked this time. Another clan. It's the same trick as before, nothing new. Their situation is already like this. Why don't they think about how to control Oya and come to him? However, cooperation is impossible. As soon as he made a move, so many of his people were killed and injured. He was too violent. If he joined and did something wrong or was just suspected, he might be killed. For this kind of method of doing things that is obviously a crazy villain, Hikue joining is playing with his own life. With the help of the radar and plant, there should be no problem. At this time, the Earth Alliance did not have an anti-neutron jammer, and its own power supply could not support the battleship to float over with phantom particles. But it is not ruled out that there are internal spies helping. We still have to find a way to strengthen the defense of the base. It is better to rely on ourselves than on others. The first thing is to do explosion-proof treatment on the periphery of the base. Buy as many laminated armor as possible to reinforce the weak parts of the rock wall again. However, according to Haas, he has no money now, and his working capital has been consumed. Although he has bought insurance specifically for terrorist attacks, it is just a drop in the bucket for the price of laminated armor. In the final analysis, money is still needed. Now that his Jin team is gradually taking shape, it's time to find a pilot. It's not hard to find an ordinary pilot, but the problem is the red-clothed ones. Every red-clothed one is a treasure of ZFT, and it's really difficult for him to poach them. Although he can use money and favors, most of the red-clothed ones are concentrated on the battlefield at this time. Temporarily hire elite green-clothed ones. With his current status, As long as he says he wants to recruit pilots, many people will sign up. He can ask Jure for help, and it won't be a problem to get 4 or 5 people. With a basic plan, Hikue returned to the factory. 1 day later. The strength test did not pass. The strength of the parts at the arm joints was too low. It was more convenient when moving, but the strength of this joint could not meet Zap's requirements. Fortunately, it was not difficult to change it, and the current problem was only that one. After resubmitting the revised design and report, Hikue hid his body, and came to the Waste Merchants Association at the port. Hello. The boss's eyes lit up when he saw the disguised Hikue coming. Boss. Hikue nodded and looked at the iron door behind the boss. Please come in, that gentleman is also new here. The boss couldn't help but look at the person in front of him again. If that person hadn't informed him in advance, he really couldn't tell that this was Hikue. However, Hikue was also a miracle. He watched Hikue go from a small worker in the Hylian Design Bureau to the current director. No matter how he looked at it, it was incredible. Fortunately, he had always been good to Hikue. Seeing that the man's attitude was as if he was going to continue to cooperate with Hikue, the boss couldn't help but look at Hikue a few more times. Watching the fat uncle enter the room, the smile on the boss's face faded, and he returned to his usual honest look. Behind the door, Matthias and Setona in front of Hikue remained unchanged. Director He, you are here again. Matthias poured tea for Hikue elegantly, and Setona behind him took the teacup and handed it to Hikue. Hikue, do you have a gift? The round one last time was so fun. The girl said eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Yes. Hikue chuckled and took out the harrow on his back. Harrow, the one that Lux has? The girl took the harrow and poked its round body innocently. She laughed happily as she watched Harrow rolling around on the table. She was a little more lively than Lux, but other than that, they were really similar. Satisfied with the improved genetic technology, Hikue looked at the lively girl again. Sooner or later, he must take her home. Ahem, why did Director He come here this time? Looking at Hikue who ignored him, Matthias said softly. It's like this. Hikue quickly told the story. I understand. What is Director He's plan? Pull out their claws here. His approach is completely in the interests of Matthias. And he can also take this opportunity to get in touch with Matthias. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 235. It's dangerous to go against them. Why do you think I will help you? Matthias elegantly picked up the cup of black tea in front of him and took a sip. Because your expression is full of disgust for that organization. When Matthias heard this, his elegant body trembled, and he subconsciously touched his face. He thought his expression had been honed to be very calm, and he really didn't think his emotions could be read by others. But Hikue was right. He was indeed full of disgust towards that organization. Is he more sensitive to people's emotions? But this is too exaggerated. He became more vigilant and valued Hikue, and Matthias quickly put away the shock on his face. He regained his previous indifference. I did get some information about their whereabouts in ZFT. Here. Setona handed Hikue a tablet. It showed many locations in many districts in May City. The intelligence can only be known to Director He. As for how to use it, it depends on Director He himself. Matthias still looked mysterious. I understand. This was probably the test before Matthias cooperated with him. Eliminate the spy in a way that no one knew. This was in line with Matthias's style of underground operations. Memorizing the information in his mind, Hikue returned the tablet to Setona. Intentionally or unintentionally, Hikue's fingers brushed against Setona's smooth back of the hand. The girl seemed to be stimulated, blushing and instantly retracting her hand. I just didn't hate it. It seems that having a favorability of 60 is indeed good. With the test given by Matthias, Hikue quickly returned to May City. The strength test of the skeleton was also passed without him. Thank you for your hard work this time, Director He. Jure's cold face was reflected on the screen of Hikue's office again. It's my job. Hikue said modestly. Well, then will the subsequent armor installation still use PS armor? But according to the new armor technology you submitted, Director He, it would be better to use the new generation of VPS armor, right? That's true, but VPS armor is still in the early development stage. Hikue smiled. This VPS armor is a further development of his TP armor technology. His current research and development can be separated from the gold finger. At least, he can still complete the technical upgrade that is not cross-era. The knowledge brought by the gold finger every time is still firmly in his mind. As long as he can use it flexibly and develop new technology and new machines, he can still do it. It won't be too late to change it later. Since Director He said so, the follow-up development will be handed over to you. Jior smiled very rarely. Thank you for your trust. After Hikue finished speaking, Jior nodded and quickly hung up the communication. The armor is not difficult. The pneumatic group has detailed information about the design of the outer armor. Just mix it up and make a standard look similar to the assault style. It doesn't have to be armed. This machine is just a technical verification and cost reduction experiment for future mass production. It's not a machine that focuses on force. Thinking that dusk was almost over before he knew it, Hikue returned to his new home in the director's district. As a director, the house assigned to Hikue at this time was also newly expanded. It fully meets the director's specifications, a small garden with a pond and swimming pool, plus a 4-story villa. Although it is far from as high-end as Klein's house, it is also very luxurious. As soon as Hikue opened the door, a strong smell of meat came to his nose. Shurha and Su-lei were busy in the kitchen, and when they saw Hikue coming back, they came out together. I heard that the frame of the Gundam next door has also been made, and it is much larger than the ordinary Gundam. Su-lei said the first sentence when they met, probably referring to Rebirth. In my memory, the Gundam didn't seem to appear much. Hikue wanted to go and see it, but unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity, and the Asimov Design Bureau didn't like him very much. Go and have a look when you have time. That's secondary. When can we go back? Shurha obviously missed the asteroid. It's true that there are all kinds of living facilities there, and you don't have to worry about being disturbed by others. It's a good place to live in seclusion. And it's safer. Although it seems that there is a lot of greenery here, you can still grow vegetables in the asteroid. I have to stay for a while. Although the Gundam body is ready and the backpack is not needed for the time being, he still has to wait for the moment when the Gundam is completely completed. And he also needs to catch the people of the clan buried in ZFT. Ensure cooperation with Matthias and get more information. Sorry, Hikue said, and kissed Shurha's pink lips very skillfully. The sweet taste was as always. Shurha was panting from the kiss, and Su-lei beside him stared at her. Before Shurha could speak, Su-lei raised her soft white toes and kissed Hikue dissatisfiedly. Stop messing around. Shurha looked at Hikue, who was about to be pounced by Su-lei with a bad temper. Hikue finally took off Su-lei, who was hanging on him. Let's eat first. Oh, Su-lei licked the water stains on her lips with satisfaction, looking like a kitten who had successfully stolen something. Su-lei's desire to win always showed up in strange places. But Hikue didn't hate it. After the three of them had been shameless all night, before the sun came out in the dark sky, Hikue released a completely black owl outside. Because the previous owl was too conspicuous, and most people here probably knew who made this owl. Hikue recreated a new bionic owl. This time, even the feathers were successfully made of synthetic fibers, which looked lifelike. Moreover, it used a quantum firewall inside and anti-radar coating outside. In addition, its petite body does not need to worry about being captured by the internal radar of the plant. People standing far away probably can't tell whether it is a machine or a biological creature. It can be used for surveillance at night, and has a good effect. It is very simple to deal with the spies lurking in May City by yourself. Just lure them out of their holes. An owl with black feathers flew quickly through the night of May City, and came to the roof of one of the houses mentioned in the intelligence. This room is hidden in the towering civilian settlement. It is also where Hikue once lived. Of course, the location is different, but the standard room and crowded living environment are still the same. It is really difficult to be discovered hiding here. I don't know how Matthias did it. But after all, the other party is almost the leader of a tribe, so it's not too strange that he knows some means to find his own people. Thinking of this, Hikue directly let the owl come to the target's bedside. This small house has no balcony, only a small dormitory, and a 6-person iron bed. 2 of the 6 people in it are spies of the clan. Hikue quickly raised the owl's claws, and the bird's feet with sharp blades on them quickly rotated, and the weak glass was easily punched by Hikue. I see you. Put the threatening note in the other party's room, and then wait for them to lose their composure. After doing all this, Hikue hid the owl in the bushes downstairs. Although it is possible to directly encrypt information with a quantum firewall and secretly report to ZFT. But it is still not safe. As long as it is encrypted, there is a possibility of cracking. Chapter 236. The next day passed without incident. Hikue entered the design bureau and began to supervise the installation of the new machine. The armor was manufactured very quickly. It was not long before most of the armor of the Gundam in front of him was installed except for the head and back. The only remaining parts were the anti-neutron jammer and the high-strength materials needed to be used near the thrusters. What do you think is a better name for this machine, Director He? Yuki still had a warm smile on his face, but this time his smile was more genuine than the previous times. Just looking at Ikue's expression, you can tell that he is definitely a real talent. From the crab to the current Gundam, he has never been stumped. His attainments in design are probably one of the best in plant. Being able to follow behind such a genius, he can also get a share of the pie, and his status will rise accordingly. It depends on what the National Defense Committee thinks. He is just a worker, and this is not his own machine. Call it the Testament or the New Testament. Anyway, he made it, and took the opportunity to grab a set of Unit 2 for experiment. It's just that the anti-neutron jammer can't be moved. The data inside the entire anti-neutron jammer is encrypted. If someone forcibly disassembles it, it will link the internal detonation mechanism and directly give the cracker a nuclear explosion face-to-face. I don't know how Cruz got this information. But there is not much time left for Ikue. After all, Cruz may get the information of the anti-neutron jammer at any time. At that time, it is inevitable that there will be another nuclear war. However, if he can't stop it head-on, he can still use Palace to stop it. Aegis had better build another one. 5 million must be earned as soon as possible. They should be able to resume mining soon. Thinking of this, Ikue's wrists began to shake. Can't sit still? The two-person spy team in the intelligence was discussing last night's events with one person in a dim basement. As for how Ikue knew, it was because he had modified the eavesdropping function of the new owl. With the built-in anti-shielding and movable small eavesdropping monitor, Ikue can go deep into any basement to eavesdrop. After recording the discussion between the three people, the evidence was obtained smoothly. The next step is how to use it. Ikue had already prepared for this. If he couldn't do it online, he would do it offline. At this time, he was no longer the boy who almost leaked the news in front of Lux. The Dark Owl came to an inconspicuous corner of the city, without surveillance, and put down the evidence directly. Along with the evidence, there was also a note with a voucher to go to the National Defense Committee to collect 100,000. For the adjusters, who live in such slum-like places, 100,000 is an astronomical figure. And this money is just the reward for providing spy information. Ikue is not worried that this note will not be discovered. And even if no one finds it after 3 days, he can change the place to post it. Seeing that the matter is resolved, Ikue quits the control of the owl and walks out of the office. Ikue greets the familiar and extremely enthusiastic employees passing by and comes to Aaron's office. The office was still full of various paper documents, each with a similar skeleton structure drawn on it. Aaron, did you call me here because of the skeleton? Although Aaron didn't tell him, she had a guess in her mind when she saw this scene. Yes. Aaron sighed. I don't know if it's because I'm getting old recently, and the design of the new skeleton can't be completed. Old is still strong. Ikue smiled. Don't be ridiculous, I heard that the skeleton of your Gundam has been completed? It has passed the test. That's great, come and take a look. Aaron said, as she gave up her seat. For this much younger boy, Aaron treated him as a peer or even a senior in some fields. I can't guarantee that I can give you an opinion. He remembered that Aaron's project was the Providence Gundam, right? The machine used by the big boss. With its powerful performance and the Dragoon system, it is definitely a killer. So it was natural that the research and development was handed over to the most experienced Hylon Design Bureau. Ikue observed the frame designed by Aaron in front of him. It was a bit wider than the assault machine and looked very thick. The basic setting was the frame of liberty and justice. Because the Dragoon system is used, and there are 11 attack terminals, each separation and docking of the 11 terminals will generate stress and impact, and only a stable enough frame can ensure the completion of docking. Aaron said resentfully. 1 or 2 is fine, but there are 11 of them. Maybe you can try rare metals? Ikue said with consideration. Ikue couldn't find any fault with Aaron's design. After all, Aaron was the one who created Jin, Shigu and the Gate skeleton. In terms of experience, he is more experienced than Ikue. At present, the only things he has completed development experience with are the Magic Crab and the Gundam. Naturally, he can't make much improvement. But he is experienced in other aspects. I can't apply for too much of that stuff. It doesn't matter. Use a little of the components in the key assembly parts to ensure the stability of the connection. Then, the other parts can be reinforced with the lightweight titanium alloy used by the crab. The remaining slight changes should be able to use the computer to automatically fine-tune the thruster power. It's a pity that the manufacturing of Gundamium alloy on his Z Gundam has not yet appeared. Otherwise, directly using Gundamium alloy to build the skeleton can completely reduce the weight of the Divine Will. At the same time, the defensibility can be improved a little bit. Aaron lowered her head and began to think about the feasibility of his plan. It should be no problem. When she looked up again, the depression in Aaron's eyes had been transformed into eagerness to try. It's good to be able to help. By the way, can I also participate in the development of the new Gundam? Why? Aaron asked curiously. This person used to be unmovable without being urged. I heard that he was urged by Jewel not long ago. She was secretly delighted by this. The reason for her secret delight was simple. She could finally let Counselor Jewel experience the helplessness of procrastination. Now Hikue, who was a procrastinator, actually took the initiative to help them develop a new Gundam. This was simply unheard of. I'm more curious. You know that the project I'm responsible for is just a cost and technology verification machine for a mass-produced model. Then I will apply for it. After all, Hikue is the developer of the Dragoon. If he is there, it will be easier. Hikue smiled and nodded when he heard this. But he made a victory gesture in his heart. Being able to participate in the development means that he can leave a backdoor on the Dragoon. No matter who opens it in the future, it's better not to use such a powerful weapon to attack him. Chapter 237. While discussing the follow-up development with Aaron, Hikue saw the information under the vibration of the bracelet. Hikue, I heard that someone anonymously reported the spy hidden in May City. We have caught a lot of people here. Shura's excited tone seemed to overflow through the bracelet. The temptation of 100,000 is really great, and it was actually delivered in a short time. Hikue himself was not worried about being caught. His owl could not be discovered by ordinary people, and the internal radar could not detect it either. And he deliberately avoided surveillance. With his current familiarity with May City, it is impossible to catch him. Since he was caught, Matthias should contact him soon. Hikue was not in a hurry, anyway Matthias saw it. And he also had to prepare to see if he could take Saitona home directly next time. The purpose of the Martian princess should be to communicate with the natural people and adjusters in the Earth sphere and help others. So he had to give Saitona enough reasons to make her feel that she could complete the task better here. Although it's a bit difficult, it's not impossible. Hikue, what's wrong? Aaron, who was still discussing heatedly, asked in confusion. Director, it seems that we can be more at ease recently. At ease? Aaron reacted and looked at the email in her hand. A smile appeared on her face. Yes, these spies are hiding very deeply, and they were caught this time. We don't have to be so careful when we go out in the future. Aaron, you want to go out? Well, go see my son. He's getting married soon. Congratulations. It's okay, there's no love. Aaron said with increasing envy in her tone. Unlike you, you're still so loving. Ha. Hikue laughed awkwardly. But the birth rate of the third generation of adjusters is too low. If it goes on like this, we lose even without a joint attack. Aaron smiled bitterly. No one mentioned it before because they deliberately downplayed the issue in the face of war. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that their birth rate is really falling off a cliff. I heard that even the kindergartens in May City can't recruit enough people recently. Many have closed down. There are many adjusters gathered here now, and the first-generation adjusters, like Hikue, are half and half of the second-generation adjusters. As for the third generation, there are only a few people. If they are more talented than the second generation, it would be fine. But generally speaking, the talents of the third-generation adjusters are not much stronger. Instead, they tend to be more uniform, all hexagonal, but this hexagon is not big as a whole. It's time for you to make some contribution to the fertility rate of plant. Aaron teased. Maybe there's a chance. Hikue smiled and said that the two quickly turned to other more relaxed topics. After returning to his office, Hikue got the latest development progress of his own Gundam and contacted Counselor Jewel without delay. Your current progress is good. Using your new titanium alloy material can indeed reduce costs by 10%. Yes, if the industrial line is rolled out, the cost can be further reduced. Then I trouble Director He with the subsequent machine performance testing and backpack design. As for the backpack, refer to your previous lightning backpack and the 3 sets of assault. Kira has proved with facts that if an elite pilot is given a multi-purpose Gundam, he can really play with them. The skeleton of the new generation of mass-produced models still needs to be polished. The cost is still too high now. Okay. I want both good quality and cheap price. There is no such good thing in the world. But it is not impossible to find a balance point in the middle. Then there is one more thing. What is it? I want to recruit a few elite green clothes as a member of my company. Only 3 elite green clothes. No problem. A smile appeared on Hikue's face. The sweat of the Gundam in the past few days finally paid off. Being able to get 3 elite green clothes to join the company through formal channels shows that Hikue of the National Defense Committee values them. Well, now that the body frame has been formed, Director He, do you have any suggestions for the name of the body? Can I name it? Director He is the creator after all, and we will refer to your opinions. Liberation. Liberator Gundam. Hikue smiled. Okay, we will consider it. It sounds really good, with great deterrence and good meaning. Joel, who thought he would hear some strange name, breathed a sigh of relief and hung up the communication without much hesitation. Hikue didn't care too much. He couldn't say the mysterious name of the Covenant, so he just chose a less awkward word. But the name is just a small matter. As a pragmatist, Hikue didn't dwell on it for long. Since Jior agreed, Hikue found Haas. Haas, how are you doing recently? What else can you do? Haas said faintly. It can be seen that Haas is still upset about not participating in the landing operation on Earth. You are already the director, so don't think about going to the front every day. Hikue was speechless about Hua's persistence in his original aspiration. It has been so long, and he is still talking about this. So why did our dear director Hikue come to me? I have already dealt with the company's affairs. I know, but the National Defense Committee has allowed me to recruit drivers. Ah? Are you serious? Those gene-ins have been put aside for almost a month, and Hua himself thought that Hikue had no hope, but he didn't expect that he actually got it done. Of course it's for real. We recruit 3 people. You can promote it recently, and the interviews will be held next week. Is it too soon? No. He has a reputation and many people want to follow him. 1 week is enough for registration. Okay, I listen to you. Haas shrugged and hung up the call. He was very decisive, and went to make arrangements at this time. And Hikue stretched his body. The recent events are almost over. Next, he had to consider how to use Palace to report Cruz, but he didn't have much evidence. He did have a video of him fighting with Cruz in the passage with Aegis. But the problem is that the video is dark and gloomy, and there is no evidence to prove their location. When landing later, he dared not get too close to Cruz for safety. As for what the two said, this kind of thing can be easily explained. There is still a breakthrough missing. Hikue sighed. And Panama is also very tricky. Come back for dinner. Hikue was still thinking, and sure his urging text message came. Okay. Hurry up, there is a surprise. Hikue couldn't help swallowing when he heard the surprise, although he was still thinking about serious things. Chapter 238. Hikue returned home at a speed a few minutes faster than usual. The 2 girls had been waiting inside for a long time. The food was still fragrant, but the clothes behind them were even more fragrant. The 2 girls were only wearing kitchen aprons, and their snow-white skin was exposed, which brought Hikue an infinite visual impact. Welcome back. Do you want to eat first, take a shower first, or eat me first? The famous lines from East Asia in the past sounded full of indescribable flavors, when spoken from Shura's cherry lips. Can we eat both together? Hikue walked forward and gently hugged the 2 people's slender waists. Why eat both together? That's right. Hikue looked at the white skin of the 2 people and smiled evilly. Put it on top and eat it. After saying that, Hikue took the 2 people to the big dining table in the living room. It's so dirty. Compared to Shura lying on the dining table with a blushing face, Su-lei was dissatisfied. It doesn't matter, just take a shower. As he said that, Hikue kissed Su-lei's lips and pressed Su-lei, who wanted to get up again. One meal filled the stomachs of 3 people at the same time, and there was still room for other things. Su-lei's favorability, 169. Shura Hanif's favorability, 185. You had a unique event with the 2 of them. Common favorability bonus 3 plus 2. Z Gundam, 5160/50, 000. Academics, Cell Level Repair Nanorobots, 6120/50, 000. Academics, Force Field Modulation, 7603/20, 000. Although I am very happy to unlock more favorability bonuses. But this also reminded Hikue of something important. Su-lei's favorability had been stuck there for a long time. Perhaps it was because the 3 of them had been together too much recently. Su-lei got up from the bed. Hikue turned around and hugged the half-asleep girl lying behind him. What's wrong? Nothing. Hikue wanted to say something, but when he thought that he might have just deceived the girl for the sake of favorability, he took back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Strange. What do you think love is? Ah? Su-lei was stunned for a moment when she heard this question, and then she woke up completely from her half-sleep. Why do you ask that suddenly? Su-lei raised her body slightly, and looked at He, who was still sleeping on the other side. Well, maybe you are a little unsure? Not sure? If you love someone, doesn't it mean that you want to stay with him, support him, live with him, and experience all kinds of things together? If it's for the one you love, you won't give up no matter how difficult or frustrated you are, just like you, a coward, will come to protect me. Is that so? So does Hikui love us? Su-lei put her slender hand on Hikui's beating heart, as if she wanted to confirm his feelings in this way. Love, I love you. He wanted to protect them not because of the system and the golden finger, but because they were who they were. They were an irreplaceable part. That's all. The seriousness on Su-lei's face faded, replaced by a happy smile. I'm very happy to be with you. So, we keep going in the future. Take the initiative to interlock her fingers with Hikui, and Su-lei intimately stuck to Hikui. Su-lei's favorability, 170. Unlocked academic, intermediate quantum communication, 0/30, 000, well, keep going. Hikui also responded to Su-lei's feelings enthusiastically. Under the perfect harmony, there was more pleasure than before. When he got up early in the morning, he was no longer hesitant, and Hikui felt more refreshed than before. He felt that the hesitation in his heart had disappeared a lot. He had experienced too much recently, and he always forgot his original intention. He just wanted a higher status and stronger power. Only in this way could he protect himself and them. This was something he could never forget, and it was also the basis for his actions. Looking at the two women in front of him, infinite power emerged in Hikui's heart again. Director He, it's nice to see you again, Matthias said softly from the same position. Hello. Hikui didn't accept the smile, but looked at the girl who was still pouring tea in front of him. Hello, Director He. The girl bowed gracefully, and then returned to her work. I didn't expect Director He to really do it. And so quickly. The shock in Matthias' tone was not fake. If it was this person, it might be possible to wipe out the entire clan. Shut down that disgusting organization. It's just a little trick. So Director He wants to cooperate with us? Yes, and you guys think so too. Yes. We need 10 of the props Director He uses for this eavesdropping, and we will certainly not let you suffer any loss. No problem. Director He is confident in us, Matthias said strangely. According to his knowledge, Hikui's eavesdropping technology should be at the world's top level. Even the clan doesn't have such high-tech stuff. No wonder the clan wants to control this guy like crazy. Of course I'm relieved. Hikui smiled. A person who thinks the world doesn't need the clan, and even committed suicide with his sister, the clan leader. He doesn't look like someone who would use his stuff to mess around. And he will also leave a backdoor on each machine, just in case. Then, 10 million for each, how about it? Okay. For Matthias, 100 million is just a small amount. And since Hikui's robots are world-leading, they are worth the price. With these robots, Matthias's intelligence organization can also complete the task better. Then, there are two more things. His little robot was sold at a shockingly high price, and the profit increased tenfold. Hikui was very happy, but his tone was still calm. What is it? I want information about Lawya Cruz. I understand, Cruz, but I'm not sure what we can find out. Just give it a try. Sorry for the trouble. Klein's intelligence should be similar to Matthias's organizational ability, and Hikui himself did not have much hope. Okay, 30 million. We also need to make money. I hope Director He can understand. Matthias smiled slyly. Can you refund the money if you can't find out? Of course, no problem. Then 30 million. Deduct it from the robot. Hikui gritted his teeth and agreed. Great, what about the other thing? I want to borrow Miss Setona. Hearing Hikui's words, the two people at the scene were surprised and confused. The scene fell silent for a while. Chapter 239. What does Director He want Saitona to do? The girl looked at him curiously. Since we are in a cooperative relationship, I just think it will be more convenient for us to have one of your people on my side. As for the identity issue, how does Director He plan to arrange it? Of course, I can let Saitona do the reception work on our company's asteroid. Of course, if Miss Saitona wants to enter the plant, there is no problem. Hearing that she could contact the plant, Saitona's eyes lit up. Matthias began to struggle visibly. Although Saitona seemed willing, he also knew her identity, and letting her run around like this was not a good thing. If Saitona wants to go, she can only go 10 days a month. As for contact, we will use other means of contact. Matthias glared at Hikui and said lightly. No problem. Before Hikui agreed, Saitona had already agreed. It looks like she is really suffocating. There is also the identity issue. Saitona has an identity in plant, but don't let her be checked by your special forces. Okay. And Setona looks similar to that person, so it's better to wear a mask. Matthias kept nagging helplessly and worriedly, and it took a long time before he let the two leave the secret room. Well, please give me more advice, Setona. Hikue smiled very honestly. Well, please give me your advice. Just call me Hikue. Then Hikue. As Matthias said, his intelligence organization also helped Setona to create a fake identity of Plant. The two of them returned to the asteroid without any obstacles. Then is this room okay? The room that Hikue brought to the girl was a standard guest room. 1 bedroom and 1 living room, quite large. Sure, when will I go to work? Get familiar with it tomorrow. If you want to go to Plant, you can tell me. At present, Hikikong has some, and since he is the one who found the girl, he must be responsible. It is good to be able to borrow the girl for 10 days. This girl may be a breakthrough in communicating with Mars in the future. Okay, thank you, the girl said gracefully. You're welcome. As soon as the girl was arranged to walk out of the room, a red-haired girl came to Hikue. Hikue, why did you bring a girl here again? Myling said coquettishly. Because the nature of the work is different, Myling has always stayed on the asteroid. In her free time, she can also study electronic equipment on the computer here and temporarily act as the receptionist of his company, which is also quite relaxing. I just met a friend who said she wants to join the company. Myling is free to take her with her. Oh, that girl has the same hair color as Lux. Yes, but the hairstyle is different. Is that so? But Hikue can't find Miss Lux. Myling is getting naughty. Hikue patted Myling's head in annoyance and complained. Hee. Myling smiled and stretched out her small palm. Where's the gift? Here. Hikue prepared and took out a harrow. Electronic Warfare A-Level, 10260/100,000. At present, his electronic warfare has been slowly rising. Myling's favorability is also very high. But it is obvious that his energy is limited, so it is enough to use it. After touching Myling's head, Hikue said goodbye to the girl and returned home. Hikue's life returned to peace, and even the chaos on Earth seemed to be calm for a while. But it was probably just the calm before the storm. I didn't expect Counselor Jewel would let me be responsible for testing the Odin Spear. Hikue was outside the space of May City at this time, in the Nazca-class battleship, looking at the small machine in front of him that released a strong electromagnetic pulse in an instant. She also thinks you are one of her own. Aaron shrugged. Really? Hikue's mouth twitched slightly when he heard it. Aaron's words made sense. Although the confidentiality of this weapon was not as high as that of Genesis, it was also a confidential project. It stands to reason that he, who is not even a Seraph faction, would not know about it. Of course, but maybe it's also because you are good at studying electric and magnetic fields. Wouldn't the force field modulation technology you recently developed be able to improve this device? Well, but this kind of electronic pulse is too strong and may paralyze our body, and Panama's mass accelerator may also be affected. Looking at the monitoring data in his hand, Hikue said, there is no need to throw it into the computer simulation. You can guess that such a strong pulse will definitely blow up Panama. That's why force field modulation is needed. I've read your research. If the magnetic field can be improved, the range of action should be controlled, right? That's right. By fine-tuning the magnetic field distribution, the propagation direction and range of the electromagnetic pulse of Odin's gun can indeed be adjusted, and even the energy efficiency can be improved. How long will it take to complete? Before the end of the month, I can't reveal the specific date. I understand. At present, he has not thoroughly studied force field modulation. But it can be used as a small auxiliary to Odin's spear. But in the past half-month, he may have to work non-stop to catch up with the progress. How is our negotiation with the United States of South America going? Hikue looked bitter like a worker. We have been communicating with the resistance organization, but they are not powerful. The National Defense Committee is willing to help them regain independence, but not many people can open Jin. The dagger system cannot be installed on Jin, and we have not captured many daggers. But according to gossip, I heard that many soldiers from the United States of South America are thinking about rebellion. Aaron whispered. Is there a chance? I don't know. The Atlantic Federation originally intended to use the people from the United States of South America as cannon fodder. Now there are not many of them, but everyone is an elite among elites. Especially there is an elite pilot named Edward Scissorhands. It would be best if he could be persuaded to rebellion. This Scissorhands man is very famous. Although his ability as an Earthling is not as strong as Mu, his skills in flying fighter jets are not MS, especially now that the Earth Federation also is MS. If the United States of South America can be independent, the situation of Plant will be much better, This is also the second goal of this operation. Originally, the United States of South America was destroyed by the Atlantic Federation because it transported food to Plant. The president of the interim government of South America is still living in Plant. It's just that without power there is no legitimacy. At present, the president still has a long way to go. If the United States of South America can ensure it, the prices of vegetables, meat, and various materials including anti-neutron jammers will come down. So Odin's spear. Got it, I do my best. After Aaron emphasized it again, he said helplessly, and Ikue walked to the computer with the data. Force field modulation still requires some parts and many experiments. We can't get it here. Let's go back first. Okay. Chapter 240. In parallel with the improvement of Odin's spear, Ikue also made a new type of owl. Each one was a big project for him. He had to make one for at least 3 to 4 days using his spare time every day. Fortunately, Matthias was very rich and was willing to pay for the goods. Moreover, the 30 million yuan in intelligence was not settled until the end, which means that Ikue now made 10 million yuan in 3 or 4 days. It was difficult to transfer such a large amount of funds from formal channels. However, as a world-class organization, Ikue successfully obtained an anonymous card. Of course, it cannot be used in regular places. But it is still possible to use it at the waste dealer. And with the channels of the waste dealer, basically all materials are available, whether secondhand or new. Time soon arrived for Ikue's official recruitment day. There were many people, and even after the initial screening, there were still 124 people who came here for the interview. This list was provided by the National Defense Committee. They are all elite drivers with clean backgrounds and background checks. Haas, who had not been seen for a long time, explained at the side. Well, let's get started. Recruiting workers sounds complicated, but Ikue only recruits drivers. So most of the time, it depends on the performance. The reason why Ikue came to take a look was just to see if there were any plot characters that he could use his foresight advantage to dig them over first. However, Ikue was disappointed after watching all the way. There were none, and most people's skills were about the same. In this disappointment along the way, Ikue saw a person who really surprised him at the end of the day. Ms. Gibberat, you ordered the red dress, right? Ikue looked helplessly at the pretty pink-haired girl in front of him. She looked quite gentle and lovely in a dress. If I remember correctly, this girl is still studying in the military academy, in the same grade as Luna. She is also the daughter of a senior official of the National Defense Committee. However, this senior official is only at the same level as Director Ikue. He can directly contact the members of the Ministry of Defense. So when it comes to speaking, Ikue is not inferior at all. I know. The girl stood with a heroic look, her eyes full of aggression. But I haven't graduated yet. If Director he is okay, I can lower my grades to green clothes. Hearing this, Ikue looked at the girl seriously. She definitely didn't say this out of love. There was no sense of respect for him from her words. So maybe it was a desire to conquer? Ikue didn't quite understand, but he didn't intend to accept the girl's kindness. Just kidding, this operation is equivalent to openly taking the back door. He doesn't want to offend people and leave a handle. It's a pity that our work here cannot bring out Ms. Givenrath's ability. I just hope that Ms. Givenrath can make greater contributions to Plant and ZFT. You? Facing the aggrieved girl, Ikue's smile did not change. Humph. The girl snorted arrogantly and turned away. It's so weird. Haas looked at the girl's back and said helplessly, How dare you say that? Ikue slapped the document in his hand on Haas's head in annoyance. How did you do the initial screening? She should be using a classmate's identity. The name is different. Forget it. Arrange the 3 people. Okay, but when do we have the mission? Soon. Since Jura promised him, he would naturally not give him a job. The nature of this company destined them not to be mercenaries, but security contractors cooperating with ZFT. They are all fighting against the Atlantic Federation, but with more autonomy. They can freely choose their missions. Of course, there are not many good missions. Most of them are hard to chew. However, Ikue has connections, so he should be able to get a lot of simple missions. After solving the problem with Haas, Ikue did not return from the asteroid, but came to Setona's room with a box lunch. Setona, are you used to it? Although he was used to it, Ikue was still stunned when he saw the girl in front of him, who looked like Lux. Is the girl's genes really that simple? If it was just a similar appearance, it would be fine, but Ikue could feel a good mood every time he was with the girl, just like when he was with Lux. Maybe he should try to extract the girl's genes. But the sample was too small. If you want to do a complete analysis, Just a hair or some saliva is not enough. You can only take it slowly. Thank you. What's delicious this time? Braised pork. The girl probably didn't eat anything delicious on Mars. It was synthetic meat and a small amount of grown vegetables. In the society there, everyone has a fixed task, and the food is also fixed, which is also due to the lack of resources on Mars. But it's a bit outrageous that the girl who followed Matthias didn't seem to have eaten much delicious food. After all, Matthias doesn't look like such a stingy person. Matthias also has delicious food, but there's no such dishes, all Western food. Is that so? This inexplicable ability similar to mind reading has come again. Isn't Lux's keen sense of people also inclined to the ability of mind reading? But fortunately, their ability does not seem to be able to be stimulated voluntarily, but more like an instinct. Otherwise, it would have been impossible not to mention it directly in the original plot. What is Hikue busy with recently? Satona asked softly after taking a bite of the lunchbox elegantly. In addition to her appearance, this lady's dining etiquette is similar to Lux's. Developing new weapons. Why do the adjusters and natural people keep fighting? Probably for each other's living space. Oh, but the adjusters are hard to win. Yes. They fought for so long, and although the casualties were not as many as the coalition, they were still not small. Every loss of a population is a huge loss for them, who already have a small population. After all, adjusters tend to live longer. If they don't die prematurely, they can at least work hard at their jobs until they are 70 or 80 years old. Think about it. A person can work in a high-yield job for 60 years and create value for the country. This is what Plant loses. In the Atlantic Federation, those soldiers who fill in the line can be anyone, as long as they are normal people. And up to now, the Atlantic Federation's conscription department has not shown any signs of collapse except for frequent scandals. The population on Earth is too large. To the top leaders of the Atlantic Federation, human life is worthless. If you lose, you can follow me in the future, the girl said seriously, and Hikue also smiled. Then I will trouble Setona. Chapter 241. The improvement of Odin's gun went very smoothly with the help of Hikue's force field modulation. It's better to say that there were not many bottlenecks. It was just time-consuming, and I couldn't take care of the progress of Z Gundam. But the efforts paid off. The Odin's gun in the universe in front of Hikue was completely different from the Odin's gun in the original plot. First of all, from the shape, it was closer to the state of a long gun. And the size was much smaller. It could be directly connected to gates for use. The electromagnetic pulse weapon has been completely miniaturized and installed on the body. Of course, there are also requirements for the power supply of the body. After the gate's power supply system is modulated, it can fire 2 rounds, and the limit is 3 rounds, but after 3 rounds, the body will be completely scrapped. Hikue introduced to Jior, who came to watch. The power supply can't keep up, and the system will shut down completely after barely firing, while the ordinary gene will shut down after 1 shot. What if gene is connected to the base power supply? Although this weapon with obvious direction is not as powerful as the original Odin's gun, it is portable and easy to use, and is similar to an ordinary gun. And the front end can indeed be used as a long spear to barely fight the enemy in an emergency. The cost performance is not high, but it is good to produce a few hundred just in case. The body is not strong enough, but it should be okay in space. But as long as it exceeds 3 shots, the body will be at risk of disintegration. Gene N, with their current technological development speed, those are all previous generation bodies. Using this weapon that requires high body structural strength, it can't be said to be stressful, but it can only be said that it really can't fire a few shots. So can we fire 2 shots? Then can the effect of this EMP prevent or even delay the explosion of the nuclear bomb? Joel raised his eyebrows as he looked at the dagger in front of him that had completely stopped moving under the impact of the EMP. It depends on the anti-EMP measures of the nuclear bomb. If the key electronic equipment on the nuclear warhead is interfered with, and the propulsion device loses power at the same time, it is indeed possible. But we don't have a joint nuclear bomb to test at the moment. The dagger outside the window is already one of the few daggers they have captured. This matter is too big, Hikue dare not guarantee it. I understand. Is there something wrong with our anti-neutron jammer? Hikue asked nervously. No, just be prepared. Director, he should know this best. Jior's serious face rarely showed a smile. For the S-level talent mentioned by the district chief, it is natural to be more tolerant than ordinary people. Hikue bought the asteroid so early, which is indeed a unique vision. You know, the price of abandoned asteroids has increased many times now, just to build a secret base. Although there are many poor people in Plant, there are also many rich people. Indeed. Hikue nodded and continued without denying. But the output should not be increased. It doesn't matter. 200 conventional equipment is enough. Add the 100 needed for this battle, that is a total of 300 electromagnetic pulse guns. This heavy task will be given to the factory, and he, the director of the design bureau, does not need to worry about this matter. Since the matter is over, you should also hurry up with the nanorobot matter. If it can be completed, our casualties will be greatly reduced. Okay, but don't worry, we will help with your company's security business. Thank you. With yours guarantee, Hikue smiled and bowed slightly. But director, he should not go to DSSD this month. Under the current circumstances, we cannot guarantee safety outside the plant universe. Okay. After a brief pause, Hikue agreed. After all, he is his boss, and if he can't go, isn't there still Harrow? In addition to DSSD, he has too many things to do, so Selena can only put it aside. But the AI can be upgraded. Recently, because he sold the owl, he also has the money to upgrade Aegis. The original cost of 5 million can be upgraded to 10 million. In general, although Hikue made a lot of money because of the owl, the money soon returned to the hands of the junk dealer. In this regard, I heard from Selena that Matthias seemed very happy. Although Hikue felt bad, he did not hesitate much when he thought that the upgrade of Aegis could not only be bulletproof, but also reduce delay and improve battery life. Among all the money, the 5 million bonus given to him by ZAFT was the most useless. Of course, it is better to have it than not to have it. Sure, Su Lei, we can go home now. Hikue said happily as soon as he opened the door, after being escorted by military vehicles all the way from the port to his home in the design bureau. Is the work done? Shura asked happily after hearing this. Look at his silly and happy look, it must be done. Su Lei said mercilessly, but there was also an obvious smile on the corner of her mouth. It just so happens that the radar of the Liberator I gave you is almost upgraded. But who will drive that machine? I don't know, there is no candidate yet. The original Testament, he remembered, seemed to be stolen from the little Genesis. Actually, I think you are quite suitable. Su Lei shrugged. I'm a researcher. That machine? Isn't it also a mass production verification machine? It was originally not intended to go to the battlefield just like the Warrior Gundam. Yeah. Shura nodded after hearing Su Lei's words. Although it doesn't have much armament, you have studied the backpack system before, right? We still have the data of Destiny 00, Elastic Wing and Dragoon. Hikue lowered his head after hearing this. Su Lei's words were very exciting. And he didn't tell Su Lei that in addition to the Lightning Backpack, he also had the data of all other backpacks of the Assault and Heretic. Originally it was just a means of long-range attack. But now it seems to have other uses. In addition to the backpacks of Freedom and Justice, he could even make Dragoons. I should be able to convince the National Defense Committee in the name of experiment, Hikue said to himself. Although the backpacks of Freedom and Justice are very expensive, Plant can afford them, and this kind of backpack is not disposable. With his current status, there is a good chance that it will be passed. However, other backpacks are trivial matters, the most important thing is the Dragoon. As long as he has the light shield formed by the Dragoons and the anti-neutron jammer, he will be safe against most people in this world. And he can keep the Liberator for a long time. Even if the war is basically over, there will still be competition for armaments. Then the Liberator will naturally continue its mission as a mass production verification machine. Thank you, Su Lei is so smart. Hikue hugged the petite Su Lei tightly. He was so strong that he seemed to want to rub her into his body. Humph, it's Hikue who is too stupid. Chapter 242. The proposal for the development of the subsequent backpack was passed very smoothly. It seems that they originally had such a plan, and asked him to continue to develop the backpack for Gundam. If he continues to develop in this way, he will probably make Pulse and Zaku in the future, right? But at present, it is still a long way to go. For Hikue, the best choice is to ensure his own safety first. Hikue, I didn't expect you to really make the Gundam so quickly. At his own radar station, Hikue was standing in front of the district chief, that is, Kurates. Luckily, there was a breakthrough. Hikue laughed. Xiao Ba, Dexter, and his new join MS, if he doesn't research it out, then all the points added in the past 2 years will be wasted. Haha, Director He is still as humble as ever. But I came to Director He this time to ask you if you want to go to Arme City District Chief's Gathering. District Chief's Gathering? Hikue, who heard about it for the first time, was puzzled. It's mainly for everyone to discuss the future situation and exchange the latest intelligence and so on. Okay. Hikue agreed without thinking much. This kind of occasion should be their private party, and being invited to such a private party is a win-win for Hikue. There is no such thing as too much news. And his current status is still a long way from that of a counselor. It's also good to hear what news there is from the district chief. Only by grasping the opportunity can you be one step ahead of others. In addition to the golden finger, his understanding of the plot also played a very important role in his rapid rise. As the plot has already moved towards the unknown, it is very important to keep in touch with the district heads and even establish a cooperative relationship. Then I will inform you of the approximate time later. Of course, it must be kept confidential. No problem. After hanging up the communication, Hikue quickly activated the radar on the asteroid. The communication, which was further reinforced by the quantum firewall, was accurately and concealedly projected on Harrow inside the DSSE space station. As the darkness of the screen in front of him gradually dissipated, a shocking picture of a beautiful woman wearing only black stockings appeared in front of Hikue's screen. I have to say, the shock was great. Although Selena was wearing a pair of black silk underwear under the black stockings. But the delicate pattern made Selena's tight and straight legs wrapped in black stockings more seductive. But this time, no one else had to be alerted. Selena's bracelet sounded a rapid alarm. Really, I still want to take a shower. Mumbling, Selena glanced helplessly at Hikue's Harrow and walked in front of Hikue. At the same time, her fingers quickly typed something on the computer screen. Soon, the information about AI and thrusters was synchronized to the computer in front of Hikue. AI is progressing the fastest. They have found a way to develop learning AI. As long as they follow this progress for another 1 or 2 years, they should be able to complete a trial version of AI. It's a pity that Hikue can't wait that long, but it's not useless. Thinking about this, Hikue looked at the virtual frame. Selena McGriff's favorability 88. Experience bonus 3. Universe adaptability B. 6780/10,000. Selena's favorability is already high enough, but it's a pity that he can't go there yet. If he can complete the learning AI earlier, then his Aegis may be able to carry out independent activities, to some extent in the future. Of course, it is still a bit dangerous, so he must keep a lot of backup plans in the future before he can develop it with confidence. I can't come this month. Then come back when you have time. He's not coming again. He's busy. Tell him to come here, come here, come here. What's wrong with coming here to work? Selena complained, and the 2 lively little rabbits jumped in front of Hikue. Hikue's mouth twitched slightly. Although this situation seemed to be a strange excitement, he was still a gentleman. At this time, he just looked at it twice and wanted to hang up the call. Who knew that just when Hikue's finger was about to press the exit key? Suddenly, a rapid alarm sounded in his room. Not from his side, but from the DSSD side. Selena was also startled at this time and hurried to the phone. What happened? Your parents, Selena, and others were doing experiments on the brilliance thruster outside, and the solar wind suddenly burst out in disorder. What happened to them? The thruster exceeded the energy load and automatically disengaged, but due to the influence of the solar wind, the body was also locked and could not be controlled externally. It looks like the entire aircraft's control system has been paralyzed. The aircraft's paralysis doesn't sound too serious. After all, there are usually oxygen tanks in the cockpit. As long as the aircraft is recovered, they have many ways to open it. There is a group of pirates outside now. But we have sent the security department to fight them. I want to go too. Selena put on her coat and rushed to the hangar without paying any attention to Harrow. Forget it, if I'm exposed in front of Selena, she will help me hide it. Now there are only 2 options for Hikue. One is to pretend not to know, but according to the plot, Selena's parents are likely to die. The other is to attack with Selena. Thinking of this, Hikue also started to roll behind Selena. His Harrow ran a few points faster than Selena in the low-gravity environment. After she opened the cockpit of one of the Gene Ns, Hikue's Harrow had also arrived at the destination. It was the Gene N that Selena was riding. There was no way. Selena was not good at fighting. He didn't want to protect Selena when he had to protect the new machine while fighting against many. He didn't have the attack code, and he probably couldn't get out by himself. Harrow? Selena was surprised when she saw Harrow floating in front of her. Let me do it. Hikue was too lazy to pretend anymore. You can see it. Thinking of the scene just now, the beautiful woman covered her chest. Then she realized that the situation was urgent, and her slender hand quickly dropped again. Anyway, I'd do it. Is it okay? How can your signal be transmitted so far and so strong? Selena kept asking questions without stopping. She quickly opened the cover of Harrow and Jen's consoles, and connected the control lines together. Because my radar is more powerful. After explaining, Hikue saw that the control channel was successfully established, and took out his own simulated console again. Luckily, he never took it back. With previous experience, Hikue only moved a little, and stood in front of the catapult. Can you really do it? No delay, right? Selena really didn't know Hikue's strength. After all, Hikue stayed in the light shield, and shot the whole time last time. It can be seen that his shooting skills are very good, but good shooting does not mean that he can drive well. No delay, full power. Hikue was quite excited. After all, this was the first time he fought a battle without delay in a long time, although he held back when he was on Earth. But the delay is really annoying. Chapter 243. Launched from the catapult, the magnificent Milky Way is still in front of us. However, compared to the Milky Way in front of us, the pirates fighting each other not far away are the most troublesome. Why is it so coincidental? There are pirates, are there usually pirates? Hikue asked. I don't know. At this time, Selena bit her lip and continued. Can I help you check the radar? Okay. Actually, it's not necessary, but in order to make Selena feel more involved, Hikue nodded. It must be said that, being used to driving a machine with high latency, Hikue felt that he could control the king even more easily, and it could be said that he could exert 120% of his strength. The scene of the battlefield in front of Hikue soon came into his eyes. 10 kings plus 3 Sigu were confronting the 5 kings of DSSD, and 10 Mobius around the prototype of the Shining Transmitter. The prototype was not a Gundam structure, but more like a space-sailing ship, with a large prototype thruster on the back emitting black smoke. Selena, don't rush forward so fast. An uncle in one of the Mobius quickly stopped the two. Are you scared? Hikue did not open the communication, but turned his head to look at Selena's pretty face, which was originally beautiful but now pale. If you don't look at the screen, I will be scared. My main screen is directly connected to Jin's monitor. Hikue smiled. Remote connection is good. You can arrange the screen at will, unlike the cramped cockpit. And most importantly, there is no danger to life. Orange Zone 29. Selena did not answer Hikue's question, her face changed, and she said immediately. Got it. She answered, but Hikue looked at the radar and moved faster than Serena's voice. Without turning his head, he fired a burst of machine guns from the machine gun on his arm, and shot down Jin, who wanted to sneak attack him. What's going on? It seems to be an elite pilot, at least an elite red coat. There is no need for visual aiming at all, which requires a strong control of the machine body and a familiarity with shooting. No one knows better than these battle-hardened pirates. Captain, retreat? The panicked voice in the communication echoed in the command model of the Shigu. The opponent is just a Jinin. Aim at the prototype. The pirate leader gritted his teeth. He had to complete the employer's task anyway. Otherwise, he would have no credibility and no money. That would be more painful than killing him. Hearing this, many pirates began to give up attacking Hikue's Jin and began to attack the prototype without reservation. Seeing this scene, Selena was nervous, but she was still reporting the location to Hikue in an orderly manner. As for Hikue, although he was excited about this long-lost all-out effort, he was not unable to control himself. On the contrary, he was too calm at this time. Jin's power was maximized by him, and every shot could accurately hit the opponent's cockpit. Hikue, who took on most of the pressure brought by the pirates alone. Together with the people from the security department behind him, they took steady steps, and the numerous pirates could not break in. Captain. After they defeated several Jinin again, the remaining pirates no longer dared to move forward. The enemy's machine guns were not something they could deal with at all. They were desperate men, yes. But desperate men were also afraid of death. If there was a 50% chance of survival, they would give it a try for the sake of wealth. But knowing that there was a 0% survival rate, they would naturally be timid. Retreat. Seeing that they had lost all their fighting spirit and had no hope of attacking, the leader had no other choice. And the combat data of this elite red-clothed man was also obtained. This means that there is a problem with the employer's background check. But it can't be blamed on them. Still can earn a deposit. Although so many golds were lost, the deposit is still a loss. Thinking of this, the leader couldn't help but sigh in his helmet. Even if there are only a few dozen elite red-clothed men in plant, and they are scattered throughout the battlefield, it's really unlucky that he can meet them. At this time, the few people led by Hikue did not chase the pirates as they watched them go away. They only canceled the alert after watching the tail flames of the pirates' warships disappear from the radar, and let the 2 gold start to move the prototype Opportunity Space Station. Selena, when did you become so powerful? Just now, I suddenly felt something awakened in me. Looking at Ikue, Selena looked away and said. As Ikue thought, it didn't matter if it was exposed to Selena. Selena's heart was not fighting for power at all, but exploring the stars outside Mars. She was his ally. Is that so? This uncle was well informed, and this kind of situation had happened before, so he didn't ask any more questions at this time. But this kind of driving intensity may have an impact on your body. Go back and check it out later. No problem. Anyway, I'm really glad that your parents are okay. Yes, thank you. Hearing this, Selena finally smiled for the first time since they met today. In fact, Ikue could have stayed out of the spotlight, but he still showed up. Just based on this, Selena couldn't get angry with Ikue. Who is he? Security director? What's wrong? Jealous? Serena relaxed after successfully saving her parents. No. Serena rolled her eyes, then quickly remembered something. You can always see it. Uh-huh. Ikue's mouth twitched slightly. You can hear it too. Haro? Hee, isn't it too late for you to play dumb now? It was just a joke to liven up the atmosphere. After being interrupted by Ikue, Selena no longer wanted to continue to care about it. After all, even though he saw me naked, he saved my parents. Anyway, thank you. Selena touched Haro's head. You're welcome, but the information Selena gave me didn't say that the Brilliance Thruster can be tested. It was just collecting data. Really? But thank you for keeping it a secret. It would be fine if only the DSSD knew about it. After all, it is an absolutely neutral organization, and there are countless secrets to keep. Moreover, he and Selena already had a cooperative relationship, so there would be no problem if he was exposed in front of Selena. But this was still a hidden danger. But Selena did help him conceal it. And he saved people, and Selena's favorability towards him reached 95 at the same time. Next, he returned to the port with a large force, and Ikue turned back into an ordinary Haro. At this time, everyone was working together to separate the cockpit. Not long after, Selena's parents inside finally regained their freedom. Seeing Selena hugging him excitedly, Ikue withdrew from his control. This time, he gained a lot. Not only did Aegis's intelligence continue to evolve, but he also saved Selena's parents. The next time he goes to DSSD, maybe it will be a different scene. Thinking about the next meeting with Selena, Ikue's mouth corners raised a little. Chapter 244. Coming out of the radar room, Ikue was faced with two very angry women. Really? Didn't you say we were going out to eat? What are you doing in there? Su Lei asked, slapping Ikue's head with her dissatisfied hand. Sorry, something happened suddenly. Humph, if it happens again, there will be no food to eat. Are you right, Shurha? Su Lei turned her head to look at Shurha in a huff. In return, Shurha smiled gently. Okay, let's eat. Just spoil him. Su Lei grabbed Shurha's hand and shook it. Although Ikue was fine if he skipped 1 or 2 meals, he still felt hungry when he saw Shurha's gentle look. Soon they returned to their room, and after dinner, the three of them lay down together under a large blanket. Shurha, I have discussed this with Ikue. What? Shurha blinked strangely on the bed. Today I'm on top of you, Su Lei said, and then her soft body pressed on Shurha. It's so itchy. Lei, don't touch there. Shurha was caught by Silya's ticklish spot and kept struggling. Lei will pay attention. Looking at this scene, Ikue smiled, but although the progress of Z Gundam has increased, perhaps the previously exposed technology has not been fully unlocked, and no new technology has been able to emerge. Since this is the case, Ikue is not in a hurry to innovate, and slowly leans over under the moist eyes of Sulya and Shurha. For a moment, the soft jade and warm fragrance are full in his arms, and a heavy sense of happiness is coming towards Ikue. At the same time, in the director's office of DSSE, a family meeting of senior researchers was being held. Why can you do this? Selena's mother watched the playback on the screen in front of her, and her daughter's body seemed to have life and danced in the universe. With each firing, a Jin would explode directly, and even in the fight with two Shigu, it firmly suppressed the opponent. This is not the strength that Selena should have. Even if Selena is an excellent adjuster. But the direction of her genes is more for research, not combat. It is impossible for her to perform such an extraordinary machine action. I seem to have awakened something, perhaps the ability of the seed you once mentioned. There was no other way. Selena could only bite the bullet and continue talking. Seed? If so, it would not be strange. Selena's father looked at the harrow in Selena's hand thoughtfully. Although it was a little strange, he did not continue to ask. After all, no one has thoroughly studied seeds. Or even Markio, the teacher who proposed this theory, himself is not clear. It is even more difficult for ordinary people to detect it. However, your accident this time seems a bit coincidental. Selena took the initiative to change the subject after seeing the silence at the scene. It feels strange to lie to Hikue and his respected parents for him. Yes, the solar wind came unexpectedly, and there are pirates. Selena's mother, a researcher who looked very traditional, frowned and looked at the person sitting in the main seat. Are you saying that someone is controlling the solar wind? Of course this is impossible, but there is still a chance if we intervene a little. Isn't Genesis A also our project? And we are also building it ourselves. Through scientific methods, it is possible to intervene in the solar wind in small amounts. This is theoretically feasible. It will not exceed our current technology by much. After hearing what Selena's father said, both of them fell silent. Send a probe ship to check the surface of the sun. As soon as the voice fell, the matter was settled. By the way, will Hikue come this month? Ah? Selena was stunned for a moment when her father suddenly mentioned Hikue. He probably won't come. After all, the recent war situation is quite complicated. That's right, even we will be in danger. But I heard from my friend that he has made a breakthrough in new technology and scientific research recently. Really? The girl, who had no idea that Hikue was so powerful, blinked. Well, if you have a chance, talk to him. I think you two can get along well. The father smiled warmly. If Hikue can use his power to explore the outer universe, it will be a good thing for the future of the entire human race. The more he talked, the more enthusiastic his father's eyes became. I know. Listening to her father's praise for Hikue, Selena said goodbye to her father, who was still talking about how powerful Hikue was, and returned to her room. She looked at the clothes she had taken off when she was about to take a bath on the bed, and remembered to blush. It's all because of that person. With a complicated mood, Selena hugged Haro and sat down in front of the computer. Just as his father said, Hikue is really good in driving and even more so in scientific research. I don't know if it's in bed. Thinking of this, Selena shook her head quickly, shaking off all the random thoughts in her mind before continuing to look at the screen. At present, their intelligence network is no news, but if it is Hikue, they should have some guesses about the mastermind, right? Ask him next time when you have time. She herself didn't know it, but before she knew it, she had become more dependent on Hikue. Thinking of this, Selena closed her eyes and threw her body on the soft bed. Back to Hikue. After finishing the job, Hikue confirmed the knowledge in his mind. We can start preparing to develop Gundamium alloy. That is a good thing that can resist Saku's 120mm machine gun in the first generation. The defense power is recognized. Although the upper limit is not as high as that of PS armor. As long as the energy is sufficient, it can even directly resist the positron cannon. But it is already very powerful, and the machine itself does not have that much energy. If this technology can be applied to the Liberator, then he can use Gundamium alloy to make the whole machine. Then add the technology of the Dragoon and the Ranger shield. On the outside, he can put on an assault armor using PS technology. It is really too tough. With a beautiful fantasy, Hikue recalled today's experience. What happened to DSSD just now was too coincidental. Solar wind and pirates. If I hadn't been there, the prototype might have really been stolen. Of course, with the director's temper, he might have forced himself to explode. But pirates are okay, but solar wind. If someone can use solar wind as a weapon, it will definitely be a devastating blow to them. Of course, this devastating blow depends on the degree of control and power. At least from the current power, it will not cause too much danger to plant. The plants in the universe already have countermeasures against solar winds. But this is not a good sign. It is like a sword hanging over their heads. Could it be a clan? This sneaky thing seems to be the work of that organization. It seems that they should have noticed the glorious thruster. Fortunately, his identity should be safe for now, but he just needs to be more cautious. At least Palace's identity must be kept secret. Chapter 245. On the second day, Hikue exchanged opinions with Selena in the radar room about the mastermind behind the attack. In the end, no useful conclusion was drawn. Hikue did not intend to talk about the existence of the clan at this time. First, he could not explain it, and second, knowing too much would be a dangerous thing for Selena. By the way, your pink-haired lover seems to have left today. Su Lei, who was eating at the table with him, suddenly looked up. That's just a guest. Hikue explained helplessly. You asked her to work in your company? She was just curious, and she was working for free. Hikue shrugged. Humph, she's so mysterious and always wears a mask. She's not as cute as Myling. Don't you think so, Shurha? Yeah. Shurha smiled and didn't say anything, but just picked up a piece of braised pork for Hikue. Eat more. Thank you. Looking at the two of them showing their affection while talking, Su Lei unyieldingly picked up 2 pieces of meat and put them in Hikue's bowl. Eat it. Eat till you die. Thank you. Hikue put the meat into his mouth with a slight twitch of his lips. Sure, his cooking skills are as good as ever. Lele also helped this time. Hee hee. After the 3 of them had a warm time as usual, Hikue got up a few minutes earlier than usual the next morning. After saying goodbye to the 2, Hikue quickly arrived at a luxurious restaurant near the plant area in District 1 of Mei City. The magnificent and luxurious restaurant was booked by the 12 district heads of Mei City at this time. A lot of food was placed on both sides of the banquet, and there was a dance floor in the middle. There were people dancing in groups of 3 or 4, with a luxurious look of toasting. There was no sign that they were still fighting at this time. There are more people than expected. Hikue, who was wearing a neat suit, said softly to Kurati's next door. The people in the venue included not only Aaron and Yomu, who Hikue was familiar with, but also many senior executives of the Mei City Design Bureau. This is a semi-public banquet we held. This number of people is normal. Are you ready? I will introduce you to a district chief I am familiar with. That person is from the nanorobot research field, and is also very interested in your nanorobot project, Kurati's asked, straightening his wrinkle-free black suit. No problem. Then follow me. Following Kurati's, Hikue soon saw the person Kurati's was talking about. This was a middle-aged bald uncle. He stood out here. Because except for the imperfections of the first generation, the adjusters can basically eliminate the hair loss gene. There are no bald people. Of course, even if there are bald people, they can get hair transplants or wear wigs. People like this uncle, who are so refreshing, probably have their own unique understanding of image. Hikue bowed without being rude to stare at the other person's reflective head. Hikue, this is the district head of our Wuyue City No. 3 district, Xia Zhengming. Hello, district head Xia. Director He, it's nice to meet you. The district head smiled very kindly. But being a district head should not be as easy as it seems. It's my honor. Is Director He from the East Asian Republic? Unlike the official language of plant, Xia Zhengming blurted out authentic Chinese at this time. Yes, but I've been here for a long time. But your Chinese is very good. Xia Zhengming smiled, and seamlessly switched to the language of plant. There are still many memories. Although they are from the previous life. Hikue complained in his heart. It's a good place there. A trace of nostalgia appeared in Xia Zhengming's eyes. Hikue also nodded. In fact, if they were still in the East Asian Republic, it might be a good way out, at least not as dangerous as in plant. However, in East Asia, his golden finger might never be activated. There is not much meaning in making such an assumption at present. Yes, it is a good place. Hikue raised a humble smile on his face as usual. Well, then I have seen Director He's nanorobot research. At present, your theory is at the forefront of our plant. Speaking of business, Xia Zhengming's face, which was originally wrinkled like Maitreya Buddha, gradually became serious. I don't know when Director He plans to set up a special research group. Someone can help you then. The report has not been completed yet. It will probably take some time. What Hikue said was true. It was almost time for his research group to start. Even Dilindar had urged him recently. It had to start. I understand. If your project is approved by then, I should be one of the main persons in charge of your project. Please take care of me then. After hearing the news he wanted to hear, Xia Zhengming's serious expression faded a little. Okay, let's not talk about work today. Our director He is busy enough. Seeing that the two had almost finished talking, Kurati's laughed beside them. That's true. After Xia Zhengming laughed, the 3 of them ended the topic. But fortunately, there was an anonymous tip recently, which allowed us to track down the spy we had been unable to find. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to gather here so comfortably. Looking at the dance floor in front of him, Xia Zhengming took a sip of wine and sighed. Yes. Does the informant have any clues? Hikue asked with curiosity. Not yet, but whoever did it should be very familiar with the structure of the colony satellite. Could it be someone from Klein's faction? Xia Zhengming asked. It doesn't seem like it, and if they have information, why do they do it so secretly? Kurati's was also very troubled at this time. Although it is true that many spies were caught. But an organization that can expose so many spies should not be underestimated. God knows whether that organization has spies here. They can report others, so it is very likely that they are able to place spies here. Could it be the organization called Palace? Hearing the name he made up come out of Xia Zhengming's mouth, Hikue's ears also perked up. Not sure, there are too many possibilities. Hikue, you should be careful recently. After saying that, Kurades laughed again. But you are safe in your own small base now. The asteroid base is not a plant-supporting facility, just like Klein's mansion. Even ordinary city representatives only live in luxury villas, such as Amalfi's. Although asteroids were very cheap before, not everyone would buy them. And whether you have money to decorate them after buying them is also a problem. My asteroid's defense is not that strong. Hikue smiled and shook his head. His asteroid's defense is not very strong. Even the outer port gate can't withstand a battleship's main gun. Not to mention the positron cannon. The two nodded after hearing this. What you said, if your asteroid is better, I would want to live there. Kurades joked in a rare and relaxed manner. Hikue smiled lightly. They didn't know that Hikue sold a whole piece of rare metal to exchange for such a base. The internal defense is actually several times stronger than it looks, and even the radar used for communication has been modified by him to increase its performance several times. They are all used in invisible places, and of course, he won't take the initiative to talk about it. Otherwise, he can't explain where the money came from. Chapter 246. Hikue didn't get much information from this gathering, as the three of them were chatting most of the time. As time was approaching dusk, the crowd gradually dispersed. Hikue, I trouble you with the nanorobots. The directors of the Gene Research Institute and the Basic Medical Research Institute in Area City have told me that they will also send corresponding personnel to assist you in the development of nanorobots. District Chief Shaw smiled. Okay. It's said to be assistance, but it should also mean taking the opportunity to get a share of the pie, which is nothing to Hikue. He is the one with the golden finger. The basics of nanorobots are always in his mind, and others can't take them away. However, it is not ruled out that there are geniuses who directly use his imperfect theory to launch all the technology. So there is a certain gap between the theory he released and the theory that has been formed in his mind. The safest way is to unlock all the knowledge before releasing it. Or simply not release it. For example, he did not release his quantum firewall at all. The endless attacks against Boyas can be seen. A technology known by too many people will soon have new means of attack. So it is more reassuring to keep this quantum firewall with him. As for other things like gundanium alloy and intermediate quantum communication, which cannot be made by his own strength, he now tends to give them out all at once after the research is completed. You still have to eat one bite at a time. Let's wait until the nanorobot technology is halfway developed before we officially start the project. Anyway, that cruise didn't seem to plan to treat him. As for Lei, he won't die for the time being. And he has to get some benefits for saving people. After Hikue returned to the asteroid, he wrote the application report for the nanorobot research group for 2 days, and built a new Aegis. An uninvited guest contacted Hikue at the radar station on the asteroid. Your firewall is pretty good, Matthias exclaimed on the screen. Hi Hikue. Saitona, who was standing next to Matthias, was waving to him enthusiastically. Saitona, when are you coming to play? Hikue smiled. Soon. So we are talking about the firewall, right? Matthias looked at Hikue speechlessly. Sorry, you have to be careful after all. Hikue took his eyes away from Saitona. Why did Matthias come to me this time? That organization has taken action. Hearing Hikue's question, Matthias's indifference disappeared and he became serious. What action? It is also related to you. Esteban Rodriguez, the president of the South American United States government in exile, under the protection of Plant, is about to go to the South American United States. What? It is normal that they didn't tell you. After all, you don't need to know this news in your position. Indeed, as Matthias said, in the eyes of the National Defense Committee, he really didn't need to know this news. Although Gior had contacted him before, he only said that the Odin Spear would be delivered to Earth in 2 days, and asked him to find a researcher to accompany him, that's all. As for the other plans of the National Defense Committee, Cruz might know, but Hikue knew nothing about it. He could only guess that the attack on Panama would start soon based on the information revealed by Gior. But he didn't expect that the president of the exiled government would land in Panama and lead the army in person. The morale of the resistance organizations in South America is low now, and the president himself also wants to take this opportunity to recover his homeland. Matthias briefly introduced the reasons for the president's actions and continued. But the tribe also knew the news. So they are planning to strangle the president in the territory of the United States of South America. Don't they think it's not chaotic enough? Hikue frowned and asked. After all, their goal is to maintain the war. This organization has long been corrupt. Matthias said a few words and stopped talking. If the president dies, your claim in the United States of South America will be questioned, and the war in South America will only become more intense and eventually become a quagmire. Although the two sides will not stop fighting because of a claim issue. But this will only make the already bad reputation of Plant worse. And the United States of South America will also delay Plant's offensive on Earth. So what are your plans? We are just an intelligence organization. But you are not short of money, are you? Hikue said firmly. Well, I did hire an elite team of mercenaries to secretly protect the president. The good news is that we have almost eliminated all the spies of that organization in Plant, so they will most likely launch an assassination on Earth. The bad news is that we are not from ZFT, so it is impossible for us to provide personal protection. Hikue heard that Matthias wanted him to activate his energy. Then I have given you the news, as well as the president's approximate route map and the contact information of the mercenaries. It is best not to tell Sarah about this news. By the way, Cruz's information has not been found yet. Please wait a little longer. After saying that, Matthias cut off the communication as if he was afraid that he would abduct Setona again. Matthias threw this difficult problem to him, but Matthias did not ask about his actions at the same time. As he said, the message has been brought. This is also related to Plant and the entire war situation, so Hikue will naturally want to stop it. As for whether it can be successfully stopped, it all depends on the ability of Hikue and the mercenaries. Earth. I don't know if Matthias really trusts him that much. He actually gave him the blame. And it seems that Matthias has doubts about the people around Sarah. But it seems that there is no point in telling Lakis. The terminal is also an intelligence organization, and there is not much power available on Earth now. If you use Aegis, you can give it a try. But how to get Aegis to Panama? This is not as simple as going from Orb to Alaska. And Luo doesn't seem to be here. Just when I thought about it, Matthias's mercenary information and contact information were sent over. The tail of the giant serpent is currently carrying out a mission near Orb. Hikue pondered after looking at the simple and familiar introduction above. It was time for dinner in silence. What's wrong? You look so serious. Su Lei asked curiously. Is it because the research team can't approve it? It's just because of Panama. Hikue shook his head and said. It's so far away, we can't control it. We just need to do our best to do what we should do. Su Lei said, and Shurhan nodded in agreement from time to time. Hikue listened to Su Lei's slightly clumsy comfort, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Thank you, I didn't expect that one day Su Lei would comfort me. Say it again. Before Su Lei could continue to speak, Hikue blocked Su Lei's sweet lips. If the president is not there, the independence war of the United States of South America will only continue to intensify. And the intensification will affect the plant, and this impact will be reflected from the plant to him. At least that president, Hikue will try his best to keep. Chapter 247. The day after Hikue made up his mind, Luna came to his asteroid. Luna, what's wrong? Looking at the girl who hadn't seen him for more than a month, and who had become even more beautiful. Hikue swallowed and asked with a smile. Did that Gibbonret come to see you? Luna said dissatisfiedly. Are you talking about the pink-haired girl with twin ponytails? Hikue turned the name around in his mind, and quickly remembered such a person. It's her. She came to apply for a job, but I rejected her. Hearing Hikue say this, Luna's dissatisfaction was reduced a little. What's wrong? Don't you like her? No, that's not the case. I just don't know why she always likes to compete with her. She competes with her for grades and rankings, and even for men. She also said they're the same. How are they the same? Luna was a little embarrassed again, complaining in her heart. After all, Gibbonret seemed to have tacitly accepted that Hikue was her man. But although the other party had a fiancé, free love was also possible. Moreover, Director let's go to dinner together. Thinking that Gibbonrath had already attacked the door of her house, Luna mustered up the courage to speak. But even though she said it, Luna's face was still red. It was like the best rouge applied on her fair face. With an attractive youthfulness. Okay. Hikue didn't ask why, but just smiled and agreed. Now? Right now. Luna nodded vigorously. The time was just right for dinner. Then let's go eat roast duck. Hikue said this because he seemed to be very greedy when he ate roast duck before. Luna naturally thought of that. Can we go eat Western food? Although she wanted to eat roast duck, she would think of the immature and greedy self in front of Hikue. She felt shy just thinking about it, let alone revisiting the old place. Okay, I make a reservation. Well, I treat you. Hearing Hikue's words, Luna blushed and said, It's okay, I do it. Hikue placed his warm palm on Luna's bright red hair. It was different from what it looked like. The hair that was as blazing as fire was not hot, but warm and silky. It was like red satin. Luna, what's wrong? Your hair color is so beautiful. Hikue leaned close to Luna's ear and chuckled. His words turned into a breeze, blowing into the girl's delicate ears. The girl's favorability had unknowingly reached 80. Although he rarely looked at this now, it was still very useful as a reference sometimes. Let's go! Luna stepped back a few steps embarrassedly, and then turned around and left. Okay. Hikue did not choose May City as the place to eat, but chose October City. As a city specialized in humanities, there are many materials about philosophy, literature, art science, language, literature, painting, sculpture, and architecture. But the adjusters themselves do not have much cultural background. All the art materials here come from the earth. So to some extent, this is also the closest to the earth among the 12 cities. Of course, there are many kinds of people who want to get close to the earth. Compared to the Atlantic Federation, there are more people who want to get close to East Asia here. It also has the most East Asians. However, many studies on Earth culture have stopped after the war. As for the universe, although there are whales in the universe, but that is just a big rock. It's useless to let them study it out. So now October City is also the most depressed among the 12 cities. Isn't it too expensive? Sitting down in the high-end Western restaurant chain in the plant area, Luna asked a little awkwardly. This place looks a bit more upscale than the Chinese restaurant they went to last time. After all, the decoration here doesn't look like something she can afford. No wonder she doesn't have to treat him. A meal would probably cost thousands of yuan. It would be strange if she could afford it. No, order whatever you want. Hikue felt awkward when he said that. Although the two were about the same age, when he said that, it sounded like he was out to pick up a female college student. But the other party was actually studying in a military academy. Yeah. Luna, who also felt like she had hooked up with a rich man, blushed. But you should have told me earlier that you were going to a place like this. I go change my clothes. Luna blushed and said coquettishly. Although she had dressed up this time, it was just a mint lace skirt. Smiling helped to match it. It looked good, but compared with the atmosphere here, she looked like a beggar. It's okay. I came here dressed like this too. Hikue shrugged, still wearing an ordinary t-shirt and jeans. That's the problem. Hikue, who had disguised himself as a little fat, looked like a nouveau riche. As a female student, she had her own thoughts. Luna felt that the waiter looked at them with a strange look. Of course, the waiters here have been specially trained, and will not make people feel uncomfortable. This is purely because Luna herself is a little guilty. If you want to buy clothes, you can go shopping after dinner. Hikue chuckled and teased. It's not a waste of time to spend with Luna. He also likes this straightforward girl. And the increased long-range shooting ability is beneficial to him. The girl on the other side was in a very tangled state. If the two of them really go shopping like this, they will definitely be misunderstood. But I really want to go shopping with Hikue. Thinking of the warmth that Hikue put on her head just now. Luna nodded imperceptibly. Let's go after dinner. Yeah, okay. Hikue chuckled. The dishes came up one after another while the two were talking. It was no different from ordinary Western food. But the ingredients used were all very precious on Earth in the past. The beef was even more tender and juicy, and it made people linger in their mouths. He was only halfway through eating when Luna, who was sitting opposite him, came to Hikue's side. This is delicious, would you like to try it? Picking up a piece of oyster, Luna said intimately. Are you sure? Looking at the white and tender meat in front of him, and Luna's slightly pouting cherry lips, Hikue swallowed. Yeah, it's delicious, and Hikue needs to replenish his body. Luna said with a glare at Hikue. Okay. Hearing this, Hikue did not refuse and directly put his mouth on the fork that Luna had used and still had lipstick marks on it. Is it delicious? Looking at Hikue's actions, and the fork that they had kissed indirectly, Luna felt dizzy, and a strange and satisfying sense of happiness filled her body. Warm and numb. Yeah, it's delicious. That's good. Luna nodded and did not walk back. She ate happily beside Hikue. Chapter 248. After eating and drinking, Hikue looked out from the fully transparent windows on all sides. This is a rare high-rise building in the plant area. At a glance, one side is the ocean, and the other side is the residential area built around the towering central elevator. The quietness and the noise are separated. It's very beautiful. Luna followed Hikue's gaze, and saw the seemingly endless ocean outside. He took out his mobile phone and started taking pictures. Yes. So beautiful, and so fragile. Luna has only been living in the settlement, so she thinks the scenery here is beautiful. But this is not a safe place after all. At least it is far from safe at the moment. Then let's go out for a walk. Seeing Luna taking the photo, Hikue said softly. Okay. Luna took Hikue's hand very smoothly. And Hikue did not refuse, and their fingers naturally intertwined. I'm sorry, Luna. After all, his current image is really not very good, especially for Plant, which is full of handsome guys. This nouveau riche look makes him look like a local tycoon. It's okay. As long as it's Hikue's Luna, I like her. Under the beautiful scenery, it's a good time to confess. After hearing the girl's confession, Hikue tightened his grip on the girl's weak and innocent hands. Thank you, I like Luna too. Yeah. Luna lowered her eyes shyly, and her delicate body naturally leaned on Hikue. The girl's fragrance slowly penetrated Hikue's nose, making him unable to resist. The two of them left the store and walked outside. Hikue's eyes began to patrol the commercial street near the plant area. It was indeed as he had seen. The number of people in the commercial street at this time was far less than that of May City, not to mention April City in the capital. However, most of the people coming and going were from East Asia, which made Hikue feel nostalgic. He did not ask Luna to come for dinner on a whim, although October City did not seem to be very attractive at the moment. But according to Matthias, there were some strange things here. For example, their intelligence organization had not been able to penetrate. It was as if there was an invisible wall blocking these 10 October cities. But from what I can see so far, there is nothing wrong except that there are fewer people. In fact, Hikue didn't have to find out, he was just curious, and he came here because he knew it was absolutely safe. 3 owls worth 10 million each were hiding above his head on alert. And he was also disguised, and this was not a city that Lon Boss focused on infiltrating. With all kinds of guarantees, Hikue would satisfy his pitiful curiosity. By the way, it shouldn't be good to call you by your name here, right? In front of the warm neon lights of the city, holding the warm hand, the girl was leaning on Hikue and said sweetly. Indeed. Hikue came back to his senses and nodded along with the girl's words. Then can Luna call you uncle? I'm only 2 years older than Luna. Under the girl's smirk, Hikue said faintly. If he really calls you uncle, he will really become a rich man who supports female college students. Then call me brother. Okay, Luna, are you tired of being a sister? No, I just want to call her that. I just think that Hikue is the first boy besides her father who will protect her like this. And he is full of a sense of security, making people unable to help but rely on him. So she really took calling him uncle seriously. Does it look good? The girl walked out of the fitting room at this time, and changed into a sky blue dress with suspenders, which was beautiful and charming. It looks good. Hikue nodded in agreement. Brother, you have said this line many times. The girl pulled Hikue's hand, and acted like a spoiled child. This scene stunned the passers-by. Although Plant is suitable for marriage, there are not many couples who are so loving outside. And the two of them don't look like suitable for marriage. Facing the nouveau riche uncle, the girl's sweet voice still called him brother. It softened people's hearts. The boy who was also looking at the clothes showed an obvious envy, and looked down at himself. Obviously everyone is shopping here, so their level should be about the same. There is nothing special about the clothes on her body. Why is there such a big difference? Why don't girls call him brother sweetly? Is this scientific? I think it's really beautiful, I like it very much. Knowing that Luna deliberately said so loudly, perhaps because she was wearing a mask, Hikue did not restrain himself when facing other people's gazes, but took the initiative to hug Luna's soft body. In the eyes of the boy, this scene is a complete beauty and the beast. He's a gangster, why don't you beat him up? As long as the girl screams, he will be brave. Then buy this one. To his disappointment, the girl in the arms of the nouveau riche didn't show any disgust, but was as beautiful as a blooming rose. It seemed that the sound of heartbreak could be heard echoing in the store. Has the aesthetic taste of Plant changed now? With self-doubt, the boy hurriedly walked a few steps faster. If he looked any further, not only his eyes would hurt, but his heart would hurt even more. Luna, do you want to buy underwear? After taking off the clothes, Hikue pointed to the shop opposite with a smile. It was a lingerie store. It was the same as the previous store. The best-looking lingerie was also displayed on the display stand outside. The seductive black lace was spread on the white silk fabric. The temptation of black and white, mysterious and pure attraction. Don't get me wrong, I just think this dress needs a set of nice lingerie to set it off. You are kidding. The boy who had not yet walked far was madly complaining about this perverted uncle in his heart. This time, the girl would not answer no matter what she said. Well, it's not impossible. Do you like that kind, brother? Destroy it. I'm tired. The boy stumbled and looked up at the black sky of plant sadly. On the other side, Hikui looked at the boy who almost fell to the ground not far away strangely, and quickly retracted his gaze. He took Luna, and walked into the lingerie store. Most of the lingerie in the dazzling array were very bold styles. Unfortunately, it was too late and the store, which was about to close, looked a bit dark. Brother. It was the first time for Luna to go to a lingerie store with a man, and to look at such revealing lingerie together. At this time, Luna lowered her eyes, and shyly pulled Hikui's sleeve. She didn't dare to be as naughty as before. What's wrong? Hikui chuckled. When will we go back tonight? There were too many people on the asteroid. It's not that she didn't like it there, but this was the quiet world for only the two of them. Looking at the current sky and the store that was about to close, Luna's reluctance became even stronger. You don't have to go back, if Luna wants to buy it. The girl's face was blushing, and her drooping head made it difficult to see her expression, but from Hikui's perspective, Luna could see that she nodded very lightly. Chapter 249. As Luna wished, the two did not go back, but stayed in a luxury hotel in October City for one night. As for his identity, Hikui used his special ID to solve it. Although it seems not good to use ID like this. But anyway, the speaker should not care why he stayed in a hotel in October City, and brought a girl with him. So it's okay. The next morning, Hikui slowly opened his eyes in the filtered and just right sunlight. Luna Maria Hawk's favorability 100. Experience bonus 5. Accurate shooting distance B level, 2222 m/10,000 m. The distance of 2 kilometers proves that his safe distance is much larger. Being able to accurately hit the enemy machine from a distance of 2 kilometers is very impressive. It's a pity that the increase is too slow. While thinking, the red-haired girl in Hikui's arm slowly woke up. A pair of hazy and moist eyes with just woken up were staring at him blankly, and then her face turned red visibly. You've seen it all yesterday, are you still shy? Hikui teased. Of course I'd be shy. The girl buried in the quilt said coquettishly. Luna still has to go back to school? Yeah, so get up soon. Okay, although she said so, she still coveted Hikui's warmth, and didn't want to leave like this. However, she could not leave. She still had to go back to the military academy, and Hikui still had to leave. But watching Luna move freely, and put on her clothes in front of him, Hikui was a little dazed. The girl didn't feel as much pain as the other two, but Hikui didn't mind it too much. He was just a little curious. I accidentally touched it before. As if she understood Hikui's eyes, Luna suddenly added. It's okay. Hikui smiled. Okay. In Hikui's gentle smile, the girl's heart softened. The rare relaxation ended, and her ability was also improved. Hikui still needed to put his energy back into work. The Tale of the Giant Snake. As the top team in the mercenary group, its main combat force is Songyunha, who is known as the strongest adjuster in the mercenary world. The top combat force in the rumored outside world, driving the Blue Heretic and Luo's Red Heretic, is constantly entangled. Although the title of the strongest adjuster is a bit exaggerated. But Songyunha is a combat adjuster after all, and his basic combat ability is definitely comparable to, or even stronger than the elite Red Clothes. With this help, this operation is more certain, but he is not sure whether Songyunha will help him conceal it. Although mercenaries will not reveal the information of their employers, he is not the employer, and Matthias is the employer. Moreover, even though Hikui revealed such a big secret to the mercenary, even though he was the protagonist in the side story, he still felt a lot of uncertainty. However, it should be no problem for him to join Songyunha under the identity of Aegis. It is also a solution to let Matthias think that he and Pallas are in a cooperative relationship. Anyway, Lakis also thinks so. After sorting out his thoughts again, Hikui used radar to contact the giant snake tail that had returned to the universe through the Kagai accelerator. Are you the tail of the giant snake? With a specially processed voice, and the protection of the quantum firewall, Hikui is very safe on this side of the screen. Yes. The man in sunglasses on the screen answered calmly. The customers this time are also mysterious enough. 1 or 2 of them are. I will send someone to work with you in the South African operation this time. Address? He didn't ask more questions. Songyunha's indifference was exactly what Hikui expected. On Earth XXX.XXX. I understand. Although he really wanted the new Aegis to follow him. But unfortunately, it was not finished yet. At present, he was still installing AI, force field modulation, and upgrading quantum communication radar, and various sensors on the new Aegis. The amount of work was huge, and the cost was even greater. But as long as it was done, the strength of Aegis would be greatly improved. The delay on Earth would also be reduced. But for the time being, it was too late. On the other side, after cutting off the communication with the mysterious man, Songyun frowned and looked at the four members behind him. What do you think? That coordinate is in the ocean off the coast of Orb, and there is no human habitation. A sturdy man in Earth military uniform said, as the screen in front of the battleship simultaneously displayed a satellite photo of that coordinate. Everywhere you look is blue, and it looks like there is really no human habitation at all. Then let's go! Going back to Earth again. The little girl Fenghua pouted. We were originally going to South America. The president of South America, I heard that he has a high public opinion in the United States of South America. If he is really assassinated, perhaps the United States of South America will be even more chaotic. The uncle sighed. But why don't they go directly to ZFT? It's better for them to do it than us. I don't know. We just need to do our own tasks. Let's set off after resupplying. Songyun has said, and left the bridge coolly. Back to Ikue, he returned to his room at this time. Finally, you are willing to come back. Su Lei rolled his eyes at Ikue, who just came in. What's wrong? Just pretend. Su Lei said unhappily. I'm going to the radar room in the next 2 days. Ikue looked at the laughing Sure and the coquettish Su Lei, and decisively changed the subject. Again? Isn't there anything else? You haven't even set up a research group for your nanorobots yet, right? Su Lei frowned. I just want to verify some ideas. Su Lei grabbed Ikue's hand as soon as he finished speaking. Research doesn't have to be done in the radar room. Facing Su Lei's bright eyes, Ikue was speechless for a moment. If it's about radar, Ikue can actually ask me, and Shurha is also very powerful. Su Lei said and hugged Ikue. We don't mean to investigate you, we just want to help you. Su Lei was a little worried while speaking. I know, thank you. Ikue patted Su Lei's slender back. It's just not the right time now. Although they can be trusted, if they are too involved, the concealment will be worse, and they will be in danger. It would be better if he was the only one who could take the lead. Okay, but if you worry too much, you will lose your hair sooner or later. Su Lei reluctantly let go of Ikue. There should be no hair loss in my genes. Ikue said and looked at Shurhi. Sorry, I made you worry. It's okay. Shurhi followed and blinked cutely. After so long, she actually guessed what secrets Ikue had, but she didn't ask too much because of the tacit understanding and trust between the two. In short, the feelings between Ikue and her are not fake. The tacit understanding and trust between the two are not fake. That's enough. Chapter 250. The next day, Ikue came to the radar room as usual and looked at this ordinary radar room. He never thought that he could accomplish so many feats in this room from a distance. He even changed the direction of the world. I can't float anymore. Ikue muttered in his heart, wishing he could write these 4 big words in the center of the radar room. After calming down, Ikue turned on the VR helmet in front of him. Recently, he also upgraded his equipment, switching from computer screen to VR to operate Aegis more intuitively. If there is no delay, then this method is the most efficient to control. The equipment is not cheap either. A simple set of equipment cost him another 3 million. If it weren't for the owl that cost 10 million each, Ikue would not dare to spend so much. But fortunately, he still had 10 million each, so he could afford the 30 million development of Aegis and the purchase of so many auxiliary machines. 70 million, unknowingly, he had already used up more than half. But now is not the time to feel bad. In this chaotic world, money is meant to be spent. If you are stingy and never spend it until you die, then it will really be a waste of paper. Sober again on the deserted island. Ikue looked up at the sky. Under the delay, Aegis paused before looking up. Although he had tried his best to upgrade the radar, it was not a complete replacement of parts after all. It would cost at least 100 million to replace the radar, and I don't know if Matthias still wants the owl. But Matthias is rich, but he is not a sucker. I guess he won't want it. Why not marry into the family? Ikue looked at the sky with a tired heart. Of course, it was just talk. He still had sure in them. Besides, marrying into the family was too difficult, and had too many restrictions. No one would let him marry. It would be better to make money down to earth. The security company's project should be ready to start soon. Ikue climbed into the cockpit thinking. Although there was a jet, he could spray the cockpit handsomely. But the battery should be saved as much as possible. After being exposed to the sun for so long, Aegis' battery was still only 70%. The remaining backup batteries all exploded along with the gates of the phantom particles. The power level of the aircraft is still the same. But since there is a Gundam in the tail of the serpent, it must be able to be charged. Thinking that he was a little relieved, Ikue completed the self-check of the aircraft and quickly started the machine. The huge delay in operation is a world of difference compared to the DSSD. After a series of operations, the idea of changing the radar became more and more urgent. Flying all the way, Hikue successfully arrived at the agreed place at the agreed time, an inconspicuous sea surface in the Pacific Ocean. The blue sky and the boundless blue sea. This scene of the sea and sky blending perfectly into the sky makes Hikue's blue air combat strikes blend in perfectly. After waiting for a while, I saw an orb-made aircraft carrier-class battleship approaching in the distance, and the noise it made broke the silence of the world. The agreed signal was sent, and the other party's communication was transmitted to Hikue's body. Are you sent by the employer? Yes, just call me A. So A, do you want to dock? Yes. After the two of them exchanged a few words, Hikue smoothly controlled the machine to enter the aircraft carrier. This was someone else's ship, so Hikue certainly couldn't stay inside. As soon as he came out of the cockpit, Song Yunha, the man in orange sunglasses, was already waiting outside. In the entire hangar, in addition to his MS, there was also a blue heretic and an outdated Gene In, and the rest were actually 3 small MS he developed. I don't know how they got them. Hello, Mr. Song Yunha. Hikue bowed. Hello. Can I charge my aircraft? Of course. With permission, Hikue skillfully opened the charging station of the Air Combat Assault. Although the battery can be replaced, but there should be no replaceable batteries here. On the other side, Song Yunha watched Hikue tinkering with the strange yet familiar aircraft in front of him. Although he did not show it on his face, he was slightly stunned in his heart. From the outside, it looks like a typical joint standard machine. But the model is very unfamiliar. It looks like even if it is not a test machine, it is a special machine for a few elites. And it is a new machine, but why can they get this new machine? Suppressing the suspicion in his heart, Song Yunha looked at the girl in front of him with a mask and a hood covering her face, and was also a little surprised. There are really not many female pilots in this world. And the other party seemed to have a delay in speaking, always a half beat late, which made it hard for people not to care. After arranging the charging device of the machine, Hikue followed Song Yunha all the way to the bridge. In addition to Song Yunha, there were 2 men and 2 women. The adjuster who had only undergone a small amount of genetic adjustment except for his face, Elijah. The little girl Fenghua, and Fenghua's mother Lolita, a former Special Forces soldier of the United States of South America. In addition, an intelligence officer Li De, who was a former officer of the Atlantic Federation. A small, but complete combination. What is your plan? After Song Yunha introduced it to Hikue, he asked straight to the point. Let me explain it. The intelligence agent, the brown-bearded Uncle Li De, stepped forward. We have a passcode issued by the ZFT military. It's just that this passcode is for us to be the outer protection personnel. The passcode should have been obtained by Matthias. It's not difficult for him to get a decent commission within ZFT, as long as he uses his military connections to issue the commission. It's just that as outsiders, they can be on the periphery, but it's impossible for them to enter the president's inner circle of protection. The president is currently planning to secretly reach the resistance base in Mitu. As Li De said this, a 3-dimensional map appeared in front of everyone. Mitu is a city on the edge of the Amazon plain, and is only separated from Panama, which connects to North America, by Colombia. Does the president want to contact the resistance in the Amazon? Hikue asked. Yes, but the resistance's strength is currently only concentrated in the Amazon plain, so it is necessary to dispatch troops in Mitu, and then attack Colombia. I heard that this time the ZFT army is going to airdrop its captured daggers, and most of its aircraft, for intra-atmospheric operations into Mitu. Has the time for ZAF's attack on Panama been determined? Not yet, but at least we have to wait for Mitu's supplies to arrive before we can start the offensive. At present, it seems that ZAF's general offensive will start from Carpinteria and cross the Pacific Ocean directly to Panama. As an intelligence officer, Li De is very professional. It would be better if we could ignore his expression that seems to be drunk. I understand. Looking at the picture on the 3-dimensional image, Hikue slowly confirmed his guess. But I didn't expect ZFT to actually plan to attack Panama. Even if they take it, can they hold it? Fenghua said with her hands on her waist like a little adult. Indeed, Panama is too close to North America, the headquarters of the Atlantic Federation. After passing Panama and the small countries like Guatemala in the middle, Europe is Mexico, and after Mexico, it is the homeland of the Atlantic Federation. It is difficult to take Panama and hold it when the Federation is in mess. Of course, they probably don't know about the existence of Odin's spear. That thing is simply a special attack on a crudely made dagger. We still have 10 hours to reach the island outside Ecuador, and then fly there with Miss A can go and rest first. Okay. Hikue did not refuse. There should be a charger inside the living cabin here. I have to hurry up and charge it. Chapter 251. After stopping at a small island outside Ecuador, everyone packed up their luggage and gathered together again. The vegetation on the island was dense, and the lush tropical plants almost covered the entire island. The humid tropical climate made everyone uncomfortable. Except Hikue. He is now Aegis. The main body is still in the radar room at home with air conditioning. He just stretched out his hand wrapped in a leather glove and passed it in the air. A quiet island isolated from the world. It is indeed refreshing. This is true even in this crisis. First time here? Song Yunha asked after packing up. I guess so. He has also been to Carpinteria on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. The climate is actually very similar to here. Song Yunha continued to speak while thinking. Going forward, we will enter the sphere of influence of the United States of South America. At present, the United States of South America is still within the sphere of influence of the Earth Federation, so this ship cannot be used. Just leave it here? Hikue asked curiously, are you really not afraid of the aircraft carrier being stolen if you just leave it here? Li De and Feng Hua will watch it. And we just borrowed it. Even if they are famous mercenaries, they don't have the money to buy an aircraft carrier. Hikue understood immediately after hearing this. At present, they only have 3 MSs, although Jin In and Yi Duan have GU. But no matter how you think about it, it will be difficult for the other 3 to keep up. So they want to stay here. Okay. Hikue didn't ask any more questions. Song Yunha also continued. The radar at the Ecuadorian port is relatively backward, and there are not enough garrisons. As long as we lower the flight altitude, we can fly over smoothly. After passing the port, the inland troops are insufficient and cannot pose too much threat to us. According to the expected speed, we will arrive in Mitu at 6 p.m. Is it okay? Although Song Yunha asked this, he looked at Hikue and said, okay. After Hikue nodded, the action began. First, he launched his own assault from the hangar of the aircraft carrier. Is your machine specialized for air combat? Asked through the laser communication transmission of Song Yunha. Yes. How about the energy? We don't have any extra GU. No problem. The original function of the wing is to use a small amount of fuel to make it stay in the air for a longer time. If you really want to fly with great force, you need a small fuel, so Jin In and the heretic need GU. But he who can transform into a plane does not need it. Okay then. Song Yunha nodded in the communication box. Hearing this, Hikue controlled the strike to step on the hard deck of the aircraft carrier. There was no trace of use on the brand new deck. The lines drawn on it were for fighter landing. It would be better if it was a catapult, Hikue said regretfully. His strike can take off and land vertically. But the most power-saving method should be to directly transform into an aircraft form and eject from the catapult. In this way, there is no need to consume extra power for vertical takeoff and landing. Although the force is strong enough to make bricks fly. But this force still consumes a lot of electricity. Thinking helplessly, the engine behind him was preheated, and the hot blue flames burst out from behind, burning the deck on the ground with a light gray. Slightly bending his knees, and making a Superman takeoff posture, the assault was like a rocket, directly piercing the sky, leaving only the aircraft carrier shaking on the sea, and the waves stirred up by the engine's flames under him. He did not dare to continue wasting precious electricity. The strong attack in midair directly combined with the wings behind it, and transformed into the form of a compound leaf machine again. It can also transform. Alaji, who was already standing on the GU, murmured in the communication. There was obviously some envy in his words. I thought they were trying to accommodate each other, but I didn't expect that the other party would slow down and run with him. Let's go! Song Yunha only took a look, and then retracted his gaze. If you have time, you should ask Luo to see if he can help him improve the air suit. It's useless to look at the transforming machine. Hikue responded to the 2 people, and the engine started working at the same time, easily catching up with the 2 aircraft in front. They were not far from the port of Ecuador, and after flying for a while, they could vaguely see the distant horizon. Increase the altitude to 16. The airflow is a bit turbulent, be careful. Song Yunha reminded Hikue. But his worries were unnecessary. Although there was a delay, Hikue also had a system to predict turbulence. Very stable. The 3 flew above the clouds as planned. With the neutron jammer, the secondary radar of the United States of South America could not accurately capture the shadow of the aircraft in the sky. According to the intelligence we have obtained, there should be no patrol in this airspace during this period of time. Before he finished speaking, the radar inside Hikue's body began to sound. Someone is approaching. What? As soon as the voice fell, the radars of the other two also sounded. And in the sky not far away, there were 3 black spots approaching rapidly. The patrol team may have changed the time. Song Yun-ha frowned. It's too late to hide, prepare for battle. Leave any alive? No, and the garrison here is probably from the Atlantic Federation, and they usually do a lot of evil. Perhaps because he was afraid that Hikue would be lenient, Song Yun-ha explained. I understand. Hikue responded and attacked directly past the 2 people. The dazzling firelight instantly illuminated the slightly dim space around him. Perhaps because he was suppressed for too long, he would be much more radical whenever he used Aegis. This has been the case since Hikue first encountered the Archangel on Julius 7. Charge, charge, charge is addictive. Although there is a delay, he still has the strength of red clothes. For ordinary soldiers, it is still unattainable. The calculation of the lead time has been completed in his mind. After a sharp maneuver in the air to avoid the attack of 2 fighters, the 76mm machine gun on the small plane began to aim and fire. The fighter that was hit disintegrated directly in the air. Seeing this, the remaining 2 fighters immediately dispersed and tried to complete the attack again. However, Hikue had already seen through the other party's intentions. He rolled in the air and dodged the missiles fired by the 2 fighters. Then he changed into human form, stood on the small plane and took out the beam sword. The vanguard fighter was unable to dodge, and was cut in half from the middle. The other machine was about to leave when it saw the situation was not good, but was blown up by a beam shot by the blue heretic who came from behind. Soon, the 3 machines were directly shattered in the sky. Solved. Hikue said simply. Song Yun-ha put away his beam rifle. Who is this? He is so skilled, at least he is in red. I guess that fighter plane would not have escaped if you hadn't taken action just now. In the private channel with Song Yun-ha, Elegy couldn't help but complain. It looks like he should be an adjuster. Don't you know him? I retired a long time ago, how can I know him? Elegy said helplessly. Anyway, this person's origin is unknown, and he seems to be a battle maniac, be careful. Okay. The most difficult ones are the battle maniacs. They rush forward like berserkers without caring about strategy. The general battle maniacs died in the early stages of the war. The battle maniacs who survived until now are all incredibly destructive, and do not obey orders or consider the situation. In short, they are very troublesome. In just a dozen seconds, the 3 vanguard fighters on the opposite side were gone. Even if they had the bonus of the new machine, it was too fast. The 2 had to be cautious. Chapter 252. The patrol team will definitely have a shift change time. Feeling that it is not appropriate to stay here for a long time, the 3 people sped up, and soon arrived above K2. Looking at the green covered by the dense forest below, it doesn't look like there is a base. Wait a minute. Song Yun has said this and directly descended to the top of the dense forest, as if communicating with someone. Not long after, the ordinary trees in front of them began to slowly move to both sides, and like a miracle like Moses parting the sea, a square passage for mobile suits of all sizes to enter and exit appeared. So high-tech? Hikue was a little scared. He originally thought that there were only gorillas in K2, at most a few tents like the Dawn Desert, but it seems that the gold content of this base is much higher than he thought. Before the United States of South America was overthrown by the Atlantic Federation, this place was secretly planned and built. It is said that ZFT helped build it. Elijah explained like a tour guide in the communication. Built before the war? Although before the war was only 2 or 3 years ago. But in the past 2 or 3 years, they have progressed from small auxiliary work clothes to the Freedom Gundam. Although the infrastructure is similar, the radar will definitely not be able to detect his signal. Thinking of this, he changed back to human form without any worries, and followed the 2 people into the base. The depth of the base is very wide. After controlling the Gundam for about a kilometer, the 3 of them arrived at a secret hangar. There were 3 scarred daggers parked in the hangar, and a lot of dagger parts. The appearance of their 3 aircrafts immediately attracted the attention of many people. Most of the people here were wearing the old military uniforms of the United States of South America. That is, the military uniforms before they were forced to join the Earth Union. The light green shirts and cautious military green jackets had some characteristics of the old Prussian military uniforms. At this time, most of these soldiers looked at Hikue and others with some envy and expectation. They didn't know their identities, but they also knew that these were allies who came to help in the war, and they were allies who came in special aircraft. As you can imagine, their strength must be strong. Compared to them, who can only drive planes and tanks. The three machines that came in are all the power they desire. As long as they have these weapons, they can drive the invaders from their homes out of this land. It is better to say that it is a worship of strength than to say that it is a worship of him. There is a dagger. At this time, looking at the dagger outside that is almost as tall as him, and wearing handsome sunglasses in the cockpit, Hikue sighed. It looks like they were captured. But it is hard to imagine how difficult it is to capture 3 daggers like this. I don't know how these people from the United States of South America did it. I followed the 2 people to a corner of the hangar. As soon as they met up with the 2 people who got off the plane, a strong middle-aged man in a non-commissioned officer's uniform came to the front. The middle-aged man gave them a military salute that was completely different from the United Army, and then continued. Welcome everyone from the tail of the serpent to our base. I am the 1st Army Lieutenant Colonel, Carlos Alvarez. Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. After shaking hands with Carlos Alvarez, the 2 looked at Hikue, who did not move at all. The other party did not care, and just took his hand back and continued. Our president has arrived here. We will make a decision on the specific arrangements for you later. Okay. But why do you have more weapons and people than reported? Carlos Alvarez said with the majestic momentum of a veteran and pressed towards the 3 people. It just so happens that some non-staff personnel have joined us. Okay. After a moment of silence, Alvarez withdrew his gaze from Hikue. But for the sake of safety, everyone should not leave this base for a while. Of course. This is a secret base, and they cannot leave even if there is 1 more or 1 less person. Also, I'd like to ask, do any of you know how to repair MS? After hearing this, Song Yunha and Yaleji looked at each other. It turns out that the people outside who were so excited just now can't repair it. Is there no one in ZFT who can repair it? Hikue asked. There is such an expert, who came secretly with the president, but he seems to be a little unwell. After all, he is a researcher, and all the gene points are added to research. And this is the Amazon rainforest. It's hard for ordinary adjuster soldiers to come here, let alone experts. I can, but... Don't worry, we will pay extra. Alvarez's cloudy eyes began to clear after hearing this. Okay. Hikue was not greedy for the reward. Although the 3 MSs were a little weak, they were still a guard force after all. They could still be used. And he had seen them when he walked over just now. It was just some major parts that were damaged, and it was not difficult to repair them. When the other 2 heard that Hikue could also repair them, they were a little surprised. Before coming here, they had never heard that this person could actually repair MS. But to be honest, they have only known each other for a short while. Why don't you try to invite her? It wasn't long before, and seeing the admiring eyes of the officers not far away, and the delicate and smooth movements of Hikue's hands, Elegy couldn't help but say, she probably won't join. Why? We have only known each other for a while, right? It seems that she is also invited by the client to help. It's my intuition. Song Yunha said, and retracted his gaze. Let's go. Okay. Without noticing the 2 people leaving, Hikue was still repairing the dagger in front of him. He had deliberately slowed down his hands. But his gloved hands were still very flexible in the parts of the machine, constantly adjusting the lines and replacing parts, and every movement was not confused at all. Seeing this, the other maintenance technicians around had already stopped their work. Who is this? Can she repair MS? More than that, she is simply amazing. The mechanic on the side exclaimed. Her professionalism can be seen from her actions alone. Many places where they need to look for a long time to understand the problem are solved at a ruthless speed. They seem like kindergarten children, completely crushed by dimensionality reduction. Are they new experts from ZFT? I don't think so. Those experts look at us with their chins raised to the sky. After all, they are natural persons and those are adjusters. Even if the 2 sides are in a cooperative relationship, it does not prevent the supremacy of adjusters from prevailing in plant. Before everyone's discussion came to a conclusion, Hikue had already repaired a dagger. Seeing Hikue's speed, everyone surrounded him while he was walking to the next dagger. Master, please teach us how to repair MS. Seeing everyone saluting him with sincerity, Hikue nodded. Okay. Anyway, there was nothing else to do. It would be nice to get some information here. Chapter 253. About the maintenance team of the South American Resistance Organization. Although it is only a maintenance team of the Resistance Army, due to continuous battles. In terms of technology, it is not inferior to ordinary B-level technicians. The reason why they can't repair it is completely because they have never seen it, and don't have the blueprint. But now, with the strong joining of Hikue, everything is different. Master, why do you have the blueprint of the dagger? The maintenance team members, who were a little unconvinced and coldly watching the farce here, could not sit still after hearing the blueprint of the dagger. He went over with a shameless face. Unconsciously, more and more people gathered around Hikue. He was also surrounded by people. This is the result of analyzing the dagger we captured before. It may not be accurate, but it is still no problem for general maintenance. It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. Thank you so much, master. No, fairy. Don't be so exaggerated. Although he was only in his teens, he was also a man, and it was weird to be called a fairy. He repaired the dagger because he wanted to show some private goods. But in exchange, can I ask you a few questions? Of course, as long as it is not confidential. Forget it, how can you know any confidential information? Hikue smiled at the atmosphere of everyone laughing in front of him, and inexplicably remembered the days of working in the workshop. Has there been any changes in the base since the president came back this time? Changes? These uncles touched their heads and looked confused. It's just a strange thing, anything can be. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Come to think of it, I seem to hear people walking in the corridor outside at night recently. This is a military camp. It would be strange if there were no patrols at night. How can I explain this if it's not the patrols? The footsteps don't match. Is it the sound of shoes? Hikue asked. Yes, that's right. Can you please tell me the location? Of course. Looking at the beautiful girl in the mask in front of him, the uncle patted his chest and said, after this person, several people also said something about the food in the kitchen suddenly disappearing at night, and there were ghost lights. There were all kinds of things, but none of them had much reference value. That wandering person is very intriguing. Thinking of this, Hikue sent the location to Song Yunha. In order to make the operation go smoothly, he knew that this time Matthias spent a huge amount of money to give Song Yunha and the others a black owl. Although Song Yunha and others have not taken it out yet, they definitely have it. With such a powerful helper, the safety of the president is more guaranteed. On the other side, Song Yunha frowned slightly as he looked at the coordinates in his hand. That location is too clever, right between the passages leading to the officer's living area and the ordinary living area. If someone wants to break in, it is indeed more likely to be there. Footsteps at night. Looking at the description above, Elijah trembled. Are we here to protect people or catch ghosts? Ghosts don't make footsteps. That's right. Anyway, let's send the owl out to investigate tonight. I heard that Zaf supplies will land in 3 days at the latest. The president will probably be in the rear in a helicopter. While the two were discussing, Hikue also controlled Aegis to return to his assigned room. It was just an ordinary residential area on the outer layer. Hey, you're back. Elegi's showy face was waving at him. Looking at Song Yunha and Elijah sleeping on the double iron beds in front of him, Hikue discovered a serious problem. He didn't have a single room to sleep in here. Without much hesitation, Hikue turned around and opened the door again. Hey, where are you going? Back to the cockpit to sleep. Then he closed the door. Am I disliked? Song Yunha didn't answer Elijah's question, but just shrugged. For Hikue, it didn't matter where Aegis slept. Moreover, he could also use the power of the machine to charge in the cockpit. Lock the cockpit with the firewall. Hikue took off his helmet, stood up in front of the screen, and stretched his waist. Unconsciously, he had been sitting here for a whole day. At least before tomorrow morning, he can go to Shurha and Su Lei for some tenderness. As for emergencies, there will naturally be a bracelet notification. When he returned to the room, Su Lei and Shurha seemed to have fallen asleep and snuggled in the bed. Shurha was wearing sky blue underwear, while Su Lei was wearing wine red. They are all made of lace, and they are as set when opened. They are quite suitable for both of them. Knowing that they were not sleeping, Hikue walked forward and gently stroked the lines of their backs. His light nails scratched a not-so-obvious red mark on their snow-white skin. How did you find out? Su Lei opened Hikue's hand with dissatisfaction, and he opened her bright eyes immediately afterwards. You don't sleep so honestly. Hikue couldn't help laughing. No, right? Su Lei looked at Shurhi, but Shurhi didn't agree with her. Humph, you just want to bully me. Su Lei glared at the two people who seemed to be grinning. Then it's as Su Lei wishes. Hikue grabbed Su Lei's hands, and Shurhi also stood up and pressed on Su Lei. Let go! It's useless to scream. After a night of hard work, the Z Gundam is still moving forward steadily. According to this progress, it shouldn't take long for him to produce Gundam Nim alloy. The next morning, Hikue got up early and returned to the radar room. He opened the cockpit again. Bright lights and noisy sounds. In an instant, they hit Hikue's screen. Master, Why are you still here? Hikue's machine was extremely eye-catching. Seeing him open the hatch, the people in the maintenance class yesterday naturally raised their heads and greeted him. Sleeping in the cockpit. Master is worthy of being a master. Looking at the respectful eyes of the uncles, Hikue's mouth twitched slightly on the other side of the screen. If they knew that he slept in his own big bed yesterday, would they beat him to death? But the ones here are robots. It's okay to stand still and let them beat him. There's no rush to get out of the cockpit. Hikue opened the internal communication channel inside the machine. Nothing happened yesterday? No, there was no one. As he said that, Elijah yawned. Well, you've worked hard. The supplies from the sky may come at any time. But the approximate time can be predicted. The time when the moon is farthest from them will be the time for them to act. Probably one day. Hikue murmured. The machine has been repaired, and some small back doors have been installed on each dagger. The next step is the most dangerous, so let's patrol here now. Chapter 254. Hikue controlled Egistu to walk around the base. Although there were not many ZFT people here, and the people sent by ZFT did not know that the organization palace existed as a secret, and that he was driving the assault. But if he reached the front battlefield, he would definitely be recognized soon. Although he was prepared for being recognized, Matthias would probably know that he was connected to Palace. This is not a serious matter. The interests of both parties are not in conflict, just like Lakis. And to be honest, he saved the entire ZFT airborne troops. But if he is recognized at the front line, many variables will arise out of thin air. Escort the people to Panama and leave in the chaos. But he is sure to drive the assault directly. Even if the clan knows the hiding place of this army, they can recognize the assault of Palace with their intelligence ability. But it is not so easy to pass on information from this base. There is no other way to contact the outside world directly except for this receiver. So even if there is danger, it may be when we land tomorrow. That is why he wants to drive the assault. Without the assault, he can't fight effectively with only the Gene-In dagger, let alone protect the president. There is danger, but it is within the controllable range. After sorting out his thoughts, the next day came soon. This time, the three of them quickly boarded their MSs at the request of the headquarters, and flew into the sky from the catapult inside the base. Our mission this time is to protect the safety near the airdrop point. As Songyun has said, a map appeared on the screen in front of Hikue. It showed the mission altitude and mission objectives. Will there be an attack? Not sure, stay alert. The three of them quickly reached the predetermined altitude. Hikue was still hovering in the air in the form of a compound leaf machine. The other two were hovering in the air with the GU. Not long after, the monitor captured the inconspicuous flames in the sky. They broke through the clouds, and were coming towards them. In addition to the 30 planes and 3 daggers, the supplies provided by ZFT this time also included a special operation team of 8 people. They were driven by elites, and were specially used to escort the president to Huanglong. The purpose was simple. Most of the senior officials of the United Nations were concentrated in Panama. As long as most of the garrison in Panama were eliminated, the troops left in South America by the United Nations would not be a threat. Plus, the local army in South America is easily shaken. As long as Panama is captured, South America will basically be stable. In the final analysis, the most important thing in the whole of South America is the mass accelerator. Ding ding ding. The airdrop capsule carrying Dean's team began to land. Hikue's radar began to sound wildly. There is an ambush. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot into the sky in the distance. I saw that Dean inside had not completely come out before an explosion occurred. The reaction caused by the secondary explosion also made the other 3 planes not spared. Such a long range? Elijah was surprised that the machine had already started to do disorderly evasive movements. Be careful, it should be a sniper machine. There is one sentence that Hikue did not say. Look at the power of the beam just now. I guessed it was Storm's combined rifle. Of course, it doesn't mean that Storm is here. But Storm's weapon is here. The most likely one is Storm Dagger. Or other types of variant machines. The machine's position has been located. In line with Hikue's words, 16 Vanguard fighters, 6 Sky Overlords, and dozens of helicopters approached rapidly in the blue sky not far away. At the same time, in addition to the signal of the Storm Dagger, the signals of 6 more daggers also appeared on Hikue's radar one after another. It must be said that if there was no giant serpent's tail, or if Hikue did not drive the assault, the opponent's lineup would be a huge and undoubted disadvantage for them. But it is not impossible to win now. They also have 3 daggers, 6 Vanguard fighters, and 20 helicopters. Mission updated, we need to be responsible for eliminating the joint dagger team. Facing a force several times greater than his own, Song Yunha remained calm and composed. Hey, don't rush too far forward. Understood. Just as everyone was about to rush forward, a huge voice came from the base behind them. Soldiers! The president's vicissitudes of life instantly spread throughout the battlefield. We have been in darkness for a long time, betrayed and besieged, but we have never surrendered. Today, we may shed blood on this land, but our faith and glory will never be erased. Our souls will return to this forest. I know that many of us may not be able to see the sun tomorrow, but please remember that our sacrifice is not in vain. We are here to protect our homeland, to defend our dignity and freedom. Let those who stole the country see that the people of the United States of South America would rather die standing than live on their knees. Even if we only have one last breath left, we must let those who stole our country know that the people of the United States of South America will never surrender. As the president shouted, their internal communication channel was frequently filled with unique roars that made people's blood boil. Local war roars? It's the first time I've heard it. Hikue muttered as the speed of the aircraft did not stop. After the rolling action avoided a beam of light from the storm dagger. The two infrared-guided missiles mounted under the wings were fired at the storm at the same time. Instantly, the trees on the ground turned into a sea of fire. The storm dagger relied on the power of the jet to avoid the center of the explosion. The splashing stones and broken trees hit the dagger, which looked particularly embarrassed. This is a tropical rainforest. Don't use beam weapons and missiles. The angry voice of the Colonel of the United States of South America came from the communication. Got it. Hikue responded helplessly. People are going to die. Why care about these trees? Didn't you see that the beam gun of the storm dagger on the opposite side was having a lot of fun shooting? But in fact, there were only 6 missiles mounted on Hikue's body. There weren't many in the first place. He immediately gave up the idea of chasing with missiles and started harassing the opponent with a high-speed form of the compound blade machine. As long as the second batch of Deans, who were airborne, could land smoothly, they would have 4 more MS as reinforcements. The opponent was not stupid either. As a special force participating in the raid, their reaction was also quick. 3 Sky Kings equipped with beam weapons were attacking him in the air. The other 3 flew towards the trajectory where Dean fell. Stop them! Hikue shouted in the communication. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, the 3 pioneer fighters on their side also rushed towards Dean. According to Hikue's estimation, there were only 10 seconds left before the landing pod could be forcibly opened. These pioneer fighters had no chance of intercepting successfully. Unless I saw that these pioneer fighters, who had no defense capabilities, were too late, and they drove their bodies directly to block Dean's trajectory without any hesitation. For Nan. As the communication was halfway through, 3 fighter planes exploded simultaneously. With this gap, the Dean in the landing cabin was finally freed. The 4 Deans who manually opened the landing cabin spread their white wings, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and rushed straight towards the Sky Tyrant. Chapter 255. These Deans flying in the sky are all elites, at least at the level of ordinary red-clothed soldiers. In other words, each of them is as strong as Hikue now. In this case, the opponent's surprise troops have no effect at all. It can be said that the sacrifice of the 3 people just now directly affected the entire battle situation. The roar before death seems to still echo in Hikue's ears. However, the meaning of this battle is different for the 3 people. Although everyone is for the purpose of attacking Panama. But the plant where Hikue is still has a lot of buffers, while on the other hand, if the resistance army is gone, I am afraid that what awaits them will be endless civil strife. Cutting the Gordian knot quickly is cruel but effective. But Hikue still doesn't want him to follow in their footsteps. He doesn't want to be forced to that step, nor does he want the people he cares about to be forced to that step. Behind the scenes, a safer plan is what he wants. So he doesn't want to end up fighting with them, without even a chance to turn the tables. For this, he still needs more. More equipment, more money, stronger MS, stronger ability. When Luo is free, transport the new Aegis down. With the current processing speed and quantum communication, he should be able to operate 2 Aegis at the same time. Thinking of this, Hikue's machine gun on the wing swept the storm dagger that he had forced into a corner. Suddenly, this machine without PS armor exploded directly in the rainforest. Fortunately, everyone was busy with their own things at this time, and no one scolded him. With the fall of Baofeng, the battle situation quickly stabilized. The daggers were swept away by Song Yunha and Hikue, and the fighter planes in the air were all destroyed by the highly maneuverable Dean. The next step was to gather on the ground and gather all the airdrops together. The logistics were busy working. Their position had been exposed, and it was not advisable to stay here for long. At this moment, a laser communication was transmitted directly to Hikue. Paulus? As they were talking, Verdines had already surrounded Hikue. They raised their beam guns in unison. But I don't know if it was because they didn't want to kill him, or what. Dean's beam gun didn't aim at the cockpit, but at the aircraft on his back and his arms. If they didn't agree with each other, he would be treated like Kira was being cut by a stick. No. Do you think we will believe it? In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, we hope you can cooperate with our investigation. I saved you. Sorry, this is an order. The soldier on the other side hesitated for a moment and said, Okay. Seeing the current situation, he certainly couldn't be caught like this. How else to explain? According to his plan, the plan at this time is to run away. Hikue thought and looked up at the sky. According to the speed of the machine, he should be able to fly faster than Dean. And as long as he flies to the aircraft carrier, it will be fine. Hikue was still thinking, and saw Song Yunha and Elijah on the side also put down the containers in their hands at the same time, and the beam guns of Heretic and Jean and were aimed at Dean around at the same time. You guys? Hikue was a little surprised by the two's choice. Even if it's temporary, you are still our employers. Song Yunha said calmly. Okay, thank you. Although this man was cold, he seemed to be unexpectedly warm-hearted. What are you going to do? Are you going to be an enemy of ZFT? The driver operating Dean said dissatisfiedly. Sorry, this girl is under our protection. For now, we can't let you cause trouble for her. The two sides were facing each other silently. And at this moment, underground where no one noticed. But there was a bang 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 sound. Hikue looked down and saw that the uncles and the maintenance team were hitting Dean's feet with their work shovels. It was the sound of metal hitting metal. Why are you fighting at this time? Help us dismantle the body quickly. The voice was very loud and spread all over the field in an instant. There was a dead silence in an instant, and it was not long before the president's majestic voice echoed in the communication of everyone. I believe that Palace's friends are not our enemies. Everyone from ZFT, can you please give us a hand and focus on the current war situation? He suddenly remembered that if the president was more popular in Plant, then he might know his information. That is to say, to some extent, the president actually knew about his existence in the base early on. After all, he is the leader of a country. Although he still relied on the exiled government of Plant, Hikue valued the president even more at this time. But Mr. Rodriguez, Panama is the top priority at the moment, and this is also the order issued by the ZFT National Defense Committee. Although it is only an exiled government, as the current leader of the rebels, it also has a combat ally who will soon start the Panama campaign. What Esteban Rodriguez said is indeed very important. We understand. Dean of ZAFT was the first to put away his gun. Following him, Blue Heretic and King also put away their guns. Then I trouble you to count the machines. We leave right away. Yes. Everyone responded and returned to their workstations. With the cooperation of 10 MSs, the transportation and counting work was completed in a short time. Although they lost a lot in the previous battle. But now they still have 20 more armed helicopters and 2 daggers. In addition to the existing daggers, they now have as many as 4 daggers. As for the remaining one, it had already been sacrificed in the battle just now. Although they had trained with the simulation program brought by Esteban Rodriguez. But the program was just a program after all. Just like Thor before, he was defeated in seconds when facing the Red Clothes. Not to mention the more complicated MS, their combat power is much lower than that of ordinary Green Clothes. The remaining missing parts were all supplemented by the desperate momentum. Hikue got off the machine at this time to help everyone repair the 2 machines that had just experienced the battle and were scarred and missing arms. So here it is finished. After removing the broken arm of the dagger, Hikue turned his head and looked at the people in the maintenance team. If we remove it from the section of the B-34, it will be faster and more efficient. Okay. At this time, many uncles no longer had the momentum to hit Dean with a shovel, and they just listened like a good baby. Thank you. The female driver of the dagger was looking at him enthusiastically. The driver in front of him looked like a typical Indo-European mixed race. It looks like he has strong features and is quite exotic. His figure is even more graceful. Nothing. No, something's wrong. I like you. Marry me. Puff. Hikue, who was confused by the girl's extremely passionate and sudden confession, almost spit out saliva in front of the screen. That. If his perception is correct, he is still Aegis now, right? Woohoo. There were also noises of people who wanted to make the world chaotic. Haha, why don't you just agree to it? Elena is a famous warrior in our area. Well, sorry, My mission is to maintain world peace. Hikue said it seriously, but he had already started to complain in his heart. I don't know why the people here are so heroic, suddenly changing from life and death to marriage proposal. It's as if those who died in battle didn't exist. Or maybe they have gotten used to it. However, he doesn't want to leave a debt of love in such a remote place. Chapter 256. President Rodriguez wants to see you. Just after Hikue rejected the girl's confession, the colonel came. Dissatisfied with Hikue's destruction of their forest, the colonel still glared at Hikue with dissatisfaction. Okay. After all, someone had just saved him, and at this time, Hikue still regretted his use of missiles to bomb the Amazon forest. But people have been organized to put out the fire, so it should be okay, right? As for Esteban Rodriguez coming to him, he could foresee this when he was making excuses for himself. It would be strange if he didn't come to find me. But at least the other party didn't seem to have any intentions towards him at this time. But just in case, he still turned on the safety of the electric shock gun. Be ready to give this boss an electric therapy package at any time. Following the boy in front of him, Hikue soon arrived at the deepest part of the base, which was the area that had been inaccessible before. The outer wall here is a few points stronger than the ordinary wall outside. According to the analysis of Aegis's own function, it is a design that can withstand nuclear explosion level. Mr. Rodriguez? Hikue soon saw the president sitting at an ordinary desk in front of him after the sliding door opened. You are Palace's man. The president, with a fine beard and wearing a Prussian-style military uniform, was in high spirits. He did not seem to be confused about the future at all. Yes, I am. Hikue bowed and said, Thank you for what you did for us before, but excuse me, what is your purpose? World peace. Too broad. Hearing Hikue's words, the president shook his head with a smile, obviously not believing it. Although I don't know why you help us, thank you anyway. The people of ZAFT won't listen to me for too long. You'd better leave in the chaos after arriving in Panama. I believe that with the power of your machine, there should be no problem. Why help me? Probably because you are quite to my taste, and I know everything you do in the base. I also owe you a favor in my life. Thank you. The uncle in front of him really looked very smart. He probably understood that his purpose of coming here was really just to protect him. This is also what the clan fears, a tough guy who can change the current situation. But will Zaft's words embarrass you? ZFT still needs me, Rodriguez said lightly. Then let's stop our conversation here. It's a pleasure to talk to you, Miss A. Me too. After leaving Rodriguez's office, Hikue pondered the president's intentions. Was he trying to establish a relationship with his palace? Or was it really just because he saved his life? But anyway, he had half connected with this line. This way, the previous adventure paid off. Not long after meeting the president, Hikue saw the uncle from the maintenance team carrying large and small bags outside the base. Uncle, where are you going? With the army. The uncle said, as a matter of course. Are you the maintenance squad? Yes, but we can't stay here since we've been exposed. Yes, but with the army or something. Don't underestimate us. We can still shoot with a gun. I'm really good at using RPG. Don't come on, just don't shoot at our own people. Seeing that the topic was about to deviate again, Hikue coughed lightly. Thank you for before. It's okay, the master has taught us a lot. Yes, yes. The uncles gathered around again, talking in unison. Speaking of which, my nephew looks about the same age as the master. Get lost, your nephew is only 10 years old, right? When they talked about their families, they fell silent again. Why did you all come here? Hikue asked. To achieve this, one must become a rebel and fight against the current legitimate government of the United States of South America. It doesn't seem like a decision that ordinary people would make. Even if we stay in the city, we can't find a job. We can't pass the most basic inspection. Even if we pass the inspection, we will be sent to the most dangerous places by the coalition. It's better to join the resistance army. At least there is food to eat, compatriots are there, and we are fighting those shameless thieves. Sorry. It's okay. We are very happy now. The uncle laughed happily and patted Hikue on the shoulder. Don't die, fairy master. Well, I try my best. It wouldn't matter if he died. Hikue calmed down and returned to his assault. What's going on? Song Yunha asked in the communication. It's okay, you don't plan to ask me about Palace? We are mercenaries, not an intelligence organization. Song Yunha said coldly. Get ready when you come back, we will cover you in Panama. Even if he didn't say it, Song Yunha already knew the next plan. Okay, thank you for your help, Hikue said, looking back at the base. The uncles who took good care of him were staggering towards the jeep with their backpacks on their backs. It seemed that Rodriguez wanted to make friends with him. If he could get the relationship or even support of the United States of South America, many things would become simple for Hikuei. So, their goals were the same. His goal was also simple, which was to get more resources, get more capital for self-protection, and even finally set up an organization to protect himself. Sometimes, the best defense is offense. Just like he came here this time to protect the president to prevent South America from continuing to be in chaos, causing greater losses to Plant and him. But the other party is the president after all, it won't be that simple. To gain trust, you must be careful not to be used by him for free. It seems to be a smooth road, but in fact it is full of pitfalls. Get ready, start heading to Panama. For Deans were flying in front of them at this time, and Hikuei and others were of course responsible for the dirty work as mercenaries, so at this time, they were responsible for the tail of the troops. As for the remaining short swords, they were loaded on transport planes because they were too slow on land and consumed too much power, ready to be airdropped at any time. The ground troops were escorted by tanks to go deep into the country. By the way, I remember that the United States of South America still has a lot of troops in the alliance, right? Will they come back? Hikuei asked curiously in the communication. I don't know, Songyunha said coldly. That's right. He said it himself, and he was not very interested in other intelligence. I know this. The Union seems to have moved all the troops of the United States of South America out of the vicinity of South America in advance. Probably because they were afraid of their rebellion. The Union forces that remain in South America now are the Pacific Third Fleet and the Atlantic Federation Fleet of the Fifth Fleet. Elijah showed Hikuei their intelligence. Okay. Hikuei responded and looked at the forest that was getting farther and farther behind. Looking back now, it always feels like the president was a little too calm. Perhaps there will be some interesting variables in Panama. Chapter 257. Colombia's linear area is not large. Although Panama is here, the defense of Colombia is close and empty because the defenders are concentrated in Panama. However, emptiness does not mean nothing. Just after they flew for an hour, the radar alarm sounded wildly. Enemy attack. As soon as the colonel finished speaking, a formation of 3 Pioneer fighters and 3 Skymasters behind them approached them rapidly. Because the speed of the Dagger and the transport plane was not fast, the fighter planes started to act as the vanguard of the harassment. However, with so many fighter planes, even the giant snake-tail did not need to take action. 2 of the Deans left the team and quickly shot down the opponent's 6 fighter planes in the desert of Colombia. Not far away is our other temporary command post. We will prepare there, the colonel said. It is unrealistic for the MS to fly directly to Panama with its power. They must resupply in the middle of the journey. Okay. After everyone responded in a mess, they began to move forward along the latest destination received by the computer. After repelling several waves of attacks from Sky Tyrants and Vanguard fighters, everyone successfully landed in this temporary command post. This place fits Hikuei's stereotype that there is nothing outside except an inconspicuous hole covered with camouflage cloth. But because neither MS nor fighters can enter, they can only leave all the machines outside and cover them with desert camouflage cloth. There were also 2 Deans and a Serpent's Tail aircraft taking turns patrolling. The remaining pilots on standby, including Hikuei, did not leave the cockpit at this time. It is expected that their main force will arrive in 6 hours. If their fighters are sent back, this time will only be faster. So we can't let any of them go. The colonel's words sounded in the communication. Okay. The patrol was expected to start in an hour. Hikuei told them to take a rest, and not to disturb them, and temporarily close the communication. It is already late at night. Hikuei looked at his bracelet, which showed many unread messages. However, many of them had the same content. Director He, your prototype development project of cell-level nanorobots is still approved. Please gather in the small meeting room on the 4th floor of May City Hylian Design Bureau at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Seeing this sudden news of going to work, Hikuei looked at the screen speechlessly. However, Panama should be settled in 2 days, right? Let's get it done quickly. Sorry about what happened before. When it was their turn to patrol, the captain of the plane, Dean, spoke first before Hikuei could speak. It's okay. But it was an order to catch you. Yes. The opponent who would follow orders so faithfully must be a special agent. When are you going to attack Panama? I can't say, but we will set off again in 3 hours. 3 hours. Although it seems that only a short time has passed, it is actually already evening. It was pitch black, and the cold wind in the desert howled without stopping. That means we should start the action at dawn. 3 hours, including the time to set out and arrive in Panama, it was indeed at dawn. What's the target? The target of this surprise force will definitely not be the main battlefield. It is useless to put such a small number of people in the main battlefield. I don't know. Hikue was not too surprised to hear the cold answer from the other side. That means it can't be said. However, according to the direction they're heading now, it should still be Panama. Hikue speculated that the president should be able to contact the rebels in other places and respond to the call. But he left as soon as he arrived in Panama. He didn't want to be shot down by his Odin's gun. While the two were still chatting, 6 unnatural flames lit up in the dark night sky not far away. Is it the Sky Tyrant? The captain asked vigilantly. No. The radars of the same type of aircraft quickly responded. 2 of them were the same type of air combat assault aircraft as his. There was also information inside the other 3 aircrafts, which were black-painted slaughter daggers equipped with air combat backpacks. As Hikue approached the other aircraft, he saw its full appearance. It looked familiar. It was the orange sword suit disaster whose information he had recovered before. At this time, the huge body of the sword suit disaster was holding the same small plane as the assault, and its speed was not inferior to the aircraft next door. Attack! The captain said, as he was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Hikue. No need. What? I lead them away, you go back and inform them. You're kidding, there are only 2 Deans and Hikue, an ordinary red-clothed pilot, and they are all just sitting food when they encounter such an exaggerated team. After all, there is no need to think about it. First of all, the first 3 machines can drive such a powerful machine. They are either enhanced humans or elite pilots. Although this elite riding a machine is not as exaggerated as Mu riding a Gundam, it is still very terrifying. No! The reason why Dean's captain didn't agree was actually because he didn't trust Hikue. While the two were talking, the 3 planes on the opposite side were already approaching. Seeing this summary, Hikue didn't continue to struggle, and all the engines under him ran at full power, and pierced through them like an arrow. The 2 attack planes on the other side were not surprised at his appearance, and even wanted to rush forward without contacting. However, at this moment, the sword-clad disaster who was still rushing forward picked up the 2 giant swords behind him, and jumped off the aircraft. With one strike, he split one of the 2-leaf machine-shaped strike type into 3 sections. The other 4 machines, who had not expected the scene, reacted quickly and began to move away from the sword-suited disaster beside them. This is Edward Harrison, a MS pilot of the United States of South America, and a lieutenant of the 1st Pacific Fleet. Ripper! Dean's captain exclaimed. I am from South America, and I am here to support you. I understand, thank you. Dean's captain had a complicated expression. As we all know, this Ripper once used a Pioneer fighter to cut the aerial reconnaissance Model Dean, which Hikue first participated in developing, in half. And Shura did mention this to Hikue at the time. The relationship between the 2 sides is not good, but they are all soldiers. After confirming that Edward's action code is consistent with the internal code, they temporarily put aside the grudges. And Hikue, who rolled over his own body to avoid the dagger beam gun, was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, perhaps there was some special fate, he actually saw the real person. But the Atlantic Federation actually let Edward drive the new machine to chase the South American rebels. It seems that the Atlantic Federation trusts this pilot quite a lot. Maybe it's because of Matthias's cover? Hikue's guess was useless, and soon his mind returned to the battlefield. Although Edward joined. But looking at the opponent's operation, even the pilots of those few killing daggers should be enhanced people. Generally, it is a bit difficult for red clothes to win in a single duel. Especially the remaining strike of the opponent is still harassing. The short-range machine, like the sword suit disaster, was also temporarily deadlocked in the face of so many flying in the sky. Chapter 258. This is not a solution. Looking at the people fighting on the scene. Although there are no casualties yet, the longer it drags on, the more dangerous it will be. Even though Hikue is an elite pilot, his trumpet can only play the strength of an ordinary red-clothed pilot due to the delay. Many of the opponent's actions are based on guesswork. This is not bad for ordinary MS pilots. After all, the opponent's body movements are programmed after the system's intelligent processing. In other words, the process from drawing his gun to attacking is actually traceable. According to this trajectory, Hikue can react in advance. But the one on the opposite side, who launched a plundering attack, is definitely a madman. Many actions have a strong personal style. It is not a system operated by ordinary natural people at all. And the only machine that can restrain the opponent's high-speed performance is Hikue. They rolled, dived, and pulled up in the air, and the artillery fire intertwined, and the wings drew deadly trails in the air. But Hikue was obviously gradually falling into a disadvantage. As the frequency of his being hit by the opponent's live ammunition increased, the power consumption of his machine was also gradually rising. It is estimated that he will be completely out of power soon. Not to mention that the opponent actually has a beam gun in his hand. He can't hold on for too long. Surrender, how about it? Not long after, the opponent's seizure-type assault pilot pointed a beam gun at Hikue's cockpit and asked disgustedly. His tone was confident, but also carried instinctive disgust and hatred. A brainwashed enhanced person. Why? Because of the order. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Hikue controlled the small plane under his feet and rushed straight towards the opponent's body. Unexpectedly, Hikue, who seemed to cherish his life, would fight to the death. The opponent's strong attack quickly pulled up the body. Unexpectedly, he successfully cut off the opponent's arm holding the beam gun. Do you think you can win like this? Without the aircraft, you are dead? The embarrassed and angry pilot spoke even more crazily. He said that without paying attention to the order, he changed into a revolver and dived towards Hikue, and the machine gun on the fuselage began to fire fiercely. Yes, it's a dead end. Hikue sighed. Does this Aegis have any restraint on the machine? Every time IMS came to him, it was not even warm in his hands. Thinking of this, Hikue adjusted all the power to defense. Although Wuhan was very distressed, if the battle here dragged on, the uncle behind, the girl who confessed to him, and the president will be in danger. Now that Edward has come and Dean and other machines, the lack of high-end combat power has been made up, and there is not much use for him to stay here. It is more troublesome to upgrade this Aegis, so it is better to scrap it on the spot. The old does not go, the new does not come. Constantly comforting the aching heart, Hikue turned on the loudspeaker. Palace will not die, as long as the world has not yet found peace. Wait for my return. Accompanied by a very second-year speech, Hikue did not retreat, and turned into MA form and rushed directly towards the diving compound aircraft. What are you going to do? At this time, the pilot also realized Hikue's plan, with a hint of unstable panic in his tone. However, he was in a diving posture, and could not pull up so quickly at this time. Not to mention that Hikue had no intention of turning around, and he also drove at full speed towards the opponent. With the poor flexibility of this body at high speed, it is impossible to dodge. I want to take you to hell and surrender together, Hikue said sinisterly. At worst, he was still an elite red-clothed warrior, and he was asked to surrender. Mu and Cruz asked him to surrender, and he accepted it. An ordinary elite red-clothed enhanced person also asked him to surrender. Damn it! At this time, the enhanced person also fell into madness, and simply stopped climbing and rushed directly towards Hikue. It's a pity that he thought that the brave would win in a narrow road and exchanged one life for another, but in fact, he only exchanged 5 million. Hikue started to self-destruct as soon as he got close. The flames of the explosion illuminated the entire sky. Who is that hero? Edward cut a dagger in half and looked at the aftermath of the explosion in the sky with emotion. I don't know. At this time, the Captain Dean's heart was throbbing. As a flying MS, he saw clearly that the man seemed to be afraid that he was not dead enough and took the initiative to self-destruct after getting close. Palace, such a terrifying organization, is it brainwashing or control? In short, this matter must be reported to the National Defense Committee as soon as possible. I don't know what the people here are thinking. Hikue looked at the signal that had been lost in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. It's good that 5 million can be used for so long. The old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. Continuously hypnotizing himself, Hikue enlarged the design drawing of Aegis 2.0 on the screen. This Aegis has more anthropomorphic skin and muscle expressions. If we put covers on key parts such as joints, it is estimated that ordinary people will not be able to tell them apart. Make another ordinary 1.0, enhance the quantum communication system, and through spatial recognition capabilities, we should be able to control 2 Aegis at the same time. Add firewalls and phantom particles, and the secrecy will be greatly enhanced. Maybe even the Archangel can make a try. When it's done, let Luo take time to come over. Hikue muttered that he had determined the next target before he calmed down and opened the door of the radar room. There was still time before morning, and I didn't know if they had slept yet. Sure, Su Lei? Opening the closed sliding door, Hikue tiptoed into the room. Why so late? In the dim light, Shura turned her head to look at him from the computer screen on the table. Her face illuminated by the dim light was still very cute. Something delayed me. Where's Su Lei? She fell asleep. Shura made a shushing gesture and stood up. Did you finish the work? Well, it's done. That's good. Shura hugged him gently. The warmth between the two of them was intertwined. Silent and warm. I'm sorry for making Shurha worried. It's okay. By the way, this is the harrow I made. Shurha handed a harrow on the table to Ikue. Shurha Microcomponent Processing A-Level, 53871/100,000. Unknowingly, Shurha's ability has reached half of A-Level. With time, he will be able to reach S-Level like him. Our foundation has an opening event tomorrow. Are you going? Shurha said softly. If you don't have time, I can go by myself. No problem, I go with you. There's a seminar tomorrow. Hikue was a little uncomfortable returning to his daily life as a boss and director from the fierce battlefield, but he was still grateful. He was grateful that his ability could be controlled remotely, otherwise he would have to go with the flow. On the other hand, when Hikue was relaxing, he had no idea that in the vast South American desert, a funeral led by the Provisional Government of the United States of South America and presided over by President Rodriguez was being held quietly. Chapter 259. Without disturbing Su Lei, the two of them spent a little time together, and then Hikue returned to May City in the morning. May City was still calm. There was no trace of the fierceness on Earth. Many people's life and death struggles seemed to have nothing to do with this place. But this is what the two factions want. Keep the killing away from the mainland. That's why they opened up a battlefield on Earth. This also has many benefits for Hikue. As long as the war does not spread to the plant mainland, he will be safe. Walking to the seminar site in the beautiful weather, Hikue saw the tall Durandal standing out and smiled. Mr. Durandal, you are here. Yes, thank you Director He for your recommendation. No, it's also because Mr. Durandal has excellent skills. It is unique for someone of this age to have achieved what Mr. Durandal has achieved. Is Director He bragging about himself? Durandal replied half-jokingly. How can that be possible? Both of them are smart people, and they talk as if they have known each other for many years. Then let me introduce you. These people in front of me are experts in medical engineering in Ariu City. Hello, gentlemen. Facing the experts in front of him, some with white hair and some with young faces, Hikue bowed and smiled. This project is a collaboration between Ariu City, which specializes in medical engineering, and May City, which specializes in robotics engineering. Hikue is responsible for the development of high-precision sensor systems, and even nanorobots that can scan DNA molecules. It is necessary to allow the nanorobot to specifically bind to the DNA molecule to identify and scan the nucleotide sequence. This requires the help of genetic experts. After the scan is completed, the damaged or accidentally mutated gene fragments are found, and the precise positioning is completed through comparative analysis. Similar to the CRISPR-Cas9 system in the previous Hikue world, but by integrating intelligent nanorobots, this technology will be more accurate and efficient. It can reduce the lesions and other side effects caused by the off-target effects of traditional gene editing technology. Director He, I'm glad to cooperate with you. At this time, these old gentlemen were all excited to shake Hikue's hand. At this age, they are actually natural persons. After all, in their era, the adjusters had not yet appeared. Among these people, there are those who specialize in medical research, and there are also experts in manufacturing adjusters. There are many former employees of Mindel, who were poached by Plant at a high price through various means. Of course, even if they were not poached here, they actually don't have many opportunities on Earth. At this time, these old gentlemen were all looking at Hikue with great interest and eager anticipation. No one knew better than them what Hikue's technology represented. A powerful tool that can edit genes after birth is very useful for treating congenital diseases, or promoting the progress of healing and catalyzing the body's regeneration ability after birth. To be more exaggerated, it can transform a natural person into an adjuster after birth, and even an adjuster whose genes have been edited can continue to evolve. At that time, the distinction between natural person and adjuster will become blurred again. This is destined to be a cross-era technology. This research depends on you. Hikue bowed and said. He concealed his genetic technology, and did not verify anything, in order to hide his incompetence. He needs to have full control over the progress of this project. Of course, it is impossible to change a natural person from acquired to adjuster now. Even if it is possible, Hikue will suppress it. If this technology emerges, the technological revolution will start again, and class and racial conflicts may intensify again. If that time really comes, Hikue will be at the center of this vortex. We have seen your friend's case. One of the old gentlemen with white hair and youthful face said. According to the information, this man was once Dr. Xiang's teacher in Mindel. Really? Hikue lowered his eyes humbly and listened. In addition to gene-targeted therapy, The difficulty also lies in the functional recovery of nerve cells. Restoring vision requires normal nerve conduction in the entire visual conduction pathway. Even if the specific pathogenic target is repaired, the overall structure of your friend's retinal photoreceptor cells has been severely atrophied, and this functional damage is irreversible. Is there no solution? Of course there is. The old man said it very easily. The first is to inject a gene that can express ion channels into the surviving non-photosensitive cells in the retina, activate these cells, and make them regain photosensitivity. There is another one, which activates the regeneration gene to regenerate the photoreceptor cells. I understand. I can only try my best. Hikue did not continue the expert's words. If cell regeneration can be achieved, the lifespan of an individual will be greatly extended. But it is still far away from him at present. And even if Hikue has it, he will not be so stupid to take it out. At present, it is a medical miracle to gradually restore and regenerate a broken limb. Well, it's a good thing to have this intention. The scholar looked at Hikue and nodded. After greeting many experts in the medical field, Haas and others also arrived. This is our engineering team leader, Haas. Not long after Hikue introduced them to everyone, the door of the office opened again. It was different from the previous military industry. This time, the people who came in were Amalfi and February City representatives, and also the executive committee member of Plant, Dart Elsman. Frosty white skin and golden wavy curls. The whole person looked very low-key. It was the exact opposite of his son Diego. Yes, this Dart Elsman was Diego Elsman's father, although he seems to have no presence in the plot. But Diego is also a real second-generation official. The two quickly sat down in the main seat. This is a room similar to a lecture hall. At this time, the two groups of people from May City and February City are sitting on both sides, and the representatives of May City and February City are in the center of the stage. Amalfi, the representative of May City on the stage, spoke first. I believe everyone understands the importance of this project. If the research is successful, it can greatly reduce the casualties of our soldiers and save a large number of lives. I hope you can successfully complete this research under the leadership of Hikue, Director He. As Amalfi spoke, everyone applauded enthusiastically. Hikue, who was still fighting a desperate battle with the enhanced people on Earth, was a little dazed. I don't know what happened to Panama. I asked him later. Hikue, muttering in his heart, stood up under the attention of everyone. I am very happy to be recognized by everyone. I will definitely live up to the expectations of Plant, and you and strive to implement this new technology as soon as possible. Let our officers and soldiers recover their health. After saying that, Hikue bowed to everyone in the venue amid another round of applause. A technology that can set off the world pattern was secretly established in the Hyalon Design Bureau. Chapter 260. Hello, Mr. Amalfi, Mr. Elsman. After the meeting, Hikue stopped the two people who were about to leave. Director He, what's wrong? Amalfi was as good as ever. Looking at Hikue's arrival, he smiled gently, while Elsman on the side just looked at Hikue seriously, with a look of dignity without anger. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. Yes, I want to ask, has the battle in Panama started now? Hikue asked directly. Of course, his voice was very soft, not wanting to make things difficult for the other party. In his opinion, the president should have arrived in Panama by now. So according to the progress, the attack on Panama should have begun. But this news should be confidential, so he was not sure whether the two would tell it. Dart Elsman did not speak, but just looked at Amalfi. It's no problem, Dart, Amalfi said softly while scanning the corridor. This is not a place to talk, come with us. Okay. Knowing that Amalfi agreed to tell him some inside information, Hikue became a little nervous. The three of them and the secretary behind them walked all the way to the secret room deeper in the Hyalon Design Bureau. But in the end, only the three of them entered the secret room. After the three of them sat down on the sofa, Amalfi slowly said in the main seat, We have already started the attack on Panama. According to the first batch of news from the front, we have joined forces with the rebels of the United States of South America and have basically controlled the situation. Yeah. Dude nodded and continued with Amalfi's words. The success of this battle is also due to the Odin gun. With this killer weapon, except for the elite machines, all other MS of the coalition could not play their power and were scrapped. In addition, all the rebels of the United States of South America who were lurking in Colombia responded to the signal of the president, and the United States of South America was barely recaptured. Dutz smiled as he spoke. This is all thanks to Director He's improvement of the Odin gun. At least before they improve the MS, we will maintain a huge offensive on the front battlefield. It's just what I should do. Hearing that the people below should be safe, and that the United States of South America has returned safely. Hikuei was truly relieved. The United States of South America has turned around, which is in his interest. And although they have been together for a short time, he does like the people there more than the Dawn Desert. Then may I ask about the captives? Of course we capture them, but we still need to see how to deal with them later. We should have captured quite a few mobile suits of the Alliance this time. Thank you, both of you. After hearing this, Hikuei stood up and bowed, feeling relieved. It's okay. Amalfi also stood up and patted Hikuei on the shoulder. Speaking of which, I remember you have a company? Yes. Are you still doing asteroid mining? Yes, but we have recently added security services. Security, it may be more needed recently. Can your machines and personnel adapt to the Earth's environment? Amalfi thought for a moment and asked. Yes, I can modify it. Okay, I will let the National Defense Committee give you a formal commission to take on duty in the United States of South America for about 3 months, and the remuneration is about 50 million. No problem. As the deputy of the National Defense Committee, although Amalfi seems gentle, he is also on the same level as the cold-faced Joer. It's easy to take care of Hikuei. Seeing that the two had finished chatting, Dut also stood up at this time. Director He, come to February City when you are free. Diego should also want to see you. Dut raised his mouth slightly. Definitely. After Hikuei saw the two people off, he felt more at ease. Perhaps his aegis didn't need to go down. Mixing in with his own mercenaries was the best choice. Of course, he had to find a way to eliminate the traces later. After solving this problem, he would do some preparations for the Jin. After the research group was officially established, the next step was to select a location for the research institute. However, although it was a cross-era research, at Hikuei's request, their research institute was still placed in the Hylian Design Bureau in May City. Hikuei made this decision mainly for safety. After all, he is the most familiar with this place. He can certainly ask to place the research institute in April City in the capital. But this will not only waste manpower and material resources, but also fail to get the support of the Design Bureau. Not to mention the safety of life. May City has been run by him for so long, although it is not impenetrable. But at least, he is most familiar with it. Apart from the asteroid, this is the safest place. Hikuei, congratulations. On the other side, Kurades, who had received the news, appeared right after Hikuei had arranged the task and returned to the office. Hikuei rarely saw Kurades with an eager smile on his face. Hikuei didn't look serious at all now. Thank you, it's also the district chief's support. Hikuei smiled and bowed. Haha, but I didn't expect Hikuei to choose the position in Hylian Design Bureau. Speaking of this, Kurades' face was also relieved. This wave of fame for Hylian Design Bureau is too great. This project has attracted the attention of all the bosses in plant. After all, there are parts in the factory area under the Hylian Design Bureau, so we don't have to go so far in the future. That's right. In the future, Hikuei, just tell Aaron what you want, and we will definitely try our best to satisfy you. Okay. Although Kurades said this, he also knew that the other party was definitely not staying here for this reason. Just based on the importance of this project, it would not be a problem to open a separate factory. Watching Kurades leave, Hikuei remembered what had said before, that Talia seemed to be teaching in December City now. And there was often a long-haired man next to her. It seemed that after leaving the family, the old love between the two was rekindled. The result was good, but it was not scientific to let Durandal give up the Destiny plan just because of this. And the black material he had on hand was not even considered. This kind of love was not uncommon in plant. Thinking that Hikuei would put this matter aside for the time being, and looking at the sky approaching dusk, Shurha contacted him. We are about to start the show at the Civic Theater. Are you done? Yes, we are. That's good. There are many children waiting for you to come. I'll be there soon. Hikuei smiled. After donating all the things he had done, Harrow would indeed be a huge fortune. Although he no longer cares about it now, the reputation he gained from the donation has also made his reputation in plant even higher. Chapter 261. Thank you very much to all the guests, and all those who care about and support the growth of plant children. Today we gather together to discuss and help the growth of our future flowers. Hikuei spoke eloquently on the stage where Lux once stood. There were many Harrow and models beside him. They were all handmade by him. He spoke without a script, and there was a special charm in his eyes. That was the charm formed by confidence. As Hikuei spoke, there was another round of applause from the audience. We all know that children are the hope of the future. However, due to the ongoing war and political turmoil, many children are living in fear and anxiety. They need not only material assistance, but also spiritual care and guidance. Our foundation is committed to providing these children with a safe, healthy, and happy growth environment. In the future, we will gradually carry out educational support, psychological counseling and medical assistance, and strive to care for the growth of every child in all aspects. Then let us invite our capable president, my lovely fiancée, Miss Shurha Hannes, to show everyone the various achievements we have made recently. As Hikue said this, he saw Shurha flirting with him behind the curtain. After leaving the stage, Hikue sat on a row of seats at the edge, watching the data announced by Shurha on the stage, including the amount of educational funding and other deeds. This is a chance for them to show themselves. What lovely fiancé. Su Lei on the side complained unhappily. Jealous? Hikue asked with a smile. If there weren't so many people here, and there weren't so many children, he would have definitely embraced such a lovely Su Lei. No! Su Lei rolled her eyes at him unhappily. If her face wasn't so red when she spoke, she would probably be more persuasive. Shurha finished the report quickly, and then the children gave speeches. Then everything went well, and the banquet was held. It should have been like this. Until Hikue's bracelet began to vibrate. What? Let her in. After hanging up the phone, Hikue stood up from his seat. What's wrong? Su Lei asked. Lakis is here. Huh? First she was shocked, then Su Lei stood up as well. What are you doing? I'm going with you. Lakis is not Shurha. She seems easygoing, but she won't share the person she likes with others. God knows if she likes Hikue, she actually came all the way here to attend such a foundation dinner. Okay. Realizing Su Lei's vigilance, Hikue did not refuse. The two of them came to the outside of the banquet together. At this time, Lux was wearing a pink and white knee-length dress, looking quite cute and pure. Director Lei is here too. Lux's beautiful eyes quickly swept from Su Lei, and then fixed on Hikue. Miss Lux, why are you here? Seeing that Su Lei had also greeted Lux, Hikue spoke first. Of course I came to see it. After all, it's Hikue's foundation. Listening to Lux's familiar voice, Su Lei was a little afraid of this former boss, but she still took a step forward silently. Lei, you become cute. Seeing Su Lei's actions, Lux poked Su Lei's eyebrows with amusement. It seems that she has guessed what Su Lei is thinking. Su Lei's face turned red, and she took a step back. But if I come to promote it, Hikue will think it's good. If it is Miss Lakis who is here, we are of course very welcome. Hikue replied with a chuckle. Since director he has said so. Lakis curled her lips, and followed Hikue into the venue without waiting for his reaction. She came here completely on a whim. She just learned from her channel that a research group led by Hikue was established. And what this research group is studying is very important to everyone. It is no less important than the current frontal battlefield. That's why she wanted to come and take a look. Director Lakis has heard about your new research. Lakis, who was walking beside Hikue, said bluntly. Really? What do you think, Ms. Lakis? This is what Lakis should ask you. This research will not be completed so quickly. Hikue shook his head. But what do you think? I just want to protect my relatives, friends, and plant. What about Lakis? Lux stopped and stared into Hikue's eyes. Lux is my friend. Forget it. Lux wrinkled her nose, snorted and walked a few steps faster. It seems that the three are equal, but in fact they are not. From the meaning of Hikue's words, it is easy to guess his order, relatives, friends and then plant. Perhaps his current actions to protect plant are only based on protecting the first two. As for what he said beyond friends, he naturally has to do things beyond friends. As long as the chips are enough, it is not impossible to give it a try. Lux thought about it, and bit her lips slightly. The slight pain made her stop thinking that was stuck in a dead end. Lux's temporary appearance later brought a lot of traffic to Hikue's foundation, but it also stole all the limelight from Hikue. Lux is really popular. Shurha couldn't help but say, as she watched Lux surrounded by people in front of the camera. Yeah, why? Hikue became more and more curious. As he gradually deepened his understanding of genes, he always felt that the other party's ability did not seem to be inherent in the genes. Or it seemed more unnatural than other adjusters. Could it be because of the heroine's halo? That's too mysterious. But then he thought of Luo's shit luck, and the missing Kira. Hikue was a little undecided again. Lakis is very beautiful, right? Su Lei said with a hint of jealousy. As the middleman between the two, Su Lei knew very well that Hikue had always had a special feeling for Lakis. Because of this special thing, she thought Hikue was a fan of Lux before, but now it seems that he is not. Is that right? Hikue nodded, but his eyes became more profound. He needs more research to solve the secrets of Lux and Setona. But he doesn't have time at the moment. First of all, he has to cooperate with Matthias to resolve the crisis of the clan. Now that the operation is over, and he has rested for a while, it is almost time for him to find Matthias. Chapter 262. Waking up from the bed of 3 people, Hikue looked out the window at Area 1 of Maze City. Recently, his asteroid has been moved outside Maze City for the convenience of work. And the research team is almost ready, and he is about to report. Why is Hikue here so early? Su-lei hugged Hikue dissatisfiedly. The delicate flesh rubbed against Hikue's body and brought a burst of evil fire. I have to go back. Before that, I have to do ground adaptation for Jinin. Is the force field modulation here completed? Almost. After hearing Su-lei's words, Hikue then turned his gaze to the virtual frame. Su-lei's favorability, 172. Shura Hanif's favorability, 186. Common favorability bonus 3+2. Z Gundam, 12258/50-000. Academic, Cell Level Repair Nanorobot, 21365/50-000. Academic, Force Field Modulation, 16523/20-000. Academic, Intermediate Quantum Communication, 9065/30-000. The force field modulation is almost completed. Hikue will definitely release this technology. The matter of Odin's spear is ahead. Although ZFT concealed his contribution to Odin's spear in order to protect him from being noticed by the Blue Universe for the time being. But he is not sure whether the clan will know. However, force field modulation also has many applications. The first is of course to increase the power of MS. Then it is to increase energy output. He has already completed the test on his small base. It was very successful. The energy output of the small nuclear power generator increased by 20%, and the energy utilization rate increased by 15%. The power of the radar is also a bit higher. I believe that with this new technology, the processing of plant, and the participation of raw material countries such as South America, their MS manufacturing speed will be accelerated again. Industrial capacity should be able to surpass the Atlantic Federation. People are a problem. Thinking about it, after breakfast, Hikue said goodbye to Shura and Su-lei and walked into the hangar. At this time, Virgin Inns were already standing here majestically. Hikue! Haas, why are you here so early? Hikue asked curiously. I didn't leave last night. As the pillar of the company and the general manager, Haas usually lives in the company, that is, this asteroid. Although it is called living in the company, the facilities here are not much worse than those in the plant below. Ahem, thank you for your hard work. How is the progress of the modification work? Using the air cushion device you developed, the mobility inside is still inferior to Baku, but it is stronger than the short sword in Jin In. The more Haas talked, the more puzzled he became. How did Director he come up with so many ideas and research them out? He must be a genius. Hikue said with a smile. TSK, you're amazing. Haas looked at Hikue, who was boasting, speechlessly. The two had known each other for so long, and their relationship had become closer. Hikue shrugged and didn't care about Haas's impolite words. The air cushion device was something he came up with from the Magnac in W. Although the propulsion suspension air cushion device was not a 100% restoration, it was still very useful for improving the combat capabilities of old machines such as Jin in the desert. It is useless for other machines. After all, most of their machines, including Shigu, can fly in the sky. No matter how flexible the ground forces are, they are still not as convenient as the air forces, and there are MAs, like Baku, on the ground. The data parameters of the system also need to be adjusted, Hikue said, as he came to the computer connected to the machine. Hikue was still working hard here, and the first ray of light in the morning had just arrived in the number 1 district of March City, not far away. However, this calm was soon completely ended by a deafening explosion. What's going on? Amidst the sound of a rapid alarm, the security room outside the mayor's mansion was in chaos. The center of the explosion is currently estimated to be located in the hall of the mansion. The intelligent explosion-proof door has been opened. A soldier in green uniform reported nervously. Let the rescue team come quickly and protect. Before he finished speaking, the security room at the front of the entire mayor's mansion exploded directly. Accompanied by the explosion, an inconspicuous van rushed in directly from the door. Our actions will make the world remember the name of Blue Universe. Let the damned adjusters tremble under our prestige. Leave no one behind, and let the rats take away the data. The enthusiasm in the captain's words instantly infected the others. Even though they knew it was a one-way battle, they still rushed to it. Start the action. Yes. The six-man team, armed to the teeth, responded and broke into the mayor's mansion in February City. Hikue, where are you? Hikue, who had just finished adjusting Jean in, received an urgent communication from Aaron. What happened on the asteroid? The mayor's mansion in March City was attacked by the Blue Universe. How is Counselor Jewel? After the explosion, the couple had already reached the shelter leading directly to the bedroom. But all the staff in the mansion were killed, only 3 survived, and part of the mayor's information was stolen. Which part? New ship. Shouldn't the new ship be in the most secure database? They came prepared and opened the database in the mansion. But we have killed all 6 of them, and we are investigating the 3 survivors. In short, don't act rashly recently and pay attention to safety. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Hikue recovered from the shock and was more puzzled. Just after sweeping out a group of spies, where did Blue Universe pull out such a large group of people from? They even blew up the mayor's mansion. Aren't they afraid of irritating Plant? And they all have the database password. Why were they all killed, instead of leaving one person to pass the data out? Puzzled, Hikue quickly entered the store of the Waste Merchants Union from the port of May City. Hikue. Setona still looks full of energy, with a small pink school bag on her back. She looks like a little girl going on a spring outing. Setona, are you ready? Hikue said, as he took out a little owl that was a bit more compact than an ordinary owl. The functions were the same as those of an ordinary owl, but he made it cuter and smaller. This was also one of the abilities that were enhanced with the S level. Okay, Saitona said in a carefree manner, happily finishing her gift. You also know the news just now. Matthias looked at the two of them unhappily. It must be said that he was used to being ignored, and he didn't seem to have any temper anymore. Yes, I have heard it. Hikue's expression became serious. But is it that simple? You guessed it. They gave the information to the mouse before committing suicide. The screen in front of Hikue showed the scene before the action of those people. Looking at the picture quality, Hikue knew that his owl was watching in secret. Who is it? No one. Matthias took out a mouse. This mouse, which can be seen everywhere, was locked in a cage, looking at Hikue with big eyes. Is it also a family? I guess so. It has been semi-mechanically transformed. I will find out about this matter, Matthias said, and his body sat up a little straighter, and then changed the subject and continued. I also want to ask Director He about Palace. Chapter 263. To sum up, we are just a cooperative relationship. Hikue repeated what he said to Lux before, omitting the dirty water he had thrown at the clan before, and emphasized it to Matthias. I understand. It was indeed as Hikue said, his intelligence did not prove that Hikue had any relationship with the other party. If they contact Director He next time, Director He can tell me. By the way, there is also the United States of South America. How is it going over there? Hikue slightly widened his eyes. The president is fine. But they have started a civil war. Civil war? Yes, there are many people from the Atlantic Federation, Blue Universe, and the tribe inside. It is not so easy to be independent. I understand, but there is also news about Cruz. Here, Matthias said, and handed a short half-page of information to Hikue. It said that he came to Plant as an adjuster from the refugee channel. How to determine if it was the adjuster? At that time, there was no such troublesome thing as genetic testing. It was simply to test the child's reaction ability. The reason why the test was so simple was probably due to the arrogance of the adjuster. That's all? Are there any previous records? No. You can look for Alda Falada. Falada, the rich man. Yes. I understand. Hearing Hikue's words, Matthias nodded. He did not continue to ask. The people from Blue Universe should have come in through the refugee passage this time. You should also pay attention. But Matthias shook his head again. Given Hikue's cautious look, it was probably because he had 3 burrows, so he didn't need to worry. I understand, then Setona. Hikue stood up and bowed to Setona while extending his hand. Thank you. Seeing Hikue holding Setona's hand, Matthias laughed and shook his head, but he didn't care. Or maybe he didn't care about the relationship between men and women at all. His goal was even higher. For the sake of all mankind, the whole clan must be eradicated. Hikue, who walked out of the port with Setona, quickly returned to May City. Hikue took the girl all the way from the port to May City. The girl leaned on the car window, her bright eyes flashing as she looked at the scenery outside. First time out? Hikue asked softly. Yeah, it's my first time in Plant. There are so many people here. Looking at the figures coming and going outside the car window, the girl said excitedly, "Right." Hikue smiled and introduced the residential area to the girl again. The two of them soon arrived at the headquarters of the former Highland Design Bureau near the plant area. "Director He?" The guard at the door saluted when he saw Hikue. There was a bit of fanaticism in the respect on his face. Unconsciously, Hikue also had a similar believer here. However, considering Hikue's experience, it was indeed magical. "Who is this?" The young guard looked at the masked girl next to Hikue with respect. "This is my friend. She's just going to the residential area." "Hello." "Okay, I understand." Hearing the word friend, the guard looked at Hikue with even more admiration. It's not that there are no girls looking for girls outside, but judging from the girl's figure and voice, she is very cute and moving. It can only be said that she is worthy of being Director He. Under the guard's enthusiastic gaze, Hikue took Saitona back to the car. "You are very popular here," Saitona said in affirmation. "I guess so." Hikue smiled bitterly. Popularity sometimes represents responsibility. And Saitona looked at Hikue and fell into thought. It wasn't long before the car, which had calmed down, drove into the green residential area. "Is this your home too?" Seeing the small villa in the residential area, Saitona asked curiously. "Well, you can walk around in this room, but don't go out." The temporary communication card in Saitona's hand can only go to the residential area and the reception area in front. The reception area has nothing and is not safe. It is better to stay in the residential area. This attack just happened. Hikue is also afraid that something will happen to the princess in her own territory. "Okay, right?" Seeing Saitona agree obediently, Hikue breathed a sigh of relief and came to the underground factory area of Highland Design Bureau. "Mr. Jior, please accept my condolences. Well, sooner or later, we will make those natural people pay the price." In the video, Jior is still calm, and it is hard to tell that he was attacked not long ago. Let's get back to the topic. Director He, the Gundamium alloy you developed is very practical. Thank you. It can also completely block the impact of the radiation of the nuclear engine on the human body, and at the same time provide excellent defense performance to protect the normal output of the nuclear engine. Hikue introduced diligently that thanks to this technology, unless the engine explodes directly, the driver is absolutely safe, and the safety will be greatly improved. Although freedom, justice, and other machines have already taken shape, it is still good to use them for the next generation of nuclear power machines. It's a pity that the main raw materials are still concentrated on the moon. This technology should be temporarily sealed for now. Jior said regretfully. I understand. Now the moon has not been taken back, and if the technology is leaked, it will be a wedding dress for others. But maybe we will return to the moon soon. There was a little more hatred in Jior's eyes. It seems that the previous events did not have no impact on her. Are we going to attack the moon? According to the previous plot, the moon base should have been destroyed by Genesis. No battle has been launched there. Not sure yet. But the mass accelerator of the Union has been basically secured. But as for Orb, yes, at present, our people are not only defending but also paying attention to the movements of Orb. It is hard to say whether they will give up the mass accelerator due to political pressure. Currently, the spies are still trying to find out about Orb. It's just that the president of South America cannot fully control the entire United States of South America. There is a civil war going on throughout South America now. Joel didn't finish his words. When he heard about the civil war again, Hikue's eyes darkened. Unlike before, they did not simply destroy the United States of South America, but re-supported a regime in South America. The difficulty is 1,000 times greater. But if they succeed, they can effectively control the Atlantic Federation, and they don't have to worry about their own food and raw materials. In this situation, ZFT will not support Orb, or even if it has the ability to support them, it will not support them. What they will probably do is to send a special agent team to blow up the Kaguya accelerator directly. There is no big solution for the time being, and Hikue can only take it one step at a time. After the conversation with Jior, Hikue's life seems to have returned to normal. And in this daily life, Hikue is hoarding various materials in the secret warehouse. The Liberator cannot be stolen. But he did make another machine based on the Gates skeleton using the method of Ant's moving house in a short time. Just as Hikue was admiring his masterpiece in the secret warehouse, his bracelet vibrated. Luo is just right. 2 Aegis. One went to South America with his security team, and the other was transported to Orb by Luo, to ensure that he could control the situation to the greatest extent. Chapter 264. After sealing the machine and Aegis 2.0, Hikue saw Luo, who was still carefree. Luo, where have you been recently? Hikue asked enthusiastically. I've been to many places. It was very exciting. And we've been resurrected. Looking at Hua, who was halfway through Luo's speech, and Luo, who was covered by Shu Li's mouth, Hikue had a rough guess in his mind. Could it be that this person was resurrected by George Glenn's brain? Looking at Luo's ship, Hikue couldn't help but have the urge to go find George to have a chat. That was the first adjuster, and he was resurrected miraculously with only one brain left. Although this kind of resurrection is far from immortality, the brain will still age, and there will be no other senses such as touch, which is equivalent to imprisonment of all 5 senses except vision and hearing. But it can still be called a medical miracle. I don't know if he wants to go to the dock to get some fries. But strictly speaking, the other party's brain is still there, which is far from being a digital life. It's a pity that it's not the right time now. Retracting his gaze with regret, Hikue looked at the cargo box behind him. That's what I'm going to trouble you with this time. Okay, leave it to us. Excuse me? Do you want to stay for dinner? No, we have other things to do. Maybe next time. Luo waved at him in high spirits. Okay. Having guessed Luo's answer, Hikue watched the other party unload the radar upgrade parts he needed, and then left quickly. What is that? Following Hikue, Setona looked at the half-tall box placed by Luo at the port, and asked curiously with her beautiful eyes wide open. It's an important cargo. In fact, it was the upgraded parts of the asteroid radar. For this, he spent all the money he earned from Matthias. He was not afraid of Matthias finding out. These upgrades were all small routine upgrades, and many of the parts could not play their due role without his own processing. Matthias wouldn't know what he did with these materials. Then let's go eat. Today, Setona helped Sister Shurha and Sister Sulei to cook. Setona took Hikue's hand cutely. You're so good. Hee. Setona heard Hikue's praise, and felt the warmth of his palm, so she laughed happily. And Hikue's thoughts gradually drifted away. The best way for Aegis 1.0 to quietly follow the main force down is to hide in the cockpit. Although there were people in the cockpit, they were all his people. Even if they cared about their boss, asking them to bring an extra box. But nothing would happen. After arriving in South America, he would go directly to those uncles, and then contact the president to get his identity, and it would be best if he could get the MS as well. After planning the next things, Hikue also returned to the room with Setona. Setona brought Hikue back. Thank you, Setona. Shurha smiled gently, and just took out the last dish of steamed fish from the kitchen. You are so old, and you still need to be called when you eat. Sulei sat down with a pair of chopsticks in each hand, and rolled her eyes at Hikue. Isn't it coming? Facing Sulei's coquettishness and Shurha's tenderness, Hikue's smile became more relaxed. His towering shoulders drooped unconsciously. He put down both Aegis, also for the sake of a stable life with them, and his goal would not change. Thinking of this, Hikue's heart was filled with strength again. He will return to deliver the remaining 2 owls, which means he will get 100 million yuan. With the 50 million yuan for this mission, even if he gives 2 million yuan to each of the driver and subordinates, and the maintenance fee, he still earns more than 20 million yuan. Although it is said that it is not realistic to earn back the cost of buying Gene in one mission. After thinking about it, Hikue quickly returned to the Hylian Design Bureau after dinner. At this time, a new area was divided in the underground factory, which was specially used as the research base of Hikue's nanorobot group. The area is not large, but Hikue is researching nanorobots, not mobile suits. Such an area of 500 square meters is more than enough. And he doesn't appear here often. Those majors in February City can't come here often. Everyone works remotely, after all, they all have their own jobs. Hikue, the high-precision microscope and nano-control system have been installed. As the temporary head of the research group here, Haas reported to Hikue at this time. The chemical synthesis equipment and high-energy computing group are also ready. But the etching machine cannot produce nanorobots with such high precision with our current technology. The etching machine is a key tool for manufacturing micro-sized structures and devices. These devices have extremely high precision and controllability. Of course, the operator must operate meticulously and accurately. These are all things that current machines cannot do. I will be responsible for modifying the etching machine. You just need to bring the most advanced one over. Don't worry about the funding. One etching machine costs billions, and this project is one of the most confidential projects of plant. Hikue can only say such a thing. According to Hikue's guess, the importance of this project is no less than that of Genesis, which is still silent now. Okay. Haas nodded and agreed. Then contact me if you have anything. You are just being a hands-off boss again. Haas said with a bitter face. I believe in Haas's ability. Hikue patted Haas on the shoulder and strode away. He will have to put the Aegis 1.0 into a box and transport it to upgrade the radar. Tomorrow, the two Aegis will probably arrive on Earth. The progress of the nanorobots in his mind is enough for him to appease Amalfi and Elsman. In the next period of time, he will probably just be in the radar room doing Harrow and controlling the Aegis. I always feel like I am in prison. Chapter 265. I'm back. After waiting for Hikue at the port of the asteroid, Setona was so happy that she jumped up and down, with an innocent look on her face. Yeah, I'm back. Why are you here? I heard that Hikue was here, so I waited for you here. Really? Thank you. Hikue touched Setona's pink hair warmly, and he could feel that Setona seemed to be closer to him. Yeah, it's nothing, Setona said cutely. Then let's go eat. Okay. He always felt that Setona simply liked to eat his food. Our mission is to follow the arrangements of Plant and cooperate with the provisional government of the United States of South America to do a good job of defense. The next morning, Hikue looked at the four-member team in front of him at the port with a serious face. I am not the army of ZFT here, and my requirements for you are very simple. As long as you complete the assigned tasks diligently, you will be rewarded. Do you understand? Hikue asked loudly. I understand. Hikue was answered by a roar even louder than his. Everyone looked at Hikue eagerly. Everyone here came in because of Hikue's reputation. As long as Hikue gave them some resources, they would be able to live a life of ease and rise to prominence. In the true sense, they would have to work 10 years less. Whether it was Hikue's relationship with the top leaders of the National Defense Committee or the resources of his own company, they all attracted them. Naturally, they will not betray under the strong interest connection. Good, very energetic. Then I look forward to your good news. Looking at the four people in front of him, Hikue nodded with satisfaction. In this case, they will definitely not care about the big box next to their driving seat. After sending Aegis 1.0 away, Hikue shared the recent progress with a group of nanorobot researchers. After everyone discussed the improvement of the etching machine, Hikue immediately got on the small MS and headed outside the asteroid. He had to upgrade the base radar by himself. In the vast universe, although he was outside the plant, no one noticed his movements. Soon, after a day, Hikue came to the planting area. How did you find time to come here? His mother was surprised, and looked at Hikue in front of her strangely. Because Hikue now spends most of his time on the asteroid, in fact, everyone often meets and eats together. Hikue rarely comes to the planting area. Come and see, how is the harvest? Hikue looked at the lush experimental greenhouse in front of him, and thought of Kigali for some reason. The girl with golden hair. Although it seemed like a long time had passed, in fact, the two had only been apart for less than a month. It was just that the recent events mixed together, and made Hikue often have the illusion that things had changed. It's still the same. His mother sighed. But there is enough food for us. That's fine, Mom, don't think too much, just leave these things to us. That's a nice thing to say. How long have you been here? And you sent the girl away. She doesn't belong here. Hikue smiled bitterly. I know, she's a natural person. His mother sighed. Actually, it doesn't matter whether she's a natural person or an adjuster. Sometimes I regret coming to the plant. Looking at the neatly arranged colony satellites outside the window, his mother shook her head. As people from East Asia, they didn't really care. It's just that some things look beautiful when viewed from the ground. Those beautiful space colonies, and the future depicted by public intellectuals. But when everything becomes a daily routine, the gorgeous appearance will be torn apart by reality. I worked hard to get the residency permit in plant, but I found that I am not as good as my relatives and friends who stayed in East Asia. Although I am a farmer, I am also an intellectual in agriculture in East Asia, otherwise how could I have gotten so much money to go to plant? I understand. Hikue lowered his eyes and agreed. When he came here, everything was already determined, and he couldn't comment on it. Do we have a chance to go back and see them? I don't know how your grandma and grandma are doing. Looking at his mother's red eyes, Hikue pondered for a moment, then nodded vigorously. There will be a chance. That's good. Also, Kigali is a natural person, so it's easier for her to have children. Hikue, who was still planning how to take his parents back to East Asia to see them, suddenly stopped thinking. You nodded and didn't care about the natural person and the adjuster. His mother put her hands on her hips. It seemed that the worries about her hometown came and went quickly. I know. The relationship is a pit waiting for me. Tion knows that Lele and sure his stomachs are not responding. Speaking of this, His mother became even more worried. You said that we are still young and can help you take care of the children. Well, I think we can also hire a nanny, and I am only in my teens, and you are not even 40. Hikue was speechless. What do you know? Can you trust the nanny? Yes, yes, yes. Seeing that there was no way to refute, Hikue could only respond and leave the planting area. It's too scary. I'd better come less often in the future. But after the matter of the United States of South America is over, maybe I can take the opportunity to go to East Asia. Although there seems to be no war report, the Kaohsiung Mass Accelerator is still occupied by them in theory. It's just that this occupation is more of a voluntary concession by East Asia. They had no conflict at all on the front battlefield. It would be better to go and take a look. It would be safe with Aegis. On the night when the decision was made, Hikue continued to work hard to make a baby with Su Lei and Shurhi. Although the three of them had changed many positions, there was no movement in their stomachs. If Z Gundam was a child, then the child would be coming out soon. Hikue didn't even know if his golden finger would block his child. The next morning, Hikue came to the radar room when he saw that the time was almost right. The upgraded radar room still has metal interior, but 2 more screens have been added. A total of 4 screens provide Hikue with enough information display, and a one-to-one cockpit-like device is placed on the left and right sides of the screen. It is convenient for him to control the MS. Of course, in this case, he can only control one MS at the same time. If he insists on controlling, the other one can move and shoot, but it cannot be driven like an arm. The calculation plus the intelligent assisted driving of Aegis itself is probably only the strength of the elite green clothes. The same is true for VR devices. Single-line operation is convenient, but multi-threaded operation is not possible. The most convenient is direct VR control, but VR can only control one Aegis at the same time at present, but there is also a time difference between the two sides, so he should not need to control it at the same time most of the time. Chapter 266. Late at night in the United States of South America, the eyes of Aegis, which was folded into the box, lit up. After receiving the command, the metal plates around it automatically popped open, and the body gradually began to extend. Not long after, a brand new Aegis was formed in Jin's cockpit. Of course, he couldn't steal his own Jin in. This insurance doesn't cover compensation. And no insurance will compensate for weapons that go to battle. But there is good news. Hikue looked down at his palm, and the upgraded radar and Aegis's delay were also reduced a lot. Although the delay was not completely eliminated. But at this time, his strength should be able to belong to the upper-level red clothes, and completely comparable to the elite red clothes. As for the main body, it is naturally half a point stronger than the elite red clothes. With joy in his heart, Hikue opened the cockpit door. Soon, he used the palm-sized black bird brought down with him to directly invade the camera here. Then he looked at this hangar. The area here is a few points larger than the previous secret base. It looks like he has made a fortune indeed. In addition to his 4 Jin, there are also many daggers here. They should be the daggers that were captured by Odin's spear before. There are a total of 10. However, there is no catapult connected, and of course Jin has no use for the catapult. Just walk out directly. Thinking of this, Hikue put on the familiar cloak and put the bird away. He made a lot of changes to this bird, and it should not be obvious that it was his work just by looking at it. But staying here for a long time is not a solution. There are so many people coming and going here, it doesn't make much sense for him to hide. It's better to go directly to the president. Thinking of this, Hikue opened the door of the hangar and started to walk out. He didn't walk far. I've already said it, I want to continue training. Do you know what time it is now, Elena? Hearing the voices in front, and the 2 girls pulling each other, Hikue blinked. It can't be such a coincidence, right? It's all because I'm not strong enough. Elena said loudly while clenching her palms. It's because we are not strong enough that those people can do whatever they want on our land. It's because I am not strong enough that I can only watch. Hearing the girl's words, Hikue could understand, probably because he was unwilling to accept it. The two had just met once. Even if it was a proposal, it was more of an admiration for the strong. This point is not even related to gender. Thinking of this, Hikue quietly walked closer to the 2. The gentle words interrupted the girl's unfinished words. Hello. You? Before she finished, Elena was so shocked by the appearance of the person in front of her that she was speechless. Miss Elena, you can take it with you. Hikue was hugged by Elena before he finished speaking. He didn't feel anything, after all, he couldn't suddenly make a touch system for the robot. Luckily, before coming here, in order to prevent the gang from being exposed, synthetic skin was made for the rest of Aegis. This synthetic skin material can already achieve the same touch as the real one. It is the material for making prosthetic limbs. Absolutely true. Hey, is that you? The girl's excited voice rang through the microphone beside his ear. Yes, it's me. Hikue hugged her back. You're still alive? I guess so. Great. Yes. In fact, it's impossible to survive in that kind of explosion, not to mention that he activated the explosive device originally inside Aegis. I'm afraid that even the slag was blown away. However, the girl was so happy that she washed away her doubts. That's why she believed him so easily. This is A. The girl beside him was also shocked when she heard Elena's words, and then she saluted him belatedly. Hikue was a little confused after letting go of Elena and watching the two girls salute. After you died, President Rodriguez held a funeral for you and awarded you the second-class Medal of Merit of the United States of South America. It's not every day that someone is honored posthumously, and Hikue was also stunned when he heard it. Thank you, but the victory belongs to you. Hikue smiled. Then Elena, can you take me to see Mr. Rodriguez? I can only inform you. No problem, thank you. It's okay, let's go. As she spoke, a red cloud as bright as the sunset rose on Elena's wheat-colored skin. Sorry for the trouble. The two said goodbye to the other girl and went to the elevator together. As the floors continued to rise, Hikue soon saw the dark sky outside that was full of stars. The miraculous mass accelerator not far away also caught Hikue's eyes. No matter how many times you look at it, it will be very spectacular. Is the current situation in South America okay? Panama and Colombia are okay, but it's a bit chaotic further away. Now we are divided into two lines. We must guard against the Atlantic Federation's attack through Mexico and the counterattack in the rear of South America. I understand. As they talked, they came to a tightly guarded building. As the most central building in the base, although it looks unremarkable, it can be covered by the defense system of the entire base. It can be said to be the most heavily defended position in the entire base. You're back so soon. Rodriguez looked at the uninvited guest in front of him, as if he had expected it. President Rodriguez. Hikue greeted him seriously. Sit down. Rodriguez pointed to the sofa in the room not far away. Would you like something to drink? Thank you, but no thanks. Rodriguez shrugged, picked up a cup of coffee, and walked to Hikue. So, Ms. A, why did you come here this time? Let me join your army as a mercenary. Hikue said bluntly. Why? Because we have the same goal. The room fell into silence for a while. Then Rodriguez smiled. We only have short swords at the moment. No problem. Hikue answered. He is good at hands-on work, and he can modify it by himself, as long as he has the parts. The dagger has a low starting point, so it is very malleable. Well, I'm glad that Miss A can join us. Rodriguez stood up and stretched out his palm. Thank you. The two of them clasped their palms tightly together. I will let the adjutant take you to the room to rest. The subsequent contract will be in accordance with the general mercenary contract. Is it okay? No. He is here to observe the situation, so that he can respond at any time, and as a safety, beware of the clan. The intelligence that ordinary mercenaries can access is enough, not to mention that he still has Xianyao. Hikue was not too surprised that Rodriguez agreed. In addition to needing his combat power, they should also be testing Palace. Hikue achieved his goal, and at this time a remote conversation was quietly going on in the president's office. Mr. Rodriguez, his origin is unclear, and it is impossible for anyone to survive the battle. The explosion was witnessed by all, and the video footage is still stored in their computers. I heard that the Atlantic Federation has a kind of combat adjuster, specially used for combat, with instructions written in that it cannot attack natural people and human emotions are eliminated. Everyone looks the same. The man blinked blankly. Are you saying that the legendary palace also has this technology? Not sure, but that's why we have to observe, Mr. Minister of Defense. It's better to keep the uncertainty under your own eyes rather than letting it drift around. Rodriguez's eyes flashed with wisdom. I understand. Chapter 267. It wasn't long before Hikue's contract was signed. The room he was given was also a single room, and the tasks were entrusted, with each completion being paid. Hikue didn't have any requirements for the remuneration, and only said that it would be settled in the future when it was exchanged for raw materials. Just came out of the office. The healthy and beautiful girl waved excitedly at him in front of the gate of the National Defense Building. Hey, do you want to fight with us? Elena seemed quite excited that he stayed here. Yes. Then I take you to get familiar with the base? I want to see the aircraft first. No problem. Have you accepted the mission? Yes, it's a Panama Patrol mission, and it's currently under the National Defense Force Garrison Command. There are not many South American countries, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Brazil, Paraguay, Venezuela, Peru, etc. At present, Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay are the most serious in the civil war. But for Hikuei, the president probably didn't intend to send him to those places. More importantly, he was asked to defend Panama and put him under his own eyes. Me too. I'm from the 1st Mobile Battalion. Hearing what Hikuei said, the girl said excitedly. Same. The 1st Mobile Battalion, as the name suggests, is composed entirely of mobile suits. The patrols on weekdays are jointly carried out by the 1st and 2nd Battalions. However, the 1st Battalion is stronger, that is, most of them are veterans. If a fight really breaks out, the 1st Battalion will be the main force. And Hikuei doesn't have to patrol on weekdays, he just needs to go out when there is a mission. For example, being attacked by the Atlantic Federation. The two talked about passing through many checkpoints, and then came to the hangar. Several brand new daggers were stationed inside. So new? Yes, we shot down a factory of the Atlantic Federation near Panama. Did you make all these yourself? If it is true, then the military forces of South America will probably be able to protect themselves soon. No, these were found in the workshop. I heard that the factory only produces the body, and the real core processor and nerve system are still in the hands of those damn Atlantic people. Elena became more and more angry. He had seen the core of the dagger and the neural drive system, and both of them had been reversed by their design bureau. Plant must have mastered these two technologies. It seems that both sides are still in the stage of wrangling. Plant will certainly not give them this technology just like that. Maybe Plant will let the technicians bring the technology down. Then start production in the black box of South America. Holding this production line is equivalent to holding the lifeline of South America. Hikuei thought about the inspection work in his hand without stopping. There was no problem with the dagger in front of him. It was the most common standard assault dagger in the Alliance, without any refitting system. However, it still used the X-100 frame. As long as there were tools to modify the jet behind it, and then cover the assault program. In theory, it can still support refitting. Speaking of which, is Edward here? Thinking about the magic modification plan of the assault dagger, Hikuei came out of the cockpit of the dagger and asked curiously. Our hero? He's suppressing the civil unrest in Brazil. Elena's face became even more excited when she talked about Edward. Brazil. They actually transferred a few elite troops away from Panama, but it wouldn't be surprising if it was the president. For many people, Edward is now the hero of South America. Sending him to suppress the unrest is indeed the best effect. But after hearing the news, the Atlantic Federation, which knows that there are no hero units here, may not miss this opportunity. Without Panama, they really don't have their own mass accelerator. If the army at the moon base is cut off from supplies, it will definitely be a big problem for the Atlantic Federation. I don't know where Team Sarah and Team Juro are now. But they must be the spearhead, and their mission is to destroy the Atlantic Federation's combat base in Mexico. Passive defense is a waste of talent. It can't bring out the value of freedom and justice. Just after Hikuei adjusted the dagger, the alarm in his ear sounded very cooperatively. Hikuei also received the internal information of his newly acquired bracelet. Enemy attack, prepare to attack. Understood. After saying that, Elena also looked up at him at the same time, and the girl was excited at this time. Hey, you must do your best. Kill all those damn Atlantic Federation people. Yes. Hikuei answered carefully. Although he has the strength of an elite red-clothed man, he only controls the assault dagger. The performance is equivalent to Jinan. I am afraid that he is not as durable as Jinan. At least before he completed the transformation of the assault dagger, the upper limit of his control of this machine was just an ordinary red coat. And with the Odin gun, the Atlantic Federation would also attack. Perhaps some of the dagger's anti-EMP measures have been upgraded. Thinking that Hikuei had already sat on his new dagger, he walked out of the open gate with heavy steps along with other machines. When he came out, he was at the coastline outside the Panama base. Following the large force, Hikuei quickly walked out of the Panama fortifications and came outside. The coast of Panama came into his sight. On the dark and hazy sea level, many destroyers and aircraft carriers belonging to the Atlantic Federation were slowly emerging. In coordination with this, many fighter formations and slaughter daggers equipped with air combat backpacks also appeared in the starry sky. Perhaps there were still some strong air combat types in the air. But Hikuei could no longer find their traces on the radar. Prepare to meet the attack, the 1st Battalion. The battalion commander was halfway through his order, when a huge wave suddenly rose on the originally calm sea level. A dark blue crab-headed body with a trident emerged from the coastline, with a cold yellow light flashing in its eyes. On both sides of the huge head, two shield-like shields extended forward with a pair of sharp blades, looking extremely ferocious. Without giving Hikuei time to continue observing, the cold white reinforced metal on the trident reflected the moonlight in the sky and pierced straight towards Hikuei's dagger cockpit without any hesitation. Without delay, Hikuei quickly turned on the reverse thrust to the side and controlled the steering to twist slightly. The body slightly lifted off the ground, and the originally heavy body became light at this moment. In just a moment, the blade of the trident brushed past the cockpit of the assault dagger, and a burst of fire came out. The entire cockpit of Hikuei also heard a crackling sound of metal tearing each other. At this moment, Hikuei was frightened by this sudden incident. I don't know what the Zap's magic crabs were doing to let this Forbidden Sea combat special machine approach so close without any warning. The magic crabs under the water also had their pains. They had 6 magic crabs, but couldn't stop the opponent's special machine. Instead, they were blocked by 10 short sword-style crabs similar to the special machine just now. Even with the neutron jammer, they didn't have time to send a signal flare before the opponent's high-speed special machine successfully landed on the beach. Chapter 268. Elena, who was in the same battalion, also rushed up with a dagger. Don't get close, Hikuei warned loudly. From the smooth movements of the forbidden machine just now, it can be judged that the driver is definitely close to the elite red level. If his original body encounters, the winner may be decided quickly under the same machine. But his strength at this time is only at the quasi-elite level. Although he can barely contain the forbidden machine, he can't take care of too much. Now it would be useless for Elena to go forward. Hearing this, Elena stopped walking. At this moment, the organized MS and planes in the dark sky were approaching. Countless tracer bullets were released from the anti-aircraft guns of the base, and the dense barrage illuminated the dark night sky. Because the radar could not be automatically locked, these air defense systems all used manual aiming. The hit rate was not high, but many planes exploded one after another after sweeping along. And the TP Armored Air Combat Assault, a good partner that Hikuei was familiar with, directly launched the ground-to-ground missiles mounted on the wings in the face of the fierce artillery fire. Under the sound of explosions and the intense flames, Panama's air defense system was destroyed by 40% to 50%. Seeing this, the short sword defending in front of the turret kept firing back with beam guns. However, with the high mobility of the air combat type, the beam emitted by the short sword barely touched it. This time, the Atlantic Federation came with great momentum and brought out so many special machines. I'm afraid they are determined to take this place. If he can't stop this elite here, I'm afraid South America's losses will be even more severe. Hikuei made a decision in an instant. He used his shield to block the phonon cannon fired from the Forbidden Sword's head, and then raised his beam gun to aim at the airstrike that the opponent had just launched. However, before he could do so, he was interrupted by the machine gun hidden in the shield of the blue Forbidden Sword. He had no choice but to raise his shield again to block in front of him. The shield was hit by the machine gun and made a clanging sound, as if it was hail. If there was PS armor or Gundamium alloy, it would not be so embarrassing. Where is Edward? Regretfully, a refreshing female voice came from the dark blue forbidden area, and the forbidden area, which was suppressed by the machine gun, raised the trident in its hand again and began to thrust. Can you at least stop attacking before asking questions? Hikuei complained, but his hands were not slow at all. He threw away the beam rifle in his hand and took out the beam sword. The dark red shield made of laminated armor slightly adjusted its angle and raised it along the trajectory of the opponent's trident. The trident was successfully deflected by Hikuei, but before the beam sword in Hikuei's hand could slash across the cockpit, the attack was blocked by the opponent's shield on the head. The red blade only left a black scorch mark on it. It's unnecessary to use anti-beam coating on both shields. Hikuei felt like crying when he saw the opponent's intact body, and the shield that showed that its integrity had dropped by 30%. The anti-beam coating was as large as 2 shields. With the TP armor covering his whole body, he really couldn't break through the defense with only a shield, a beam sword, and a 75mm close defense gun. Where is Edward? Perhaps she had listened to his words. The female pilot did not attack again, but retreated a distance and aimed the phonon cannon on her head at him. Not in this base. Really? Are you White Whale? Feeling the other party's obsession with Edward, and seeing the paint on the other party's shield, Hikuei quickly remembered the plot. In the original world line, the Atlantic Federation also sent 3 people to kill the traitor during the South American War of Independence. They are Luan Ying, Bai Jing, and Yu Xiaoquang Dog. He has forgotten their names. But from the nicknames, we can tell that Luan Ying and Bai Jing are both women. Bai Jing is the girlfriend of the Ripper, and she also drives the Forbidden Blue. Do you know me? Of course, Edward's girlfriend. I don't think he wants you to kill his comrades. Hikuei's words completely hit Bai Jing's heart. After all, from the fact that Bai Jing has only been chasing him from the beginning to now, it can be understood that her fighting spirit is not too strong. How about you surrender temporarily, and I take you to find Edward later? Unless you let him out. White Whale's words were like cold sea water slapping his face. Although White Whale didn't know why an elite pilot would be driving such an ordinary dagger, it didn't conflict with her purpose. He's not here now, why don't you go to Brazil to look for him? Brazil. Muttered a sentence, the other party's communication was interrupted, and the long-charged phonon cannon fired at him. Hikuei used his shield to resist the attack while holding the lightsaber and fully opening the thrusters behind him. In the darkness, the thrusters suddenly burst out with light that illuminated the entire area. The blue light on the water's surface overshadowed the moon in the sky, causing a violent wave. He did not hold back any thrust and rushed straight towards the White Whale with all his strength. If he continued to fight like this, he didn't know how much power the opponent had. His broken short sword might not last long, so he might as well take this opportunity when the opponent might waver and take a gamble. In a flash, the two sides quickly approached each other. The arms of the short sword were pierced by the blades of the shields on both sides of the Forbidden Blue, but his beamed sword also successfully pierced into the head monitor of the deep blue Forbidden. The trident of the Forbidden was used as a temporary shield to block the cockpit. Without any hesitation, Hikuei directly raised his feet and kicked the Forbidden at the same time. With the reaction force, he began to retreat rapidly in the air. Not long after, the missiles inside the quadruple missile launchers on both sides of the deep blue Forbidden shield were launched. However, without radar and other precision components, these missiles have no accuracy at all. They just circled aimlessly in the air, and finally flew directly to the distant sky. No one knew where they flew to. The White Whale didn't say anything, but just flicked the fish tail-like part behind it, and retreated into the sea smoothly. Watching the White Whale leave, Hikuei hadn't breathed a sigh of relief yet, and the Sky Tyrant in the sky rushed towards him, who looked like a disabled short sword. Without panicking, Hikuei used the close-in defense guns on both sides of his head to fire a round of shots at the Air Overlord, while making an S-shaped evasive movement. The 75mm bullets accurately hit the Air Overlord. Suddenly, a blood mist rose from the cockpit and fell beside Hikuei. "Hey, are you okay?" Elena, who had been defending against air attacks next door, quickly came to Hikuei's side. Using the shield, he blocked another round of missiles from the Vanguard fighter in the sky. "It's okay, but I have to go back for supplies first. I protect you." After the battle just now, Elena looked at Hikuei with strong admiration and worship. The short sword beside him showed a faint awe for him, and consciously protected him. It seemed that Hikuei's prestige had been improved in the battle just now. But this is normal, after all, the battle between the two just now was witnessed by all. If they were to go up, they would have died countless times. I don't know how many lives it would take to stop the other side. Okay. With no hands, he really could only fight with his head, but the close-in defense gun on the head did not have unlimited bullets. He couldn't withstand a few more rounds. Chapter 269. After retreating all the way back to the rear, Hikuei, who had replaced his arm and returned to the battlefield, soon saw his subordinates. However, his subordinates did not seem to recognize him. He just kept using the high mobility brought by the air cushion device to defend the base from the continuous attack of the flying leaf machines falling from the sky. Although the mobility is good, the shooting ability is only at the level of the elite green clothes. It is impossible to effectively kill those flying leaf machines. "Who are you? Get out of here." The leader's impatient voice came from the communication. Unlike the respect and enthusiasm they showed to him before, they didn't have much good words to say to the natural man, even if he was their ally. Of course, at least the other party was protecting friendly forces, and he couldn't ask his subordinates to love the natural man or something. Otherwise, it would be too strange. Hikuei thought and raised his hand, and fired a shot at the swooping compound plane in the air, and the cockpit hidden by the plane was easily pierced. Suddenly, the cockpit of the compound leaf machine that was flying around in the air like a fly was hit, and fell to the ground. From the actions of the previous few assault planes, it can be known that their ability is just the level of ordinary red-clothed people, much weaker than the enhanced people who chased him before. Maybe they are defective, otherwise his subordinates would not be able to hold on for so long. And Hikuei, with his aiming expertise and no delay, can kill those who are weaker than him with one shot. In addition, he is familiar with the machine. It is basically equal to the difference between a hero unit and a soldier. Seeing this scene happen, the leading teenager was already stunned. Of course, if he had seen the battle between Ikue and the white whale just now, he would be even more surprised. At least the short sword that just saw Ikue fighting still couldn't forget that scene. On the inverted moon in the water, Ikue's attitude of fighting for his life was destined to be engraved in everyone's heart for a lifetime. I help you. Hearing the girl's voice and the communication, the leading teenager was even more stunned. One shot killed the elite special machine, and it was a woman. Ikue raised his eyebrows slightly, without hearing his subordinate's response. These subordinates of his didn't seem very smart. How about going back to change people? But Jior wouldn't approve it so easily, and it's too troublesome. I still have to train them when I have time here. They are his subordinates anyway. But he didn't appear here simply because he cared about his subordinates. There was another more important reason. That is, he was very greedy for these powerful attacks. It's just that capturing a plane intact is 10 times more difficult than blowing it up directly. Ikue had a plan in mind for this. As long as he hit the cockpit with every shot, it would be fine. He could make a cockpit himself anyway. According to the agreement he signed with the South American government, he owns the aircraft he shot down. Under Ikue's happy shooting, the coalition also knew that its advantage was fading, and seeing the white clouds on the coastline, it finally withdrew temporarily. As soon as he returned to the hangar, Ikue quickly received a lot of admiring looks. You are so awesome. You are almost as good as our hero. I saw Elena coming through the crowd and hugging him excitedly. The proud girl hit Ikue's slightly raised part directly. Unfortunately, he didn't feel anything. Thank you. Before he could finish speaking, he was kissed on the mask on his face. Fortunately, he was wearing a full coverage mask, otherwise he would have been exposed on the spot with just this kiss. Sure enough, I marry you. The gorgeous mixed-race girl's passion seemed to burn Ikue's cold skin like a blazing flame. Let's talk about this later. Ikue laughed awkwardly. Oh! Elena looked at the girl in front of her, with an airtight mask with grievance. Perhaps she refused because she was disfigured inside? Actually, I won't dislike her no matter what she looks like. Elena said seriously. Well, thank you. Of course, he still looks like a girl inside. But there is no need to explain. 2 special machines and 1 elite machine. You are too strong. At this time, the battalion commander of the 1st Battalion looked at Ikue with admiration. From Elena's reaction, it is not difficult to see that South America respects strength. At this time, what Ikue showed was the combat power of the top red clothes. After all, except for the top red clothes, who can shoot a special machine with 1 shot? It was just that the elite machine ran away. Ikue smiled. In his guess, the white whale must have deliberately cut off the monitor. At that time, the white whale had its trident temporarily set up in front of the cockpit as a shield, but there was such a big gap in the monitor, which seemed a bit deliberate. I will report your achievements, but unfortunately, we only have ordinary daggers here. The battalion commander sighed. The 2 of them were not strictly superiors and subordinates, and Ikue was just a mercenary. So at this time, the battalion commander did not speak with the majesty of a superior, and it was difficult for him to be dignified in front of the elite red-clothed man. According to his thinking, if Ikue was a native of the United States of South America, then he would have volunteered to give up his position long ago. It may not be just ordinary daggers. He smiled inwardly. Ikue continued to ask, where are the 2 special machines? In the warehouse of D-23. I take you there. The battalion commander said enthusiastically. I take her there. Hearing Elena's words, the battalion commander laughed. Then I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he gave Elena a look to encourage her. Of course, Ikue saw all of this. Ikue was a little amused by this, but he didn't say anything. When the 2 of them walked out of the hangar, the coastline outside had already emitted a hint of fish belly white. The cool sea breeze in the early morning kept blowing towards the 2 of them, and the sky and the coastline were quiet, as if the fierce battle in the early morning was just an illusion. Of course, the smoking wreckage on the ground, and the soldiers running around busy quickly brought them back to reality. Just arrived at D-23 area with Elena. Several familiar faces appeared in front of Ikue. Ah, you are still alive. Seeing the familiar cloak and mask, many uncles were excited. They immediately abandoned the pile of various parts in front of them, and surrounded them. It is said that the people here are tough. How come you are tougher than us? The uncles laughed and complained. Let's drink tonight. Don't go home until you are drunk. It was just this morning, and no, I can't go drinking with you guys. Elena hugged Aegis, who was a head shorter than her, like a chicken. Hey, she hasn't even agreed to your proposal, and you're still protecting her. What do you care? As the crowd was playing around, Hikue quickly walked to the two azure blue raiders with Elena, who was holding him. Hikue's method was very clean. In order to prevent the other party from self-destructing, he had already shot off the cockpit first. But the body without the cockpit was also smashed to pieces at this time. It was not an easy project to put it together. Of course, it was not difficult for Hikue. Chapter 270. Have her skills improved? The Minister of Defense and the President were watching Hikue's previous battle videos in front of them. Especially the fight between Hikue and the Forbidden One. This kind of fighting style is not something that ordinary elites can do. Hikue's last move had a feeling of risking everything. But it is rare for mercenaries to have such a life-saving intention. Most mercenaries work for money, but they will not risk their lives. Of course, Hikue is not an ordinary mercenary. It was Palace. An unknown, and at least world-class organization. At least that's how they thought. Maybe my guess is right. They may be clones injected with obedience factor. Clones. Looking at the fierce attack on the screen, the Minister of Defense couldn't help swallowing. Although this technology still has ethical issues. But if this technology is mastered, then only 100 are needed. No, even if there are only 10 clones of this strength, they are enough for them to protect the entire United States of South America. We can find a way to keep her? The meaning of the defense minister was obvious. No, judging from the current data, it may be very difficult to make such a clone. If it is easy to make, then this force must be invincible. Except for the preconceived notion that Aegis was a clone, the rest was guessed by the president. Difficult to produce, even more difficult to control. Unless DSSD's learning AI research is completed. Otherwise, Aegis's autonomous combat capability still has a long way to go. And AI also has its limits, and will be more routine than the body's control by natural people. While the two were still discussing, Hikue had already picked out the usable parts of the two assault planes. Because the cockpit was blocked by the small plane, the central control part of the small plane and the cockpit part were pierced. Really confident. In order to save mass production costs, they didn't even apply anti-beam coating on the small plane. Of course, it is also possible that they did not expect that there were elite pilots in the Panama base who could penetrate the high-altitude assault and kill with one strike. We have to make some parts of the central control by ourselves. But since there is a factory, there should be a processor. In addition to the central control, he can move the cockpit of the short sword directly over. The advantage of the X100 frame is now apparent. The basic structure is the same. The rest of the assembly is just like putting together a model. Not long after, just when Hikue was about to check on Orb and then log off to rest, a familiar figure suddenly walked into the warehouse. With the eyes of Tian Shangjing, the outline of the woman in front of him gradually became clear. Bernadette Leroux, why is the reporter from Plant here? Hikue walked in front of the woman. Of course, he knew Bernadette Leroux, a reporter and news anchor for the official media of Plant, who was killed by Durandal in the original World Line, because she knew too much. Of course, the final attempt to silence the witness was not successful. In the current world, because of the endless major events that Hikue has done, the two often meet. Miss A knows me? Leroux has the same crab-like hair as Talia. But compared to the exquisite hair of the captain, his hair is a little more rough and lacks care. His hair color is also a little lighter. Of course, I know Miss Leroux's name. Hikue said politely and bowed to Leroux. Miss A is really good at talking. Leroux covered his mouth and chuckled. Then I get straight to the point. I came here to shoot a special feature for the United States of South America, in order to show the current difficult situation of the United States of South America. After all, the relationship between the two sides is now like water and fish. It is not difficult to understand that Plant intends to shoot a promotional film for South America for the people of Plant. On the one hand, it can publicize its own achievements and belittle the Atlantic Federation and boost morale. After all, the Atlantic Federation, which cannot even conquer the United States of South America, is like a toothless tiger. It is conceivable that it will become a joke for Plant, and even people all over the world. On the other hand, it can also highlight the greatness of Plant, who went through great pains to help South America restore its country. This is also justice, and effectively refutes the dirty water thrown at them by the Atlantic Federation in the past. Finally, it can use the miserable situation in South America to make it easier for the people to accept the continued assistance to South America, which is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, it seems that these 3 eagles have nothing to do with him. So why did Miss Leroux come to me? Paulus. I want to interview you. Leroux went straight to the point. Hearing this, Ahekue narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not surprised that Leroux knew Palace. After all, although this news was confidential, it was not surprising that Leroux, as a highly respected senior reporter, had his own news channels. You can't broadcast it now even if you interview it. There will always be a time to broadcast it, Leroux said in high spirits. I understand, but it's only an hour. I'm going back to sleep. It's a good thing to consolidate the impression of Palace to the outside world. Anyway, as long as Palace is made taller and more impressive, it will be enough to scare people. So far, this strategy has been quite successful. At least the president was scared by him. But the time to go offline will be postponed again. I have to report the progress of nanorobots when I go back. Even an Iron Man can't stand it. Chapter 271. As Ikue requested, the interview ended in just 1 hour. Instead of going back to his room to sleep, Ikue quickly brought Aegis into the cockpit of the dagger. In terms of safety, the cockpit is several times safer than the room. Even if the assault dagger is a scam, its sealing is made according to the standard of isolating space radiation. It's just that the comfort is not satisfactory. However, Aegis is a robot, and comfort is not within Ikue's consideration at all. Lock the cabin door with your own encryption program, and then turn off the external force switch. Ikue temporarily turned off the power of the machine with peace of mind. He took off his helmet and stood up. He looked at the colony satellite outside the window. Through the thick glass, he seemed to be able to see the yellowing inside. Because of the time difference, it was just dinner time in plant. As soon as he walked out of the room, Ikue saw the figure of Setona jumping towards him. She was as lively and cute as a pink bunny. Ikue, let's eat. Yes, thank you. After he came back, he told Shurha and Sule the news. Ikue was not surprised by the reason why Setona came. He rubbed his eyes a little sleepily, and soon he walked to his room with the girl after recovering his spirit. What is Ikue busy with? Setona saw Ikue's actions clearly just now, and couldn't help asking curiously. As a visitor from Mars, Ikue did not open up to the other party to tell them about the nanorobot project. After all, it was a top-secret mission within Plant. No matter whether Matthias had found anything or not, Ikue was not going to tell. And Matthias should be able to understand. After all, he was still a Plant member. And there was no point in telling. It was just research. Is that so? Noticing Ikue's perfunctory response, Setona obediently did not ask any more questions. This is for you. Ikue looked at the girl's obedient appearance and took out a small bird that was not even as big as his palm. It's a trial product. It's not high-tech. It doesn't have any means of detection. He just made it in the radar room. It's also an A-grade product. Thank you. Looking at the cute little mechanical bird in front of her, Setona happily hugged Ikue's wrist. The girl's fragrance filled her nose. Although she has a similar appearance to Lux, she is more lively in her choice of smell or perfume. This is also reflected in her personality. Ikue touched the girl's pink and fluffy head and smiled warmly. Favorability, 80. Experience bonus, 4. Gene basis C level, 1249/1000. Can be promoted unconsciously. His gene basis has broken through the 1000 mark. But it is still a long way to become a master. With previous experience, Ikue quickly pressed his finger on the promotion. Suddenly, a stream of genetic knowledge flooded into his brain. At level B, as long as he has the relevant tools, he can also create an adjuster. However, creating an adjuster is not too difficult now. This technology has been developed for decades. In the past, it required at least level A specialists to operate. But now with professional tools, only level B can barely do it. However, some people believe that the better the technology, the stronger the baby's strength and stability. Therefore, level B genetic manipulation is not very popular in job hunting. But he didn't use this skill to apply for a job. If he wanted to use genetic tools in conjunction with nanomachine editing, then this skill was still too low. Thinking about it, Ikue quickly gave the two women gifts. After dinner, the room became quiet after seeing off Setona. Still working? After putting the dishes in the automatic dishwasher, Shurha came out and saw the boy still sitting in front of the computer. Well, the nanorobot project has not yet been reported. As a key project, he needs to report 3 times a week. Even if there is no progress, a report is required. Haas and the team that stayed in the laboratory helped him with the experimental data and other materials, but the specific reports and summaries were what he needed to complete as the person in charge. By the way, Haas told me before that the etching machine would arrive in 2 days. I understand. So, has Ikue finished his work? There's a surprise. The girl's gentle voice brushed past Hikue's ears. What surprise? Hikue asked, unconsciously speeding up his hands. Is this it, Lele? Shura urged in a gentle voice. I know. Su Lei, who was still in the bathroom, said with a bit of shyness, but she still came out. Su Lei was wearing a decent red cheongsam. The hollowed-out back showed the girl's graceful and delicate back curve. The high slits revealed her snow-white thighs. What's more, it seemed that you could see a little bit of the scenery inside when the girl walked. It seemed that she was completely naked. Thinking of this, Hikue couldn't help but move his index finger. Then Lei, let's chat for a while, I go change clothes too. Jokingly pulling the shy Su Lei to Hikue's side, he quickly ran to the bathroom. It looked like she was holding a set of golden cheongsam of the same style. Pervert. Su Lei looked at Hikue's eyes staring at he with a bad temper, and immediately felt a little jealous. She took the initiative to move her slightly raised breasts closer to Hikue's arms. Is Shura pretty? Su Lei is pretty too, Hikue said, as he kissed Shura, who approached him actively. His fingers naturally rested on the hollow on the girl's back. It would be nice if you wear it backwards. You are really perverted. Thinking about where the hollow on the back would appear if this dress was worn backwards, Su Lei couldn't suppress the blush on her face. Su Lei, like a little kid, is still so shy after all this time, Hikue said with a smile. If I were a child, you would be committing a crime. Su Lei bit Hikue's neck. This piece is mine today. The girl left a clear red mark on Hikue's skin. Yours. He stroked the girl's silky hair. Hikue also left his mark on the girl's delicate skin. Have you finished writing the report? Su Lei pushed the person in front of her and said coquettishly. Just finished. Hikue picked her up. Su Lei was not heavy, and with Hikue's strengthened physique, he could easily pick her up. At this time, Su Lei's entire body weight was pressed on Hikue, making their bodies closer and closer. It also made the connection between the two people deeper. After half a night of romance, Master He, who had been tired all day, slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Hikue looked at the two people beside him, and the two cheongsams that had been taken off not far away. He felt that his heart was full of motivation again. Let's go to Orb today, and hang out in South America. Finally, make more small things to give them. Chapter 272. Woke up from the swaying sea in the early morning. Although his body could not feel the swaying of the waves, the gently swaying picture in front of him revealed his current state. He should be near the coast of Orb at this time. After logging on yesterday, he set his destination to the coast of Orb. He should have arrived at this time, so according to the patrol time of the Border Patrol Army of Orb, it should be about now. Orb does not have so many people and money to maintain the border defense of the entire border line, especially at sea. Most of them are just setting up radars. Radars are not too troublesome for Hikue. At least the radar on the border of Orb is useless to him because of the neutron jammer. He had bypassed it many times before. Not long after, Hikue smuggled to Orb safely. The difficulty is how to reach the island of Yalafas in Orb, where the capital Eurofatu and other major cities are. In order to better grasp the next movement of the Union and Orb, his best choice is to enter the Orb Island. After hiding gates in the deserted island, Hikue looked in the direction of the main island of Orb. Of course, you can't see anything from here. Although Orb is small, it is not so small that you can see through it at a glance. His radar has been upgraded. According to data analysis, the performance of the radar should be higher than that of the Archangel. Now he is wandering around in the Archangel, and they will not find anything unusual. But after the war, everyone's skills have been improving rapidly. No one knows what Orb's skills are now. But as long as he doesn't commit suicide by entering the Kagai Accelerator and the National Defense Homeland, he should be safe on the island where the headquarters of the Aurora Society is located. Swim over. It's not far, and it's simple and direct. It's not difficult for him to forge an identity. Just be careful to avoid the ships along the way. Do it as soon as you say it. The body is also hidden. After Hikue hid the cloak inside his body, he jumped into the water with a semi-mechanical body. With the neutron jammer, the radar here can't work well. Even without the neutron jammer, a small target like Aegis can't be detected by ordinary radar, unless there are submarines and radar ships nearby. As soon as Aegis entered the water, the thrusters on the soles of his feet began to provide power, rushing forward like an arrow. Feeling the smooth operation of Aegis 2.0, Hikue showed a satisfied smile. Aegis 2.0 is much stronger than the 1.0 he placed in South America. Not only the various performances of the body, but also the strength of the radar. Aegis 2.0, without any delay, can basically exert all the strength of Hikue. However, the feeling of fighting cannot be felt by sitting in the simulation cabin. Sitting here, he is not actually standing on the battlefield, nor does he have any feedback from the battlefield, and he will not even die. In this way, his strength will be weakened by 10% or even more. But it is better than going into battle himself. Thinking of Hikue carefully controlling Aegis 2.0, Aegis in South America also walked out of the cockpit. After opening the hatch, unlike Orb, it was already dinner time here. There was a difference of about 10 hours between the two sides. This rapid change of time also made Hikue confused for a moment. You finally woke up. Elena was in front of Hikue's cockpit, looking at the girl inside, her eyes sparkling. Elena, have you been waiting here? Not really. I came here after training. Elena said straightforwardly, and climbed into Hikue's cockpit. Fortunately, he had already put away the data cable directly connected to Aegis. Elena did not find anything strange. Because of the dual-thread operation, Hikue's reaction speed was a little slower. Fighting with both hands is really not something that ordinary people can do. What's wrong? Looking at the girl, who suddenly entered his cockpit with curiosity, Hikue asked after avoiding a civilian yacht in Orb. This cockpit was also cut corners, smaller than the assault one. High EQ is called compact, full of functionality. Anyway, the two of them have taken up all the space. It's no different from my cockpit. How did you sleep in it for so long? Elena patted the leather seat that was not much better than steel. And how do you solve the problem of eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating? There is a circulation system in the body, which can be directly stored and discharged when the opportunity arises. Ah, is there? Yes, it's here. Hikue pointed to the deepest part of the pedal in the lower body, where a red indicator light flashed and a black pipe could be faintly seen inside. But it's normal that you don't know since you are only using it for a short period of time, Hikue said. He had participated in the reverse dagger, so he naturally knew many of the dagger structures. This is for the driver to relieve himself when he is on a long mission. If he is a little more extreme, he can just poop inside. The tube is still made quite large. But the smell will be very touching even if there is ventilation in the cockpit. Most drivers will not do this. Small ones can be solved, and big ones can be tolerated by taking some medicine. Anyway, it won't delay the battle. But it doesn't look like a place where people can live. Elena came back to her senses after being impressed by Hikue's popular science knowledge and asked with concern. Hey, do you think your room is too small? You can live in my room. I also have a single room. The posture of the two people is very delicate now. For some reason, Elena sat directly on his waist. But the problem is that he didn't feel anything. Looking at the plump part of the waist, Hikue felt a little regretful. If the main body was here, it would be very dangerous. Hikue avoided a motorboat in the bay again and thought helplessly. That one, not either. As rare MS pilots, the United States of South America gave them a much better rank than ordinary soldiers in order to stabilize them. Although Elena seemed very straightforward, she was already a second lieutenant according to her military rank. She had her own room, even a small one-bedroom apartment. The United States of South America was not stingy in treating the MS pilots, who were in danger of losing their jobs. Why are you sitting here? Debugging the machine? Want to try to upgrade the system or something? Can I upgrade the system? Hearing Hikue's words, Elena suddenly became excited. A little bit? In fact, more than a little bit, his current information engineering is close to S level. It can be said that he barely caught up with Kira's strength. At least if he had to program while fighting, if the opponent was an ordinary green-clothed man, he could still do it. Can you help me debug it? I always feel that my body can't keep up with my reaction speed, the computer is so slow. I asked those uncles, they all said they couldn't. If you help me fix it, you can do whatever you want to me. You don't have to do anything. He is powerless now, otherwise he would still be interested in trying. But his body is not interested in taking risks at the moment. It just seems that Elena's ability is not just that of an ordinary natural soldier. Otherwise, there would be no feeling of being unable to keep up. Thinking of this, Hikue walked out of the cockpit and walked towards the body with the girl. On the other side, under the afterglow of the sun, Hikue climbed up a lighthouse from the cliff. He had successfully landed on an island near the main island of Orb. According to the intelligence, there should be a small city here. First, go to the municipal government to forge an identity, and then take a boat to the mainland of Orb. Hikue looked at the urban circle not far away and made a plan. However, there is another problem with this plan: no money. Robbing money is not his style, and it is easy to alert the enemy. If someone finds out that Palace is a robber in the future, it will be very cheap. Sure enough, It is better to make something and sell it directly, another difficult problem. Chapter 273. In South America, Hikue was still helping Elena upgrade the system. On the other hand, in Orb, he simply hacked into the system of the municipal bureau and made a fake birth certificate for himself, and then tried to make money. Although he had no capital, he had skills. After all, he was already S-level, so he would not starve to death in Orb. But soon, he found that he had underestimated the country of Orb. You don't need processing here? Hikue frowned and looked at the employees in the pet machine shop in front of him. I've already told you that you don't need it anymore. Go away. The clerk drove Hikue away with a gloomy face after hearing Hikue say that he was a regulator in the processing field. What bad luck, another regulator has come. Excuse me, is this a country where regulators and natural persons coexist? Hikue was not angry. He had reached this position and his mentality had long been stable. If it was not stable, he would have been mad at those who protested against his research on weapons on plant. Who wants to coexist with people like you? Get lost. He smiled and left, but before he left, he pressed the interference button. Suddenly, the mechanical pets in the room started to run wild. He looked at the chaotic scene with amusement, and the clerks were drowned by their own electronic pets. Soon, Hikue became depressed again. Orb's propaganda is too strong. They said they would coexist, but it was too strange. No wonder Erica, as the director of the Aurora Society, had to hide her identity as an adjuster. There is only one chain store in this town. Is he going to continue to swim to Aubin Island? But there are too many people there, and it is not as convenient to do things as here. To get more information, he could only go there. Just as Hikue was worrying about it, the silver bell-like laughter of a girl came over. Sister, did you do that? The girl looked at him with bright eyes. What did you do? Hee, I know. Sister is so powerful. The jammer of our company can't be so powerful. Hearing the word company, Hikue stopped his steps to leave out of curiosity. He turned his head to look at the orange-haired girl next to him. Judging from the natural hair color, the other party should also be an adjuster. Hikue soon found a corresponding name in his mind. That store is a family business of the Saran family, and they hate adjusters the most. How can someone go there and say that they are adjusters? The girl explained. Well, I've learned something. Saran should be Kigali's future husband, who was killed by a tiger. Family businesses, should we say that this is a feature of Orb? But there are many family businesses in Plant. Especially the princesses. Who are you? Hikue looked at the girl in front of him. Although he had guessed it in his mind, he still asked. My name is Russ Winslet, nice to meet you. The girl bowed to Hikue and made a European lady's greeting. So you are the daughter of the Winslet family. Hikue smiled. Winslet is the manufacturing contractor of their Baku track system. Similar to Acteon, the two sides do business together. However, considering that their daughter is an adjuster, they are not very popular in the Atlantic Federation. Hikue at least knows the intelligence of these military contractors. He also knows that the girl is somewhat related to Lakis, and Lass's father seems to be a member of the Scandinavian kingdom, and has some relationship with the royal family. Otherwise, as a contractor led by a natural person, it would not be so easy for them to get Baku's production order. But I didn't expect that the other party actually came to Ob. Do you know us? The girl asked excitedly, with a little girl's heart. After all, your business as a contractor is also very big. Hee, where do you live, sister? Me? I just came. Our company is hiring. Do you want to come over, sister? The girl asked with her hands on her hips, like a small boss. Do you have a company in Ob? Hikue asked curiously. Of course, we are staying here temporarily. We plan to open a small research institute here. My father said it is safe here. Safe. Come to Orb now. What's the difference between being a eunuch in 1980 and joining the National Army in 1994? Go to a dangerous place to take refuge, right? Our company is in Orb, much better than this kind of rural place. Not knowing what Hikue was complaining about, the girl kept saying, You don't know my ability yet, do you? No, I told you, my sister's method just now is better than our current technology. It's okay even if you had a company before. Our salary is guaranteed to satisfy my sister. In Lass's opinion, this sister is not from ZFT in the first place. After all, it's in the sky, how could they let such a researcher wander around? If it's not ZFT, it's probably Acteon, and a few more famous companies on Earth. Although their company can't compete with Acteon, it's still possible to poach one or two talents at a high price. Thinking of the way his father would look at her differently in the future, Lass grabbed his sister's robe a little harder. Okay. It's a pie in the sky. It just so happens that the matter of going to Orb has been solved. He also has a place to go. And Winslet is a multinational contracting company. There should still be all kinds of intelligence. It's suitable for him to act according to the situation. Chapter 274. The system is ready then. Try it. Hikue also walked out of Elena's cockpit. Hey, come too? Okay. Hikue entered Elena's cockpit again. In the narrow cockpit, Hikue let Elena sit on him. So he likes to be on the bottom. Faced with the girl's seductive teasing, Hikue's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. It was impossible for him to sit on top of Elena. After all, this would expose his weight. Although there are many ways to explain it. But it would be better to just let Elena sit on him from the beginning. Let's go! In Aegis's arms, the girl stepped on the pedal. So fast. As soon as she took the step of the dagger, the girl's eyes lit up. Right. By the way, does Elena know what happened after the Atlantic Federation attacked? What happened? Yes. It's impossible that so many people would attack and nothing would happen, right? It seems nothing happened. I heard that the Atlantic Federation has already retreated. Retreat? I heard that they also contributed to this. You are also an elite pilot. Is that so? I always feel that they should change their strategy. With White Whale's proposal, perhaps the Atlantic Federation will change to supporting the Civil War forces, or even personally help those rebels attack them, and try to besiege them from the inland. If this happens, the Scissorhands may be in trouble. Although it was none of his business if Scissorhands was in trouble, it would be disadvantageous to him if South America continued to be in chaos. Let's see the dispatch situation here before making a decision. Compared to him, the president should not want South America to continue to be in chaos. And the president knew his ability, and he believed that the other party would not be stingy to use him as long as there was a need. So he didn't want to be anxious for the time being. Thinking of this, Hikue turned on the idle mode, and in Orb, he quickly followed Lost to their villa on the seaside outside the island. It looks like it's not much worse than Lux's house. But considering the land price in Orb, this is not surprising. Although Orb is also very expensive, but in such a suburban place, no matter how expensive it is, there is a limit. And he found that Winslet is really careless. Such a remote location is close to the sea, which is very suitable for being attacked. At least when Hikue went ashore, if he wanted to rob, he would definitely rob here. Also, because the neutron jammer cannot contact the outside world, no one cares if you die here. If this was the Conan studio, they could shoot a serial murder case in episodes 1, 2, and 3 in a minute, and the police wouldn't even show up. Of course, the main reason is that they are not the protagonists like Kira and Lakis. Look at how they were assassinated by the Secret Service in their secluded place, and even so many MS were deployed, but they are still alive and well. Do you live here? It's very grand, isn't it? It's quite grand. Hikue could only nod. After greeting the butler, the two continued to go deeper, and came to a reception room. Loss, why did you bring a guest? This Winslet looked like an honest and kind man with a European face. But it would not be that easy to start an arms company from scratch, right? Because of the wonderful location and the fact that he came to Orb for refuge, Hikue was a little unsure of Winslet's situation for a while. Could it be that he was fooled by Orb? Thinking of this, Hikue stood up politely and bowed. Hello, Mr. Winslet. Hello. Winslet looked at the masked person in front of him strangely. Although from the voice and figure, it can be seen that it is a girl. But this dress is really strange. Dad, aren't we recruiting researchers recently? I found it. Lars said excitedly. Researcher? Who is this? Listening to his daughter's completely unreliable words, Winslet could only ask helplessly. Isn't my daughter deceived? This looks more like a robber than a researcher. My name is Aegis. Miss Aegis? It's also good to name yourself after the Greek shield. Do you know our specific research project? Ms. Lass told me before she came here. It's about the improvement of Baku's mobility system, right? Yes, that's it. Recently, Director Hyun Plant developed a bipedal propulsion suspension air cushion device, which made our Baku's power system a bit awkward. That system is much faster in the desert and in the base than our current Baku. Director He? Sister, you are from Mars. It's Hikue, he is a super genius, you can know it by just watching the news. Looking at the girl, who suddenly became excited, Hikue was a little confused. Of course he knew who it was, after all, Hikue was himself. The reason why he said this was simply to see what Winslet thought of him, so as to facilitate future cooperation. Sorry, Lars is a fan of that director. Winslet explained with a wry smile. No, I'm going to marry him in the future. Isn't this too sudden? He suddenly felt embarrassed when the girl said she wanted to marry him. But the robot didn't show it, and he was wearing a mask. No, you don't know how powerful Hikui is. Look at this. The girl took out a picture album from the bookshelf in the reception room. There were many reports about him in it. From the development of miniaturized beam weapons to the current air cushion device. Everything is in the thick atlas. Well, to sum up, the Asimov Design Bureau and the Integrated Design Bureau asked us to come up with a solution that is more efficient than the air cushion device. Otherwise, Winslet didn't say anything else. But he could guess the follow-up. Otherwise, Baku's orders would definitely drop sharply. Have you ever thought about integrating the air cushion device into Baku's body? Hikui asked carefully. Of course, I have thought about it, but the relevant technology is not transparent to us. And it will add extra weight. After Gene In installed the air cushion device, the leg was almost the size of 2 ordinary Gene In legs. If such large 4 legs were installed on Baku, the picture would be too beautiful. That's true. Although he has a miniaturized solution. But it is impossible to give it to Winslet like this. Winslet did not speak, but quietly waited for Hikui's answer. It seems that this is his entry test. For this rare entry test, Hikui actually missed it a little. I think the hind legs can be completely converted into tank tracks and rocket thrusters. As Hikui spoke, the computer in front of him gradually changed. Originally, Baku's hind legs were covered by a huge track. And there were 3 huge booster nozzles, and dozens of steering assist nozzles on the back. Winslet looked at the design in front of him, which seemed to be a wild and unrestrained design. There seemed to be a hint of rationality in the absurdity. And Lars, who was standing next to him, was also stunned when he looked at the design. She had wanted to tell her father about the jammer, and send him to another jammer research team. The reason she didn't tell him was because Aegis didn't know Hikui before, so the girl wanted to take a small revenge on him. She had never expected that a feasible plan would appear so quickly. If you need to maneuver at high speed, you can put down the tracks on your body. And at a constant speed, you can lift your forelimbs, and use only the tracks on your hind legs to move. After the backstage is lifted, it is similar to the Gu tank in Zot, but because of the weight, the Baku tank is faster. We can completely transform the claws on the hands into beam guns, as long as the track structure at the rear is maintained to cooperate with the tank parts behind to exert force. Looking at the sketch in the design drawing, Winslet was speechless. It seems that his daughter really picked up a treasure? Chapter 275. In this way, Hikui officially joined Winslet Company. His identity was no longer a problem. From the forged resume, she is now a talented girl with psychological defects, who is self-taught at home. Speaking of which, the jammer made by my sister is also very powerful. After settling the taciturn Hikui in the guest room, Loss said belatedly, "What? Jammer." Loss quickly told what happened in the mechanical chain store before. That person is not simple. Winslet pondered. Such a talent suddenly appeared in such a remote place, and she was wearing a mask that covered her entire face. No matter how you think about it, there is something wrong. But her ability is indeed very strong. And it seems that she does not have any money. Let's observe for a while. If he reports this matter to Orb, he will not benefit much. He will really cry if the talent with this technology is snatched away by the Dawn Society. At least it seems that the girl has no ill intentions. It seems that she just wants to make money. Winslet comforted himself, while Hikui in South America also debugged Elena's system. Awesome, much faster. Elena excitedly drove the dagger back to the hangar. But don't rush too far. Are you worried about me? Elena teased as she came out of the cockpit. Looking at the girl's tough appearance, Hikui suddenly remembered what others said when the girl proposed to him for the first time. It seems that Elena is the strongest warrior in the area. Now it seems that Elena is indeed worthy of this title. After he unlocked the threshold of the system response, the girl's driving ability actually reached the level of elite green clothes in one go. It's almost the same as his employees. And she is a natural person. Before Hikui finished speaking, the communication on the Aegis bracelet kept ringing. There was no one else who would use this to contact him except the president. With this in mind, Hikui answered the call. Ms. A, I didn't have time to thank you for the Panama Defense War. As President Rodriguez spoke, a warm smile appeared on his resolute face. Hikui lowered his eyes and said, "This is my job." He was right. As a mercenary, this was his job. It was also because of Rodriguez's protection that ZAFT would not arrest him here. That gave him the opportunity to be interviewed by Leroux and so on. However, it is also true that our base was preserved to the greatest extent because of you. What about the 2 aircraft you shot down? President Rodriguez changed the subject. Very good, the structure is well preserved. Except for the central control components, everything else is basically well preserved. Is that so? Rodriguez looked at him with a bit of scrutiny. A versatile replicant, who can upgrade the system and repair it, is very powerful no matter how you look at it. There is one thing the defense minister said that was not wrong. If they could master this technology, they would be able to save South America. This was also one of the reasons why he discussed with ZFD and changed the capture to observation. After all, if the other party was a clone who could die at any time, then there would be no use for them to capture him. But now, he had something more important to ask of this. Regarding the processor you requested, we did find it in the factory area. Excuse me, can you make a mobile suit? If it's simple. Hikue nodded directly. As for what is simple, it's probably most of the mobile suits, except the new mobile suits. It's impossible for him to make a mobile suit. First of all, he doesn't have an anti-neutron jammer. Not to mention other raw materials and processing machines. But even if I give you the core technology to make the dagger, you can't make it. Without the assistance of experts and a group of operators above level B, it is impossible to put it into mass production in a short time. Even if Hikue said it, they could only rely on the technical talents of Plant in the end. I know, I just want to know if you can copy the Strike Gundam you made? You should know that we don't have many special machines in South America. It's already very difficult for Edward's elite machine to block Brazil. As for Plant's Gundam, there is no need to ask. They will not stay here at all. Providing some gates are and gates is already the limit. If the battle line is too wide, Plant will also become more and more exhausted. Otherwise, why would they stand with the Oceania Union and the United States of South America? With the current materials, I can only modify one more. But in terms of spare parts, Hikue meant something. Don't worry, we can use the factory to produce ordinary spare parts. Before Hikue finished speaking, Rodriguez said generously, Okay. With the other party's words, Hikue did not refuse. But the structure of the transformation machine is too complicated, and it is difficult for ordinary people to operate it. Can it be improved? With the reward for making the Gundam, we can give it to you. The president stretched out 2 fingers. 200 million plant currency. I try my best. The other party's reward was too tempting. 200 million, enough for him to buy a lot of things. It should still be possible to strengthen the automatic transformation program. That's enough. President Rodriguez said, and his hunched shoulders relaxed. There is another thing. The Atlantic Federation may turn to disrupt our civil war recently, and try to drag us here. Drag? Shouldn't their goal be that? Hikue said, looking at the towering mass accelerator outside the window. It's not just ours. Orb, Donya and Victoria still have mass accelerators. I heard that the Atlantic Federation has privately urged Donya several times to let them recover the mass accelerator as soon as possible, but Donya doesn't seem to care too much. They can't even attack us, so they don't dare to use force against East Asia now. Rodriguez said, as he looked at the mass accelerator that he loved and hated with a self-deprecating smile. There was also some unconcealed envy in his eyes. A strong country, at least, will not be arbitrarily manipulated by others. South America now seems to be struggling to survive, but in fact it is deeply trapped in internal and external troubles. And who knows whether Plant will become the next Atlantic Federation. On the other hand, Hikue also learned a piece of news from President Rodriguez. Or, perhaps, is the next target of the Atlantic Federation. Rodriguez did not interrupt Hikue while he was thinking. He told this news as a test. So after the machine is completed, I would like to ask you to join the temporary special forces and go to Brazil to support Edward's troops. If the combat goal is achieved, we can add 50 million. Compared with technology, the reward for hard work such as combat is much lower. But at least 50 million is still much more than ordinary mercenaries. Specific time? 1 week later. Okay. After Hikue agreed, he returned to his cockpit and locked Aegis again. Chapter 276. After getting up from the radar room, Hikue looked at the faint darkness inside the colony satellite. Just when he was thinking about finding something to eat, the ringing of the bracelet communication interrupted his thoughts. Hello, Senator Gior. Sorry to disturb your rest? Gior rarely spoke in an anthropomorphic way. No, I was just planning to eat. Then I make it short. Hikue is now a golden baby. For his slightly frivolous words, Gior did not scold him, but just glared at him helplessly before continuing. The Atlantic Federation attacked South America 2 days ago. Our Odin gun is no longer effective against the new dagger. So now there is a temporary task. Can Director He upgrade the EMP strength of the Odin gun? Joel said repeatedly. The first part is the information that Hikue already knows, and the second part is Hikue's job. When he heard that the Odin gun was to be upgraded, Hikue thought about it. If we continue to upgrade it, our own body may not be able to withstand it. That's no problem. We want to see if we can make a body that specifically defends against EMP and releases EMP at the same time, Jior explained. Indeed, according to their idea, this machine will break through to the center of the enemy team and release EMP. Then it will definitely be a killer. Does it have to be a machine? The battleship is too big. The interference should affect as many targets as possible, Jior said repeatedly. It is obvious that after trying the sweetness of Odin's gun before, this committee member whose main business is weapon development has become a little fascinated. When you finish, your company will also be given priority in various tasks. And we can fund the installation of a light shield system on your asteroid, and you will also be allowed to expand your military contractor team. Hearing this, Hikue was like a hungry wolf smelling meat, and his eyes suddenly glowed green. This is a very simple and effective carrot. The asteroid is his base, and his base is destined to be with Plant for a long time. Being able to strengthen the defense for free is equivalent to getting hundreds of millions for free, which is of course the best. But it is still difficult for Hikue to improve the performance of EMP. However, he has been able to turn the Odin gun into a directed energy weapon, maybe with the addition of nanorobots. After hanging up the communication, Hikue thought seriously. In theory, nanorobots can also be used as a medium for transmitting and enhancing electromagnetic pulses. As long as they are designed to be tiny devices that can receive, store and release electromagnetic energy. Using nanorobots to spread on the basis of phantom particles, nanorobots can be attached to the target that needs to be destroyed, maximizing their full capabilities. Since we can't break the defense, then don't break it, just drill into the interior. But the energy that small nanorobots can carry is not enough. If it is powered externally, it can be wired or wireless, or the thermoelectric effect can be used to convert the heat energy inside the opponent's body into electrical energy, and vibration energy collection technology is also a direction. Although the energy generated seems to be small, thousands of nanorobots can still release enough to paralyze most of the electronic equipment on the battlefield. But these are not things he can accomplish overnight. Without a systematic strategy, he can still do research on his own. But the time it takes will increase exponentially. However, Joel's mission is still very important. He has also encountered some problems with the magnetic coating technology in Z Gundam recently. Without Minovsky particles as a basis, he can't create stable magnetic monopole particles at all. And he has tried Minovsky particles. It can only be said that the Minovsky particles in UC do not exist in the seed. It's normal, after all, seed's phantom particles don't exist compared to his original world. He might be able to break through the technical barriers if he tries slowly, but not now. So, at present, he only has two ways to advance. One is to directly develop cell-level nanorobots, and the other is to make the weapons required by Joel, and the merits brought by force field modulation. As for military merit, it is impossible. With so much research, the National Defense Committee will never let him leave Plant. It's the same whether from the perspective of protection or prevention of defection. Of course, Hikue didn't plan to run around with his main body. Fortunately, he still had Aegis, otherwise staying in Plant would just be passive defense. Thinking of Hikue, his bracelet vibrated violently again. Hikue, it's time to eat. As soon as he clicked it, Su Lei's sweet urging voice came from the bracelet. You haven't eaten yet? Hikue subconsciously looked up at the clock in the radar room. It was almost 9 o'clock. Waiting for you. Coming soon. He smiled and quickly stood up. At present, the two paths are actually connected. To concentrate the electromagnetic pulse device into the nanorobot, the technology of the nanorobot itself is needed. So what he has to do is the same as usual. Joel didn't set a time limit, anyway, he just needs to have results. For now, help South America quell the civil unrest, and get the money first. The president also seems to be wary of Plant. As long as they know each other clearly, there is a chance for in-depth cooperation between the two sides. If the operation is good, the president will not be stingy. Perhaps South America is his first base on Earth. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. If conditions permit, it is not bad to dig a few more holes on the Earth. Chapter 277. On the second day, Hikue woke up early as usual and looked at the data in the virtual box. Su Lei's favorability, 173. Shurha Hanif's favorability, 187. Common favorability bonus 3 plus 2. Z Gundam 15560/50-000. Academic, Cell Level Repair Nano-Robot 24473/50-000. Academic, Force Field Modulation 17321/20-000. Academic, Intermediate Quantum Communication 9765/30-000. There is progress, but it is slow. The force field modulation technology is only gradually expanding in the military. And although he has a patent in theory, but this patent cannot make money in the military. Only when it is transferred to civilian use can he slowly make a profit, but the time span for popularization is too long. Thinking of this, Hikue and Shurha boarded the shuttle back to May City. The etching machine should have arrived, and he still needs to process the etching machine. Enable the beam to process parts at the nanometer scale. It is also the foundation of his entire nano research group. Hikue, Shurha, you are finally here, Haas said, as he led the two to the laboratory. Different from the last time he came here, first of all, outside the laboratory, Hikue passed through 3 iron gates and 2 real-person verification checkpoints. In this era of endless computer viruses, sometimes manpower is more reliable than machinery. Under the salute of the guard, the 3 of them came to the laboratory smoothly. It was different from the empty space that Hikue had seen before. At this time, the room was filled with various processing instruments, as well as the most advanced servers and computer equipment. In the middle of the entire laboratory, there were 3 machines that were as tall as 2 people standing side by side. The outer metal frame, and the inner reaction chamber, which was also the core part of the entire etching machine. It was the location for processing. The 3 thick pipes above the machine were connected to the ceiling, specifically for handling the exhaust gas generated during the etching process. At the front is the control system, which is also the main part operated by the staff. If the transformation is completed, the etching machine must at least be close to the upper level of A level before it can be used, right? Haas asked, looking at the 3 machines in front of him. Yes. What are you going to do? Even at your current speed of manufacturing nanorobots, 10 a day is the best you can do. To make a group of nanorobots, at least tens of thousands are needed. It is difficult for Hikue to complete it in a short time alone. The current nanorobots are just prototypes. Hikue shook his head and said, in fact, if the capabilities of his nanorobots can continue to be strengthened, the manufacturing speed will be faster. With the current capabilities of nanorobots, they cannot be used in actual combat. And there are still many places that need to be adjusted if gene editing tools are to be put in. It's not like putting that part on directly like assembling a model. It's much more complicated to keep adjusting. Okay. After the 3 finished talking, Hikue quickly started to work. The processing speed was not that fast. Only 1/3 of the work of a machine was completed in half a day. And Shurha was helping. Thank you for troubling Shurha these days. Hikue turned his head and looked at Shurha beside him. Just now, he had handed over the parts and design drawings that needed to be upgraded to Shurha. With Shurha's current ability, although it was a little slower, it could still be completed. Don't worry. Shurha nodded excitedly. Seeing the girl full of fighting spirit, Hikue seemed to see the girl back to the time when she first started researching beam miniaturization. She should indeed fly freely outside. Remember to go home at night. Hikue chuckled. I know. Haas looked at the 2 of them without surprise, and before he could say anything to complain, Hikue's bracelet rang again. It was not his bracelet, but the information from the bracelet of South America Aegis transmitted through radar. Have you read Plant South America feature? The South American president's simple words surprised Hikue a little. But after going back upstairs and finding a computer, Hikue quickly understood what the president meant. The first half of the story is not a big problem. As a professional journalist, LaRue showed the difficulties faced by South America to the greatest extent. The problem lies in the conclusion drawn by the narration at the end. After a long and brutal battle, the warriors of the United States of South America, with their deep love for the country and firm beliefs, fought bravely and sacrificed themselves. The warriors gambled their lives, and every charge was full of tragedy and determination. In the end, they successfully recaptured their homeland with their indomitable will and iron-blooded fighting spirit. After several failed attacks on the United States of South America, the Atlantic Federation has shown signs of fatigue. They were once, like a tiger descending from the mountain, invincible, but now they are just an old tiger, losing their former sharpness and power. Faced with the strong resistance of the warriors of the United States of South America and the full support of Plant, the Atlantic Federation is ultimately unable to do anything. This battle is destined to become a turning point for their decline, and the United States of South America will be reborn in the blood and fire of the warriors. It seems that there is nothing wrong with what he said, but after the report is spread by someone with ulterior motives and reaches the earth, I am afraid that the Atlantic Federation will intensify its offensive against the United States of South America. They cannot suppress the voices of so many ordinary people inside. The radicals inside the Atlantic Federation will think that the leader is too conservative, while the conservatives will think that it is too cruel. It is a situation where neither side can please the other. The current president of the Atlantic Federation is also being put on the fire. And the blue universe behind that president will also be anxious. After all, no matter how arbitrary they are, the fluctuations in public opinion will still have an impact on domestic stability and productivity. In order to quell internal conflicts, the Atlantic Federation must refocus on attacking the United States of South America. And this may also be what Plant wants to facilitate through Leroux. The Atlantic Federation wants to hold South America back and withdraw itself. And Plant also wants to hold the Atlantic Federation back in South America, so that they have the opportunity to attack the Moon and the Atlantic Federation's overseas bases. At this point, the South American president was also caught off guard by Plant's move. Of course, ZFT did not abandon South America directly. Judging from the meaning of the special topic, they will definitely increase their investment in the future to help South America stabilize the situation. Read it. Depart tomorrow, the reward will be increased by 50 million. Okay. At this moment on Earth, outside the Alaska base of the Atlantic Federation, Team Sarah and Team Jura are also hiding in the ocean not far away. What's the situation with those three machines? Isaac frowned in the operations room, looking at the three machines on the screen in front of him that were completely different from the Federation standard machines. Originally, as a surprise force, they had almost captured this hastily rebuilt Alaska base with the help of dozens of elite gates. But they were blocked by these three machines. And each machine has the strength that is not inferior to freedom and justice. If Nickel and Diego hadn't come back to help in time, they would probably have been shot down by the three machines and the standard machines behind them. According to our internal informant's information, the code names of these three machines have been figured out. Andrew also said solemnly. They are forbidden, robbery and disaster. We need to take the specific machine data back for analysis. So do we have to retreat? Aslan asked carefully. No, ZFT wants us to keep trying. They will try to contain as many Atlantic Federation troops as possible in South America. And they may not be able to sit still, and the three machines are likely to go to warp. Then it will be our chance. Andrew, the commander, said seriously. I understand. The two teams saluted Andrew. Only Aslan was a little absent-minded. Will Abukira be there? As the combat meeting was over, Aslan caught up with Andrew. Staff Officer Andrew. Aslan, what's wrong? Andrew asked curiously. Do you want to drink coffee? No. Aslan looked a little helpless at the officer, who relaxed immediately after the meeting, and then continued quickly. Will our people help Orb? Well, Carpentaria Base should send a team of magic crabs to try to blow up Orb's mass accelerator. The other party has a father who is the speaker. Even if he doesn't say it, Aslan will still find out. So Andrew is very single. But this is just a plan at the moment. It's not certain whether they will really go to Orb. Anyway, you should be prepared to attack. The Eurasian Federation may not be so honest. Although the Eurasian Federation was won over by Plant through some diplomatic means of backdoor transactions with several powerful figures in the Eurasian Federation, they may also be thinking of reaping the benefits. No one can say for sure. God knows how much influence the Blue Universe has in the Eurasian Federation. Chapter 278. After settling the trivial matters in May City, Hikue quickly returned to the asteroid again. Then I leave first. Satisfied with Hikue's gift, Setona waved happily in the huge port of the asteroid. Goodbye. The shuttle the girl was sitting in belonged to the Waste Merchants Union, so Hikue didn't have to worry about danger. Well, Hikue, remember to pick me up on time next time. Definitely. Hikue chuckled. And the girl took a few steps forward and leaned close to Hikue's ear. If Hikue feels uncomfortable staying here, he can also go to Setona's hometown. There are many fun things there. Yeah. Hikue currently has no plans to go to Mars. And what fun things can there be on Mars? Playing with cockroaches? However, Hikue did not dislike the girl's simple invitation. Facing the girl's eager eyes, Hikue nodded. I will go if I have the chance. Speaking of which, Luo seems to be going to Mars in the future. He will ask Selena after the light bearer comes out, but for now, he should focus on South America. After officially bidding farewell to the girl, Hikue quickly went to the radar room. It was afternoon when he came online. He opened the cockpit door and faced the evening sun. Elena appeared outside his door again. Hey! The girl looked at him in surprise. Elena, are you done with training again? No training today. Just after the mock battle, I was selected as the pilot of the strike force. The girl laughed excitedly. Is that so? Hikue's tone was not happy after hearing this. Doesn't like it? No. Hikue shook his head. This is her country. He can't ask the other party to hide behind. Hikue is still clear about this. Then wait for me a while. Where are the uncles? Coming out of the cockpit, Hikue asked. They are all in front of the Gundam. Just as they said, ahem. At present, the main maintenance has been completed according to the instructions and diagrams of the ferry master, and only the central control parts need to be handled by the ferry master. Elena said in a funny way, imitating the tone of the uncle. The imitation is very good, don't imitate it next time. Hearing Elena's pretentious voice, his goose skin was about to stand up. Oh! Elena stuck out her tongue mischievously. As the two talked, Hikue also walked out of the cockpit. The precision parts processing machine had been transported from the factory to the base. Under Elena's guidance, Hikue found the place after walking for a while. When Hikue arrived, the uncles had been waiting here for a long time. Master, can we come and take a look? These uncles were a little embarrassed when they said it, but their eyes were full of curiosity. For such confidential things, their request was indeed a bit excessive. Okay. To the surprise of the uncles, Hikue nodded and agreed very readily. In fact, even if he didn't agree, the several cameras inside were all on him. There was no need to hide it. Moreover, these uncles were B-level, although they belonged to the upper B-level, but to manufacture such precision parts, at least A-level was required. Although there were quite a lot of A-level in plant, they were also the highest level talents. And this was based on the natural advantages of the adjusters. As for South America, I'm afraid I could count them even if I had 5 fingers. And these A-level people have no chance to copy without Chang-Chi's complete data. In summary, Hikue doesn't need to hide it at all. And it's easier for those uncles to report to their superiors. Seeing Hikue start working, the uncles around him also watched with great interest. From time to time, they also exclaimed a few times, but before they could sigh, they were covered by the people next to them. On the contrary, Elena, who was originally enjoying it, began to get more and more sleepy, and finally fell asleep. Half a day passed quickly. As the sky gradually darkened, under the refreshing sea breeze, Hikue also completed the manufacture of 2 assault center control components. The 2 fist-sized precision instruments were covered with various pipes, like a mechanical heart. As a comprehensive information processor, Hikue even upgraded both processors. The reaction speed is 15% faster than that of ordinary assaults. Of course, if Elena was driving, it would not be able to play out. Is this the center control component? Yes, Hikue said, as he threw the components to the curious uncles for observation. Then let's go assemble it. The subsequent assembly is very simple. You just need to install various parts step by step. After reinstalling the central control, you can officially start the body test. Eat? Feeling that everyone seemed to be preparing to leave in a lively manner, Elena woke up from the chair and looked at everyone in front of her blankly. Almost done. Hikue touched Elena's head with a smile. The other uncles were all stunned by the intimate action. It seems that Elena really has hope? Does the master really like girls? Then his own daughter is also okay, thinking of the smiles on the uncles' faces. Elena is really, how old is she? What do you care? Elena blushed and touched the place on her head that Hikue had just touched, and said coquettishly. Talking all the way, everyone soon arrived in front of the 2 attack planes. The Azure shell, most of the body has been replaced with assault components, except for the cockpit. However, the armor outside the cockpit is still TP armor, and only the piece that was pierced by Hikue's shot cannot be replaced. Our current technology cannot remanufacture TP armor, so Master, and Elena, you must be careful when driving, and don't let anyone attack the cockpit with physical weapons. The uncle warned seriously. Of course, the main target of the warning is Elena. After all, Hikue's skills are obvious to all. I know. Compared to the fear of not having TP armor in the cockpit, Elena is more excited at this moment. The excitement of a brave elite soldier facing a special machine. But has the problem of the master operating system really been solved? The uncles looked at the girl, who was loading the central control of the machine in front. No problem, Hikue said confidently. I has been studying this in the cockpit recently? Well, I guess so. In fact, it was studied on the asteroid. The system's intelligent assistance is actually similar to the automatic aiming harrow that Hikue developed at the beginning. And he himself also knows about the assault system. The intelligent deformation system has already taken shape on the asteroid. You just need to simply copy and paste it. Can Elena fly a plane? Hikue changed the subject and asked. I used to be a pioneer, Elena said proudly when she heard this. Is that so? Then I should be able to get used to it quickly. Anyway, follow me, and I will start the basic function test of the machine. We can eat after we are done. Okay, but it's okay if you don't eat with a new machine, Elena said with great energy, and there was no trace of the confusion just now. Seeing this, Hikue laughed and walked into the cockpit. Then Elena has to follow. Chapter 279. Hikue quickly took Elena outside and drove the assault for a circle. Then the basic performance test is completed. The basic movement of the body in MS form is not a problem at all. It is more smooth. Elena, who is originally a green elite, can also adapt to the movement of the body. Then the next step is the vertical takeoff and landing test. Watch me demonstrate it first. As Hikue said, the thrusters on the back of the body and the thrusters of the plane exerted force at the same time. The aircraft flew up into the sky at high speed. At the same time, the claws of the strike, which had completed its transformation in the air, grabbed the aircraft. Instantly, the aircraft turned into a compound leaf aircraft. Because of the upgrade of the central control component, the transformation was even faster. It's a pity that there is no magnetic coating technology, otherwise the transformation speed could be even faster. That's about it. I have upgraded the system of Elena's aircraft. Just press the red round button in the upper right corner, and the operation will be completed automatically. Unlike Hikue, who needs to manually aim at the aircraft, Elena can't complete such a complex operation in an instant. Of course, this mechanization also has its advantages. That is, it is convenient and fast. But if it is manual, Hikue's current hand speed is actually faster than automation. In addition, it has more autonomy. If the opponent shoots a beam during the fusion, Hikue's reaction will be faster. I understand, Elena responded. Don't worry, it will be fine. Trust me. It is indeed not appropriate to let a real person drive the system for the first time. But in an emergency, they will set off to Brazil to support Edward as soon as the basic tests are completed. I'm not worried. The girl's voice was a little excited, and she flew into the sky with an unstoppable momentum. Not long after, the assault transformation was successful and automatically turned into the form of a compound leaf machine. Very good. Looking at Elena, who had perfectly achieved the transformation, Hikue showed a satisfied smile. After testing the fender and vehicle forms, the basic tests were all completed. Although the extreme test was not done, considering that the machine has been completed and shipped, it should not be necessary, Hikue said in front of the hangar, looking at the test data of the two machines in his hand. A is amazing. Seeing Hikue's skilled appearance, Elena's eyes were more admiring. Thank you. Hikue smiled. But are we going together? Elena asked curiously. Of course not, there is also. Report. Before Hikue finished speaking, a familiar young man's voice came from outside the hangar. Don't be so reserved, they are just mercenaries. The 4 people in front of him were Hikue's subordinates. As for these 4 people, in order to prevent the 2 parties from being found out, Hikue did not take the initiative to ask them to come and assist him. But the president may want to be more cautious, and took the initiative to contact his original body to change the mission. The Ministry of National Defense had no objection to this, and Hikue naturally had no objection either. Staying in Panama had no effect on the improvement of the strength of his subordinates. Moreover, the 4 of them also had the strength of elite green clothes, which was just right for their elite troops. Jean In, who had a suspended air cushion, could also cooperate with him on the battlefield. After all, he was now in elite red clothes, so there was no problem in protecting a few people. It was also an opportunity to train subordinates. Hello. Although they heard the girl say that they didn't need to be restrained, they still sweated when they thought of A's performance before. They had no idea about Palace. Hikue would not tell them about him for no reason. They only knew that A was a mercenary. His nature was similar to theirs. But he was so strong, and I had never heard of such a person in the mercenary world. He seemed to be stronger than their director he. However, considering the director he had few achievements and was a researcher, their director he should be stronger. Thinking of this, the awe of the 4 people towards this girl decreased a little. Are you ready? Not knowing what the others were thinking, Hikue said calmly. Yes. Then let's go. We will be told on the way that we are temporarily assigned to the Special Operations Command, the Temporary Assault Group 6. The identification code will be shared on the way. This is your transport aircraft number. You will gather over there. Okay, Captain. Without any extra words, the four of them trotted out of the hangar. Elena, you should also get ready. The journey may not be safe this time, Hikue said. In order to keep it secret, they carried out the operation in the early morning. Although there are drugs to boost spirits, the state of the body is also important. The girl clenched her fists heavily after hearing this. Unlike before, she is now able to fight side by side with A. She really needs to prepare well. After watching the girl leave, Hikue locked himself in the cockpit again. At the same time, more of his mind was transferred to Aegis and Orb. It was morning in Orb, and Lars was holding his hand with bright eyes at the port. Behind him was a luggage-carrying robot. What is this? He had not paid much attention to the situation here before, but simply followed Lars. When he saw the robot, Hikue felt that it looked familiar. Hee, it's cute, isn't it? It's Director He's early work. It's quite cute. Hikue's mouth curled slightly. The carrying robot in front of him was indeed the carrying robot he made in the early days. But it can't be called a work of art no matter how you look at it. It's just a small B-grade item. And it seems to have been used for a long time, and it still feels a little shaky when you lift it. Even the maker can't say the word cute. I don't know what kind of mentality Loss was in when he said this. It seems a little broken. Do you want to fix it? No, don't you understand this, sister? Director He designed this to make this robot cuter. Hikue didn't know what the girl felt when she was bragging. Hikue just felt goosebumps all over his body. Who told you that? The one who sold me. Yeah. She must have been cheated by an unscrupulous merchant. This silly girl is the heir of the company? Since Miss Loss likes him so much, why doesn't she go to plant? Hikue asked curiously. I will definitely go in the future, but my dad said I'm too young now. Loss pouted dissatisfiedly. Is that so? Loss is already 14 years old, and according to the calculation of the adjuster, she is an adult. But her father is a natural person, so the calculation is based on the natural person. Many families of the first generation of adjusters also have this kind of distress, including Hikue in the past. But this kind of distress was unconsciously smoothed out in the face of the pressure of survival, and he joined the army early. Miss Loss is happy. Hikue held the girl's hand and said softly. Really? Loss just blinked, and the girl who was protected too well obviously didn't listen to Hikue's words. Chapter 280. While Lars was talking with him, the two of them entered a very luxurious cruise ship from the port. As the CEO of Winslet Company, Winslet was very generous and booked the entire ship. The scenery outside was infinitely beautiful, and it was not much different from Panama in South America. The only difference was probably the atmosphere on both sides. It was relaxed and carefree here, while in South America, although there was also fun and laughter. But it was more about finding joy in suffering. Instead of now, everyone is enjoying peace. Although this peace is extremely false and precarious. But there are still many people flocking to it. Winslet father and daughter are representatives of them. Well, I go back first if there's nothing else. Why do you always stay in your room? Loss was still looking at the sea. Hearing this, he grabbed Hikue's sleeve and said dissatisfiedly. I'm working, Miss Loss. After all, if you want to combine Baku with tanks, you need to readjust the structure of Baku. In fact, if Hikue really worked hard, he could finish it quickly. But at this time, he was doing 3 things at once. Not only was he working on Harrow, but South America was also preparing to leave. It was better to save electricity here, because God knows when the Atlantic Federation will attack. But there were signs. First of all, it must be diplomatic pressure, and then the use of force. Okay, Russ, don't stop your sister from working. Winslet did not stop the girl from working overtime like crazy. Just kidding. As a boss, he would like to have more people like this. Over the past few days, Winslet is more and more satisfied with Aegis. High work efficiency, and always keep his word. It's like a perfect robot employee. Thank you, Mr. Winslet. It's okay. I'm lucky to have an employee like Miss Aegis. By the way, will Miss Aegis attend our party tomorrow night? By the way, will Miss Aegis attend our party tomorrow night? By the way? Yes, after all, the company's research department has opened. Obu has specially organized a grand banquet for us this time. People from several clans will be present. The clan is the actual ruler of Obu. Hearing this, Hikue hesitated a little. After all, what if the security is too tight and discovers his radar signal? But according to the general security thinking, at most, it is to block part of the signal. After all, no one thought that he was controlled by radar. No one would use radar for terrorist attacks. And it is also a good opportunity to test. There must be a lot of information that Hikue doesn't know at a banquet of this level. At most, if he finds something wrong outside the venue, he should leave immediately. Thinking of this, Hikue bowed slightly to Winslet. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Winslet. It's okay, Winslet said happily. But I have to prepare a new dress. About this, please allow me to wear a suit. Not to mention that the skirt exposes too much area and may expose the mechanical structure. Besides, he is not a cross-dresser. Just let Shurha and Sulei wear them normally. There is no need for him to wear them too. There are women who don't like to wear skirts anyway. Of course, this is Miss Aegis's freedom. Winslet smiled when he heard this. He didn't continue. He saw this and said goodbye to Winslet again and left. Although the distance from here to the mainland of Orb is very close. But the father and daughter still have to play on the sea for a day. It is convenient for Hikue. At least, he doesn't have to act over there, and he still has to operate here. Putting Aegis 2.0 on standby, Hikue's Aegis in South America will set off soon. Elena, are you ready? Hikue asked in the communication. Yes. Two same model grab-type assault aircraft were standing side by side in a hangar. Then I go first. They've already taken off. Hikue looked at the message on the bracelet and controlled it to walk to the catapult. The catapult launches in the form of a seated aircraft. The humanoid assaulter stood on the small plane, and when he was ejected, he used kinetic energy to switch to the compound blade form, saving the power to the maximum extent. Flying to Brazil is not a big problem. Not to mention that there are batteries for their supplies on the transport plane behind. And there are also supplies in the base in Brazil. Soon Hikue was ejected. Under the cover of the night in Panama, everyone's body hid in the clouds. The clouds were like light cotton wool, spreading in the night sky, cleverly covering the body. The wings occasionally exposed shone with a cold metallic luster under the moonlight, but were quickly covered by the clouds again, as if everything was just an illusion of the night wind. Silently and quickly, everyone rushed to Brazil to help. It didn't take long for Colombia to reach Brazil. As soon as they entered the Amazon plain, their radar detected a strong energy reaction next to the original rebel base in K2. First level combat status ready. Yes. After everyone responded in unison, several aircraft began to quickly approach the heat source of the battle. B1, drop Gene in within a safe range. A1 and A2 will support you. B1 is a transport plane. A1 and A2 are the two aircrafts of Hikue and Elena. The remaining Gene in codes are B2 to B5. Okay. Everyone responded in unison, and no one was in the mood to joke in front of the upcoming encounter. Damn Atlantic Federation, they actually shot in our rainforest. Elena was not as lively as usual at this time, and the resentment in her voice was obvious. Hikue knew that the people here were protecting the rainforest. It seemed that for those who were born in the rainforest was their mother. And their actions, including Hikue's before, were like stabbing their mother. Hikue was not punished because they were in the same camp. It was also from the heat source. One side was always using beam guns. The other side was only using cold weapons, or the most conventional machine guns. Needless to say, the side that used beam guns indiscriminately would definitely have the advantage. The Atlantic Federation's assistance to the rebels was unexpectedly fast. I'm afraid they have already taken action personally. Of course, the explanation to the outside world will be that it was the help of the Blue Universe. Elena, don't be impulsive for a while. Cover Gene in first. I know. Although she was very angry, Elena still responded in the communication. As soon as Elena finished speaking, a rapid alarm sounded from the radar of Hikue's body. That was the anti-phantom particle radar that Hikue carefully installed. When there is a small amount of heat source nearby, but no body reaction, the alarm will be sounded. There is a certain probability of accidental triggering. But Hikue dare not gamble. Disperse immediately. Thinking is faster than action. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, the people who reacted quickly dispersed in the air in a fan shape. Immediately afterwards, the red light of the plasma cannon instantly penetrated the clouds near the people. Chapter 281. What is that? The group of people who survived the disaster could not find the target, and could only wander around in the air helplessly. They had just flown down from the clouds, and did not find any trace of the enemy plane. At the same time, on the Thunder Dagger, Samus Koza, who wore orange eyes and black skin, was indifferent with a hint of surprise. But this emotion was soon hidden under the indifference again. Without hesitation, he gave up the red elite plane mentioned in the intelligence, and turned to aim at the transport plane carrying 4 Gene in. Only one shot was fired, and they would never be able to find him anyway. Damn adjuster. Muttering this sentence, Samus Koza quickly locked onto the target. But before he could fire, the alarm on his machine began to sound wildly. The assault driven by the Red Elite had already approached his dagger without knowing when. The assault flying blade in the night sky flew towards him. The machine guns on both sides of the wing fired at the same time. Suddenly, the bullets from the machine guns came like a gust of wind. Without hesitation, Samus Koza quickly canceled the aiming and pressed the button to activate the PS armor. Suddenly, a green Gundam-type machine appeared under the moonlight. In the night, the green paint was still difficult to see clearly even without the phantom particles. But it was clearly shown on the radar. It looked very similar to Xuanlei's equipment, with a transparent blue part on the chest, which looked like an enhanced radar. No wonder they could be spotted from a distance. It is simply a machine designed for assassination on the battlefield. It is even possible to assassinate people. A sneak attack is not a martial ethics. After successfully establishing communication with the other party, Hikue teased as usual. There was no answer, and the other party quickly raised the attack shield system, aiming and firing the ion cannon in the shield, all in one go. It was just that Hikue easily dodged it by climbing up and relying on the excellent mobility of the assault. At this moment, the lock alarm sounded behind him again. There was no need to look. Another assault plane had already circled behind him. Under a series of accidents, he had no time to dodge. However, the opponent did not use a beam gun, but followed the practice of the natives here, only using a physical machine gun to hit his body. A series of ding-dong sounds rang out, and there was no doubt that these attacks were all blocked by the PS armor. The opponent's foolish behavior that he had ridiculed before saved his life at this time, which made Koza's eyes even more angry. But his situation was not optimistic at this time. According to the intelligence, the transport plane's maneuvering speed on the ground even exceeded that of an ordinary Baku. And each pilot had the strength of an elite green-clothed man. His aiming was only at the elite red-clothed level. In other aspects, his strength was only that of an ordinary red-clothed man. If he was targeted by so many people and an elite red-clothed man, it would be too late for him to leave. Why did you find me? Before leaving, Koza decided to satisfy his curiosity. Because of that, scientific principles, astronomy, geography, mathematics, and physics. The silence was not because Koza was angry, but because he didn't understand it all. It sounds like the language in East Asia. Is it from the East Asian Republic? Muttering, watching the two machines intertwined in the air again and attacked him tacitly, Koza knew that he couldn't delay any longer and directly raised the rocket claw in his hand and shot at the most threatening Hikue. Afterwards, he didn't plan to recover it. He kicked up the dust on the ground with the legs of the machine and quickly activated the phantom particles. Ah, where is he going? Not finding the target, Elena asked hurriedly. No need to chase, support Edward's troops. Seeing that the other party was running in a direction far away from his original target, Hikue did not chase again. I don't know what happened to Edward. It might be dangerous to be greedy. Okay, Elena replied. Except for the short journey afterwards. When the few people arrived at the battlefield, the battle was still fierce. 2 squads of dagger ground troops and 4 assault squads of airmen were besieging Edward's troops. But Edward was fighting with a dagger equipped with blue swords, and it seemed that he had no time to take care of his subordinates. On the other side, 3 daggers under Edward's command were struggling to fight with the enemy's troops in the complex terrain of the forest. There were still many dagger wreckages on the ground. Those who could hold on until now were probably elite green-clad, and the rest were probably killed long ago. Seeing them still holding Jin standard machine guns and fighting against the opponent's beam guns, Hikue quickly suppressed the complexity in his heart and continued. This is the Special Operations Command, the Temporary Assault Team 6, come to support. Thank you. Edward's voice was full of fatigue, and he looked mentally exhausted. A2, come with me to deal with the assault team. Others go to cover the short sword team. Yes. As always, everyone responded and began to divide the work tacitly. Hikue could actually handle that army by himself. But Edward could still hold on, so it was safer to act together. Hikue took the lead and sprinted towards the hovering machine in the distance, while Elena behind him also followed closely behind Hikue. When the two armies collided, Hikue suddenly raised his machine in a way that ordinary people could not bear, and immediately gave way to a person in the air, who was ready to sprint down towards Hikue with a sure victory. How is it possible? As the pilot of the assault, he knew the performance of this machine, and it was impossible to climb at such a large angle. It was not that the machine was not good, but the system prohibited it. But the opponent's assault seemed to be willing to risk his life to unlock the assault system. And he did not faint after doing this. You know, even ordinary adjusters can't bear this posture. Not a human. Looking at the opponent's wing in fear, the experienced pilot remembered a nickname he heard a long time ago. It was the Blue Devil of Director Hikue in the rumor. He had also read the information and thought that although the opponent was strong, he was only at the level of an ordinary elite green-clothed man. If he went up, the Blue Devil would only turn into a blue corpse. But now, he seemed to have really seen a devil that was not a human. Compared with that damn Hikue, the machine in front of him was more worthy of this title. With extreme fear, the Blue Universe pilot, who had already revealed his cowardice, just wanted to pull up and avoid it, but Hikue was ready to aim. With one shot, Hikue accurately hit the opponent's cockpit. Suddenly, the opponent's strong attack turned into a firework in the dark night. With just one encounter, Hikue shot down a strong attack. At this time, the rebels saw Hikue's skills and did not hesitate. They quickly retreated like birds and beasts. Chapter 282. Hey, do you want to chase them? Elena's dissatisfied voice came. Indeed, the speed of their retreat caught everyone off guard. Hikue originally intended to give them some training. But now they haven't started fighting yet. He fired a shot, and the other side retreated. Don't chase them, Edward said, as if he had a telepathic connection. The Atlantic Federation's field base should be nearby. It's dangerous to chase them rashly at night. Okay. Hikue agreed to it. After packing the wreckage of the aircraft in batches, everyone drove their own aircraft, and soon arrived at an inconspicuous village in the forest in the night. There were towering trees everywhere, and several houses made of trees were in the center. There were also several tents on the periphery. Following Edward's command, Hikue and others parked the aircraft under those towering trees. The lush trees provided a good shield from aerial reconnaissance and also blocked the little remaining moonlight. Quiet, even dead. But on the dark ground, there was a vibrant look. Just like the people here. Even in inconspicuous places, there was soil for their survival. After getting off the machine, Hikue soon saw the legendary Ripper Edward. His black skin color and heavy face were typical of South America. His orange-red driving suit looked very distinctive. You must be Missa who came to support us this time. Edward was not happy at this moment, because his comrade had just died. Hello, Mr. Edward. Well, please wait. Edward looked at the 5 bodies held in the palms of the dagger's hands with grief. Each body was in tatters, and some were even burned beyond recognition. Woo! A young man who had just gotten Jean and started retching immediately after seeing the scene in front of him. Hikue turned his head helplessly and looked at the man. I'm sorry, because the climate here is not suitable for us adjusters, and it's the first time he has seen such a scene. The leading boy took a look at the corpse, and quickly looked away. After that, he sat down next to the machine with his retching companion. As the leading boy said, as adjusters, they felt very uncomfortable in the hot and humid Amazon forest. Hikue had tried it in Carpinteria. Thank you. After settling his companions, the boy walked forward maturely and bowed respectfully to Hikue. After experiencing these 2 battles, the 4-man team was completely impressed by Hikue's skills. On the battlefield, this A is definitely the most reassuring captain, no doubt about it. This reminds the boy of Captain Cruz. That captain is also a very reassuring captain. That's all due to his military exploits. When you see the other party, you know that their safety will increase exponentially. The premise is not to annoy the other party, but to build a good relationship with the other party. This is what the boy is doing now. Why? Because of your help twice. Really? Compared to my help, I hope you can strengthen your own strength. Although the boy wanted to be angry, he could only smile bitterly when thinking about the opponent's strength. There are not too many elite green clothes in plant. They are definitely not weak, and many of them have actually been on the battlefield before joining Hikue's company. Just like him. It's that the current battlefield is too unpredictable. Under the combined enhanced people, combat adjuster clones, and other weapons, their presence is also reduced. You don't have the potential to be promoted to red clothes. Hikue said. Do you really think so? Hearing Hikue's words, the boy's eyes sparkled. Those who can enter Hikue's company have actually been preliminarily screened. Although they are elite green-clothed soldiers, they are also young elite green-clothed soldiers with potential. Everyone is either ranked 21st or 22nd in the military academy. They are only one step away from the red-clothed soldiers. Yes, but the premise is that you can accumulate experience. I understand. While the two were talking, Edward in front of them also made a move. The dagger carrying the bodies of his comrades neatly arranged the 5 bodies on a stone platform that was half the height of MS. What is this? Hikui looked ahead in confusion. There were circling birds constantly landing on the corpses to peck at them, but they didn't seem to care at all. However, villagers kept pouring out of the village and bowed their heads deeply at the location of the stone platform. This is a sky burial, Elena explained beside Hikui. The girl at this time was no longer as naughty and cute as before, and she also looked at the direction of the platform with a solemn face. Just put it there. Dust returns to dust, they have returned to the embrace of nature, so nature must also start reincarnation here again. After saying that, Elena bowed her head deeply in silence. Hikui looked at the flock of birds pecking at the corpse in front of him, but he couldn't say anything. He somehow recalled the funeral in space above Boyaz. He still didn't want to be a part of it. Please let me thank you again for your help, Miss A. In the coach's tent, Edward had regained his original expression, and with a smile on his face, he handed Hikui a glass of wine in the tent. It looked like rum. You're welcome. I'm just doing the job for money. Hikui took the cup and put it down on the table again, without any intention of drinking. The other side is also doing the job for money. Edward just smiled at Hikui's actions. The smile on his face was still warm. There was no way. Hikui's strength was about the same as his, and he should even be stronger than him in shooting. It was enough to change the situation. Of course, he had to win him over. The more Edward thought about it, the more enthusiastic he became. No matter what, standing with us is already our comrade. What is the current situation? Has the Brazilian city been lost? No, it's just that the environment here is complicated, and the rebels are all concentrated here to fight guerrilla warfare with us. But isn't this your home court? It's also the opponent's home court. Speaking of this, Edward sighed helplessly. People die for money and birds die for food. There will always be someone who will betray us. We guessed that their current base is in this area, but we can't confirm it. After Edward calmed down, he took out a paper map and placed it in front of Hikui. The finger pointed to the location marked with several red dots. Is the blue dot our location? Yes. Yeah. After hearing Edward's answer, Hikui turned his head to look at the screen on the other side. He sent his bird out to track the opponent's body. Under the cover of the night, the opponent did not discover such an uninvited guest. And from the image information of the bird, Hikui also saw their position. I know where their position is. Looking at the reference on the map, Hikui quickly pointed to a location several dozen kilometers away from them, close to the Peruvian border. Are you sure? Looking at the location of Hikui's finger, Edward's smile disappeared. Sure, I have my own source of information. Sorry, please let our people confirm it for now. Hikui is just a mercenary, of course he can't just trust it. Edward probably wants to contact the defense minister or even the president. It's not a problem for Hikui. But the infrastructure here is relatively backward. I'm afraid there's no need to think about getting a response tonight. Thinking of this, Hikui stretched his body in front of the screen. That's it for now. I go and fix the machine first. Okay, please forgive us for not hosting you well. It's okay. Of course it's okay. It should be his four subordinates who should cry. Hikui was still enjoying the air conditioning in the radar room, while Elena was as excited as a wild child who had returned home after a long absence. There was no discomfort at all. It was estimated that there was also a combat power bonus. Chapter 283. Returning to Orb from the war-torn South America, and from the noisy and quiet battlefield to the bustling and prosperous Orb. Even if it is just a false peace, at least they still have this peace. I just don't know how long it can last. Hikui opened the door of the room while thinking. According to Xiaoyao's information, the father and daughter are playing games in the hall at this time. And Hikui looked at the scene outside the window in a trance. If the Atlantic Federation wants to attack, then this father and daughter may also become their target. As long as he doesn't make it public, it's actually okay to let his daughter become an adjuster. There are such businessmen in the Atlantic Federation anyway, but even moving to Orb makes their position unclear. They can be ruthless to the entire country of Orb, let alone a father and daughter, who can be easily defeated by only a few bodyguards. Whether from the perspective of interests or friendship, protecting this father and daughter is his goal. According to the plot, the Asaka family should be camping on the island of Kagai Accelerator, missing the evacuation information and being affected. Now many things have changed, but the direction of the Atlantic Federation's attack will not change. Their target will still only be the mass accelerator. If those three machines appear, he will definitely not be able to stop them, even if the main body is there. The three machines can suppress the free attack, which is definitely beyond the strength of the elite pilots. Although this kind of enhanced people themselves have various defects, it does not affect their performance in a perfect state at all. The fact that they can be taken out by Blue Universe, and placed on the front line proves that they are definitely the 3 strongest enhanced people in the Atlantic Federation. I should be able to see Kigali at the dinner tomorrow, right? Maybe I can find Kira through him, otherwise he really can't stop those 3 machines. Thinking of this, Hikue withdrew from the control of Aegis and returned to the radar room completely. In the quiet and dark room, only the sound of the radar was humming. The quiet environment made Hikue a little uncomfortable. Hikue, you're back. Seeing Hikue return to the room, Su Lei hugged him. It happened to be lunchtime, and Su Lei was still designing a new radar in front of the table. Shurha hasn't come back yet? Thanks to someone, she has been upgrading her machines in Mei City recently. Su Lei glared at Hikue with dissatisfaction, her eyes charming. Sorry, time is too tight after all. Here you go. Hikue handed a monitor bird he had just rubbed out to the girl. I just said that casually. Although she said that, Su Lei still happily took the bird. You gave Su Lei a gift, Information Engineering plus 60. Su Lei's favorability, 174. Experience bonus, 8. Information Engineering A-Level, 80665/100, 000. Academic, Intermediate Quantum Communication, 12986/30, 000. The progress of information engineering is very smooth. After reaching S level, his mastery of the system and understanding of quantum communication should also be deepened. The most intuitive reaction is Aegis's system and AI research. However, since the force field modulation has been completely completed, he seems to have to go back. Your radar ability is amazing again. Su Lei looked at the delicate bird in her hand. Compared with the cute owl and the fierce eagle, this little thing is extremely inconspicuous. But even such an inconspicuous flying bird has more than 3 times stronger reconnaissance and concealment capabilities than an owl. Just improve the sensor technology slowly. Hikue didn't tell the plant about these technologies, but he didn't know the extent of the tribe's infiltration into the plant. Based on previous experience, if the technology is given out rashly, it is likely to be stolen. If it is stolen, it will be counterattacked. It will repeat over and over again. Rather than this, it is better for him to use it himself. Only the secondary technology is announced, while he controls the core technology. No one will know, they will only think that he has reached a bottleneck. This is also a common thing in scientific research. Hikue, although it may be a bit strange to say this now. After a moment of silence, Su Lei continued carefully. Do you really not trust Miss Lux? Putting aside the filter of her love rival, she still agreed with Lux's ideas. Not really. Hikue shook his head. As he understood more and more about genes, he could feel the magic of Lux more. That natural ability to get close to people is something that all adjusters do not have. Before these doubts were completely resolved, Hikue did not dare to trust Lux easily. Sorry. It's okay. I will bring peace to Su Lei, and then we will travel around the universe together. Hikue whispered sweet words in Su Lei's ear. You said it yourself? Su Lei said while lying in Hikue's arms. Yes, I said it. Are you hungry? Let's go to my parents for a meal? Hikue ended this serious topic softly. Okay. After being urged by his parents to have a baby, Hikue returned to Mei City, with the force field modulation technology that had been completely completed. According to computer simulation, the energy can be increased by 10% after the power source is modulated by the force field, and the energy utilization rate has also been effectively improved. Hikue said to Amalfi in front of Jean N, who had completely consumed all the electricity, in the underground laboratory. If it is placed in a nuclear power plant, then our production capacity and the number of troops can continue to increase. Yes, Hikue affirmed. Very good. Amalfi nodded with satisfaction. If we have this technology, our army's ability to sustain combat will also be improved. This modulation can also increase the output of nuclear power plants. Although it is not as intuitive as weapons, the technical prospects are still great. The more Amalfi looked at the young man in front of him, the more satisfied he was. Unfortunately, if he didn't have a daughter, he would have wanted to marry her to Hikue. After all, this kind of all-round research genius, as long as he doesn't do anything stupid, will sooner or later have a place in the Plant Supreme Council. At present, the force field modulation of the nuclear energy machine has been tested on the Liberator, and the overall output has increased by 5%, but it is mainly due to hardware constraints. Okay. Amalfi was in a dilemma again. What reward to give Hikue is a problem, and the debugging of justice and freedom is also a problem. Hikue seems to have everything, and the cost of installing a light shield for him is too high. In addition, freedom and justice are currently deployed on Earth. The war situation is tense, and there is no need to recall them for the time being. Hikue's current nano research is of great importance, and he cannot go down. Hikue, are you interested in a position within the National Defense Committee? Amalfi said after thinking for a while. What position is it? Technical advisor. Provide technical support and professional advice for national defense affairs, and also involve the research and development evaluation of military technology and subsequent strategic planning. The rank is equivalent to that of a commander. Amalfi said repeatedly. I have no problem. Although it sounds like he has no real power, he will be exposed to more news. He should also have a place in the tactical formulation before large-scale military operations. Amalfi hit the jackpot by accident, and the proposal he made was exactly what he needed. Chapter 284. As Amalfi said, this is just a nominal position. But the information he can receive is very extensive. As for why they can trust Hikue, a neutral faction, to be exposed to so many secrets. In addition to the fact that he never does anything out of line, they have no intention of releasing Hikue from plant. Even the people around him will be monitored. Want to leave, you will risk your life. Under this circumstance, the Seraph faction of plant also trust him a little more. They didn't expect that Hikue's quantum communication had slowly evolved from ordinary primary quantum communication, and could even control Aegis on Earth. Of course, this was also thanks to Tashu, the radar that served as a transit for him to control Aegis. Because the geographical location was not on the current main battlefield. So Hikue could remotely control Aegis with peace of mind. Congratulations, technical consultant. Not long after saying goodbye to Amalfi, Aaron walked into the laboratory after sorting out the data of the last experiment. You found out so quickly? Mr. Amalfi is still very efficient. A message popped up on Aaron's bracelet. It was an internal email, notifying Hikue of the appointment as a tactical advisor. This was a little too fast for Hikue to imagine. But now Patrick holds the military power and the power of the speaker, which can be said to be in power, and the only one in power, so it is normal to have such efficiency. As long as he nods, such a nominal position can be inserted at will. And Patrick pays attention to efficiency. It is estimated that he immediately adopted Amalfi's proposal when he heard it, and thought it was okay. Would you like to go out for dinner to celebrate? Aaron offered. And the mayor of Kuradia will be there too. Hikue's status had surpassed hers without her noticing. But she didn't have a temper. After all, Hikue was really good at research. Compared to her expertise in skeletons, this guy seemed to be omnipotent. He could talk about any technology. While they still had friendship, it was key to consolidate it quickly. And the Seraph faction had repeatedly urged them to win over the other party as soon as possible. But the beauty trap has been tried long ago, and it seems that Hikue is getting more and more determined, and the probability of the beauty trap working is also very low. In her opinion, this efficiency means that the importance of Hikue within the Seraph faction has been raised to the most important level. Not letting him go out is also a sign of his importance. I heard that Patrick is preparing to dispatch a special agent team specifically for Hikue. He is going to send a special team to monitor and protect Hikue around the clock. It should arrive soon. I don't know what earth-shattering experiment Hikue has done. Of course, it involves top secrets, so even if Hikue rushed to tell her, she would not want to listen. She didn't want to be locked up. Okay. Hikue didn't refuse after hearing this. The matter over there was temporarily resolved, and there was still time for dinner. By the way, I received the latest payment, thank you. Aaron said with a smile very happily. I will rely on Director He for my retirement in the future. So in order for Director Aaron to live out her days in peace, I have to protect myself well. Hikue replied with a joke, and the two of them walked out together. Haha, but Director He doesn't have to worry about this problem. Aaron said this in a low voice, as if she was joking, but also as if she was reminding something. Really? Hearing this, Hikue's eyes sank slightly. But he was calm. Being monitored was a matter of time. His little bird was also one of the reasons for this. And with them following him, he felt quite at ease. Anyway, his contact with the Waste Trade Union was within the normal range. And Matthias was very secretive. There was no need to worry about being discovered. The two soon came to a high-end restaurant with karates. Shurha also finished the upgrade work and followed Hikue. However, the restaurant was not in the plant area. It was in the central elevator area. Unlike the original environment of the restaurant in the plant area, there were metal products everywhere, as well as models of various ships and Gundams. Outside the reinforced glass, you could see several cargo ships and warships entering and leaving the port. Is this a new restaurant? Hikue looked around curiously. He could even see the asteroid that belonged to him not far away from this restaurant. It's become popular recently. Maybe they like the atmosphere of iron and blood and the starry sky. Those big guys just sit in the plant area all day long. Maybe they want to change the environment to eat sometimes. Kurati smiled. Although he didn't say who it was easy to associate it with the Klein school. But there is no shortage of rich people in plant. The number of rich people here is much larger than that on Earth. Due to foreign enemies and propaganda, people have barely ignored this issue. But there are naturally more rich people in plant. Fortunately, there are also many poor people, and the per capita productivity is not low under high intelligence. Otherwise, it really can't afford so many rich people. But eating here will make it convenient for you to go back. Aaron smiled. How can you two accommodate us? It's just a small matter. Kulatis waved his hand. It's nothing compared to your achievements. Kulatis didn't expect that this insignificant employee at the beginning would improve so quickly. But it's not too late to maintain the relationship now. Anyway, the three of them are already familiar with each other. By the way, I heard that your force field modulation technology can be used to upgrade nuclear power plants. What did Mr. Amalfi say? He asked me to teach an apprentice to go to Earth. Hikue smiled bitterly. In the past, he had to go on business trips to various places even if he didn't want to go. Now, he can't even go to Boyaz. But he didn't have any objections. When they heard what Hikue said about apprentices, their eyes lit up. You should find a few apprentices to help you. But I'm only 17. Hearing Hikue's irritating words, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. If Hikue wasn't someone they could control now, they would have probably beaten him up now. What do you mean by only 17? Is it that impressive? I mean, your achievements are good enough for you to teach. Kulati said. Yeah, so has anyone chosen Hikue? Not yet, but Mr. Amalfi said he would give me a list to consider. With the system, he has a very thorough understanding of knowledge. So he can naturally teach others. They can't continue to let him cultivate his confidence here, and this decision may also be to weaken his influence. After all, if his reputation continues to increase, it will be easy for him to become a school of his own. But as for the apprentices, he is the main one to teach. It won't have any impact if he keeps his private knowledge. Chapter 285. On the night I returned to the asteroid, I just sat down in the radar room when Jior's call came. Hikue, how is the development of the new Odin gun going? The temporary plan is to use nanorobots. Hikue said, and sent the plan he had made before. Yes. Jior quickly finished reading the plan in front of him. As one of the defense committee members, and the mayor of the battleship manufacturing city, Jior was able to understand the data above. After reading it for a while, Jior nodded. It is indeed feasible, and the computer simulation data is not bad. Nanorobots do not need to be at the cellular level to work. Hikue also nodded in agreement. But what is the current progress of the nanorobots? The machine has been almost modified and can be put into operation after debugging. Okay, then I look forward to your good news. Jior smiled encouragingly when he heard this. I understand. After turning off the communication, Hikue looked at the radar in front of him with a headache. He was going to go online again. I hope I can take some time to sleep today. It's actually not bad to meet Kigali to increase her physical fitness. But Hikue has tried it. If Kigali doesn't know that he sent her, she won't increase her skills. This is also normal. After all, she doesn't know who sent her, and how to increase her skills. So he doesn't know whether Elena has any skills. Hikue drank the small amount of espresso in the cup that looked like jelly in one gulp and opened the radar connection again. Aegis, who was on standby in South America, turned on the machine completely, unplugged the charging cable, and opened the door of the cockpit. I don't know where Elena went. After opening the door, Hikue looked around with some discomfort, not seeing Elena. Downstairs, his 4 subordinates were eating in the tent at this time. And the birds sent out were still monitoring the situation of the other camp. The other party did not leave. After all, they worked so hard to build a field base. How could they leave so quickly? It seems that most people are resting in the tent, and only a small number of soldiers are patrolling. The forbidden machine of White Whale is also here, but the thunder machine from yesterday is gone. Thinking of this, Hikue controlled the bird and quietly followed a pair of soldiers on patrol. What do you think the origin of that machine last night was? It was obviously an assault machine like ours, but it's too different. The soldier in field uniform, whose rank could not be seen, was talking to the soldier next to him, who was dressed in the same uniform. When he spoke, his face was covered with a shadow. I don't know if Churko is gone after just one encounter. The guys in the upper echelons should know his background. But they didn't tell us anything. Forget it, We are just consumables in the eyes of those people. It seems that both of them are enhanced people. It's just that the degree of enhancement is not that deep. According to the intelligence and Ikue's memory of the plot, there should be a selection process for enhanced people. During the selection process, these teenagers are constantly tested. Some people will be eliminated in each round. In the end, the 3 strongest people will be left like a poison. However, no matter how cruel the training was, they did not take the lives of these children, but kept them for other purposes. Of course, Hikue didn't know which one was more cruel than taking their lives directly. Speaking of consumables, it's better than that Sothis. The soldier smiled. There was a lot of viciousness and malice in his smile. How can it be the same? Even if he is a weapon made by the upper level, he is just an adjuster. It's just a mere adjuster. It's a mercy to let him practice with us instead of being executed directly. Hikue frowned when he heard this. Sosei's combat adjuster clones should be another plan of the Atlantic Federation. However, the clones escaped repeatedly and the MS control was simplified, which led to the top leaders giving up and executing most of the clones. Only a small number of Soseis were left for their soldiers to conduct live-fire training. Because they were ordered not to harm natural people, they were beaten during training, and many of them were tortured to death. I didn't expect that the few remaining Sothis were still here. Thinking that Hikue had given up on the 2 men, he flew directly to the outskirts of the camp. The presence of Sothis was easy to identify. They all looked the same. Although Hikue had never seen them before, they should still be very conspicuous with blue hair. Scanning tents one by one, it didn't take long for the high-resolution micro-camera to see the Sothis in a cage-like room. The blue hair, the plain and cold face, the skinny body, and the countless scars on it seemed to tell the inhuman treatment that this Sothis had suffered. The black bird quietly flew behind this Sothis. It's time to eat. As soon as they arrived, they saw a man roughly put the plate under the iron bars. Before he left, the dust at the man's feet directly covered the dried bread with a layer of gray stone. Sothis silently picked up the bread and ate it silently. Looking at his lifeless appearance, Hikue frowned. Of course, he didn't have the kindness to rescue this Sothis. He just wanted to see if he could let this Sothis go out to disrupt the camp. But at present, even if they kill him immediately, he probably won't resist. If the genes can be modified by nanorobots, it is possible to restore it to its original state. Muttering, Hikue temporarily gave up the plan and let the bird fly back to the distant treetops, continuing to overlook the entire camp. Miss A, are you there? Just as he quit controlling the bird, Edward's familiar voice sounded in the bracelet through the internal network. Yes. We have roughly verified your information, and will start the action around noon. Please come over to have a combat meeting together. Okay. Hikue was not surprised, as he could tell from the picture sent by the bird just now. They were resting in the morning, with only a few soldiers patrolling around, obviously planning to conserve their energy for the attack at night. Yeah. Edward wanted to explain, but he twitched his lips and didn't say anything. After the order was issued, everyone gathered together again. This is one of their most difficult elite field troops here. We will try to completely eliminate this unit in one battle, so that Brazil's pressure will be much less. Their base is located outside the forest, but be careful not to use beam weapons and missiles in the forest. If possible, try to eliminate them inside the base. Most of the people here are mercenaries, and Edward did not say anything to encourage them, just talking about the mission objectives and precautions. In other words, you can use weapons at will in their base? Their base is built on the open space here. If you want to use beams or missiles, please hit the target accurately. Please. Edward bowed deeply to Hikue after speaking. No problem. Hearing Hikue's answer, the 4 people behind him frowned slightly, but did not say anything. The main reason is that they can't beat them. It's useless to say it. It's better to obey orders. Chapter 286. The operation officially started at 1200 after the combat meeting. The first to act as the vanguard was Hikue and Elena's assault. The sword suit disaster, Jean In, and the dagger's troops advanced by land. But your Jean In is too fast. Looking at Jean In moving in the forest like he was on a skateboard, Edward exclaimed. It's the latest technology of our director he. The captain's words were full of pride. Hikue? Edward's eyes flashed with envy when he heard this. If such talents were in South America, their situation would definitely not be so bad. No, maybe they can't keep such talents. They are probably poached or assassinated. Edward stopped his wild thoughts, and connected the internal communication to the aircraft in the air. We are close to the enemy position, and the raid depends on you. I understand. Hikue responded, but he didn't react to the discussion just now. I've gotten used to it, I guess most of the high-ranking officials and elite pilots in the world know him now. If he comes to Earth in person, the sensation he caused can be imagined. Elena's solemn and nervous voice came from the separate communication. It's okay, I do it. Believe me, I won't hurt the forest. He could understand Elena's idea of not wanting to hurt the forest, but understanding doesn't mean support. He still had the same idea. Thank you. Elena breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, Elena, just help me. Hikue's machine accelerated towards the sky. It immediately left the MS troops on the ground behind, leaving only a faint contrail in the air. Time passed again. Hikue quickly approached the enemy camp. At this time, Hikue was looking at two screens in front of him at the same time. One of them was the picture of the assault he was driving. The other was the surveillance of the black bird. According to the bird's surveillance data, the missiles on Hikue's wings did not even need to be visible, and they attacked the ground directly above the clouds. 6 missiles whizzed straight towards the enemy's camp. 2 of them were fired at the headquarters, and the remaining 4 were aimed at the enemy's 4 assault planes that had not yet started. Suddenly, flames shot up into the sky, but because it was a piece of sand, the flames caused by the explosion did not spread to the nearby dense forest. The Blue Universe was in a panic after the explosion. Some were searching for undamaged aircraft in the sea of fire. Others were breaking up into small groups and fleeing into the forest. Hey, Sothis, buy us some time. Seeing that the thin Sothis had already entered the cockpit of his long sword, the senior officer, who had survived by chance outside the command center, said in the communication. The opponent must be an adjuster. Attack with all your strength. It doesn't matter if you die. Yes. Sothis's eyes were still dull, he just mechanically responded, and began to shoot at the assault with a long sword similar to the short sword but faster. On the other side, the blonde beauty nicknamed White Whale also boarded the forbidden area. He's behind. Hikue said directly after successfully establishing communication with White Whale through a glider. Thank you. After saying that, White Whale walked behind Hikue with the trident. Although he didn't know how the other party was able to carry out a precise attack beyond the visual range with the neutron jammer, it was also a fact that he didn't aim at him. No, just talk it over, don't use force. Hikue said, as he evaded the beam coming from behind him with a rolling motion. Sothis? Hikue asked the brown dagger-like machine behind him. There was no answer, and Sothis shot at him again with a beam. As Hikue continued to climb, the beam continued to shoot along his climbing trajectory. Of course, it did not hit Hikue. This Sothis might not be in good condition, and his performance at this time was at most at the level of the red-clothed man. Sothis, don't you want to know why you have to protect natural people? I know you exist. I can help you find the answer. Answer? Finally, Hikue's channel responded. Yes, an answer. Think about it. If you want to know the answer, don't blow yourself up. He just needed a helper in red here, and he could also deepen his research on Sothis's genes and serve as a tester for nanorobots. Of course, he would not completely trust Sothis, and Sothis could not attack natural people, which greatly weakened his strength on the battlefield. But in general, it was cost-effective. Hikue said, as he swooped down towards Chaijian again after climbing up. Like a blue bird of prey descending from the sky, the fawn-like machine gun vented its firepower towards Chaijian, hitting it like a torrential rain in the sky. Under the golden light of the metal of the machine body being rubbed by bullets, the monitors and radars on Changjian's 2 hands and head exploded because of his attack. It was not equipped with TP armor, but was only a machine for Sothis. They were not made that strong at all. Don't self-destruct? Sothis looked at the password box that popped up beside him. His soulless eyes brightened slightly. At this time, everyone in the Blue Universe on the battlefield had no time to care about Sothis. Under the shadow of the machine that fell from the sky like a blue devil, they were no match for him. Go to hell, damn adjuster. Seeing the strong attack swooping down again, one of the short swords fired a beam gun at Hikue. The green beam brushed past Hikue's body, leaving a trace of black, but it failed to stop his dive. How could it be? Seeing that every shot of his was dodged by the opponent, the soldier was stunned on the spot in disbelief. Is that all you can say? Hikue shrugged, and then the machine gun started firing. Ah! Accompanied by a scream of fear. The other side's communication was completely silent. Why couldn't the opponent hit him? One reason was that he dodged quickly, and the other was that the opponent had already been scared out of his wits. If it weren't for the high degree of automatic control of the machine, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to pick up the gun at this time. Still counting on accuracy, seeing that there was no hope of winning, the short swords at this time fled in panic. It's too late. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, For Gene Inns rushed out from the woods behind him. "I leave it to you, and don't kill the brown machine," Hikue said in the communication. He didn't want to help his men do everything. Otherwise, he didn't know whether they were his men or he was his men. "I know." With a roar, the 4 Gene Inns, who had been holding back their anger because of the climate, and since they arrived, chased the fleeing short swords aggressively. Chapter 287. It didn't take long for them to clear the battlefield. Except for some fighters who fled, the camp was cleared out by their raid. Of course, White Whale also joined them after fighting with Edward, dragging his slightly damaged body. I don't know what kind of battle the two had fought, and they were both out of breath when they came together. "That's Sothis. It's not a big threat to us, but it may be very dangerous to you adjusters. I think it should be handed over to the United States of South America." White Whale looked at the adjuster Gene In team and reminded them. "I know it's okay." Hikue shrugged and walked to the long sword lying on the ground pretending to be dead, with the hatch still closed. Although the command not to harm natural people is engraved in the genes. Just like humans are naturally afraid of snakes or spiders. But this should also be considered a cognitive problem. If you close your eyes, don't look at snakes or spiders, or even don't realize the existence of snakes or spiders, how can you be afraid? This is just personal genes, not the law of the world. Hikue opened the hatch of the machine very skillfully. It must be said that this force switch has not changed since the generation of the Strike Gundam. Accompanied by the sound of the hydraulic system of the closed door, the cockpit door slowly opened. "Hello, Sothis." Number 20. Sothis was still calm, without any panic of being captured. "Number 20, come out and talk?" "Yes." Coming out of the cockpit, Sothis looked around. Even when he saw the White Whale, who was supposed to be his teammate standing by, he was not surprised. "Why did you save me?" Number 20 asked. "I just wanted to save him, so I did." Sothis did not respond to his answer, but was indifferent. His dusty face still revealed indifference. Only when he looked at Hikue would there be a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Are you a natural person or an adjuster?" Sothis's hoarse voice sounded as if it was blown by the wind and sand. "Neither." "You tell me how I can find the answer." "Follow me, of course." Hearing the other party's confident voice, Number 20 just stared at the girl in front of him with a slender figure and a sweet voice. "I can't attack natural people. But you don't have to attack the adjuster. This is also natural, otherwise Sosis would have been in turmoil long ago. When creating Sosis, the Earth Union's manipulation of genes was not so detailed. It's like a rough program, either black or white, there will be no second situation. This is probably one of the reasons why they gave up in the later period. They hated the adjusters, and could only conduct genetic research in private, and there were many obstacles. Otherwise, there would be no enhanced people. And your mission is to protect natural people, so as long as someone wants to harm the natural people you protect, then even if the other party is a natural person, they are also enemies. Facing Hikue's bug-like logic, Sosis's brain was a little down. So if I say that the Atlantic Federation is the murderer who keeps harming natural people, then even if they are natural people, they should be your enemies, right? Under Hikue's theory, Sothis was stunned for a long time before he continued indifferently. But I still can't hurt any natural person. It doesn't matter. As long as the Atlantic Federation does not have the means to control them by force, then this defect can still be tolerated. After all, this is the combat power of the Red Clothes. Although he himself is an elite Red Clothes, there will not be too many Red Clothes combat power in the whole world. But the title of number 20 is too obvious, change it? Whatever. Seeing that Sothis didn't move, and seemed to want him to come up with a name, Hikue looked up and thought for a while. How about Hercules Sothis? Okay. Although he didn't know what Hercules was, he still nodded, as if it wasn't his new name. Then let's go, Hercules. Hikue patted Hercules on the shoulder, and brought him to Edward and White Whale. Hercules, follow me for now. Edward, who knew the inside story, frowned when he heard this. Logically, after capturing Sothis, he should have gone directly to the president for a decision. He knew that the top leaders had always been curious about the existence of Sothis. But Hikue detained him directly. And Hikue had no intention of backing down in the face of Edward. Although he could not harm natural people, his enemies were not limited to natural people. And keeping him by his side to train him should make him listen to orders, which could also be regarded as expanding Pallas's power. As for the defects of the clone, he would solve them in the future anyway. Having a clone would also be beneficial to his subsequent research. As long as Hercules doesn't betray him, he will naturally give something back. Next, we can see if we can logically bypass the issue of natural people. After all, If the ordinary dagger is a natural person, it doesn't matter. It's not impossible to attack with a djinn or other special equipment. But strictly speaking, is the enhanced person also a natural person? But Sothis himself doesn't know. Hikui is full of curiosity about the bug. He can deal with the soldiers, but it will be much easier to fight the elite red-clothed opponent with a red-clothed person to cooperate. In general, the risk is not high, and the benefits are many. This person is also my informant. Hikui lied calmly. Since he is an informant, Edward thought of Hikui's deeds of locating the location of the other party's camp just after he came here. He believed and disbelieved in his heart. If it is true, it is hard to imagine how powerful the power behind this girl is. This person's water is probably a few points deeper than he thought. The other party was originally following A's orders, so they couldn't say anything more. If this is the case, does it mean that A is also a natural person? But can a natural person have this skill? I don't know what is going on in Edward's heart. Seeing that Edward has acquiesced, others did not stop him. Later, Edward told Beijing why they knew about this base. And Hikui placed Hercules in Edward's army. Who is he? Elena walked up from the back and frowned slightly and grabbed Hikui's arm. Coordinator clone. Hikui explained Sothis's origin. Coordinators, who cannot attack natural people. The girl showed compassion after hearing Sothis's life story. You should actually hate the coordinators, Hikui said softly. They advocate nature and have sufficient reasons to hate the coordinators, who are not born naturally. But we are all human beings. It's too strange to say that they are not human beings just because their genes are edited, Elena said casually. It seems so. Hikui couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Go back when you are ready, Hikui said, looking at the hot sun above his head. It's just about time for him to attend the dinner. Okay. Chapter 288. After arranging Hercules in a temporary field camp, Hikui's bracelet suddenly rang. Hikui, are you there? Yes. Hikui looked at the time in front of him, which was almost late at night, and his tone was a little resentful. Sorry, but I have to make up my mind in an emergency, Joel said apologetically, and then sent a picture to Hikui's computer. Is this the moon? Looking at the silvery white soil on it, and the huge urban area covered by a transparent cover not far away, it looks like Copernicus. Yes, this is the data taken by our spy. Please continue to read. Hearing this, Hikui continued to flip through the pages. He didn't know how this spy did it, but he actually took pictures of all the Atlantic Federation bases on the moon. Of course, the location was still far away. It seemed that the photos were taken from a distance, with a high-performance camera mounted on the MS. You built a MS with phantom particles? Although this is not the point, it is true that we have a nuclear machine equipped with phantom particles, but I can't tell you the details, sorry, Gior said helplessly. That's fine. In their eyes, he was just a researcher, so they naturally wouldn't have the time to tell him that we had just built a new machine with phantom particles. Would you like to come and see it? These machines, which were already mature in technology, could be made without his participation. The further he looked at the photos, the more serious Hikui's face became. How is it? Gior also knew that Hikui had probably seen something, so he asked first. They have set up light shield systems at Ptolemy and Lawrence's bases, and it looks like it should have been improved. Hikui enlarged a picture of the Ptolemy base in front of him. There was a small, inconspicuous arch in the distance. If you don't look carefully, you will ignore this unnatural structure and think it is just something like a rock wall. But after zooming in, you can still see a slight unnatural crack. There are 11 such structures in all directions, all hidden in the cave protected by a small gate. It can just build a lightweight defense belt covering the base together. Their materials were probably transported up before we captured their accelerator. What are the materials of their gates? Hikui frowned and said repeatedly. It is very likely to be PS armor, Joel guessed. But this guess is indeed reasonable. If such an important thing is not protected by PS armor around it, wouldn't it be no improvement over Artemis? If the PS armor is directly connected to the power supply of the base, our ordinary beam weapons may not be able to cause effective damage to the light shield generator. Well, so what do you think? Hikui, technical consultant. Hearing this, Hikui fell into deep thought. The defensive beam cannons near the base are too dense, and there are even positron cannons on them, so a close combat breakthrough is impossible. Do they also have a phantom particle detection system? About this, there should be. The helplessness on Gior's face seemed to be that they had tried something. The moon, without their knowledge, was made into a similar existence to Boyaz. You can try the quantum virus, but we need an insider. We don't have an insider in the lunar base. Can someone sneak into the supply ship? Although there is no mass accelerator, they can still transport some food and other things to the sky at a higher cost. It's just that there is not much cost effectiveness. As for those heavy materials, this is even more true. It is impossible to build infrastructure in outer space without a mass accelerator. After thinking about the feasibility of Hikuei's proposal for a while, Jior looked up again. If the timing is right, maybe it's okay. But the moon base should be discovered by rats soon. Are you sure you can break through their defense system? Not sure, Hikuei said without hesitation. I don't have specific information about their system, Commissioner Jior. He is just a technical consultant. It would be strange if he could be sure. I understand. I will try my best to find out the system used by the Union in Ptolemy. This is not a one-time try. There is no rehearsal. They must have cracked it, and then directly sent the army outside to attack. They must be fully prepared, otherwise they might be killed if they cannot break the defense after gathering the army outside, which is really a bit stupid. After cutting off the communication with Jior, Hikuei was also a bit headache. He was really in a state of crisis. The nanorobots of Odin's gun were not even visible, and they were going to attack the moon again. However, according to the current situation, his nanorobots are not that fast. I should find his secretary to chat, and give him some gifts when I have time. Although I am not sure, it will be good for him if I succeed. After giving priority to the research and development of quantum viruses to break through the moon, Hikuei turned on the radar again. At this time, the scenery of Orb was displayed in front of his screen. He had already got off the ship with the father and daughter before, and woke up in the room they arranged. This room is a single apartment built in the center of the city of Orb. It should be an apartment for senior white-collar workers. Although it is not as big as his current apartment in Dabii, it is a little bigger than his previous apartment in Plant. Thinking of this, Hikuei stood up and changed into a suit. The mask covering his entire face reflected a cold white light under the sunlight. It looked mysterious. Hikuei took an unmanned car and quickly arrived at the banquet site. It was a European palace-style building next to the government building. The name was simple. It was called the Orb International Exchange Center. It combines banquets, auditoriums, art performances, and other functions. Countless soldiers in Orb uniforms are patrolling the periphery at this time. It seems that Winslet's arrival is very welcome. But it is normal. First of all, Winslet's move of the R&D center here will provide them with huge benefits. Not to mention the foundation of Winslet's own company. Sister Aegis here? After observing for a while, the luxury car behind stopped, and Lars and Winslet also walked out. Loss, wearing a light blue dress and a beautiful side ponytail, suppressed her naughty nature and looked more dignified. I have just memorized the information of many people here. Shall I take my sister to say hello later? Loss said excitedly, pulling his hand. There are twins in there, and they are a boy and a girl. Are you curious? Yes, I am very curious. When the senior executives and the twins were combined, Hikuei quickly thought of two people. The twins of the Sahak family. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be them. I don't know what their current position is. But the people of the Cylon family have also arrived, so you'd better not say that you are an adjuster. Lass put his hands on his waist, and reminded him in a mature manner. I understand. Hikuei suppressed the urge to touch Lass's head and nodded. Chapter 289. As the protagonists of this banquet, the three people who just chatted for a few words at the door were quickly surrounded by several Orb soldiers and reception staff. Mr. Winslet, Miss Winslet, welcome to your arrival. The gentlemen have been waiting for you inside for a long time. Thank you. Winslet smiled kindly. There was no airs of a company president at all. This must be Miss Aegis. Asha representative welcomes you. As soon as the receptionist said this, both Winslet and his daughter looked at Hikuei. Asha, that's the leader of the whole country. They were not welcomed by Asha's representative when they came here. Thank you. Hikuei responded calmly. According to the data sent back by the bird, there are not many radar monitoring equipment here, so he is safe. As for why Asha knew of his existence, it is not too difficult to understand. His action near the coast of Orb, that is, hijacking the duel and helping the Archangel, may have been seen by the other party. In addition to his past activities in Alaska, it is not surprising that the news leaked from the Eurasian Federation to Orb. And Orb's surveillance system is quite advanced. He did not deliberately hide Aegis's name. After many reasons, Hikuei expected that he might be discovered when he came here. It is better to say that this is also one of the temptations. He made plans for being discovered and not being discovered. Excuse me, Representative Asha. I'm sorry, but Representative Asha was busy with official business and could not attend. I understand. Why not meet him? I don't know if Kigali will come, but considering that Kigali rarely attends public events, Hikue didn't hold out much hope. Thinking, Hikue's tone did not change at all. He just nodded. He followed Winslet and the other two into the banquet. Sister, do you know Representative Asha? Seeing everyone leave, Loss pulled Hikue's hand and said in surprise. I don't know him. Then why would Representative Asha welcome you? Loss was curious and a little bit admiring. When she picked up Aegis, she didn't expect that he would know Representative Asha. After all, he was the head of the entire country. Although Aegis looked mysterious, he was driven out of the store. I don't know, it's really just a coincidence, Hikue said softly. And Winslet looked at Hikue with a bit of inquiry. He was considering whether it would be too casual to hand over the improvement and development of Baku to this mysterious girl. Although it seems a bit late to think about it now. However, Baku's design drawings are no longer a secret. At least Acteon and other companies must have dismantled Baku, Jin, and other machines. And the Asha representative did not do anything even though he knew her. At least it proves that he is not in great danger. It should be okay, right? The three of them entered the banquet hall with their own thoughts. At this time, the banquet hall was magnificent, and countless luxurious crystal chandeliers were shining on the ceiling full of exquisite reliefs. The whole venue was filled with a faint fragrance. On behalf of Orb, I would like to express my warm welcome and sincere gratitude to Mr. Winslet for coming. As a neutral country, Orb can only achieve common prosperity and development through cooperation and exchanges in today's increasingly complex international situation. Looking back on the past, Orb and Win. Listening to the old man's endless praise for Winslet and Orb, Hikue almost fell asleep in front of the screen. Loss beside him was in a similar state. Hikue did not notice Kigali either, so he asked Aegis to wait and started to act as a flying bird. On the other side, many people looked at Winslet, not only Winslet, but also Hikue. As the main members of the clan, they all knew it at the same time. The people of the mysterious organization palace were mixed next to Winslet Company. It was the pretty figure in a straight suit. I heard from Representative Asha that the chaos in our store on the outlying island was caused by Aegis. The bald head of the Seren family, Anat, said with a pair of orange glasses. After electronic magnification, the figure of the girl in a suit was close at hand. Paulus is too arrogant, Anat's son, Kigali's future fiancé, also said at this time. But there was more curiosity in his eyes when he looked at Aegis. Humph, it was your scoundrel who messed around. We didn't hand the store over to him to let him mess things up. It's fine if you reject the adjuster, but why do you reject such an obviously difficult adjuster, and even speak ill of him? But father, it's his first time managing a store too, Yuna said awkwardly, with a bit of coquettishness in his tone. But being coquettish, with a height taller than his father is very inappropriate. Anyway, this matter has been known by Representative Asha. Get rid of your friend immediately. Just give him one chance. Anat looked at his son with dissatisfaction, but he still couldn't bear to say anything harsh. It's okay to give your friend one chance. You can go up and take down that woman for me later. I can't beat her, right? She's an adjuster, and she might be a combat adjuster. And didn't Asha representative tell us not to attack her? Yuna said dissatisfiedly, and Unut was speechless. He felt that his son didn't understand what people said. I mean, you go get close to her, get some information, and make her fall in love with you. Anat had no choice but to say the subtext directly. If you had said it earlier, I would have understood it. Yuna complained, and looked in the direction of Aegis again. Aegis, wearing a suit, had a slender figure and a petite body. Although her face was completely covered by a mask, from the delicate hair, Yuna seemed to be able to see the beauty hidden under the mask. Seeing Yuna's useless look, Anat snorted, and was too lazy to say anything more. Their family is not one of the 5 major clans. But it is just one step away from the 5 major clans. The clan is fixed, and there is no vacancy that stops their path to promotion. As long as they can contact Palace, who is even curious about the Atlantic Federation, and give more information, it is not impossible for them to replace the 5 major clans. They still need to plan. At the same time, the 2 people from the Sahak family also stared in the direction of Hikue. Appropriate contact, be careful, Mina said to her brother faintly. Don't worry. Chapter 290. In the discussion here, the speech that was not listened to by many people finally ended. Amid the applause of the crowd, the old man also trembled and walked off the stage. I heard that he was the elder of an unknown family. Seeing that the banquet officially began, Mr. Winrest also started his own social activities. In short, he chatted with a few officials in business and scientific research. The scene looked very prosperous with wine and food. Before Lost took him to find the twins, a young man with a coquettish look came up from the other side. He is indeed handsome, but his artificial look makes people feel awkward. Not to mention Hikue, who is a man. He made Aegis look like a girl because his body is smaller and easier to hide and distinguish. Plus, the female appearance makes it easier for people to let down their guard. As a man who has flirted with many girls, Hikue also saw the other party's plan at a glance. That is the son of the Cylon family. He should want to come and chat with me. Aegis, please keep an eye on him. I didn't expect that Cylon would not even let go of a little girl in order to get promoted. This is a heinous crime. Thinking about it, Cylon leaned over and stretched out her hand to invite him before Lost could speak. Miss, would you please dance with me? No. Hikue was speechless for a while, and then decisively refused. It's poisonous, right? He is still wearing a mask. Feelings don't look at the face, right? Hikue, who originally wanted to get information from Cylon, no longer had that thought. Anyway, there are so many people here, why bother to discuss yourself? Hearing the other party's straightforward rejection, Cylon, who was originally full of confidence, was also confused. Is the script he took wrong? Well, if it's because of the matter on the outlying island. No, I just don't have time. Cylon, who wanted to continue to pester, couldn't say a word under the other party's words full of murderous intent. The cold breath was not simply cold, but a kind of contempt. Mr. Cylon, harassing a lady at will is not what a gentleman should do. Gina suddenly appeared and said, I know you. You are the twins. Lost said happily. Nice to meet you, Miss Lost. Gina said gracefully, bowing. Her manners were much better than Selen's. So the fact that Selen's family could take over the power in the future can only be said to be that the Atlantic Federation is very good at cultivating foreign forces. You must be Miss Aegis. I have heard of you for a long time. Hello, Mr. Sahak. Hikue's mouth twitched slightly, but his voice was still calm. Lost, who was standing by, pouted in dissatisfaction. He was quite upset that his sister had stolen his limelight. He continued immediately. I heard that Mr. Sahak's family is in charge of the domestic military, right? I hope we can cooperate happily, Mr. Sahak. If Orb has his own MS in the future, please let me drive it. I like MS the most. Gina's face was a little gloomy under the girl's continuous words. Seeing the girl so innocently say that she likes MS the most, Hikue can understand Gina's feelings at this time. After all, for them, MS is definitely not something that brings happiness. At least on plant, most people don't make MS because they like MS. Not to mention, the girl really guessed that there must be Heretic M1 in Orb now. There are even stronger machines. While Hikue was thinking, Gina answered Rasa's words. We don't have any MS, and with your father's strength, he should be able to find one. After all, your father is now selling all kinds of war materials to make huge profits. And he has dealings with the Atlantic Federation and plant. Gina's face was calm, but his words were merciless. When Ras heard Gina's words, his eyes widened. My father is not a death merchant. Sister, don't you think so? What does it have to do with him? I believe Mr. Winrest is not a businessman who brings death. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to bring Miss Lost to your country to settle down. Although he was helpless, he was his current boss after all, so Hikue still explained softly. Please forgive my presumption, Miss Winrest. Gina also realized that he had said too much and lowered his head in cooperation. Lost's complexion returned to normal at this time. Then Miss Winrest, will you honor me and go dancing together, for the apology just now? Okay. With Gina's apology, Lost quickly regained his spirits. Hikue was just scanning the sidelines to find a target for spying, but soon another uninvited guest came. Miss Aegis, I'm sorry, my brother was abrupt just now. Mina, wearing a gorgeous long dress, came close to him. It's okay, Miss Sahak. Do you know us? Mina raised her slightly aggressive eyebrows high. Even in a dress, she still couldn't hide the sharpness of her eyes. I don't know if she has any skills. Thinking of Hikue's cooperation, she chuckled. The famous Shadow Clan, Orb can be so popular internationally, and you have made a great contribution. Hearing that Hikue seemed to really know them, Mina's heart became solemn. Palace's infiltration may be greater than they imagined. Why did Palace come to Orb? The Atlantic Federation may be about to attack Orb. Ms. Aegis, what are you talking about? Mina asked with surprise. Among the mass accelerators, the Orb mass accelerator is the easiest to obtain, and it can also bring the remaining wavering neutral countries under its command. Under the mask, Mina could not see the other party's expression, but the certainty in the tone could be easily recognized. They are still in the battlefield in South America. Yes, but they still have enough strength to divide the troops. In terms of military strength, you without MS are just easy targets to be controlled. Or do you already have a MS, or even a super adjuster? Hikue said faintly. He didn't believe that Yuzumi didn't know the identity of Kira's super adjuster. But whether the Sahak family knew about it was a question mark. After all, Asha and Sahak didn't seem to be very friendly. Super adjuster? In short, I have no ill towards Orb. If you want to hand me over to the Atlantic Federation, then I am also very sorry. Hikue skipped the topic of super adjusters and continued. How could that be? Miss Aegis is our guest in Orb. And we have heard a little bit about what your organization has done in South America. Mina did think about selling Aegis directly to the Federation in exchange for political bargaining chips. But according to their intelligence, this Aegis also appeared in South America. He is helping the United States of South America to resist the Atlantic Federation. Now it seems that the other party is not wavering at all. I am afraid that she is just a member of this organization here. Or maybe she has already made a plan to retreat. No matter which possibility it is, selling him is a thankless task. It is better to stay and even help him hide his traces in Orb, which can also play a role at a critical moment. And the super adjuster is in Orb? Chapter 291. It was similar to what Hikue expected. Sahak didn't know who the super adjuster was. But they did know that the super adjuster existed. After all, many scientists who worked with Dr. Xiang in the past came to Orb. But those people didn't know who the final successful product was and where it was. The only one who could be located was Kennard, who was taken in by the Eurasian Federation. But that boy only had the strength of an ordinary elite red-clothed man. His emotions were not stable enough. It's just a failed product of the super adjuster. But according to what Palace said, the super adjuster is an Orb. There are two possibilities. One is that Aegis said it casually to distract their attention. The other is that it is really here. If the super adjuster is really here, and he doesn't know, then it is obvious who is the insider. Whether it is true or not, he will know it by checking it out. Seeing Mina's unpredictable expression, Hikue also had some curiosity. He didn't know the strength of the other party's intelligence, but if the Sahak family was to test the Asha family because of this news, when the water is muddied, he will also know whether Kira is really an Orb, or even where an Orb. Of course, it doesn't matter if he knows, it shows that he has great intelligence. Anyway, he won't lose. As the host, I also want to tell Miss Aegis something. What is it? Tomorrow, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Atlantic Federation will come to visit. Hearing this, Hikue's pupil shrank slightly in front of the screen. Slightly surprised. George Alstar, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Atlantic Federation. From the name, we can know that this is Frey's father. I remember his daughter also studied in Orb, right? That's right. So compared to other people in the Atlantic Federation, he is considered to be a pro-Orb faction. I believe Miss Aegis also understands the purpose of coming here this time. Yes. First courtesy, then force. This time I came here without thinking to persuade Orb to open up the right to use the mass accelerator. The Atlantic Federation has a lot of influence here, Miss Aegis. Please be careful. Hikue was about to say a few more words when Mina received a phone call and left in a hurry. He was left alone, but there were still many people looking at him. Did Kigali really not come? But it would be useless if she came, as she was not her real body. But it sounds like Frey should still be in Orb? If she was in Orb, he should be able to find Kira if he found the university where Kira was studying, right? With a general direction, after finding the two Winslets, Hikue returned home, put the bird around for warning, and then exited the remote communication. Looking at the sky that was almost bright, Hikue felt a little tired. I will submit the research results of the nano-robot later. It should take some time before South America wakes up. I really want AI. With a groan, Hikue resigned himself to continue working. At the same time, in the basement of the Research Institute of the Central Hospital in February City, Cruz was still calmly playing chess with Durandal. I didn't expect you to leave Earth. How was the mission? We managed to eliminate the Atlantic Federation's base on Midway Island, but now the war is at a stalemate, and the Tiger's troops are stationed near Alaska. Cruz made another move. I guess there will be a big operation on the moon, so I was recalled. Really? Durandal shrugged. Are you going to get a new machine? Yeah. Thinking of the performance of that machine, and the anti-neutron jammer on it, Cruz showed a cruel smile. How is the nanorobot going? Slow progress. Durandal shook his head. Well, it seems that someone is investigating Fureta recently. Cruzer's face became cautious as he spoke. What's the news from Lucchini? Yeah. Who is it? Durandal frowned and asked. It's very likely Pallas. We haven't found many clues from Lucchini. According to Pallas's so-called peaceful purpose, they are naturally enemies. I have asked Lucchini to use the quantum virus to remove most of the traces, but I am not sure how long it can be concealed. The worst result is that I can only lead directly with the Oracle. After all, Lucchini can't even take countermeasures, which shows that the opponent's power is greater than Lucchini's. And the main problem is that it is unknown how big Pallas' power is. This is not something that can be solved by killing 1 or 2 Pallas people. The best way is to capture Pallas's people, and use them to investigate the details of this organization. Otherwise, he is in the open and Pallas is in the dark. He can't take effective actions at all. Don't you have any clues? After all, you have fought with Pallas at close range. Dilindar said in a gentle voice. I have a guess. Every time he recalled the Pallas people who charged directly at his body, Cruz always felt a little uncomfortable. At first, he thought that the other party was simply not skilled. But thinking about it carefully, that kind of action is more like a delay than a poor technique. It's like the body can't keep up with one's consciousness. Those Aegis may be robots controlled remotely. Cruz's eyes flashed under the silver-white mask, and his voice was frighteningly cold. But that was on Earth. There are neutron jammers. Durandal paused his chest hand when he heard this. Lucchini has quantum viruses, and the Dragoon system also has quantum communications. If it's really like what you said, there's someone who might be able to help you. Hikue? But on the other hand, he's suspicious, isn't he? Kruzit grinned cruelly. Why would he tell you about the nano-machine? The most important thing is that he has his own asteroid base, a place that even the plant spy team can't quietly infiltrate, and he can do some of his own research on it. But if, as you said, that force is above Lucchini and even knows your identity, can Hikue, as a researcher, set up such a well-informed intelligence organization? Besides, he doesn't have the ability, and saving the world is not in line with his character. Maybe he is just an assistant. As the two talked, the chessboard in front of them also went to a dead end. Durandal tapped the table with his fingers and continued. Now his protection is one of the best in the entire plant. You have no chance unless you trade 1-for-1 with him. I can let Lucchini try to invade his base. If there are any clues, then we may be able to catch Pallas through him. After saying that, Cruz stood up and walked out. Is Lay at the old place? Yes. After Durandal responded, Cruz left directly. In the room that returned to silence, only the endgame on the chessboard proved his existence. Hikue? He looked at the direction Cruz left thoughtfully. If Cruz's plan failed, perhaps Hikue would be his next enemy or ally. Chapter 292. I didn't know I was being targeted. I just submitted the work report of the nano-robot and prepared to take a short break. The screen in front of Hikue began to shake. The quantum firewall was activated instantly. The urgent alarm sounded throughout the base. Without any hesitation, Hikue quickly returned to the computer. There was no doubt that he was invaded. This virus seemed like a silent ghost, and its attack method was also very efficient and unique. It directly ignored his outer defense and appeared in his internal system. Data rushed towards his core data like a tide, attempting to take over the entire base system. There is no doubt that this is a quantum virus. Using the characteristics of quantum entanglement, the data exchange and attack deployment capabilities are exaggerated. It seems that the core algorithm has also been carefully designed to identify and bypass traditional defense mechanisms, directly penetrate into the core of the system, and seize control. Perhaps except for Xiaoba, who is headed by the quantum computer, who can defend, other computers will be easily broken. But this does not include Hikue. He also has a quantum firewall, and he has even studied Xiaoba's algorithm. His server has gradually upgraded, and has gradually acquired the capabilities of a quantum computer. A firewall with highly intelligent algorithms, and precise data analysis capabilities, can quickly see through any disguise of the virus. Mr. Hawk, have someone seize the BW-53 supply ship, and immediately close the port. Seeing the situation gradually under control, Hikue also located the source of the virus from the source of the message. A Laurasia-class supply ship located in his port. It is an official supply ship within ZFT, but he didn't expect that it could be attacked by someone. Okay, Hawk said competently. On the other side, Shurha and Su-Lei also found Hikue quickly. Is everything okay? Shurha asked worriedly in the communication. It's under control. Where's the data? Su-Lei was also nervous. After all, the weapons database here is probably the place with the most data except for the Hylian Design Bureau. It's okay, it hasn't been stolen. Don't move around in the room for now. Hikue repeated the same words to his parents before he fell silent. Who attacked him? There must not be many people who can master quantum viruses of this level. The one who played the virus was Lucchini. But he is just an intelligence dealer, and no one would come to trouble him for no reason without a commission. Although he defended himself this time. But the fact that he could defend himself would reveal something. He never told anyone that he had a quantum firewall. In any case, he might have been targeted. And who was targeting his true form? The family that wanted his technology, crews who might know his identity. In that confrontation, he might have been exposed. After all, it was Cruz. Even if he deliberately threw out Palace as bait to deceive Cruz. But if it was Cruz, it is not impossible that he noticed something. All we can say is that everything is possible. If it was Cruz, he wouldn't come openly. But being noticed by him is already very troublesome. Let's use Aegis to throw a few more baits and try to divert his attention. The light shield system and the internal defense mechanism also need to be upgraded. Thinking of this, Hikue used a secret signal to find the channel of the Waste Merchants Guild. My base was attacked by the quantum virus. After Hikue said a few words to Setona, he went straight to Matthias. By whom? Matthias looked slightly surprised on the other end of the line. I don't know. How is your investigation into the Vlada family going? Hikue did not mention the name of Lucchini, and he was just guessing about this matter. We found something. Vlada had no problem with Dr. Xiang's research funding, but it was cut off soon after. And after that, according to the servants, he seemed to have brought back a child. We did not find any birth records of this child. And the surveillance cameras and other data in the Falada mansion have been deleted. It should be the quantum virus that was used. If it was done by the same organization, then you really provoked a bold enemy. It turned out that he was able to find Hikue through such a secret connection. This cruise does not seem to be that simple. Using the same virus may be a deliberate attempt to test the waters and spy on Hikue. If he loses his composure, it will be exactly what the other party wants. Is there any direct evidence that he is a clone? No, it will take some time. If he is a clone, why did he join Plant? Matthias asked. Because he hates it, he wants to destroy it. Hikue said. Really? If you need it, I can forge evidence, at least to trap him for a while. No. With Patrick's trust in Cruz, some illusory evidence cannot shake him. At most, it's an internal investigation. It will alert the enemy. The best way is to play dumb. Unless Cruz wants to trade 1-for-1, he won't target him openly. Okay, be careful. Matthias shrugged. Then can I still go to Hikue's house? Saitona's voice interrupted the topic that the two had already ended. It's very dangerous now. Matthias turned around and said helplessly. I want to go. Saitona grabbed Matthias' hand and said coquettishly, it's okay for Saitona to come over. Hikue thought for a while. Although the other party is the Princess of Mars. But if this place is really gone, then he is probably gone too. Who cares about the Princess of Mars? Seeing Hikue agree, Matthias looked at the two helplessly, and then quickly sighed. I understand. Be careful. Thank you. Hikue chuckled. You gave me money. Matthias said, and after hanging up the call, he looked at Setona. Can he really be trusted? Matthias smiled bitterly. Both Palace and Hikue have too many mysteries. His purpose is just to use Hikue to attack the clan. You can trust him. His purpose is the same as yours, although he may not have noticed it yet. Saitona said with a faint smile. Unlike her previous cuteness, she was closer to Lux in her demeanor at this time. Did your ability tell you? Yes. I understand. Matthias nodded. This world does not need the leadership of the clan or others. Hikue's base was attacked, but he didn't make it public. He could pretend that nothing happened, but it would be troublesome for him to deal with the spy privately. It would also give the people behind the scenes a chance to seize the opportunity. So he had to notify him. But the quantum firewall could still conceal it. And Hikue was facing Jior, who was frowning on the other side of the screen. He looked more nervous than she was when she was attacked. But considering his research, Hikue could understand. Is the computer data okay? No. That's good. Although she had heard about it in the report, Jior was relieved after getting Hikue's confirmation. She didn't expect that it could be hacked outside May City. We are already investigating the freight company. The spy was originally a crew member of the supply ship. He couldn't explain it clearly, but he said that a big company paid a lot of money to let him connect the computer with the virus to the terminal at the port. We speculated that it was Acteon. He said that he thought it was just a virus, and there was no harm, so he agreed. Gio repeated the current investigation results. Hikue nodded. Acteon is Acteon. The other party should have been prepared for the invasion. At least that person was just a temporary worker, and didn't know that he had a quantum virus, and he was running a quantum firewall. Chapter 293. But this time it's too dangerous. We thought we could just deploy the special defense team on your asteroid. Joel's words made Ikue a little silent. The National Defense Committee had no excuse to station the special forces on Ikue's asteroid before. After all, according to the Space Territorial Law of Plant, this is Ikue's complete private territory. Rashly sending soldiers in might make Ikue dissatisfied. But now it's different. With this excuse, they can use this reason to make this suggestion. Of course Ikue could refuse, but it would look strange. I understand, but I don't want my living space to be peeped into, Ikue said with a look of embarrassment on his face. We know that the special forces will only be stationed around the port, and will never enter the residential area. Ikue is very important, and unless necessary, they don't want to break up with each other over these things. So, with Ikue's sensible answer, Jior also showed a satisfied smile on his face. As for Ikue's embarrassment, it is easy to understand. I heard that he is now unclear with Su Lei and Luna, who is still a student. Even Luna's sister Myling has stayed here for a long time. Although there is no clear legal provision in the plant that prohibits such things. But there is still moral condemnation. It is understandable that Ikue does not want others to know. Speaking of which, Ikue is about the same age as my son. In a good mood, Jior even chatted with Ikue about family matters. Yes. It would be nice if Isaac could be as steady as you. In fact, Jior wanted to say that he was sensible, but he felt that this word for the younger generation was not quite appropriate for Ikue now. Isaac also has his own path. Ikue was stunned by Jior's sudden words. But it was understandable, although Isaac used the wartime as an excuse and his own strength to avoid the military court. But since the Klein faction knew about it, I don't know how many articles have been made about this matter. So she had to put her son on the most dangerous front line. Yes. When Isaac comes back, Ikue, you should come to our house and sit down. He should welcome you. Jior put away his complicated expression, and the tone of his words was very obvious. It can be said that he was very frank. Okay. Ikue did not refuse. However, if Isaac knew that he was the one who stole his body, he would really welcome him. Commissioner Jior, there is one more thing. What is it? Because Ikue agreed to her request, Jior's tone was not as serious as before. Instead, it was a little more relaxed. Because of this attack, I want to upgrade the network inside the base. I want to take a few days off, and some materials for strengthening the base. I understand. As long as the materials are within 300 million, we can reimburse you. This time Ikue was attacked because they were careless. After all, the people in the supply ship should be their most core personnel. I didn't expect that he was bribed. Fortunately, he didn't dare to kill anyone. Thinking of the possibility that Ikue died, Jior was afraid. So many studies are in Ikue's head. If he died, Plant would not be able to find a few researchers who can take the lead. However, Jior didn't know that if he killed someone, he would not succeed at all. After all, Ikue had deployed more than a dozen birds for protection in the port. As long as they detected weapons, they would automatically identify and notify Ikue, and wait for instructions to attack. If it was a heavy weapon, it would force the internal gate to close. Even if the MS is deployed, he still has time to escape. But unfortunately, his robot cannot detect the quantum virus. Thank you. Ikue was very happy to get the 300 million materials. This is enough for him to make several laminated armors to reinforce the main gates. However, in order to deal with the special forces, he has to make a few more birds for internal monitoring. Also, do you have a candidate for the disciple that Amalfi mentioned before? Albert Heinlein. He had participated in the research of the power system of freedom and justice, and became the director of the Power Research Group at the age of 26. He was also a reserve talent for the new director, and was qualified to be Ikue's disciple. Although Ikue was younger than him, the relationship between the superior and the subordinate of the adjuster was not based on age. If it was him, it would be possible, and he should be able to learn and complete it in the shortest time. Jior nodded. Albert Heinlein was originally the director of the power system, and he also had some research on force field control. Although his attainments were not as good as Ikue's. Then I leave it to you. He is expected to come here with the Special Forces team in a day. No problem. Ikue was not surprised by Zaf's efficiency. If he hadn't come today, it would have given him time to prepare. Thinking of this, Ikue hung up the communication and quickly connected to the location of South America. It was just night in South America at this time. After a half day of rest, everyone had returned to the camp. What are your plans next? Ikue asked. Tomorrow, we will enter the main cities of Brazil. Continue south through Brazil. Edward looked at the paper map in front of him and pointed to a nearby Brazilian city. If there are no other commissions, I will continue to follow you before the end of this commission. Hikue nodded and said, Okay. After hearing Edward's agreement, Hikue had no intention of standing here and eating the dog food of the two people. Hercules. Coming out of the tent in the command room, Hikue turned his head and looked at the boy who had been following him like a bodyguard. He was no longer as dirty as before. After taking a shower and putting on clothes, he looked like a handsome young man. Hearing his new name, Hercules lowered his eyes and subconsciously put on an obedient attitude. Protect me when I enter the cockpit. Okay. Hercules responded. Also, you can go to train with Jean and Elena when you have time. That four-man team is the adjuster. I know, no weapons are needed. Although he is a devil, he is not so devilish. Thinking of this, Hikue took a deep look at Hercules. The high-function camera did not miss any expression change on his face. Of course, Hercules did not have any expression either. Okay. Yeah. The two of them were silent all the way, and Hikue went back to his cockpit. Soon he returned to his room. Hikue, are you okay? Shurha, who finally saw Hikue coming back, circled around him in worry. It's okay, it's not a good thing, and quantum viruses don't attack the body. Hikue stopped Shurha from taking any further action and comforted him softly. Is that a quantum virus? Su Lei, who was standing next to him, jumped up. Yes, that's a quantum virus. Hikue said, as he put the record of the attack in front of Su Lei. Su Lei's information engineering skills were not weak, and she knew the power of this virus at a glance. Can your firewall block it? I guess so. Has the National Defense Committee known about it? Su Lei's face became serious. They only know half of it. They don't know that this is a quantum virus. What about the records? You have to destroy them immediately. Hearing that Su Lei stood on his side without thinking, Hikue smiled. It's okay. I have destroyed them all. I hid them all. But if it is this strong, he may still hijack our MS. Shurha frowned upon hearing this. It's just possible, just like the body of the quantum virus. In the environment of the neutron jammer, the spread of the quantum virus cannot be achieved without physical docking. And even if it spreads, how can one person control so many MSs? At most, it can only paralyze the opponent, which is not as practical as his nanorobot discharge plan. That's right. Su Lei also nodded upon hearing this. Then there is this. Hikue brought a tablet wrapped in a thick black metal to the two of them. What is this? The two girls looked at the computer in their hands curiously. The control program inside the base, including all permissions including the quantum firewall. If I am gone, you can completely control this base. Hikue will not be gone. Without studying the control system in front of her, Su Lei stood up and hugged Hikue tightly. If you feel dangerous, don't go out here. Just like last time, we will seal this place off. Shurha also stood up and hugged Hikue. Of course, I won't be away. Hikue smiled as he held the two gentle and sweet people in his arms. He just put his own caution on the two of them. It was always good for them to keep a backup plan. As for him, he had no intention of dying. I just suddenly remembered to teach you. I have the firewall code and some robot information in it. What are you thinking about? You want to lose your husband so soon? Before Hikue finished speaking, Su Lei kissed him on the lips. Soft and sweet, with extra passion. Shurhi, who was standing next to him, also kissed him. Chapter 294. After temporarily stabilizing the base, Hikue turned his attention back to Orb. Heliopolis Industrial College. Strictly speaking, it is not a university. But this world is different from the original world. Colleges are usually similar to their high schools, such as technical schools. But after more than 100 years of internal competition, and the catalysis of war, the people here have gradually become what they are now. The war has caused their population to drop sharply, and naturally they need more productivity, and productivity is reflected in the population. As long as they start working 1 or 2 years earlier, one person may not notice it. But if everyone in the country or even the world starts working 1 or 2 years earlier, then the money saved and the value created every year will be an astonishing figure. But if you really want to study, you still need to go to university. The information of the school is public. Hikue searched the internet and found this school quickly. Although the colony where the school was located no longer exists. But after paying the money, Orb will not let them go without education. So naturally, Orb moved the school back to Earth. Now this school is no longer called Heliopolis Industrial College. Instead, it is called Orb Offshore College. From the name, it is not difficult to tell where this school is located. It is actually where he first logged into Orb, and it is also the outermost part of Orb. It is just in the opposite place where he logged in. Sister. Hikue was still thinking about how to go back, but the familiar voice of Lars came from outside the door. Lars, what's wrong? He was not in the apartment that Winrest rented for him, but inside the institute. The newly built institute was full of boxes and various unopened advanced machines wrapped in film. We are going back to the island. Don't you live here? It's more comfortable there, and not as crowded as here. Right, Dad? Lars looked at Mr. Winrest behind him. Yeah. Winrest touched Lars' head with pity. Really? Although Orb was not too crowded in his opinion, it was obviously not the case for Lars, who was used to the big house. Hikue shrugged his shoulders, and went forward to open Baku's complete information on the screen in front of the two of them. Sister? Looking at Hikue's actions, Lars was quite puzzled, and Winrest had the same expression. But the puzzlement of the two soon turned into amazement and disbelief. The reason is very simple. They thought that the Baku tank, which would take several months to develop, has already been made by Hikue. The complete design of the Baku tank is for you. If Asha had not discovered him so quickly, he could have stayed longer, but now that all the clans of Orb have discovered him, there is no need to hide in his company. After all, Orb will definitely know where he lives, and staying here will only increase the risk of being exposed. This is also the reason why the Sahak family reminded him before. Looking at the research room in front of him that didn't even have a server installed, and there was also a room that said it had already researched Aegis, even though Winrest, who claimed to be knowledgeable, was twitching slightly at this time. Is this scientific? Is this unscientific? In fact, I had this idea before, and I am very lucky that Mr. Winrest can give me such a platform. No. After hearing Hikue's additional explanation, Winrest was relieved. It's better if it's not developed directly. But even so, the other party's potential is still very huge. Although his identity is questionable, he can bring them more benefits. Just as Winrest was thinking about trying to keep him, he saw his daughter holding Aegis' hand directly. Is it because of the previous banquet? We are really not that kind of people. Loss had a sad face, and she was reluctant to let him go, and even her usually bright eyes dimmed a little. No, I believe you. Just like I said at the beginning. Hikue gently touched the girl's head. It's just that I have somewhere to go. Where? A farther place. The universe? Maybe, but for the time being I also plan to return to the island, and we will meet often then. Hikue said softly to the two. Really? Hearing this, Lars's eyes, which had been dull, instantly lit up again. Really? Hikue smiled. For the time being, he really had to stay there. He was worried about the two people, and Kira's school was also there, plus his machine was still hidden on a small island near the outlying island. He could quickly get the machine when necessary. The foreign minister of the Atlantic Federation was here, and God knew how much time they had. I understand, and I'm happy to cooperate with Miss Aegis. We will present Miss Aegis's reward on the outlying island. When Lays nodded, and did not try to persuade him to stay, but extended his hand like a gentleman. Although he was reluctant to let such a talented person go, his status was also quite troublesome, so it was better for him to leave. Thank you. Hikue kept a faint smile on his face, and the two of them held hands. You promised to come and see me, Russ said reluctantly. Don't worry. And this is for you, Hikue said, as he took out a small pet bird robot from the table. In order to stagger with his original design style, this bird adopts the style of a swallow, and the appearance looks a bit more delicate. He made this with the remaining materials here. Although it has no possibility of adding power, it can also serve as a simple warning. How can this be so embarrassing? Before Loss could speak, Winrest instinctively wanted to refuse. Thank you. The girl interrupted her father's words, and hugged Hikue tightly. Sister, be careful when you are alone. It is impossible to say that the girl has not noticed that Hikue is not right at this time. It's just that the girl chose to trust her intuition. Okay. Hikue hugged Loss's petite body, and without feeling anything, he slowly let go of her and left first. It's better to send this bird for examination. Seeing his daughter's love for the bird, Winrest tried to keep his voice low and asked. No need. Sister is not a bad person. Hearing his daughter's answer that was obviously thoughtless, Winrest had no choice. He didn't know why his daughter seemed to be particularly close to her. But in fact, there would be no problem even if it was scanned. Hikue originally sent an early warning robot. He didn't leave any backdoors at all. He didn't live up to the girl's new trust. Chapter 295. After saying goodbye to the father and daughter, Hikue, who had just left the institute, felt that many people were following him. Under the bird's eye view, several red frames appeared on the display on his mask. Through the display on the mask, Hikue quickly located a small team of people following him. There were as many as 6 red frames around him, evenly distributed in all directions in front, behind, left and right of him. Everyone looked like a passerby, and no one was carrying large weapons. But everyone had a pistol. The movements and patterns should be from Orb's Special Operations Forces. Hikue did not stop while thinking. Hikue was not surprised by Orb's tracking. With such an uninvited guest at his doorstep, it would be strange if he didn't let someone follow him. But he didn't plan to go back to the luxury apartment anyway. Hikue walked into a dead end while thinking, and the harmless smoke in his body quickly spread before they turned in. Seeing the obvious smoke, 3 of the 6 people realized that something was wrong and stepped forward immediately. However, there was no trace of that person in the alley at this time. The person is missing. Report to the gentleman. Understood. While the Special Forces team was in a hurry, Hikue, who easily escaped in the smoke, had quickly left the coastline of the main island. Hikue still remembered the route he took when he came here. Hikue was very relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief after reaching his deserted island underwater. Soon, the next day, Hikue was still in the warmth of the 2 people, and his bracelet vibrated. Today was his holiday, and the only people who would come to him at this time were the Special Forces. Are they here? Hikue's action of getting up also woke up the 2 people who were hugging Hikue on the bed. Yeah. He moved his arms, which were slightly fragrant and numb. Hikue nodded. I will control their activity area in the port area. You should also pay attention. Although I don't think they will turn against me and invade my base, what if they do? It's never too much to be careful. Okay. Looking at the 2 people who agreed, Hikue smiled and followed them to the port. At this time, a Laurasia-class battleship was docked in his port, and the hatch for personnel opened, as if responding to Hikue's arrival. Inside the hatch, a team of 4 elites, 2 in red and 2 in green, and the director named Heinlein came into Hikue's sight. Captain TB, why is it you? Looking at the sturdy man standing at the front of the team, Hikue's smile became warmer. It's good that he's an acquaintance. The arrangement of the National Defense Committee is indeed very respectful. Hikue, long time no see. TB's face is still generous. Why don't you see Shura? She's still busy at work. In fact, she stayed up too late last night. But the truth is not important to them. TB also showed a teasing expression when he heard it. I feel relieved to see that you are still so loving. Thank you. Did Hikue forget me? The other red-clothed girl following behind TB was his old classmate Lika. At this time, she was still wearing her high-tech glasses and looked at Hikue through the dark lenses. Of course, I won't forget Miss Lika. Hikue smiled. And Director Heinlein, welcome to your arrival. Director He. The young man with golden hair stood straight, and at this time, he also showed respect in his eyes when facing Hikue. However, there was a hint of pride behind this respect. Hikue didn't care about this. It's normal for a genius to be proud. Plant is so big, and the last thing it lacks is genius. Then I take you to the rooms in front. Hikue naturally couldn't give up his principles, and let them enter the residential area just because they were acquaintances, and there was also a radar area behind the residential area. And the defense didn't need to be there at all. It was enough to take part of the rest room in the port area. Okay. After hearing what Hikue said, everyone followed Hikue to visit the port area of the base without any objection. In the middle of the tour, Shura also appeared to take over Hikue's tour guide job, and Hikue appeared with Heinlein in an ordinary office next to the port. I heard that Director Heinlein has made great achievements in force field modulation. Hikue asked with a chuckle. Yes. Then I believe you are already familiar with the free power circuit. Ah. What's wrong? Looking at Heinlein, who seemed to be distracted, Hikue raised his eyebrows and asked. I just heard that people on Director He's side like to do apprenticeship ceremonies. Really? Anyway, I'm just teaching you force field modulation, so there's no need to go through so much trouble. Okay. The blonde handsome guy responded to Hikue's words. Then let's get down to business. In order to increase the output of the machine, we need to install an additional special force field modulator around the thruster. By monitoring the energy output in the machine, the distribution of the electromagnetic force field is adjusted, and the energy utilization efficiency is improved through automatic distribution of the system. It is also very simple to say, that is, in high mobility mode, energy will be allocated to the thrusters more preferentially, and when the system senses that the machine is about to attack, it will automatically and quickly adjust its own force field to input energy to the weapon system, and when it is attacked, it will be distributed to the PS armor. Whether it is mobility, attack power or defense power, there is a certain improvement. I understand. The key is the installation of the modulator. Heinlein lowered his eyes, and looked at the design in front of him. Yes, the modulator needs to be modified according to the different bodies. The virtual screen in front of Hikue gradually began to change as he operated. We need to complete the electromagnetic coil array and the modulator core chip ourselves. At present, I have completed the force field modulator used by Freedom and Justice. The next step is to install it. What's wrong? Hikue looked at the young man who didn't answer him. Modulator, have you finished it? I guess so, didn't they tell you? In fact, there was no need to ask. Heinlein's expression was completely blank. He thought he came here to help Hikue develop the modulator. And the reason why Amalfi didn't say anything was because they knew Heinlein's mentality, so they did it on purpose. Heinlein was shocked a little. Did you finish it yourself? There were other people who helped. Is that so? Heinlein breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He said that no matter how powerful Hikue was, he couldn't make this modulator by himself. It was because he had studied force field modulation that he knew the complexity of the modulator. The installation of the electromagnetic coil cannot have an error of even a nanometer. One person has to do such a big project. But why are there no other employees here now? Heinlein asked curiously. Others? Only me and Director Hannes. Chapter 296. The quantum virus didn't invade successfully. Durandal was still in the same place, looking at his friend across from him. But the two of them were not playing chess at this time. According to Lucchini, it was perfectly defended. What did the National Defense Committee say? On the surface, they didn't know that it was the quantum virus that invaded his base, nor did they know that Hikue had defended it. Cruz laughed with interest. So did you find out? Not yet. They didn't take action. If it was the same organization, they should know that the same virus was used twice. That means he was the one manipulating it. But they seem to be fine. And it's also possible that the National Defense Committee knew about the quantum firewall, but didn't make it public. But the possibility is very small. The level of confidentiality is so high that it's impossible for him not to know about it. There's a high possibility that Hikue has a problem. So? That Luna has a close relationship with Hikue. Apart from the three girls, who have been in his base for a long time, the one he is most likely to come into contact with is Luna. This time, Cruz did not continue to speak, but smiled faintly. At the same time, he picked up the full medicine bottle on the table. If he is really a member of Palace? First, we need information about Palace, but at least we can't kill him before the nanotechnology is formed. As he said, Cruz had already left the dark room. On the other side, on the asteroid base, Hikue also explained the basic installation method to Heinlein. And Heinlein really deserves the title of genius. In just half a day, Hikue taught him the installation and various possible unexpected situations. However, the pride in the young man's eyes was not much at this time. More seriousness and solemnity. According to his observation, this director he definitely has S-level micromanipulation ability, and is very familiar with various theories of force fields. After all, he was the man who made the magic crab and various weapons himself. He put aside his arrogance and showed his perfect learning talent. He could draw inferences from one thing and learn it in one go. Except for the fact that he was not his man, Heinlein was perfect in every way. Then let's stop here today. You can use the equipment here at will. As long as there is no quantum virus, the firewall will not be triggered. So soon? Well, you can start your apprenticeship tomorrow, Hikue said with a smile. If you have any questions, just contact me remotely. Okay. Heinlein knew that Hikue was probably working on a confidential project, but he didn't know what it was. But since Hikue said so, he didn't have the right to ask Hikue to change the arrangement. After talking to Heinlein, Hikue also returned to the residential area. So far, Cruz's moves have basically been resolved by him. But there is still a problem, that is, he is definitely still Cruz's target. According to Matthias, Cruz should be preparing to go to the moon. If he wants to activate the quantum virus, he may need to follow them to the moon. At least, he cannot expose the ultra-long distance invasion at present. Perhaps, he can also take this opportunity to let his quantum firewall emerge in the National Defense Committee. Thinking of this, Hikue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although it is easy to block the quantum virus, the series of chain reactions behind it are Cruz's backup plan. After catching up on his sleep, Hikue soon returned to South America. The humidity in the air was still off the charts. But Hikue was looking at the aircraft's detector. He himself didn't know what the current humidity was. Thinking about it, Hikue opened the cockpit. Hey! As always, Elena stood outside the cockpit, but this time there was one more person, the expressionless Hercules. Why did you sleep so long? Elena worriedly got into the cockpit and sat on him. Sorry, I'm just studying the system. Why don't you come to me? I was afraid of disturbing you. It's okay. Hikue touched Elena's brown hair with a smile. Even if there is no touch, the hair can still feel the softness from the luster reflected from the hair. Are you leaving? Yes, I leave in an hour. Okay. Brazil is a large area, but their assault is also very fast. But you still have to be careful of that thunder-like machine. Elena, aren't you going to get up yet? Hikue patted Elena's buttocks with a smile. The girl felt the force of her buttocks, and her face turned red. Hikue only realized what he had just done at this time. He had been used to doing it with the two of them at night recently. He forgot to change it back for a while. He didn't mean it, after all. Even if he patted it, there was no touch at all. Okay, let's go. Hikue smiled. Yeah, Elena in the high-energy place nodded, but soon realized that there was another bystander here besides the two of them. Hercules, you didn't see anything just now. Yeah, I didn't see anything. Hercules' calm words calmed down Elena, who was about to be angry. Did your sparring go well? Hikue asked after getting off the machine with the three people. Fortunately, your subordinates were thrown out by Hercules several times. They were not hurt. Hercules rarely added a sentence. I know. Looking at the expression on Hikue's face without any care, Hercules, who was ready to be beaten, lowered his eyes again. Still indifferent. The three of them walked all the way to the command tent where Edward was. Edward, are you leaving? We have been here for a long time. Sorry to bother you again. No need. But Elena must be very happy too. Edward looked at Elena after talking to Hikue. What? Hikue asked curiously, finding that he didn't seem to understand the conversation between the two. Elena's relatives are in Manaus. Edward smiled. Their next destination, Manaus, also existed in Hikue's original world, the heart of the Amazon River and the city of forests, but the city was heavily industrialized. Originally, it mainly produced various electronic products, but after the war, many MS production lines and military factories were built there. It can be said to be a very important industrial center. Is it under our control now? Hikue asked. Yes, our people have built fortifications around the entire city, surrounded by the Amazon forest on 3 sides. And most of the people there support us. Edward nodded. But what about the Amazon River? That is the heart of the Amazon River, and the entire city is built next to the main line of the Amazon River. If the Atlantic Federation bypasses the Atlantic Ocean, it is possible to reach Manaus directly from the mouth of the Amazon River. Especially when they have a ban. Miss A's eyes are very sharp. Edward smiled bitterly, and then looked at the white whale. In fact, we are going there to prevent the sneak attack of the Atlantic Federation. So we must be prepared for battle. In that case, I understand. After Hikue agreed, Elena's face beside him also became a little more solemn. Chapter 297. Why can he locate the camp from above the clouds? After watching Hikue leave, White Whale whispered in Edward's ear. If it was before the neutron jammer, it would be no problem to be able to locate the camp below from below the clouds. But the problem is that with the neutron jammer, they don't have data transmission, so how did it locate their camp? I don't know. Edward shook his head. Aren't you guys in the same group? White Whale stepped on Edward's foot in anger. He's not one of us, just a mercenary, and a member of a mysterious organization. Mysterious organization? Paulus, but I don't know the details. Really? But it's still difficult for us to stop the civil unrest in South America. White Whale sighed. I heard that if all their actions fail, they will prepare to drop orbital bombs directly on your positions in Brazil from space. Orbital bombs dropped from warships in space. Most military bases and major cities can effectively defend against this attack method. After all, with neutron jammers, this bomb has no tracking effect, and can only do simple changes of direction at most. As long as there are air defense systems and fighters, it is still easy to defend. But South America is too big. And many cities are not completely militarized. Plus there are large areas of rainforest. If they are really bombed by orbit, the consequences will be devastating. Do they really not care about the Earth? Edward slammed his hand heavily on the wooden table in front of him, making a dull sound. The Amazon rainforest, known as the lungs of the Earth, had already degraded by 35% after the Third World War. If the attack continues, the situation on Earth will only get worse. Winning a war sometimes blinds everyone's eyes, and Edward should know this very well. White Whale wrapped Edward's hands with his fair hands in distress. Panama, we can send the machine up through Panama's mass accelerator. But your sword-equipped Calamity and my Deep Blue Forbidden are not suitable for the space environment. And there is also a snatch-type assault. Edward was silent for a while, and his eyes lit up when he looked at the two assaults outside. Of the three machines, Calamity is for ground combat, Forbidden is for naval combat, and Snatch is for air combat. It is also the one with the most opportunities to be used among the three machines, so its performance is a little lower. This is also to meet the requirements of mass production. But it is undeniable that this assault is still much stronger than ordinary daggers, and is very suitable for space operations. There is another question: how can the assault come back? The assault cockpit cannot withstand such high temperatures. Although the adjuster may be able to, it is only a possibility. It is hard to say whether Pallas will risk his life for them. He is not the only one who can drive the assault, but I still need to report to the Minister of Defense first. Elena has a good relationship with A, so maybe she can force A to go up, but this doesn't meet his bottom line. If he really wants to go up, he can also go up with a strong attack. Ed. Knowing Edward's plan, the White Whale sighed helplessly and wrapped his arms around Edward. Not knowing what was discussed inside, Hikue was checking everyone's recent progress on the empty playground. In fact, there was not much progress. Only one day had passed, and they had only played 2 games at most. Not everyone is as talented as Kira and Aslan. Okay, there is progress, keep it up. Hikue asked them to stop controlling Jean in. Okay. The 4 huge machines stopped. The reactor inside the air cushion device can be sped up a bit. Hikue analyzed. This air cushion device is also an experimental device on these 4 machines. There are still many details that can be optimized. But a member of the team wanted to speak out to stop them. After all, this machine was not theirs. If they gave it to someone else to upgrade, it would be a super pilot of unknown origin. No matter how you think about it, it's not a good idea. Fuko. The team leader interrupted the member's words. Ms. A, this is our boss's body after all. I'm sorry that you can't access it through your internal system. Is that so? Hikue didn't mind hearing this, but smiled a little more. It's a good thing for subordinates to be loyal, and to be on guard against others. Don't worry, I write a simple program for you, and you can judge for yourself. Okay. The leading boy breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to offend this unfathomable girl. Besides, improving the performance of the machine is also a good thing for them. Although he knows a little bit about programming, it is only the basics of maintenance. It is still difficult for him to upgrade the system. After opening the hatch, the boy slid down the rope to Hikue. Miss A, do you know our Hikue director he? I have heard of him, what's wrong? I just think you two are very ordinary. Before the boy finished speaking, Elena had already hugged Hikue. I have heard of that Hikue too. Fighting is just a show, not a good match for A at all. I can beat 10 Hikue. At this time, Hikue's mentality was very complicated. Was he being disliked or praised? But Elena interrupted him, saving him from making excuses. When the boy heard Elena's words, his face was immediately filled with indignation that his idol was being desecrated. Do you know that the beam weapon you are using now was developed by Director He? Oh, I forgot, you have never used it at all. You're talking nonsense. What's the use of his technology? Look at the machines here, except for your Gene In, which one is made by Plant. You're making up a story. The top student was soon blocked by Elena, and his face turned red. I don't have it. If you have the guts, ask him to fight me one-on-one. Elena said with her hands on her hips. The man who dared to force himself on her, Elena was not going to let him go. She was also going to go home and introduce A to her family. She couldn't let that Hikue who came from nowhere be kidnapped. Thinking of this, Elena continued to say, I think that Hikue is a coward. Why else would he not come down with you and let A upgrade you? And he looks small, and you can tell he's not very good in bed. Whoever follows him probably won't be satisfied with that kind of life. Listening to Elena's increasingly outrageous words, Hikue was speechless like the boy at this time. It's good that adjusters don't fight natural people. Even if he's adjusted, I don't think he's very good. Isn't his body similar to mine? I drain him in a minute. Halfway through her words, Elena looked at Hikue. I think any natural person can drain him. Okay, I also respect Mr. Hikue. Let's get ready to go. Hikue said helplessly. If his real body was here, he might have executed Elena by now. Unfortunately, he was not here. Chapter 298. After talking to the 3 people, Hikue returned to the assault and officially set off. The weather in South America was still sunny, and the team heading to Manaus was a little bigger than before. Many air transport planes transported the non-flying aircraft to Manaus, while Hikue, Elena, and other fighters were on guard outside. The fan-shaped team was like a swallow migrating south under the setting sun, moving silently above the clouds. According to what Missa said, they should have deployed machines that use fantasy particles to participate in the war, Edward said on the transport plane. Yes. But there won't be too many of these machines. Whether it is the cost or the special nature of the machine, the Thunder is destined to be a special combat machine. Too many are useless. It is better to build a few more assault machines or the other two machines. Is that so? Excuse me, how did Miss A find out? My radar has been upgraded, both hardware and software. I need to arrive in Manaus to carry out the specific upgrade. I see. Since Hikue has already mentioned the hardware, Edward did not force it. Then I trouble Miss A to be on the alert. No problem. Thinking that the machine is actually in their hinterland. At this time, Edward can be said to be unable to sleep or eat. On the contrary, Hikue is quite looking forward to it. With the generous character of the South American president, if they really entrust him to upgrade the radar, then he can make hundreds of millions of dollars after completing this project. A 7 million aegis brought him several times the profit. Of course, this does not include the cost of his time. However, it is still a challenge to transfer the money to the main body. The best choice is not to transfer it. After all, as long as the money is moved, South America may know. It may also be found out by someone with ulterior motives. Hikue did not dare to take risks because the other party may have the blessing of quantum virus. Then this money is the exclusive fund of Palace. There are still many places where it can be used. At this time, in the distance, the dark green Thunder-style machine was standing inconspicuously in the jungle. It did not activate its own fantasy particle system. Did you go in the direction of Manaus? I didn't expect to find the camp. Is there any reconnaissance method that we don't know about? As an elite of the Phantom Pain Force, Koza turned all the possibilities in his mind, and then pressed his temple with a headache. Let the group of people above worry about it. He did not dare to get too close to the assault piloted by A. Koza quietly left the dense forest. After setting up the AI autopilot, Hikue focused more on Orb. He woke up in the cockpit on the deserted island, and cautiously turned on the radar of the machine before opening the cockpit. After confirming that there were no traces of people or machines around, Hikue opened the door of the cockpit. Outside, the sea and sky were still beautiful. It should be the time when young boys and girls are preparing to go to school. But if he appears on the outlying island again in this state, he will probably be noticed immediately. After all, there is only one cloaked monster in the whole orb. So what should be done? In fact, he also made the face structure similar to that of a real person, but there is still a possibility of being exposed if the eyes are seen closely. After all, there are various sensor parts in his eyes. Let's use the bird to explore first. Just check if Kira is there. Thinking of this, Hikue also jumped out of the cockpit, and jumped directly from the cliff into the water. Not long after, Hikue arrived at the outlying island. This time, however, it was in another direction of the island, next to a huge academy located on the edge of a cliff. He had no intention of entering, so he found an inconspicuous reef under the cliff, and hid there. Then Hikue released his bird. Under the full manual control mode, Hikue used Aegis as an intermediary to control the bird to fly into the school without any hindrance. This industrial school has many majors, but Kira expected that it should be the engineering robot system development major. According to the map, Hikue soon arrived at their campus. It was time for everyone to get ready for school, and the campus was bustling with students. It seemed that the collapse of Heliopolis had not affected them at all, and everyone's faces were still full of lively noises. The processor was very fast, and soon Hikue scanned all the people in front of him. He did not have Kira's appearance information, so he scanned not a human face, but a green mechanical bird. However, he was disappointed. He saw a lot of electronic pets, but there were no green electronic birds. Isn't he studying here? But where could Kira go if he didn't study? It's impossible for him to go to the Dawn Club, right? Thinking of this possibility, Hikue didn't know whether to be happy or sad. If Kira was in the Dawn Club, it would mean a lot of things. Look for Fry again. If she's not there, pay Winrest the money, and wait on the deserted island for a while. After making the decision, Hikue's bird quickly locked onto the red figure surrounded by several girls in the next-door college. The hair was like a burning flame, especially bright in the morning sun. Looking at the girl on the monitor, Hikue narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it Fule? It's easy to figure out. Hikue's black bird quietly landed on the branch above the girls' heads. Flay, are you really not going out with us tonight? A passerby girl asked, holding the girl's white hands. No. Free still frowned, and just shook her head in a low voice. Sai and the others' death is not a problem either. They are not dead. Free's face turned ugly, and she refuted the girl harshly. Hearing this, Hikue's mouth twitched slightly, and he had some thoughts in his mind. It is not difficult to understand why Free is still here. After all, even if she is still alive, Orb would never let her get involved in the affairs of the Archangel. As for how she survived, there are many possibilities. Maybe she used her privilege to land in a small escape pod before the war. The death of Sei and his men was impossible. After all, although he had no time to care where the Archangel went, there was no doubt that it did not crash in Alaska. Since it did not crash, how could it be said that they died? At most, they were captured by the Eurasian Federation. Of course, with the previous incident of the Artemis umbrella, they were more likely to come to Orb. So it is very likely that their death was faked. There is also a possibility that they really died, but it is not likely. If they are really hiding in the Archangel, they are most likely in the Aurora Society headquarters. Hikue, it's time to eat. Just after the bird was pulled out, Su Lei's charming but extremely dissatisfied voice came from Hikue's bracelet. I'm coming. He can't enter the Aurora Society headquarters for the time being. If they really want to take advantage of the chaos to blow up Kagaya, the Archangel will be a huge variable. Let's stop the test here. Chapter 299. Well then, I won't see you off, Heinlein. I hope everything goes well on your trip to Earth. At his own port, Hikue was seeing off this genius. Thank you. Heinlein's eyes were much clearer than before, and he no longer had that sense of pride. But this was only in front of Hikue. He was still the same when facing other people. By the way, where is Heinlein's first stop? This. After hesitating for a while, Heinlein continued. It's at the Carpentaria base. There, my first stop on Earth was also the Carpentaria base. Your contribution to Plant is huge. Since their first base on Earth, Hikue has been on the front line as a researcher. Heinlein was full of admiration. Maybe? Hikue smiled. If you see Tiger, give this to him. Hikue gave Heinlein 2 owls. 2? Heinlein knew about this owl. He even dismantled one himself. There's another one for you. You keep saying you're my student. Don't die. Hikue patted Heinlein on the shoulder. His purpose was simple, to win people's hearts. It was good to have one more friend anyway. There was no need to put on airs, just like when communicating with Haas. Thank you. Heinlein took the owl and bowed gratefully. You're welcome. Go ahead. After watching Heinlein leave, Hikue's mentality did not change at all. He just turned around and returned to the radar room. In South America, the dim sunset illuminated the Amazon River, and Manaus was right next to this broad river. There were not many high-rise buildings, but it was still the most modern city nearby. The entire city could be seen at a glance. There was no so-called suburb around the city, and it was a seamless transition to the Amazon rainforest. Manaus is ahead of us, Edward said, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It is not easy to stay alert for a long time. Captain Edward, and everyone else, thank you for your hard work. Please land on the B4 channel. Got it. Just after they finished speaking, the Amazon River below them suddenly burst into a huge splash. Hikue, who had never relaxed his vigilance, reacted quickly at this time and dived towards the splash in the form of a compound blade aircraft. 3 short sword-style forbidden planes simultaneously used the missile launchers on the crab heads to attack Hikue's attack. However, under the neutron jammer, these missiles were not accurate. They only tracked Hikue and lost their target after turning a corner. Some missiles fell into the water, while others flew towards the city. Even if it's me, Elena, who was following Hikue closely, flew forward quickly at this time. The machine guns on both sides of the wings fired at the same time, instantly blowing up these flying missiles in the sky above Manaus. Team Jinan land first, Hikue commanded calmly. Because they were in the city, the complicated situation did not allow them to land directly on the ground like before. Yes. The 4 people responded at the same time. The evacuation of personnel has been completed. Edward's calm voice did not show any surprise. The evacuation was completed so quickly, no doubt, the crowd had been evacuated before they arrived. And they seemed to be the party that was attacked by surprise, but in fact they were well prepared. Everyone was fighting in their own roles. I'm sorry for you. One of the dagger forbidden planes on the water was stabbed into the cockpit by a trident that suddenly appeared. Then the plane quickly moved away, and the dagger forbidden plane without a pilot exploded directly, and a huge splash of water was blown up on the sea. These should be the people of the Phantom Pain Force. Don't show mercy, they will follow orders until they die. White Whale warned in the communication, and the dagger next to her had already used a weapon similar to a harpoon in his hand to strike her horizontally. However, the White Whale had already dived into the water again. On the other side, the sword-armored disaster did not enter the water, but was fighting with ordinary short swords that kept emerging from the bottom of the water. Although it was called a battle, the sword-armored disaster with 2 swords was more like mowing the grass. Elena, support me. Hercules, protect the city. Leave it to me. After accepting Hikue's request, Elena in the form of a compound leaf machine shot a beam of light on the water behind him. The short sword forbidden that was originally planning to attack was retracted. On the other side, Hikue had already changed from the mode of the flotilla to the driving mode of the MS after he finished speaking. Although his mobility was much worse when he was standing on the plane, but under the human form, the freedom of firepower output was also increased. The beam gun in the hand of the striker standing on the plane was aimed at the short sword forbidden that had just broken out of the water. The shot hit the cockpit accurately. The cockpit without PS armor was directly pierced by the green beam like a white paper that was easily cut. According to common sense, it is difficult to use airborne machines to fight against underwater machines, whether in terms of mobility or the effect of beams in water. But with Hikue's help, their attack was like a mole in whack-a-mole. As long as they showed their heads, they would be killed by him. In this way, the large army was pressed firmly on the coastline. Seeing that the balance of victory was already pouring towards them, at this moment, a rapid alarm sounded suddenly in the Amazon rainforest beside them. Without thinking, Hikue controlled the machine to make a sharp turn and fired the beam gun in his hand. But at this moment, another alarm sounded in another place. 2 thunderbolts? When Hikue realized it, he had no way to avoid it. Hikue, who had already aimed at the thunderbolt, had no time to dodge the thunderbolt aimed at him from behind. Is his 7 million going to explode again? Just when Hikue was ready to sacrifice himself, he saw Elena, who had been following behind him to provide support, suddenly rush forward. Because of the information sharing, Elena also knew about Hikue's crisis at this time. Elena, retreat. Before she could finish her words, Thunder's beam weapon had already started shooting. At this speed and this trajectory, Elena, an elite green-clad woman, had no way to dodge. It should have been like this. At this time, Elena made an extremely fast climb that was inconsistent with her skills, and released the connection with the small plane at the moment when the small plane under her blocked the beam explosion. The plane exploded immediately because its fuel system was hit, and a shock wave and a high temperature and high pressure area were formed in an instant. The originally concentrated light beam energy was disturbed and dispersed, and disintegrated instantly. However, this shock wave also caused Hikue's body in the air to lose balance instantly. The gun that was originally aimed at the opponent's cockpit was fired, leaving only one arm of Sun Lei. Chapter 300. The other party was also startled by Elena's action. The Thunder with a broken arm, and the one intact Thunder decisively entered the invisible state again. They are aiming at you. Although it is unclear why Elena's strength has suddenly increased so much, and the operation just now has even reached the level of an ordinary red-clothed or even close to the elite, but this is not the time to chat. At this time, Elena blocked the attack just now, but the small plane was gone. Although Elena's assault has now changed back to a MA form similar to the snatching form. But the power has dropped by at least 40%, and she is facing an invisible red-clothed enemy. Even if Elena has been strengthened at this time, there is not much she can do. Elena, hold on to my plane. Okay. Elena responded excitedly, and the claw used to fix the small plane in the snatching MA form grabbed the back of Hikue's small plane. The position originally used to install the machine gun has been removed by Hikue. The 3-blade aircraft, which had the thrust of 2 engines at the same time, was now a little faster than before. Under the huge thrust, it easily broke through the limit of the sound barrier and left a pale barrier in the air. However, the huge acceleration completely exceeded the limit of the system calculation. In simple terms, even turning was a little unskillful. So fast. Elena's eyes were without any light, but her tone was still full of excitement. Obviously, this machine did not have much protection to break the sound barrier, but the girl did not seem to feel any discomfort at this time. Hikue was a little surprised when he saw the girl in the communication. This, if I'm not mistaken, should be Explosion Seed, but Explosion Seed doesn't seem to be as lively as her. This thought only appeared in Ikue's mind for a while, and was soon suppressed by him. The most important thing now is to upgrade the system. He had never expected this situation to happen. The auxiliary driving system of the body was close to crashing, and the body was constantly vibrating. I'm afraid that if he doesn't do anything, or stops the fusion, the two bodies will be torn apart by him. With the support of information engineering close to A-level, Hikue's movements were not much slower than Kira's movements in adjusting the attack. Flight attitude control, speed, and altitude control need to be recalculated. Aerodynamic shape changes. Recalibrate the static pressure critical value of the aircraft. Re-establish the inertial measurement unit. Adjust the power ratio. Cancel the engine overheat protection threshold, and launch the full manual driving mode. Soon, the speed of their aircraft gradually slowed down, but the vibration disappeared. Elena, Hikue asked while controlling the turn of the aircraft. What's wrong? Thank you. No need. Hearing Hikue's words, the girl became excited. Hikue's words meant that she was no longer just watching them fight or supporting them. She also had her own role. Then, let's get started. Although it was barely stabilized, the structure on the other wing was used to install machine guns, not to grab. Although it was no problem in the short term, if time dragged on, I'm afraid his small plane wouldn't last too long. Okay. The three-winged plane drew a semicircle in the air. Then it quickly flew towards the Amazon rainforest on the edge of the city. The difference in radar was negligible at high speed. At this time, the elite pilot on the broken arm Thunder was raising the armor-piercing rocket claw on his other hand with a ferocious look, preparing to give a fatal blow to Sothis, who was blocking the shelter in front of him. The cold blade pointed directly at Sothis, who had no resistance. Why didn't you obey the order? My mission is to protect natural people. Sothis looked at the steel claw in front of him. He knew that this armor-piercing blade could easily tear his cockpit, but he did not avoid it or fight. The accomplice of the adjuster is not a natural person. Return to the team immediately, otherwise we will kill you. They are natural people. A bright light flashed in Hercules' eyes, which were originally as calm as water. Then you go to hell. Just as the words fell, before the rocket anchor on the Thunder was released, a huge shadow of the aircraft fell vertically from the sky. The three-winged aircraft looked so strange, and yet so fast. What? Because of the extremely fast speed, the radar of the Thunder had no time to warn, and the aircraft in the sky went from top to bottom, and the beam directly penetrated the entire cockpit. After a successful attack, the aircraft also separated in mid-air at the same time. Elena in the M8 form changed into a human form again, and landed next to the long sword. Thank you, Hercules. No need. Looking at the machines of Elena and Hikue, Hercules' indifferent expression froze for a moment, and then he shook his head. The battlefield gradually stabilized after the return of Hikue and Elena's machines. The government building in Manaus were barely defended. Thank you, Missa, this time. Just after getting off the machine with Elena, Edward came forward. His face was extremely enthusiastic. Just doing my best, but the machine needs repair. No problem, we will provide assistance and will not let Miss A suffer. Thank you for the trouble. Hikue nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the two aircrafts behind him, he felt quite regretful. That speed was already faster than freedom. It was a pity that the speed was too fast. Even if he could control it, the strength of the aircraft was not enough. It would explode if it drove for a while. And although his aircraft was fine at this time, the metal fatigue inside the aircraft had almost reached the critical value. Overhaul was a foregone conclusion, not to mention that Elena didn't even have a small plane. He was really not used to going to the battlefield without a shield. Before he thought about whether to assemble a shield from the scraps he had just broken, Elena, who had just come down from behind, hugged him tightly. Elena. I thought you. I can't die. Don't take such a risk next time. Hikue said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. What does it mean to be undying? It means that you can't die. Are you a god? Hikue thought Elena would ask if she was a clone or something like that, but he laughed. Just as he was about to say something else, Elena fainted in his arms. After the battle, after the seed exploded, there was still a strong pressure. It was not that Elena was not hurt, but she just suppressed it forcefully. After relaxing at this time, the girl fainted naturally. Through the scan of the monitor, Hikue breathed a sigh of relief, and then sighed helplessly when he saw that the girl was fine. In fact, if he didn't need the stability of the Earth, he would not have intervened in the affairs of South America, not to mention leaving a debt of love here. She would definitely not agree to let Elena go to plant. Unless the situation in South America can be stabilized.